Kinha calendar year, 100 September 1st, clear skies. A desolate wasteland and uninhabited zone. This is the 10th no man's zone of the Human Federation of Earth. This place is hailed as one of humanity's 10 forbidden no man's lands, a burial ground of life. It is a paradise for aberrant beasts, a playground for gene-mutated creatures. The desert stretches for thousands of li without a trace of human habitation, yellow sand and dust billowing endlessly. Faintly visible beneath the dunes are vast buried ruins. In some places, broken steel-reinforced concrete buildings protrude from the sand, silently narrating the bygone history entombed here. On a distant dune lies a gigantic metal wreck, the remains of an airplane, half buried in the sand. The exposed steel fuselage, scorched by the blazing sun, radiates waves of scorching heat. In such a harsh and perilous region, few would willingly come under normal circumstances. However, at this moment, Lu Chun lay in ambush within the airplane wreckage, quietly lurking. He licked his cracked lips, his eyes blazing like twin stars fixed unblinkingly on the foot of the dune. Half of his body was buried in the sand. The scalding grains were like a blazing furnace, yet they could not make him move in it. Beads of sweat streamed down his forehead and cheeks, dripping onto the searing sand where thin wisps of white vapor rose, with a faint sizzle, evaporating in the blink of an eye. It's coming. Lu Chen's pupils contracted as his hands silently tightened around an alloy crossbow. The sharp bolt glinted with cold light under the sun, aimed downwards. At the foot of the dune lay a small lake. The water within was a mingled black and crimson, exuding a thick stench. The viscous surface kept bubbling as if it were boiling sewage. Something seemed to be lurking within the lake. At this time, a strange creature was slowly approaching from not far away. Its emerald green eyes scanned the surroundings with vigilance. Its entire body was encased in hardness. Its tumter-long frame bore a small tuft of black hair atop its head. A gene mutation, Lu Chen thought. The newcomer was a gene-mutated creature as robust as a calf, resembling a giant rat, yet covered from head to toe in hard armor plates. Its defensive power was astounding. Blades and bullets could scarcely harm it. Apart from the eyes, only a thin, supple patch at its neck was a vulnerable point. It scanned the surroundings warily before cautiously approaching the small lake. After detecting no danger, it slowly extended its long snout into the water, sipping in careful mouthfuls. Gee! Suddenly the rat-like mutant shrieked, letting out painful wails. Its limbs flailed wildly as it collapsed and rolled on the ground in agony. Lu Chen saw the lake water abruptly begin to boil. Within the viscous black liquid, numerous chopstick-thick black worms writhed their long bodies, twisting and entangling with one another, glinting with a rusty metallic sheen. He knew these were iron thread worms, a gene-mutated aberrant species, an extremely terrifying kind of parasite. Lu Chen's pupils constricted sharply as he stared at the iron thread worms rolling within the lake, coiling into a ball, twining together like strands of iron wire. GG. Just then the rat-like mutated creature scrambled up in panic, turning tail in terror and bolt. Now, at that instant, after his long vigil, Lu Chen finally moved. He raised the alloy crossbow in his hands and loosed an arrow at the fleeing rat-like mutant. With a sharp twang, the crazed fleeing mutant suddenly collapsed, rolling several times across the ground before coming to a stop. At the soft spot on its neck, a sharp arrow had pierced clean through. Blood gushed forth, mingled with a strange, bright, green, viscous fluid. Having felled the gene-mutated creature with a single arrow, Lu Chen sprang from his hiding place. Sand and dust flew as his figure shot down from the dune like an arrow. With a metallic clang, Lu Chen arrived and drew an alloy blade from his back, stabbing it fiercely into the carcass of the freshly dead mutant and slicing open a gash. Inside, a heart still throbbed. He dug out the emerald green organ and placed it into a prepared container, sealing it. The last mutated gene finally in my hands. Lu Chen gazed at the sealed emerald heart in his palm. The heart of this gene-mutated creature. Within it was contained the creature's mutated genes, his objective for this trip. He had waited an entire day and at last, however, after stowing away the preserved mutant heart, Lu Chen's eyes suddenly sharpened as he looked back at the dead. Within its body, 2 chopstick-thick worms nearly 30 centimeters long were writhing greedily, drawing nourishment from its flesh and blood. The very iron thread worms that had entered its body when it drank from the lake. One appeared slightly larger, the other smaller. On closer inspection, it was clearly a male and a female. The distinction was naturally in their size. The smaller one the female, the larger the male. Iron thread worms. Perfect for extracting some mutated genes for compound reagents. I'll take them back. With that thought, Lu Chen took out another container and using metal tongs carefully placed the 2 iron thread worms inside and sealed them. Only after finishing all this did he finally let out a breath. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he pulled a bottle of water from his pack and gulped down several mouthfuls. It's finally done. Time to head back. After a few swallows, Lu Chen glanced at the sky. Today he had risked entering this forbidden no man's zone solely to obtain mutated genes. With his plan complete, he naturally intended to leave. Yet just as he was walking away, Lu Chen suddenly halted. Someone's coming. In the same instant, Lu Chen's figure flickered as he dove behind a nearby dune lying flat as he quietly peered out. He saw a group of people approaching swiftly from afar. 8 in total at a glance, all fully armed. The man leading them wore a vicious expression. Most striking was his right arm, which was a full size thicker than his left. The skin upon it was pitch black and oily, giving off an uncanny impression. Boss, look there. The group suddenly stopped. One of them pointed at the fallen gene-mutated creature ahead, their faces all showing shock and suspicion. They crept forward, examining the dead mutant. Its heart had been removed and footprints marked the surrounding sand. Clearly someone had just killed this creature. It was killed by someone, and not long ago. The arrow is still lodged in it. The middle-aged man at the head narrowed his eyes, scanning the area. Hidden behind the dune, Lu Chen's heart tightened. It's them, the Mad Shark hunting group. What are they doing here? This was one of the well-known hunting groups in Ruin City, the Mad Shark hunting group. So-called hunting groups specialized in hunting gene-mutated creatures and selling their mutated genes to various forces in exchange for generous rewards. That was their trade. Boss, someone's been here. Could another hunting group have beaten us to it? One of the men in the group asked. Impossible. Our Shark Fong hunting group is one of the 10 strongest in the ruins. This mission is confidential. No one could have known. Right? And there's only one person's trail here. Clearly not another hunting group. Listening to them, Lu Chen's heart stirred. These people seemed to be on some mission, but it had nothing to do with him. The 8 men circled the area. The middle-aged leader's eyes glinted with feral cruelty. His name was Chun Sha, codename Mad Shark. Just like his name, he was arrogant, vicious, and brutally ruthless. Let's move. This mission is no trivial matter. Stay sharp. Mad Shark's tone was harsh as he swept a cold gaze around before turning to lead the way, his subordinates falling in behind him. Watching them gradually draw away, Lu Chun cautiously raised his head, frowning as he stared in the direction they were heading. They're going deeper into the Noman's zone. What on earth are they after? Lu Chun muttered to himself. Mad Shark and his men were moving toward the depths of this Noman's zone, where danger was extreme. For them to venture there, they clearly had an unspeakable purpose. But he had no desire to find out. Whatever. It has nothing to do with me, Lu Chun said with a self-mocking smile. He stood, patted the sand from his clothes, and turned to leave. He did not follow, nor did he attempt to pry into their secrets, for he knew his own limits all too well. The depths of the Noman's zone were a true graveyard of death. Braving the sandstorms and crossing the wasteland, Lu Chun finally emerged from this dreaded Noman's zone before nightfall. Ahead lies Ruin City. I've finally made it back. Standing atop a sandy mound, Lu Chun gazed toward a vast ruin in the distance. It was a city known as Ruin City, the only settlement at the edge of the Noman's zone. Many humans still eked out a living. Ruin City had endured several brutal wars, half of it destroyed. Many buildings had collapsed and heaps of metal debris lay abandoned everywhere. Walking back through the city, the taut string in Lu Chen's heart finally slackened somewhat, yet he did not dare relax his vigilance in the slightest. He knew all too well that Ruin City was equally fraught with danger. At times, humans themselves were more deadly than gene-mutated creatures or aberrant beasts. In the residential quarter of Ruin City, one building after another bore deep cracks from years of disrepair. Their interiors were choked with dust, the entire district resembling a wasteland of rubble. Though dilapidated, the rent here was at least cheap, and Lu Chen's dwelling was in this very neighborhood. It was a 2-story shop with a worn signboard hanging over the door bearing 2 faded characters. Pharmacy. Indeed, it was a pharmacy, but not an ordinary one. It was a gene reagent shop, and Lu Chen was a trainee in gene pharmaceutics. As he entered, his gaze fell upon rows of empty medicine cabinets. There was nothing inside, let alone any gene. Closing the door, he set down his pack and took out the trophies he had obtained today, 1 mutated heart and 2 iron thread. Carrying them into the inner floor, he entered a spacious workshop. Here all manner of bottles and jars and assorted vessels were arranged in rows filled with bizarre biological organs and strange plants. This was the laboratory where reagents were prepared, the workspace and living place where Lu Chen had grown up. In truth, this shop did not originally belong to him, but to the old man who had taken him in. A year ago, the old man died, leaving the shop to Lu Chen. After putting everything away, Lu Chen looked around and sighed, thoughts returning to the deceased old man, a dull ache rising in his heart. Too tired today? I'll eat something and sleep first. Tomorrow I'll extract the mutated genes and start compounding. Muttering to himself, Lu Chen casually found some food to fill his stomach, then took a bath. At last he lay down on his old worn bed, staring blankly at the ceiling until he slowly drifted into sleep. The cancer cells are spreading. The condition has already deteriorated. I'm very sorry, we have done all we can. He has 1 month left. You should prepare for the end. Lu Chen, male, 18 years old, terminal leukemia. Mr. Lu, this is a human cryonics pet, low-temperature storage agreement. Signing this document requires your voluntary consent. Darkness. An endless bone-deep cold, as though even his very soul were about to be frozen solid. With a streak of light breaking through, Lu Chen let out a startled cry and sprang up from the bed, cold sweat streaming down his body, his face deathly pale. Outside the window, the first ray of morning sunlight spilled over his body. A delicate warmth slowly spread through him, finally pulling him back from the nightmare. 10 years. Lu Chen muttered under his breath, unable to suppress the bitterness in his heart. This was the deepest secret he carried. Ever since he woke up, he had been here. The old man had told him he was found in a Noman's land. Back then he had been unconscious in that desolate Noman's land when the old man happened to pass by and casually rescued him. At that time, Lu Chen had been only 8 years old. In the blink of an eye, 10 years had passed. Lu Chen was now 18, yet he remembered with stark clarity that he had once suffered from cancer and had been destined to die at 18. In the end, with no other choice, his family had contacted an international human cryonics organization and had him frozen. They froze his body, hoping that future technology might revive him. Perhaps that was a kind of consolation. Yet what Lu Chun could not understand was this: he had clearly been 18 at the time of freezing, so why was he only 8 years old when his consciousness awoke? This secret was unknown even to the old man. No one else knew the truth. Only Lu Chun himself truly understood. He exhaled softly. Everything from my previous life has already faded like smoke. I am still alive now. Taking a deep breath, Lu Chun steadied his restless, bewildered heart. Whatever the case, at the very least he was still alive, was he not? Composing himself, he washed up hastily, ate a little food, and then headed straight into the laboratory. The laboratory was divided into 3 zones. On the left were rows of peculiar books, all of them dealing with gene tech. Titles included Introduction to Genetic Engineering, The Gene Technology Revolution, Fundamentals of Genetic Pharmaceutics, Theories of Genetic Mutation, and Complete Atlas of Biological Gene Maps, among others. On the right were transparent containers, each holding some strange biological organ or various bizarre plants. In the central zone floated a peculiar sphere of light, suspended in midair and radiating strange luminescence and ripples. Xiaoxing, activate the optical brain projection. As soon as Lu Chun stepped in, he gave the order. The moment his words fell, the strange light sphere at the center of the lab suddenly trembled and emitted a surge of light. Optical brain projection generated. Welcome, my little master. With a crisp voice, a light screen blossomed into existence in the lab, and a hazy phantom floated upon it. This was the optical brain projection. The phantom was Lu Chun's primary-level optical brain, Xiaoxing, a device the old man had left him before his death. Xiaoxing scanned the genetic sequence of this heart. At this moment, Lu Chun placed a mutated heart he had obtained in the no man's land onto the lab bench. As a beam of light swept across, rows upon rows of densely packed data streams immediately appeared on the virtual screen, followed by the projection of one bizarre, three-dimensional gene map after another. Genetic variant rock rat. Degree of gene mutation 50. Staring at the genetic map and streams of data before him, Lu Chun's expression turned grave, his eyes blazing as he scrutinized every detail. On the light screen, spiral strands of genes coiled like chains, endlessly intertwining and linking together to form a unique genetic diagram. Gradually, the phantom of a heart emerged on the screen, its myriad cellular structures clearly visible. As specks of blue light appeared within it, Lu Chun's pupils lit up. He had spotted that trace of rock rat variant gene. This was the rock rat's variant gene. Under the optical brain scan, the exact location of the variant gene within the heart had been confirmed. Xiaoxing, extract the variant gene immediately. At his command, the optical brain immediately operated a small mechanical needle tube, which gently pierced into the heart. With a faint sizzling sound, a trace of azure substance was drawn into the tube. That was the variant gene. Very soon, all the variant genes within the heart were extracted. The remaining heart gradually lost its luster. Xiaoxing immediately scanned these 2 iron threadworms and extract their variant genes. Next, Lu Chun placed 2 preserved iron threadworms onto the lab bench and had the optical brain begin scanning. In the blink of an eye, a complete set of genetic diagrams for the iron threadworms appeared before him, every genetic and cellular structure rendered in crystalline detail. The 2 iron threadworms coiled and crawled in unconscious reflex, but before long Lu Chun had extracted all the variant genes from within their bodies. The extracted substance resembled black rusty iron, extremely scarce. Once the last trace of variant gene was drawn out, the 2 iron threadworms fell completely still. Next comes the preparation of the fusion gene potion. Gazing at the fully extracted variant genes, Lu Chun allowed himself a slight sigh of relief. Everything was ready, only the final catalyst remained. What followed would be the compounding process. All the materials were prepared, only the configuration of the gene potion. 10 years old man. You said I couldn't initiate genetic mutation. The only method left is that most primitive, most ferocious gene potion you spoke of. Talking to himself, Lu Chun drew a book, Fundamentals of Genetic Pharmaceutics, from the shelf. Opening it, he found a sheet of parchment tucked inside. On the parchment, dense script recorded various substances, genes from variant creatures, as well as mineral components and plant specimens. It was a gene potion formula. Lu Chun drew in a deep breath, his gaze blazing as he studied it. Every item listed on the formula had already been gathered. Most of the components had been collected with the old man's help, but a year ago the old man had passed away. Xiaoxing, your body is very special. Ordinary gene potions cannot activate your genetic potential, let alone trigger mutation. If you wish to complete genetic mutation, the only way is through this formula I obtained by chance. A gene potion that is the most primitive and the most violent. This potion is rife with danger and unknowns. You must decide for yourself. He still remembered how back then the old man had spoken with grave earnestness. At the time, Lu Chun had been only 12. According to the old man, Lu Chun's genetic makeup was peculiar. He simply could not embark on the path of genetic mutation. Even after taking many gene potions, the result had always been the same. The old man had been a gene pharmacologist and had prepared numerous gene potions for him, yet he still failed to undergo successful mutation. Ha, old man, everything depends on this attempt. If it fails, then I, Lu Chun, can only accept my fate and spend my future as nothing more than a gene pharmacologist. Murmuring to himself, Lu Chun's gaze carried a faint yet persistent glimmer of hope. Deep within he longed desperately to complete genetic mutation. For this was the only path to becoming strong. In this world where gene technology flourished, humanity had discovered a road to power that began at the level of their own genes. Here, anyone seeking strength had to first induce genetic mutation within their body. That was the first step. This path was called evolution. The first stage, genetic mutation, was divided into 9 levels. With the first level of mutation, a human could wield a strength of 1,000 gene. Once all 9 stages of mutation were completed, a human could possess a strength of 10,000 gene, an utterly terrifying power. Rumor held that beyond genetic mutation, there existed a final 10th stage of mutation, though no one had ever been known to succeed. Genetic evolution can be divided into the stages of mutation: reconstruction, visualization, unsealing, and awakening. Lu Chen read from the book's introduction. Genetic mutation meant that the genes of the human body entered a transformed state, thereby granting formidable strength. Reconstruction referred to the self-restructuring of genes. This stage was generally divided into 9 reconstructions. Rumor said that a 10th reconstruction could yield perfect level genes, though no one knew if it was true. As for visualization, the old man had once explained that it meant opening the brain's mental domain and igniting the flame of the mind using one's spirit to visualize the latent gene map within the body. Guided by that map, the mind could arrange and eliminate harmful genes, achieving a metamorphosis and leap in the level of genetic life. Beyond visualization lay unsealing. At this stage, the human gene map was largely activated and complete, yet deep within the genes, layers of locks remained hidden. These were the so-called gene locks. With each layer of gene lock undone, one could gain earth-shattering power. Gene locks were said to be divided into 9 layers. One who unsealed all 9 could split mountains and shatter stone, wielding inconceivable might. Legend also spoke of a mysterious 10th gene lock, though no one had ever been heard of opening it. As for awakening, the old man had said that at this stage one already possessed extraordinary power. By using the mind to unlock the gene locks and construct a perfect genetic form, one could awaken all manner of unbelievable abilities, powers worthy of being called divine arts. Yet Lu Chen knew little beyond this. That he understood as much as he did was entirely thanks to the old man, and he even suspected that the old man's origins were anything but ordinary. Become stronger. I must become stronger. Lu Chen clenched his fists, a steadfast light flickering in his eyes as a fierce resolve surged within him to grow powerful. This world was fraught with peril where the strong reigned supreme. Without power, one could not survive and could only eke out a wretched existence. Shaoxing, connect to my brain domain thoughts. I'm going to start compounding the potion. Taking a deep breath, Lu Chen donned a holographic helmet, casting aside all stray thoughts. He adjusted himself to peak condition as his mind linked with the optical brain and began configuring the gene potion. First, with his mind connected to the optical brain, he launched into rapid analysis. Following the gene potion formula in his hand, he began proportioning each element one by one according to its instructions. With the aid of the optical brain's full holographic interface, Lu Chen completed the proportioning of all substances and the mutual fusion of the various variant genes. Whether it works or not depends on the next step. His expression solemn, Lu Chen gathered every shred of focus. Before him stood a full 100 special separation vessels, each containing some strange substance or variant gene. A soft sizzling filled the air as Lu Chen began the proportional fusion of the reagents, commencing the creation of that most primitive gene potion. Time slipped by moment after moment. In the laboratory, a holographic projection from the light brain displayed dense strands of genetic fragments, shimmering with mysterious light. Within Lu Chen's perception, he was immersed in a hazy and illusory world where rows of genetic fragments floated before him, intertwined with various strange data. This was the world of genes connected through the light brain's holographic technology, revealing such an extraordinary sight and scene. According to the old man, a typical apothecary apprentice needed to rely on the means of the light brain to proceed. However, some powerful genetic apothecaries had already activated their spiritual brain domains, allowing them to accomplish this step using their mental strength. Unfortunately, Lu Chen had not activated his own spiritual brain domain, and he had not even succeeded in gene mutation, let alone opening the brain domain. Gene arrangement, drug analysis, eliminate harmful substances. Under the powerful influence of thought, Lu Chen concentrated intently, continuously arranging the countless genetic fragments before him. These genetic fragments originated from various mutated organisms, even containing strange substances. To formulate a genetic potion, it was essential to arrange these dense fragments in specific proportions, even eliminating harmful substances among them. The most crucial step was fusion. Only by perfectly merging the various mutated genes and substances could a successful potion be created. Only by achieving this could the medication process be completed, and every single step must be executed without eliminate, fuse, arrange, analyze. Lu Chen proceeded methodically, each step strictly following the methods recorded in the formula. With meticulous attention, time passed gradually as Lu Chen immersed himself in the task, forgetting everything around him. Gradually, strange changes began to appear in the glass vessels before him. The originally harmful genes were eliminated and various undesirable substances were systematically removed, quickly completed with the assistance of the light brain. In the end, the genetic fragments were orderly arranged, gradually fusing into some strange substances, initiating the derivation of the potion. All the mutated genes and substances began to be extracted and injected into a petri dish on the central experimental platform. There a peculiar light began to emerge, resembling a droplet of liquid gradually growing and emitting an eerie black-purple aura. This was the derived potion created through the fusion and arrangement of hundreds of mutated genes and various substances, resulting in a unique genetic potion. During this process, there was a high probability of failure in potion derivation. Any mistake, even a slight deviation, could lead to complete failure. Lu Chen focused intensely, and within the network of thoughts, the once chaotic genetic fragments began to arrange themselves in a spiral pattern, orderly and systematic. Under his manipulation, the disordered and irregular genetic fragments, various differing substances, and genes slowly began to coalesce into one. The scattered genetic fragments started to merge, converging into thin strands of genetic chains, weaving and integrating, evolving under the combination of various substances. Sizzling. A series of sizzling sounds emanated from the petri dish, black mist, swirling purple light, spreading as the two combined. The black mist represented toxic gas, indicating toxic substances. These toxic genes needed to be constantly eliminated. During the derivation of the genetic potion, this black mist should not be present, or else the resulting potion would be toxic. Before long, the petri dish began to derive a drop of potion, accompanied by black mist exuding a strange. When all the mutated genes in the vessels were injected and all substances fused, the petri dish finally derived a vial of liquid. This liquid was the genetic potion, the most rudimentary genetic potion containing a strong toxin that needed to be eliminating toxic substances and harmful gene fragments had to be done gradually. Lu Chen's mind reached its gradually. The strong black mist in the petri dish weakened, being slowly removed by the machine and stored in an. Formulating potions is a dangerous task. These toxic substances and harmful gene fragments must be stored separately. Otherwise, if they leak, it could lead to catastrophic consequences. Ding. At a certain moment, a clear sound resonated from the petri dish, and the strange liquid inside rippled slightly, emitting a glimmer of light. As the black mist diminished and the purple light intensified, the entire petri dish was filled with rich purple luminescence. The bizarre liquid radiated a mysterious purple light, delivering an astonishing visual impact, as if it contained a terrifying substance. It's done. After an unknown period, when Lu Chen's consciousness cleared, the countless chaotic genes vanished, and all substances fused together. Before him floated a genetic diagram, emitting a faint purple glow, appearing exceptionally mysterious. This was the genetic potion diagram, the internal structural diagram, completed, equating to successfully creating this unknown genetic potion. An unknown primitive genetic potion had successfully been born. Old man, I did it, the potion is ready. Lu Chen removed the holographic helmet, his expression excited, his eyes glinting with a trace of bloodshot, gazing at the purple liquid in the petri dish. This was a primitive, unknown genetic potion recorded in the formula, a potion filled with fury and uncertainty. Xiaoxing scanned the potion information. Quickly, Lu Chen calmed down, took a deep breath, and commanded the light brain Xiaoxing to scan the information of the successfully derived potion. Beep. The light brain initiated the scan. Of blue light scanned across, beginning to analyze the potion's components and information. A set of data appeared on the screen. Unknown genetic potion contains primitive genetic energy, extremely violent, filled with instability, danger rating 5 stars, not recommended for the young master to consume. The voice of the light brain Xiaoxing came through the virtual projection, appeared particularly solemn, earnestly warning Lu Chen about the unknown and uncertain nature of this potion, advising against consumption. Lu Chen, upon hearing this, did not take it to heart. Instead, he appeared relaxed, revealing a faint smile. Xiaoxing. Lu Chen shook his head. He stared intently at the potion, the purple light swirling mysterious, exuding a power that sent chills down his spine. Lu Chen said word by word, "You don't understand the anxiety of being unable to gain power. You cannot comprehend the extreme desire of humanity for power." After 10 years witnessing the impending success of activating gene mutation and obtaining power, Lu Chen's long-dormant heart suddenly awakened, like a volcano erupting violently. When he heard that he could not activate gene mutation, no one knew the disappointment in his heart. In this grand era, in a world where the strong are revered, lacking power was terribly sorrowful. Now, with a glimmer of hope, even if it was dangerous, Lu Chen would resolutely attempt it. As the saying goes, one can die for the truth learned in the morning. As long as he could gain power, even if it meant paying the price of his life, it would be worth it. After all, what in this world to gain power, paying the price is inevitable, though danger is absolutely unavoidable. If one avoids danger, then what is there to pursue in power? Young master, are you truly willing to forsake your life for power? Xiaoxing tilted her head, quietly observing Lu Chen, the sole designated heir after the old man's passing. It was the old man's light brain. The old man had said Xiaoxing was a basic light brain, but Lu Chen always felt there. Lu Chen took a deep breath, calming himself as he gazed at the light brain, Xiaoxing resembling a 10-year-old girl. It was the old man's light brain. The old man had said Xiaoxing was a basic light brain, but Lu Chen always felt there was something different about Xiaoxing, perhaps more than just a basic light brain. With determination in his eyes, he said, "Xiaoxing, prepare the petri dish for me. I am going to start injecting this primitive genetic potion. Lu Chun made his decision instructing Xiaoxing to prepare the petri dish for the injection of this primitive genetic potion. In fact, genetic potions could be consumed, but the effect would be slower, meaning the absorption would take longer. Moreover, the effect of taking the potion would be weaker. For Lu Chun, the old man had tried ordinary genetic potions, which could not trigger his Botus gene mutation. Now the only opportunity was this primitive genetic potion before him. Wanting to give it a try, naturally the best effect would come from an injection. Yes, young master. Xiaoxing watched Lu Chun for a moment before silently executing the command, opening a petri dish in the laboratory that could accommodate one person lying down. Lu Chun removed his clothes and lay naked in the petri dish, his eyes fixed on the projection of the light-brained Xiaoxing. Xiaoxing, if I die you. Lu Chun suddenly paused mid-sentence. He shook his head with a bitter smile and said, forget it, Xiaoxing, activate the sleep system and infuse the nutrient solution, injecting the primitive potion for me. Ding. Activate sleep system nutrient solution infusion. As the petri dish slowly closed, Lu Chun felt a surge of airflow and the sleep system began to hypnotize him. His consciousness gradually blurred. Lu Chun fell into a deep sleep, while at that moment the light-brained Xiaoxing began to inject the primitive genetic potion. Beginning injection of primitive potion. 1, 2, 10, 50, 70. 99. On the screen, a set of data slowly increased as the primitive potion began to flow into Lu Chun's body bit by bit. At the moment the injection of the primitive potion reached 100, a sudden change occurred. Bang! Suddenly Lu Chun, who had been in deep sleep, opened his eyes wide, bloodshot, his eyeballs bulging, as if enduring intense pain. In the petri dish, Lu Chun let out a piercing scream, a painful wail, as he was violently awakened from beep beep beep. System malfunction, instrument energy, out of control, data chaos, emergency measures initiated, beginning to extract and separate the primitive potion. Beep. Insufficient energy extraction failed. Following the urgent alert from the light brain, Xiaoxing, the light gradually dimmed, and the light brain began to fade away. Young master. Before the light brain, Xiaoxing extinguished it, cast a worried glance at Lu Chun lying in the petri dish, before ultimately dissipating and completely disappearing. Ziz. Bang. Bang. The laboratory echoed with a series of explosions, sparks flying, as Lu Chun's body trembled incessantly within the petri dish. His eyes widened, bulging, and bloodshot veins throbbing on his forehead as they crawled across his body like worms writhing continuously. Pain and endless torment spread throughout his body, burning his insides, causing Lu Chun to nearly faint, yet he could not succumb to unconsciousness. He felt as if he could not faint, a violent energy wreaking havoc within him, constantly destroying his organs, bodily structure, and genetic level, as blood seeped out, a truly terrifying sight. Bang! With a muffled thud, Lu Chun pounded on the petri dish with his hands, his expression twisted and frenzied, resembling a demon that had crawled straight out of hell. He clenched his teeth tightly, blood oozing from the pores of his skin, staining the nutrient solution with a frightening red. At this moment, within his body, the mysterious purple liquid from the primal gene potion boiled like lava, invading the Lu Chun's blood boiled as if ignited by that mysterious primal potion, the purple liquid exploding with terrifying energy. At this moment, within his body, the mysterious purple liquid from the primal gene potion boiled like lava, invading the genetic cells, radiating violent energy, tearing apart his genetic chains. Pain. I cannot die, I must grow stronger. Lu Chun let out a series of deep roars like a beast. The entire petri dish began to shake violently, sparks flying, creating an extremely terrifying scene. Finally, he curled up, his veins bulging, looking like worms constantly wriggling, an exceedingly horrific sight. Moreover, he felt his blood burning fiercely within him, waves of violent energy, wreaking havoc as his organs began to be torn apart. Hold on. Just as he felt he could not hold on any longer, Lu Chun suddenly let out a deep roar, his eyes widening before he abruptly fainted. He finally lost consciousness, blood gushing from his body, seeping from his pores, and in the blink of an eye, he transformed into a blood-soaked figure. The scene was terrifying as Lu Chun's body appeared to be torn apart from the inside, his genetic chains breaking, cells collapsing, flesh splitting, and bones shattering. Time passed slowly. The indistinct blood-soaked figure in the petri dish twitched repeatedly, shaking erratically. It was vaguely visible that a stream of black and red blood surged from Lu Chun's body, emitting a foul odor. Among the mixture, some shattered bones and pieces of internal organs mixed with the blood, creating a sight that was both disgusting and terrifying. The horror and pain brought by genetic mutation exceeded imagination, especially since Lu Chun was using that unknown primal potion, filled with uncertainty and danger. At this moment, within Lu Chun, invisible genetic chains began to repair continuously, becoming stronger and more mysterious. As the genes repaired, the cells began to restore, and then the blood and flesh which had been brutally damaged quickly recovered under the influence of a mysterious force. This transformation continued for a full 3 hours before it gradually came to a halt. Crack. Suddenly a cracking sound emanated from the petri dish, and the previously motionless Lu Chun jolted, his darkened flesh writhing, gradually splitting open to reveal a hand. With a crack, the originally sturdy petri dish shattered on the ground, and a silhouette slowly crawled up from the floor. I'm not dead. Lu Chun stood up in confusion, looking at the scattered pieces of flesh on the ground, dark red, mixed with nutrient solution and various foul-smelling blood. He scanned his surroundings in bewilderment, just moments ago nearly believing he had died, only to suddenly awaken and find he was still alive. Did I succeed? Lu Chun felt a surge of excitement. He stood there bare, stepping over the debris of the broken petri dish, approaching the holographic computer, frowning at the severed power supply. Lu Chun connected the spare power supply, and in an instant the holographic computer rebooted. Beep. Little Master Little Star almost thought I would never see you again. As Little Star's projection appeared, it looked at Lu Chun with excitement, showing a human-like joy and relief. Lu Chun smiled and said, Little Star immediately scanned my body to see if I succeeded. Yes, Little Master. Little Star replied, and quickly connected to the gene scanner, starting a comprehensive scan of Lu Chun's genetic makeup to check if the gene mutation had been successfully completed. Beep beep. Accompanied by a wave of blue light sweeping over his body, Lu Chun saw a set of data begin to materialize on the virtual screen in front of him. Gene mutation stage 1 progress 10, a gene mutation not fully activated. Looking at this set of data, it was the result of the holographic computer scan compared against the Federation's gene mutation information database. In other words, Lu Chun had not completed the first stage of gene mutation, having only achieved 10 of the first mutation. Little Master, it seems that you have not completed the first stage of gene mutation. Little Star said cautiously, somewhat astonished. Lu Chun fell silent, staring at the scanning results, his gaze flickering, his expression changing continuously. He felt a surge of disbelief at this result, questioning how he could not complete the first stage of gene mutation, having only achieved 10. How is that possible? Lu Chun murmured, clenching his fists, feeling a surge of explosive power within him. He could not believe that he had not completed the first stage of gene mutation, but the holographic computer scan could not be wrong, or even if it was, the error would not be significant. Little Master, why not test your current power level? Little Star suddenly suggested. Lu Chun came to his senses and immediately walked over to a nearby device designed to test strength. Bang! With all his might, he punched the device, which emitted a dull thud, and a set of data appeared on the testing apparatus. Punching force 0. 5 tons. Seeing this, Lu Chun's eyes widened, speechless, as the measuring device displayed that he had just exerted 0.5 tons of punching force, equivalent to a full 1,000 gene of strength. That was the standard for completing the first stage of gene mutation, which was 0.5 tons. But why did the previous scan indicate that he had only achieved 10 of the first stage mutation? Little Star, what's going on? Lu Chun frowned, looking at the holographic projection of Little Star, doubting if there was an error. Little Star appeared puzzled, then realized. Little Master, my scan is correct. The level of genetic fluctuations in your body is indeed around 10 of the first stage mutation. It can't be wrong unless there is an error in the Federation's gene database. Perhaps your genetic level is different, Little Master. Little Star suddenly offered its insight. After hearing this, Lu Chun pondered, recalling what the old man had said about his genetic makeup being different from ordinary people, and that standard genetic potions could not trigger gene mutations. This was why he had to take the risk of trying that unknown primal potion, which was what the old man had referred to as something different. Perhaps Lu Chun's genetic makeup had some extraordinary aspects, and he felt a vague connection to the secret of his identity. To achieve only 10 of the gene mutation and yet be able to exert 0.5 tons of force, could it be that upon completing 100 of the gene mutation, I would be able to punch with 5 tons of strength, which is equivalent to 1 of a 0 gene? Thinking of this, Lu Chun's expression changed, and his gaze could not help but flicker as he looked at the data before him. Little Star immediately erased my previous test data. Lu Chun promptly instructed the holographic computer Little Star to destroy his earlier scans and test data. Beep, data erased. Little Star acted quickly, erasing the previous scan and test data, allowing Lu Chun to breathe a slight sigh of relief. Better safe than sorry. Lu Chun was well aware that his body was unusual, and he naturally did not wish for any unforeseen complications. This is the feeling of power. I, Lu Chun, am no longer a weakling, and I finally have a chance to become a true powerhouse of the starry sky. At this moment, Lu Chun's heart was filled with immense excitement as he saw the hope of becoming stronger, the hope of becoming a true powerhouse. As long as he continually configures and injects or ingests the primal potion, he can gradually unlock the path to his gene mutation. Though the process is arduous and fraught with danger, Lu Chun believed that once he succeeded, he would undoubtedly become a true powerhouse. Beep beep. At this moment, Little Star's expression froze, and its eyes flashed with data, as if some kind of unlocking had occurred. Little Master, I have some archived footage left by the old master. Would you like to view it? Suddenly this statement stunned Lu Chun, and he looked at the holographic computer Little Star, his heart trembling slightly. The old master of Little Star was naturally the old man, but what had he left behind? Open it. Lu Chun took a deep breath and instructed Little Star to open the archived footage, which had long been stored in Little Star's database. This was originally encrypted, and even Little Star could not unlock it. The only condition for opening it was that Lu Chun had successfully configured the primal potion or completed the gene mutation. Kid, when you see this archived footage, it means you have successfully stepped into gene mutation and have the hope of becoming stronger. Before him, a hazy phantom appeared, the old man with an aged face and disheveled white hair. Seeing this figure, Lu Chen's eyes could not help but become moist. This was his only family in this world, the one who rescued him from the wilderness and raised him. Old man. Lu Chen's eyes glistened with tears as he looked at the elder before him. The old man's phantom slowly spoke. Kid, from the first moment I saw you in the wilderness, I felt you were different. Indeed, you cannot trigger gene mutation like normal people. Ordinary gene potions cannot open the door to gene mutation. I feel my time is short, and what I worry about most is you, Xiao Chun. I believe you will surely become a true powerhouse renowned throughout the starry cosmos in the future. Before I depart, I left you a gift. It is the culmination of my life's work. Little star knows where it is. From now on, kid, the future is in your hands. Go and forge your own path. The moment his voice fell, the old man's phantom vanished, leaving the projection at that point. Looking at the vanishing figure of the old man, Lu Chun felt an indescribable complexity in his heart, a bittersweet ache feeling that the old man looked at him like a son. Looking at the vanishing figure of the old man, Lu Chun felt an Lu Chun clenched his fists tightly, his expression becoming exceptionally resolute. He glanced at the holographic computer Little Star, which immediately understood, and opened a secret compartment revealing the last gift the old man had left for Lu Chun. Is this the gift left to me by the old man? In the laboratory, Lu Chun examined an exquisitely packaged box, surprised to find that it was a wooden box containing a gift left to him by the old man. He was curious about what was inside. According to Xiaoxing, this was the last gift the old man had left for him before his departure. Snap! As he slowly opened the box revealing its contents, Lu Chen's pupils contracted upon seeing what was inside. A legacy chip. Lu Chun exclaimed in surprise, staring at a strange metal sphere quietly lying in the box wrapped around a peculiar chip. Inside the box was actually a type of legacy chip, a high-tech product capable of recording and transmitting knowledge. Xiaoxing, activate the chip to begin transmission. Lu Chun instructed Xiaoxing to open the metal sphere and access the knowledge contained within the chip to receive the legacy. Beep. As the holographic brain opened the metal sphere with a crack, the entire sphere disassembled like a precise mechanism floating before Lu Chun. Then the disassembled metal sphere extended two small mechanical arms that fell gently on either side of Lu Chen's temples. A chip in the center of the sphere pressed against his forehead, emitting faint electromagnetic light. With a muffled grunt, Lu Chun felt a torrent of information suddenly surge into his brain, akin to a flood of knowledge rushing in. The legacy chip represents a high-end technology that records and stores knowledge within a chip, allowing for direct transmission into the brain, completing the transfer of knowledge. Lu Chun was currently experiencing the legacy from the chip, as the holographic brain Xiaoxing transmitted all the information recorded in the chip into his mind. This transfer made Lu Chen's brain swell, feeling as though he was inundated with torrents of information, leaving him dizzy and uncomfortable. The entire process was swift. In the blink of an eye, all the information recorded in the chip was transmitted into Lu Chen's brain. Snap! With the transmission complete, the metal sphere autonomously disassembled, and the chip shattered with a crack, turning into fragments that vanished. Seeing this, Lu Chen realized this was a one-time legacy chip. Once used, it was completely rendered useless. He closed his eyes, furrowed his brows, slowly absorbing and organizing the vast amount of knowledge that had suddenly flooded his mind. All this knowledge was left by the old man. Only after seeing it did he understand. It was an extensive knowledge of genetic pharmacology, the culmination of the old man's lifelong work. Old man. Lu Chun felt a surge of emotion. The old man had recorded all his life's knowledge and efforts in the chip before he died. As he sorted through the legacy of pharmacological knowledge left by the old man, Lu Chun gradually comprehended and acquired the vast knowledge of pharmacology that the old man had bequeathed. After a long while, Lu Chun let out a gentle sigh, rubbed his throbbing temples, feeling his brain swollen with an overwhelming influx of knowledge. This revelation shocked Lu Chun, who began to speculate about the old man's identity, astonished by his knowledge and abilities. In Lu Chen's eyes, this revelation shocked Lu Chun, who began to speculate about the old man's identity, astonished by his knowledge and abilities. In Lu Chen's eyes, the old man surely had an extraordinary background, possibly even being a powerful figure. If the old man was a master of pharmacology, perhaps even a strong individual, why did he suddenly die? A thought suddenly flashed through Lu Chen's mind. Unfortunately, these were not things he could understand. Lu Chun was aware that the old man was very mysterious, but he could not grasp the extent of the old man's power. Xiaoxing opened the Federal News. Lu Chun sat on the worn-out sofa, rubbing his painfully swollen brain, while instructing Xiaoxing to turn on the virtual television. Federal viewers, breaking news: the #1 mining star has been attacked by unidentified creatures, causing multiple mining sites to collapse, resulting in numerous casualties. A scene appeared on the virtual screen showing a desolate planet, the #1 mining star of the Earth Federation, which possesses countless precious minerals. However, it is also extremely dangerous, as the mining star is inhabited by many unknown and powerful creatures. Lu Chun glanced at it, lightly flicking his finger, and the virtual image immediately switched to another channel. This is Earth TV interrupting with a news report. Black Mist City has been attacked by unidentified mutated creatures, causing multiple buildings to collapse and resulting in hundreds of casualties. Earth's resources have been depleted and the environment has deteriorated, making it uninhabitable. The Federation has started to relax its alien immigration policies. Lu Chen remained silent watching the news on the virtual screen. The devastated earth, ruins of cities, smoke, billowing buildings collapsed, and survivors crying out in despair. Shaking his head, he switched to another channel. According to the news from the Federal Monitoring Station, there have been unidentified movements in major uninhabited areas on Earth with strange magnetic fields and abnormal energy detected, and powerful mutated creatures have been discovered. Federal residents near these uninhabited areas are advised to exercise caution. Reliable sources indicate that members of the Crazy Shark hunting team have suffered heavy casualties, and the team leader Chen Xia returned severely injured, bringing back bad news. A large number of powerful alien beasts have gathered in the depths of the know. 10 uninhabited areas showing signs of a powerful mutation assembly. Upon hearing this news, Lu Chen straightened up, his eyes fixated on the virtual screen as the report piqued his interest. Crazy Shark hunting team. Movements in the ruins. Lu Chen pondered in astonishment. He recalled that he had seen members of the Crazy Shark hunting team enter the depths of the uninhabited area yesterday. Could there be a connection? Now hearing this news naturally drew his attention, and he speculated about what the Crazy Shark hunting team was doing deep within the uninhabited area. Moreover, with the news he had received, it stated that numerous alien beasts and mutated creatures were gathered in the depths of the uninhabited area, which was not good news. It seems that there will be significant changes in Ruined City. Lu Chen murmured to himself, his expression growing serious. Something big is likely happening deep within the uninhabited area, which may affect the entire Ruined City, leaving Lu Chen feeling very uneasy. Xiaoxing, how much federal currency do I have left in my account? As he pondered, Lu Chen suddenly inquired of the holographic brain Xiaoxing. Young master, your account balance is a total of 18000 federal currency. 18,000. That should be enough. Lu Chen murmured to himself, then opened the federal network to search for various medicinal materials and materials for configuring genetic potions. Soon he compiled a list instructing Xiaoxing to directly purchase these items online and have them delivered. He planned to configure genetic potions, not only those for genetic mutations, but also some genetic repair solutions, genetic enhancement liquids, and various types of genetic potions. Having obtained the old man's lifelong knowledge inheritance, Lu Chen grew more confident, reaching a pinnacle in his knowledge and accumulation of pharmacology. What he lacked now was the ability to configure various potions to reap greater benefits, and to buy the materials needed for the original potions. This was Lu Chen's plan. The movements in the uninhabited area left him feeling anxious as he sensed something significant was about to happen, compelling him to consider ways to strengthen himself in advance. Ding dong. Master, your Federal Express package has arrived. An hour later, Xiaoxing reminded him that the items he ordered had arrived, and outside a glowing, hovering delivery vehicle was parked. A person descended from the vehicle, but Lu Chen knew it was a robot, the delivery robot from Federal Express. Federal Express is indeed fast. Lu Chen murmured to himself as he walked over to sign for the package, transporting box after box of materials into the pharmacy. There were 10 large boxes piled high in the laboratory, filling it to the brim, bringing a sense of surprise and anticipation to Lu Chen. Finally, it's time to showcase my skills. It's time to demonstrate my true potion-making abilities. Lu Chen murmured to himself, cracking his neck, his eyes shining with enthusiasm and a strong sense of joy. This was his confidence. With these raw materials for genetic potions, he would begin to configure various genetic potions. Xiaoxing, start connecting to the thought network. I'm going to make potions. Taking a deep breath, Lu Chen connected to the holographic brain's thought network, and under the holographic thought began a new round of potion-making procedures. First, Lu Chen categorized the large amount of materials before him, listing them according to the formulas of each potion, and began extracting and refining. Potion making is a technical skill that also requires talent. From what Lu Chen understood, potion makers are quite scarce within the entire Federation. There were only a few 100,000 true potion makers in the Earth Federation, those capable of configuring potion. Although a few 100,000 may seem like a lot, it is incredibly rare compared to the several billion, or even over a trillion population of the Federation. Moreover, the prices of various genetic potions on the market are extremely high. This is the source of Lu Chen's confidence. The genetic potions he refines can yield astonishing profits, whether sold on the Federation's battle network or in the black market. Ding. Buzz. In the laboratory, Lu Chen focused on potion making, classifying, and extracting various materials and mutated genes, beginning to configure the potions. As one unique potion after another was successfully configured, even Lu Chen himself could not help but feel his heart race. This is wealth. Potion making, arranging, extracting, merging, and deriving potions, the entire process was swift and orderly, with no errors occurring. Beside Lu Chen stood sealed test tubes containing blue genetic mutation potions, green genetic repair liquids, and red genetic enhancement liquids. The genetic mutation potion is a one-star mutation potion, a common potion used during the mutation phase. The genetic repair liquid is used for healing injuries. Any bodily injury can be repaired using the genetic repair liquid, with the entire process taking no more than 10 minutes. As for the red genetic enhancement liquid, it is a temporary enhancement potion. For example, if a person in mutation phase 1 takes the enhancement potion, it can temporarily boost their strength to mutation phase 2, resulting in a significant increase in power. However, this potion has a downside. It is temporary, and after its effects wear off, there will be a brief period of weakness, leaving one feeling fatigued for an hour. After a solid 3 hours, Lu Chen finally stopped, removed his holographic gear, and looked at the potions he had successfully configured, feeling a surge of accomplishment. Finally succeeded. Xiaoxing immediately contact the battle network and upload these potions for sale by category. Yes, young master. Xiaoxing immediately complied, starting to count the potion quantities. There were a total of 36 genetic mutation potions, 58 genetic repair liquids, and only 18 genetic enhancement potions. The black market of the ruined city is a vast underground trading arena, a chaotic mix where nearly everything can. Weapons of immense power are even for sale, though the prices are naturally exorbitant. Lu Chun arrived at the underground black market entrance with ease. It was an abandoned factory with an underground entrance guarded by sentinels, making any forced entry impossible. To enter the black market, one needs a temporary identity, which becomes void once the transaction is completed. Such are the rules of the black market. Lu Chun entered the underground black market, twisting left and right before arriving at a secluded shop with a sign, Old Demon Weapon Shop. This was a weapon store selling a variety of arms, truly a small arsenal. "A little monster, it's you. What brings you here today?" Upon entering, an old man approached with a grin, sizing Lu Chun up with keen eyes. "Old demon, do you have any new weapons?" Lu Chun casually asked while surveying the shop. Inside, various weapons were neatly displayed, including alloy daggers and gleaming alloy battle blades. There were long metal spears and some special alloy battle armor. The prices, of course, were shocking. "Kid, what kind of talk is—" Old demon frowned, retorting, "I am the biggest arms dealer in the entire ruined city. Whatever weapon you want, I can get it for. Keep bragging, I've known you for years. Can't you go a day without boasting?" Lu Chun couldn't help but roll his eyes. This provoked the old demon, his face flushed and neck thickening as he glared. "Little monster, as long as you can afford it, I can even get you a Federation-class battleship." "Really?" Lu Chun was taken aback, unable to help but scrutinize the old man. He didn't know the old man's real name. Everyone just called him Old Demon, a weapon dealer in the black market. He didn't expect Old Demon could even procure a battleship. It seemed he truly had skills. "Come, let me show you some new—" Saying this, Old Demon pulled Lu Chun into a private room in the store filled with various new weaponry. This is a laser knife, a laser gun, and an electromagnetic pulse sniper rifle. And this, look at this, is an electromagnetic particle knife that can effortlessly cut through any steel, though not the materials used in current Federation-class battleships. Old Demon proudly introduced each weapon, showcasing laser and electromagnetic weapons, an array of cutting-edge Federation high-tech armaments that were truly eye-catching. "This is a plasma grenade. One is enough to obliterate a mutated beast at the 9th stage of mutation. And this, the latest model of a portable electromagnetic energy cannon, is powerful enough to instantly kill any creature in the mutation phase." Before Lu Chun lay a Federation single-soldier electromagnetic energy cannon resembling a rocket launcher, but what it fired was an electromagnetic energy beam. This weapon utilized an energy compression mode, boasting incredible lethality, truly a formidable weapon. Not bad, but it's a bit pricey. Lu Chun was quite tempted, but seeing the price of 2 million Federation coins, it was indeed too expensive. Old Demon, looking displeased, lectured, "What do you know? This is a standard weapon for the Federation's regular army, very hard to come by too. 2 million is already quite cheap. Moreover, this weapon only comes with 2 energy blocks. Once used up, you'll need to buy new ones. So what do you think? Seeing as you're an old acquaintance, I'll give you a 9 discount." Old Demon smiled widely at him. Lu Chun shook his head. "Don't cheat me, the recoil is too strong. If you don't have a mutation at the 3rd stage, you can't even use it." He pondered for a moment and suddenly asked, "Old Demon, do you have a way to obtain a spatial device?" Upon hearing this, Old Demon paused, looking at Lu Chun with surprise. A spatial device, commonly referred to as spatial equipment, is a technology capable of storing items. "Kid, are you out of—" Old Demon looked at him with a "you must be crazy" expression, saying spatial devices are something only the advanced civilizations of the Tianhe can produce. The Earth Federation has no capability to create them. Moreover, these things are extremely expensive. Only the upper echelons of the Federation and major noble families possess them. If you want a spatial device, forget it." Old Demon waved his hand, directly dismissing Lu Chun's hopes. The Federation simply lacked the ability to create such items as they pertain to spatial technology, far beyond what the current Earth Federation could develop or involve. Only the major powers deep in the Tianhe have the capability to produce them, but the prices are astronomical, and within the entire Earth Federation, only the high-ranking officials, or the members of major noble families or clans, or some powerful individuals are qualified to own such devices. "Forget it." Lu Chun sighed, inwardly feeling somewhat disappointed. A spatial device would be a super treasure. Having one would surely be convenient and discreet. Lu Chun thought for a moment and asked, "Old Demon, do you have any channels? I want to sell some potions in the black market." "Potions?" Old Demon's expression grew serious as he fixed his gaze on Lu Chun, chuckling. "Tisk, tisk, little monster, to be honest, your talent truly makes me jealous. Have you successfully concocted potions? That old man of yours is no simple character." "Well, sort of. Take a look at these potions. Can you help me sell them? I have no connections in the black market, and besides you, I know no one. If I recklessly take these out, it could attract unnecessary trouble. Plus, you know my old man. Can you help me out?" Saying this, Lu Chun took out 3 types of potions he had brought. Old Demon immediately stepped forward to inspect them, a glimmer of intrigue in his murky eyes. Good stuff. Although they are merely one-star genetic potions, their quality is excellent, and they are of extremely high purity. The most remarkable thing is you actually have a genetic enhancement potion. Old Demon gazed at the red potions in shock. This was a genetic enhancement potion which very few people could concoct because not many understood the formula. Moreover, it is difficult to analyze the formula components from the potion. This was a merged potion, truly one of a kind. What shocked Old Demon the most was that after scanning Lu Chen's genetic enhancement potion, the data revealed that it was indeed 3 times stronger than those available on the market. What does this mean? It equates to an ordinary 1-star enhancement potion that can temporarily boost one's power by an entire stage. But this potion based on that was enhanced by 3 more layers, signifying a significant increase in power, hence, it is not an ordinary item. I would never have guessed you inherited that old man's legacy. Old Demon appeared excited, his eyes sparkling with eagerness as he looked at Lu Chen. He grinned. So little monster, let's make a deal. Since you want to sell these potions, why not sell them directly to me? Don't worry, the price will definitely not be lower than the market rate. I'll give you 1,000 Federation coins for each genetic mutation potion, 0 for each genetic repair liquid, and 3,000 for each genetic enhancement liquid. What do you think? After speaking, Old Demon looked at Lu Chen with anticipation. This was the price in the black market, not far off. Lu Chen pondered for a bit and nodded with a smile. Sure, since I have to sell them anyway, it doesn't matter to whom. Just give me a number. Good, straightforward. Old Demon burst into laughter, beginning to calculate the price of the potions. 6 genetic mutation potions cost 6,000 Federation coins, 8 genetic repair liquids 1.6 million, and the last 2 genetic enhancement liquids, 6,000 totaling 2.8 million Federation coins. After transferring 2.8 million to Lu Chen, Old Demon wore a cheerful smile, asking, "Little monster, now that you have money, do you want to buy some weapons?" Lu Chen rolled his eyes, secretly cursing the old man, but said, "Forget it, I can't afford what you have. Please keep an eye out for those materials, and remember to notify me if any spatial devices come up." "Alright, I'll keep an eye out, but don't get your hopes up. Even if something comes up, you won't be able to afford it." Old Demon shook his head, clearly skeptical. Lu Chen paid no heed, bidding farewell to the Old Demon and turning to explore the black market. Here there were abundant raw materials, a wide variety of materials for potion concoction, and even corpses of various mutated creatures for sale. He came here primarily to purchase materials for primitive potion formulas, many of which were unavailable online in the Federation, so he naturally needed to check the black market. After a round of shopping, Lu Chen bought quite a few materials, but unfortunately, without spatial equipment, he could only carry a backpack, which quickly filled with raw materials for potion making. "I just need a few more special minerals to continue concocting the primitive potions. When I return, I'll post a purchase request to see if there's anything on the battle network." Lu Chen muttered to himself as he walked and looked around. The underground trading black market was filled with goods on every stall. While walking, Lu Chen suddenly felt a stir in his heart, instinctively sensing that he had missed something, a wave of immense loss washing over him. He abruptly stopped, looking back in surprise at a stall on his left, his subconscious feeling that there was something he desired there. That instinct was unexplainable, leaving Lu Chen astonished. It was the first time he felt such a sensation, and it felt quite strange. Without hesitation, he turned to the stall, carefully examining the items displayed. "Little brother, what do you want to buy?" The stall owner was a middle-aged man with a scruffy beard, his eyes gleaming with shrewdness, clearly a savvy merchant. He enthusiastically introduced, "Let me tell you, these items were all dug up from a ruin. They are antiques, definitely products of the last era's ancient civilization." This middle-aged man rattled off introductions that were truly absurd, claiming these were relics of the last era's civilization, almost convincing. This tomb raider is at it again, trying to fool people. Poor young man, he's probably been duped again. "How much for one?" Lu Chen seemed quite interested but hesitated to ask, as if feeling financially strained. The middle-aged man, seeing an opportunity, was over. "How much for one?" Lu Chen seemed quite interested but hesitated to ask, as if feeling financially strained. The middle-aged man, seeing an opportunity, was overjoyed, thinking he had successfully swindled another, and held up 2 fingers. 200. Lu Chen looked at the vendor in surprise. The middle-aged man's face darkened as he replied, "Little brother, 200 federal coins isn't even enough for a meal. You really know how to joke. Here everything is 2,000 non-negotiable," the middle-aged man said with a firm expression. 2,000. Lu Chen furrowed his brow slightly, squatting down to examine the stall closely. What had triggered his instinct just now? The stall was filled with various ancient artifacts, including shattered utensils, aged bronze items, and all sorts of peculiar objects, giving off a very antique vibe. After looking for a while, Lu Chen's gaze finally locked onto one item, a pitch-black bottle. This bottle stood 9 inches tall, entirely black as ink, dark enough to induce unease, as if it were a black hole unconsciously consuming one's spirit. He gently picked up the bottle, his heart skipped a beat, and that peculiar instinct resurfaced, even more intense than before. "This is it." Lu Chen's mind stirred, instantly realizing this was the object he sought, but he maintained a calm facade and placed it down, picking up another item instead. "Boss, this item is practically useless. It's something only a collector would buy. I'll take 2 pieces for 2,000. After saying this, Lu Chen casually picked up 2 items, one of which was the pitch-black bottle, appearing as if he would buy them if the vendor agreed. 2,000. That's too little. The middle-aged man hesitated. Though he had already entertained the thought of selling, he still felt reluctant about the low price. Deal, or not? If not, then forget it, Lu Chan said impatiently as he began to put down the items and turned to leave, causing the middle-aged man to feel anxious and nod in agreement. Alright, 2,000, it is sold to you. Consider it the first deal of the day. 2 items for 4,000, the middle-aged man said with reluctance, directly opening his personal terminal to receive Lu Chen's payment. After transferring the funds, Lu Chen turned to leave without any hesitation, having no intention to linger. He kept pondering what that bottle was, what could provoke such an instinctive reaction. Hastily leaving the black market, Lu Chen quickly returned to his small shop, secured the doors and windows, and sat in the laboratory. Xiaoxing scanned these 2 items. Lu Chen placed the 2 items on the experimental table and began the scan. One was a randomly chosen item, a bronze incense burner. This item was merely a trivial find intended to divert attention, while he was most concerned about the pitch-black bottle. As the terminal initiated the scan, the incense burner indeed turned out to be an ordinary object, albeit one from an ancient era with little value. However, the bottle was surprisingly mysterious. The scan could not reveal its contents, as if a magnetic field blocked the scanning process. Young master, this bottle has a mysterious magnetic field obstructing the scan, preventing the identification of its contents, Xiaoxing reported. Rather than being disappointed, Lu Chen revealed a hint of excitement, as something unusual was indeed present. What could this be? Lu Chen held the black bottle carefully, 9 inches tall, looking exquisite, yet its dark appearance was quite unsettling. The material of this bottle was deeply unsettling, staring at it for too long confused the mind, creating illusions, making one feel as if it were a black hole. Strange. Lu Chen shook his head, feeling perplexed. As he gazed at the bottle, focusing his attention, it seemed to transform into a black hole, relentlessly consuming his spirit, which was terrifying. After examining for a while, Lu Chen could not discern its nature, and the bottle's opening appeared completely sealed, utterly impossible to open. Not being able to open it nor scan it left Lu Chen extremely curious about what was contained within. Lu Chen found it somewhat amusing. He tried to twist the bottle cap, only to feel a sharp pain in his finger, as if pricked by something mysterious. Hiss! Damn it! Looking at the cut on his finger, Lu Chen took a deep breath. Just then the blood from the cut was eerily absorbed by the bottle, drop by drop. Buzz! In an instant the bottle trembled slightly, emitting a mysterious humming sound. Lu Chen felt as if he were caught in a black hole, experiencing an endless pulling force. That feeling just now. His face turned pale, recalling the fear after waking up. Looking at the bottle before him, a wave of panic surged within him. It felt as if he had plunged into a black hole, mercilessly torn apart. The scene was too terrifying, nearly shattering his mind, truly frightening. Lu Chen gently wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, staring at the black bottle in his hand, suddenly sensing a faint connection, very weak. When can it be opened now? As he focused his mind, he soon witnessed an unbelievable sight. It seemed he had sensed that the black bottle contained a mysterious substance, a liquid-like material. Lu Chen fetched a glass vessel holding the black bottle, and gently tilted it, causing a drop of black liquid to slide. The drop of black liquid emitted a dark sheen, landing in the glass vessel like a drop of ink. Xiaoxing scanned it. Lu Chen appeared excited yet serious. Soon the scanning was completed, but the results left him astonished, as the substance could not be identified. Young master, the scan results indicate that this substance cannot be identified. It seems to be non-existent, and I cannot retrieve any information about its composition. Xiaoxing's response left Lu Chen astonished, staring at the drop of mysterious black liquid in the vessel, emanating a disquieting aura. However, the terminal scanning result was surprisingly unexpected, as it could not retrieve any data or analyze it, as if it did not exist. He even felt that this bottle might possess other unknown functions, perhaps he had yet to discover them. Xiaoxing, is it really impossible to scan and analyze its components? Bottle. Yet Lu Chen was unclear about the bottle's purpose, nor what the mysterious black liquid inside was, or what effects it might have. He even felt that this bottle might possess other unknown functions, perhaps he had yet to discover them. Xiaoxing, is it really impossible to scan and analyze its components? Lu Chen asked with a furrowed brow. Xiaoxing's projection flickered slightly, shaking its head as it replied, Young master, I've done my best, but currently I cannot scan any information or data. Is that so? Lu Chen nodded, gently indicating he understood. He carefully picked up the vessel, scrutinizing the drop of ink-like black substance, mysterious and unfathomable. This substance was dense, yet did not disperse, resembling a drop of congealed ink, not spreading out, yet giving off a strange sensation. How about trying to neutralize it? Quickly he thought of a method to see if neutralizing it would allow for a scan. With this idea, Lu Chen directly poured half a vessel of water into the container. Gradually the drop of congealed black liquid began to dissolve. In an instant the clear water in the vessel transformed into a black liquid, emanating a faint glow that was mesmerizing. Xiaoxing continued scanning. As Lu Chen commanded, the terminal scanned once more, and this time there was a start. Beep beep. Unknown energy substance detected, beginning to analyze energy fluctuations. The analysis shows that this substance contains a vast amount of unknown energy, which theoretically could enhance genes, strengthen the genetic chain, and trigger genetic mutations, but with unpredictable risks. As Xiaoxing completed the scan and comprehensive analysis, the results left Lu Chun astounded, bewildered, to learn it was a mysterious substance that only existed in black holes. One must understand what a black hole is: a terrifying existence in the universe that devours celestial bodies and matter from which even light cannot escape. Such substances only exist within black holes shrouded in mystery, containing unknown energy. So this is the substance that only exists in black holes containing tremendous mysterious energy that could trigger genetic mutations. Could it possibly help me successfully complete the 9 stages of genetic mutation? Lu Chen's heart raced with excitement. The origins of this item were astonishing as he recalled the knowledge passed down from the old man regarding this aspect. It was said that a mysterious substance existed within black holes containing vast energy and being extremely rare and precious. Thinking of this, Lu Chen couldn't help but feel a sense of determination. Since he had obtained it, he must give it a try. He stared at the diluted substance before him, the glass vessel filled with black liquid emanating a mesmerizing glow akin to a black hole. Before consuming it, the primary prerequisite was to ensure it was safe and non-toxic. Otherwise, it would be ridiculous to die after consuming it. Next, Lu Chun tried various methods to test whether this mysterious liquid substance was toxic, ultimately concluding that it was non-toxic. Perhaps he lacked the ability to detect it, but as it stood, he found no evidence of harm or toxicity in this substance, yet its energy was incredibly immense, and a misstep could lead to disaster. Perhaps he lacked the ability to detect it, but as it stood, he found no evidence of harm or toxicity in this substance, yet its energy was incredibly immense, and a misstep could lead to disaster. Vessel. With a determined bite, Lu Chun lifted the glass test tube and tilted his head, swallowing the ink-black liquid as it coursed down his throat. In an instant, Lu Chun felt a mysterious energy surge into his body, acting not only on his physical form, but also affecting his mental state. Buzz. At that moment, Lu Chen's body trembled, as if he were inside a cold black hole. He then felt a buzzing in his brain, as if his entire being had been shaken apart, leaving him in a daze, unsure whether he was alive or dead. It felt as though someone had struck his brain with a hammer, leaving him bewildered, his consciousness hazy and unclear, resembling a rootless floating weed. During this process, Lu Chen's body began to freeze, forming a thin layer of black ice crystals that quickly... At that moment, a wave of mysterious energy surged into his brain, filling the brain cells and awakening the genetic makeup, leaving his consciousness muddled and chaotic. His brain felt like a parched sponge, expanding and greedily absorbing the mysterious energy. Crack. Faintly, a subtle sound echoed from deep within his brain, as if something bound was breaking free from its barrier, pouring forth with overwhelming force. In the laboratory, Lu Chen's body resembled the bark of an ancient tree, continuously cracking, with dark red blood oozing out from within. This blood contained toxins and waste from within his body, forcefully expelled through the gaping wounds, emitting a foul buzz. In the next moment, Lu Chen's body trembled, and a strange cracking sound echoed in the void, as if something within him had been shattered. Immediately after, his body split apart, like worn-out leather, shedding like a snake, molting, revealing a flawless physique. Crack, crack. The sound of fine cracks resonated as Lu Chen's body shattered like a broken porcelain vase. Flesh and blood mixed, gradually revealing a new form, sparkling with a radiant sheen astonishing to behold. As if undergoing a rebirth, Lu Chun was experiencing a miraculous transformation, with his entire body starting to evolve from the inside out. This was a genetic mutation. The gene chains within him began to change, evolving from simple to increasingly complex and mysterious. Suddenly, a deep growl erupted from Lu Chen's mouth, sounding like a beast's roar. His brain buzzed, and Lu Chen's muddled thoughts abruptly cleared, feeling as if he had transformed, realizing the world around him appeared different. Yet he could not pinpoint what had changed. All he was aware of was the surging power coursing through him, pure and overwhelming. This was the result of a transformation stemming from his body, a remarkable change brought about by the evolution at the genetic level. What have I just experienced? Lu Chun raised his hands, staring blankly at his now fair and translucent skin, perplexed. Moreover, he distinctly felt that his mind had become clearer, his thought processes quicker and stronger, as if he could grasp the essence of problems that had previously taken him seconds to solve. Additionally, knowledge of pharmacology that had once eluded him suddenly became clear, as if he had been enlightened, leaving him. Xiaoxing immediately scanned my physical changes. Lu Chun quickly instructed the AI Xiaoxing to conduct a scan and reveal his transformations. Ding. Scan complete. Congratulations, young master, your genes are currently at 50 of the first stage of mutation. With Xiaoxing's voice, Lu Chen's heart jolted, and a smile of surprise blossomed on his face. 50% of the first stage of genetic mutation, just 50% more to reach 100. Crack. As he reveled in this joy, a series of cracks echoed beneath his feet. Looking down, he realized he had cracked the floor with his weight, leaving Lu Chen astonished. He stared blankly, bewildered, and asked, "Why has the ground become so fragile that I can crack it with a single step?" No, it was not that the floor had weakened, rather his strength had surged, and due to the completion of the first stage of genetic mutation, the explosive increase in power made it uncontrollable, causing this situation. How strong am I now? Lu Chun felt a surge of excitement, and directly swung his arm at the power testing device, delivering a punch. Bang! As his fist struck, a set of data immediately displayed on the instrument. Punching power 2. 1 tons. Indeed, a casual punch generated such astonishing force that even Lu Chun was stunned. Was this the strength of 50 of the first stage of genetic mutation? Wouldn't this imply that upon completing 100 of the first stage, he could unleash a full 5 tons of power? For others, achieving a complete 100 mutation only yielded 0.5 tons of punching power. What was his current situation? Filled with a mix of shock and exhilaration, Lu Chun suppressed his astonishment and swung his fist with all his might. Boom. Along with the punch landing on the device, an array of vivid red data appeared before his eyes, leaving Lu Chun utterly speechless. Punching power 2.5 tons. The sheer figure of 2.5 tons flashed before him, glaringly vivid, presenting a scene too unbelievable to comprehend. 2.5 tons of punching power. Lu Chun was dumbfounded. He had never imagined that achieving just 50 of the first stage of genetic mutation would grant him such immense strength. Previously, he had felt little from a 10 mutation yielding 0.5 tons of power, but now having completed 50 of the first stage, he truly understood that his genes seemed different from others. Among the billions of humans in the Federation, most only gained about 0.5 tons of power upon completing the first stage of genetic mutation. Ordinary humans who completed the 9th stage of mutation could possess 4.5 tons of punching power with a maximum of 5 tons, nearing 100 pounds of strength. Lu Chun believed that surely some surpassed this limit, yet he, upon completing the first stage of genetic mutation, could achieve an overwhelming 5 tons of punching power. This was still merely the first stage of genetic mutation. What would it be like to complete the 9th stage, or even the rumored 10th stage? Just thinking about it was exhilarating and thrilling, as such power was truly terrifying, breaking all common sense. Calm down, I must remain calm. Lu Chun continually reminded himself to stay composed, yet his heart could not help but race wildly. He was filled with excitement and exhilaration, and it took him a while to suppress that thrilling feeling and gradually calm down to ponder his situation. The old man said, my genes are different. Could it be related to my identity? Lu Chun silently contemplated this question. His identity was a secret known only to him. Perhaps it was related otherwise. How could he explain possessing 2.5 tons of punching power just after 50 of the first stage of genetic mutation? This was equivalent to the mutation power of an ordinary person at the 8th stage. If this were to spread, it would undoubtedly cause a massive uproar throughout the Federation. Xiaoxing, destroy my recent test skin data. Lu Chun calmed down and immediately instructed the AI Xiaoxing to erase the test data. Ding! Data has been destroyed. Xiaoxing obediently erased the previous data without leaving a trace. With this, Lu Chun felt slightly relieved. One must always be cautious in life. This thing is truly terrifying. It allowed me to complete 50 of the first stage of genetic mutation, and its energy effect is even stronger than the original potion. Lu Chun muttered to himself, holding a mysterious black bottle in his hand. The black substance inside seemed to bring him such immense benefits. This way, he no longer needed to risk configuring the original potion. A bottle of the original potion could only initiate a 10 mutation, whereas a drop of this mysterious black substance directly activated 50 of the mutation stage. Perhaps the subsequent effects would be weaker, requiring an enormous amount of the potion, posing a significant drain. But now it was different. With this mysterious black substance, Lu Chun believed he could complete the 9th stage of genetic mutation, and he even had a faint feeling that the 10th stage was not impossible. Because he sensed that this mysterious black substance not only acted on the genetic level of his body, but also initiated an evolutionary mutation at the brain level. Previously, he felt his mind becoming more active, his thoughts quicker, and his spirit more invigorated, as if his mental power had received a tremendous boost. Could this black substance also enhance the brain and develop mental strength? A thought flashed through Lu Chun's mind. If so, it would be astounding. Even he could not suppress his excitement. A substance that enhances mental strength and develops brain potential is truly priceless. This bottle has an extraordinary origin. Lu Chun gazed at the black bottle. Its origin was certainly not simple. He had yet to fully understand its true purpose and functionality. Perhaps only when he became stronger would he truly comprehend the functions and other effects of this mysterious black bottle. Yet even the mysterious black substance within the bottle could bring Lu Chun unexpected gains and astonishing. This alone was enough to keep Lu Chun excited and restless, contemplating the bottle, unable to part with it, almost wishing to absorb it into his body. First, I need to familiarize myself with this surging power and strive to control this overwhelming strength as soon. Lu Chun began to familiarize himself with the surging power. The strength brought by 50 of the first stage of genetic mutation was astonishing. With a striking surge to 2.5 tons of punching power, it was utterly shocking. But if he did not take the time to master it, it would be challenging to control such strength. Xiaoxing displayed the Federation's military gymnastics. Soon the AI displayed a set of popular military gymnastics from the Federation, consisting of 36 different movements with increasing difficulty as one progressed. This military gymnastics was widely practiced in the Federation. Practicing it regularly could strengthen the body and better facilitate genetic mutations. There were many benefits. Lu Chun had practiced this military gymnastics since childhood, but previously he could only perform the first 8 sets of movements. There were many benefits. Lu Chun had practiced this military gymnastics since childhood, but previously he could only. Lu Chun felt warmly enveloped like a furnace, very comfortable, with no hint of fatigue, rather a sense of indescribable ease. After practicing over 100 times, Lu Chun gradually gained control over his surging power, slowly refining it as his own strength. Though he could not yet master it perfectly, at least he would no longer recklessly destroy things. With this black bottle, and that mysterious black substance, I might not need to configure that dangerous original potion. It seems I need to adjust my plans. Honing combat skills and learning potion configuration must be prioritized. Lu Chun pondered aloud, altering his internal plans. The next focus would be to refine his combat skills and enhance his knowledge of pharmacology. Tearing off his tattered clothes, Lu Chun washed away the black, unsightly blood, revealing his flawless physique with well-defined muscles that exuded a sense of flow. Ding! Master, the potions you listed for sale on the Battle Network have been fully reserved and the deposit has been received. Please ship them promptly. Just then Xiao Xing's voice informed him that the potions he had listed were completely booked and the payment was confirmed. He only needed to ship them. Lu Chun was taken aback. He opened his personal account to find that he had sold 3 types of potions: genetic mutation potions for 3 million, genetic repair liquid for 10 million, and genetic enhancement potions for 4.8 million, totaling 17.8 million Federation credits. Adding to the 20 million Federation credits from previous sales, in the black market the potion-making profession truly was a lucrative industry. Xiao Xing notified the Federation courier to come help me deliver the goods. Brother Lu, are you free? Come out quickly, meet me at the usual place in the ruined city. I have good news for you. On the holographic screen, a chubby figure was gesticulating wildly, speaking to Lu Chun with an expression brimming with excitement. His name was Pan Xiaodong, known as Fatty, a true portly fellow. He was Lu Chun's only friend in the ruined city, a man of unwavering loyalty. Gazing at the noticeably rounder Fatty before him, Lu Chun chuckled. I say, Fatty, it's only been a month, and you've gotten a whole size bigger. What have you been eating? Brother Lu just come out first, said Fatty, his face etched with embarrassment as he scratched his head. Seeing his awkwardness, Lu Chun shook his head with a smile and said, all right, I'm on my way. See you at the usual place. Great, see you there. Fatty's spirits lifted instantly. The two ended the video call. Lu Chun terminated the communication, wondering what Fatty wanted to discuss, as he hadn't asked during the call. Judging by Fatty's expression, it was clearly something good. Since he was planning to head out anyway, he decided to go meet his only friend. He had met Fatty when he was 9 years old. Back then he was being bullied by some kids in the ruins. Fatty had stepped up, and the two of them fought over a dozen opponents. Though they ended up bruised and beaten, they at least found their courage. From that moment on, Lu Chun and Fatty Pan Xiaodong became the closest of friends and brothers. His only true Xiao Xing, take care of the house. Lu Chun instructed his AI Xiao Xing before putting on a short-sleeved t-shirt and heading out. South Street in the ruined city was a renowned food street, offering a vast array of snacks and delicacies. Lu Chun's favorite pastime was eating barbecue there. The mutant beast skewers were famously exquisite. Items like flame feather chicken wings, golden rats, scarlet fire fowl, 7-color geese, and iron-armored beef. But the most renowned was the Highland barley wine. Brewed from genetically mutated Highland barley and wheat, this wine had a fragrant beer-like aroma, but was far superior to ordinary beer. Brother Lu, over here. As soon as he arrived, he saw Fatty Pan Xiaodong waving at him from a barbecue stall up ahead. Lu Chun walked over and sat opposite Fatty, scrutinizing him. He indeed noticed that the man had put on a full circle of weight in just a month. Tisk tisk, Fatty, what exactly are you eating? Are you on growth hormones? You've gained a whole size. With a figure like that, how are you ever going to find a girlfriend? Lu Chun remarked in astonishment. Fatty scratched his head awkwardly and said, Brother Lu, don't tease me. I don't know what happened either. A week ago I just completed my first genetic mutation and my body swelled up by a whole size. I'm really troubled. Did my genetic mutation just focus on making me fat? Fatty Pan Xiaodong said, his face full of dejection. This left Lu Chun dumbfounded. No way you get a whole size bigger every time you complete a genetic mutation. Yeah, I'm really worried. Will I get even fatter with the next stage of mutation? At the thought, Fatty couldn't help but shudder. He already weighed a full 250 pounds, a perfect 250. If he got any fatter, he'd be in real trouble. Fatty was only 18, a month younger than Lu Chun, but his physique was terrifying to behold. His massive body looked like a heap of flesh. His round face was full of plumpness, his eyes squeezed into slits. The sight made Lu Chun struggle to suppress a laugh. Brother Lu, just laugh if you want. My genetic mutation clearly went wrong. I was so happy about completing the first stage, and then this happened. Having said that, with a bitter expression, Fatty grabbed a bottle of wine and chugged it down as if he had lost all hope in life. Fatty, don't worry, this could be your advantage. Look at you, thick-skinned and sturdy. Your defense must be incredible. Lu Chun tried to console him, but this only made Fatty feel worse. Boss, Brother Lu, please stop rubbing it in. Come on, I know you too well. You're secretly pleased. Spill it. What did you call me out for? As Lu Chun finished, he saw Fatty's expression shift. His previously miserable look instantly turned into a grin. He beamed. Brother Lu, you really do know me. I called you out today firstly to celebrate your buddy here successfully completing his first genetic mutation and stepping onto the path of evolution. And secondly, for the good news. After saying this, Pan Xiaodong's expression turned serious, a glimmer of excitement. He lowered his voice and said, Brother Lu, my dad has already obtained the immigration permit. We can move to Moonflower Star next month. I've already talked to him. You can come with us. What do you think? Am I a good brother or what? Fatty said, looking immensely proud of himself. Lu Chen was taken aback, sizing up Fatty. Congratulations, Fatty. I didn't expect your old man to get the immigration permit. I heard Moonflower Star is one of the Federation's few habitable planets, and it's more than twice the size of Earth. That's right. The company my dad works for is relocating there. Moonflower Star is still under development. It's the perfect place for us to make our mark. Fatty was very excited as he spoke. Brother Lu, you're my only friend and brother in the ruined city. If we go together, we can definitely build something great. I appreciate the offer. Give my thanks to Uncle Pan, but I don't want to leave just yet. Lu Chen shook his head and refused. He was genuinely touched inside. It was good that Fatty was emigrating, and even better that he thought of taking him along to leave Earth. But he didn't want to leave now, or rather he didn't want to be a burden to Fatty. Brother Lu, why? Fatty was stunned, staring blankly at Lu Chen in confusion. He pleaded, Brother Lu, Earth's resources have long been depleted, the environment is harsh, and it's crawling with mutant creatures and genetic aberrations. It's too dangerous to stay here. There's no future in it. If you come to Moonflower Star, we might find a way to unlock your genetic mutation and set you on the path to becoming a power. Most importantly, Moonflower Star has a branch of the Tianhe Academy. Only by entering the Tianhe Academy to study and train can one truly become a strong individual. Brother Lu, come with me. Fatty looked at him earnestly, but Lu Chen fell silent. Deep down he knew Fatty was telling the truth. Earth's resources were completely exhausted. Strictly speaking, Earth had become a wasteland. Those who remained were the impoverished, the powerless, or Federation criminals who had fled into the Earth's ruins. Public order here was chaotic. People died every moment, some from starvation, others from violence. In short, Earth was nothing but a ruin. Fatty, thank you for your kindness, but I'm not ready to leave Earth just yet. You go ahead and scout out Moonflower Star first. Lu Chen shook his head and ultimately declined Fatty's offer. Seeing his refusal, Fatty looked disappointed and smiled bitterly. Alright, I knew you'd turn me down, Brother Lu. They had known each other since childhood. He understood Lu Chen's character. Once he made a decision, it was set in stone. No one could sway his resolve. Sigh. Brother Lu, your brother will be waiting for you on Moonflower Star. With that, Fatty raised his glass and downed it in one gulp. Lu Chen smiled without a word, raising his glass and drinking it all. He understood Fatty's goodwill, but he didn't want to leave so soon. Or rather, he had his own plans. He wanted to leave the ruins of Earth through his own efforts. Fatty drank as he looked at Lu Chen seriously. Brother Lu, I won't pressure you anymore, but you must remember to come find me. Also, my dream is to enter the Tianhe Academy for advanced study. Brother Lu, I hope you can come too. The Tianhe Academy is the true cradle of the strong. Lu Chen smiled. They clinked glasses. He said, Fatty, you go ahead and scout the way. One day, I will definitely leave the ruins of Earth and come find you. Then we brothers will roam the starry cosmos and soar across the Tianhe. The words stirred Fatty's blood. They went back and forth, downing over a dozen bottles. When do you leave? Lu Chen asked as he sipped his Highland barley wine. Fatty turned serious. Brother Lu, the paperwork will take at most 15 days. They'll probably be able to leave with this batch of Earth immigrants in about half a month. Good. Let me know and he'll come see you off. Lu Chen nodded slightly to show he understood. Hearing that Lu Chen would see him off, Fatty's face lit up with joy. Enough talk. Come on, Brother Lu, a toast. Cheers. Lu Chen smiled. They clinked glasses and downed their drinks. Then they ordered some barbecue and dug in heartily, one hand holding a skewer, the other a glass of Highland barley wine. Eating skewers was the true enjoyment of life. While savoring a skewer of scarlet fire fowl, Lu Chen suddenly paused. His gaze swept across the street and caught a figure hurrying past. Is it him? Lu Chen's mind stirred. He recognized the man as Chunsha, the leader of the Mad Shark squad whom he had seen earlier in the No Man's Land. However, Chunsha was draped in a cloak, walking quickly, clearly trying to avoid attention. If Lu Chen hadn't been sharpied, he wouldn't have noticed him. What's wrong, Brother Lu? Fatty noticed his unusual behavior and asked cautiously, his expression turning serious. His small eyes glinted with a hint of danger. Lu Chen shook his head and smiled. Nothing, just saw an acquaintance. Alright, Fatty, let's call it a day. I'm heading back. Remember to let me know when the time comes. Sure, Brother Lu. Take care. Contact me if anything comes up. Check, please. Fatty didn't ask further. He was about to pay the bill when Lu Chen stopped him. This one's on me. He'll prepare a gift for you before you leave. Lu Chen said, settling the bill himself. After all, he had just come into a large sum of money, so he couldn't let Fatty pay. Alright, Brother Lu. He'll head back then. He'll let you know when it's time. Fatty got up casually without another word and watching Fatty depart, Lu Chen finally rose and left South Street. He turned into an alley and quietly followed the path Mad Shark had taken. Ahead lay an abandoned factory, now desolate and scattered with rusted steel debris. The damp, dark ground emitted a thick, pungent stench. A figure stealthily slipped into the factory ruins. Lu Chen's heart was filled with vigilance as he cautiously surveyed the interior. Within the dim factory, large puddles of water lay stagnant. From time to time, a strange sound echoed, as if something was chewing and devouring. The eerie environment was punctuated by sounds of tearing and gnawing, sending chills down one's spine. Lu Chen spotted a figure deep in the ruins, crouched and feasting on something. Upon closer inspection, his pupils constricted, his heart pounded, and a look of horror crossed his face. The figure was Chen Sha, whom he had seen earlier clad in a black robe gnawing on a mangled corpse. Indeed, he was devouring a corpse. And what horrified Lu Chen further was the sight of scattered white bones littering the floor deep within the factory ruins. Some of these bones still bore traces of flesh as if they had been freshly stripped clean. Deep in the factory, Chen Sha's back trembled as he crouched. Vaguely, Lu Chen could see grotesque tentacles lined with sharp teeth tearing at the corpse on the ground. Suddenly, Chen Sha's body stiffened. He whipped his head around, his pale white eyes locking onto the spot where Lu Chen hid. His mouth split wide open, revealing 4 tentacle-like appendages that spread out like a massive bloody maw. Suddenly, Chen Sha's body stiffened. He whipped his head around, his pale white eyes locking onto the spot where Lu Chen hid. His mouth split wide. It was no longer a human face, but that of a true monster, a man-eating fiend. The creature let out a guttural hiss toward Lu Chen's hiding place and lunged forward with startling speed. Realizing he had been discovered, Lu Chen's heart tightened. He immediately dove into a pile of steel debris nearby, concealing himself. He suppressed his aura completely, his breathing barely perceptible. In the next instant, the monster that Chen Sha had become arrived at the spot where Lu Chen had been. It sniffed the air repeatedly, as if searching for his scent. But soon failing to find him, it turned and slunk back into the depths of the factory to resume feasting on the corpse. Lu Chen let out a quiet sigh of relief. Watching the monster depart, Lu Chen felt a surge of relief. The intense danger he had just sensed was palpable. The threat emanated from the creature Chen Sha had become a lethal menace to his very existence. Not good. Just as he relaxed, a premonition of danger struck him. Without a second thought, he instinctively leaped, rolling out from the steel debris. With a thunderous roar, the spot where he had been was blasted apart by a tremendous force. Fragments of debris flew everywhere, striking his body and causing sharp pain. Lu Chen quickly scrambled to his feet, his face grim. His eyes fixed on the grotesque figure before him, the monster that was once Chen Sha, a parasite beast. Confronting this entity directly, Lu Chen's heart sank. He recognized it for what it was, a parasite beast. A parasite beast was a terrifying mutated creature that specialized in infesting living hosts. A genetic variant, it possessed fearsome abilities. Chen Sha had been taken over by a parasite beast, transforming into a half-human, half-monster abomination. The parasite beast let out a hiss, its hands morphing into sharp spikes as it lunged at Lu Chen. Despite the ferocity of the attack, Lu Chen remained calm. He sidestepped, narrowly evading the lethal strike. Having dodged the blow, Lu Chen drew the alloy steel blade from his back and swung it in a horizontal arc, slicing at one of the creature's sharp tentacles. A clang rang out as the powerful recoil sent Lu Chen stumbling backward. He staggered 5 steps before regaining his balance. Such immense strength. Over 5 tons of striking force. Lu Chen was shocked, his arm numb from the impact. He had put all his strength into that blow, a full 5 tons, yet he was still repelled. In the blink of an eye, Lu Chen leaped into the air, bringing his blade down in a fierce overhead strike aimed directly at the possessed Chen Sha's head. The strike was swift and deadly, but the parasite beast merely extended 2 sharp tentacles, effortlessly blocking the blow. The clang of metal echoed repeatedly. Shadows flickered as Lu Chen unleashed over a dozen strikes in rapid succession, each heavier than the last. The final blow was delivered with all his might. With a thunderous explosion, the ground shattered beneath them. Debris flew as their combined forces demolished the floor, sending the surrounding ruins flying. The shockwave rippled across several meters, carving a half-meter-deep crater. Lu Chen was propelled backward by the immense recoil, sliding 10 meters away. The possessed Chen Sha, however, only retreated a few steps, crushing the ruins across the factory floor. Dust and rubble scattered in all directions. The possessed Chen Sha, however, only retreated a few steps, crushing the ruins across the factory floor. Dust and rubble scattered in all directions. Or rather, 2 faint cuts marred his body, but they healed rapidly, sealing shut in an instant, as if they had never been. Seeing this, Lu Chen's heart grew heavy. Such incredible regenerative power. This parasite beast's strength is at least beyond the mutation stage. It might even be in the gene recombination phase. He didn't know how many recombinations it had undergone. If it was a variant parasite beast with more than 3 recombinations, even fleeing would be impossible. With a guttural roar, Chen Sha lunged forward, his hoarse voice and grotesque visage inspiring sheer terror. This was Lu Chen's first encounter with such a powerful parasite beast. The one infesting Chen Sha was formidable, clearly beyond the mutation stage, and likely having undergone several gene recombinations. An ordinary 9th-stage mutation creature could wield 10,000 gene of force. But a creature that had entered gene recombination possessed at least 20,000 gene of terrifying power after its first recombination. As expected, when he blocked another strike, a colossal force surged through him as if he had been hit by a speeding train. His bones cracked, and he was sent flying, coughing blood. His body crashed into the factory ruins with a thunderous impact, kicking up clouds of dust. Foul water splashed everywhere, reeking of decay. Coughing violently, Lu Chen struggled to his feet. His heart trembled as he realized he was no match for this parasite. He had only just completed 50 of the first stage of gene mutation, wielding a fist force of 5 tons. Compared to the possessed Chen Sha, he was far outmatched. The enemy's strength was several times greater, each blow carrying over 5 tons or even 10 tons of terrifying force. It was impossible to contend with, and a single strike had already wounded him. Better to flee. The thought flashed through his mind. Lu Chun pushed off the ground and dashed out of the abandoned factory. He dared not stop or stay to fight this parasite beast heathen. That would be the height of foolishness, and he might end up. An enraged roar echoed behind him. The possessed Chen Sha gave chase with lightning speed. Moving like a bolt of thunder, the creature quickly closed the distance and drove a sharp spike straight at Lu Chen's back. Feeling the imminent danger, Lu Chen spun around and raised his steel blade to block the black spike. Sparks flew as metal clashed. A tremendous force slammed into him, sending Lu Chun flying out of the abandoned factory. He crashed to the ground, coughing blood and feeling as though his body was breaking apart. Struggling to his feet, Lu Chen coughed violently. He looked at the alloy blade in his hand, now pierced through, and was shocked. The last blow had nearly impaled him. If not for the alloy blade blocking it, he would have been skewered on the spot. Just then a wave of cold dread washed over Lu Chun. His heart clenched, and every hair on his body stood on end as a sense of death loomed over him. Looking up in alarm, he saw the parasite beast already upon him, its fanged maw wide open, lunging for his head. There was no time to dodge. Lu Chun gritted his teeth and raised his blade to fight back, but at that moment something unexpected. With a sudden thud, the parasite beast, which had been about to strike, was violently hurled away, crashing into the factory ruins and raising a thick cloud of dust. Before Lu Chun could react, a monstrous figure burst from the ruins, letting out a furious roar toward a nearby. The parasite beast howled in rage. Its host body was battered, its chest caved in from the blow, oozing a viscous. This liquid was like acid, sizzling as it hit the ground and corroding small holes into the surface. A parasite beast that has undergone at least 5 gene recombinations. A crisp voice rang out. Lu Chun looked up in astonishment to see a graceful woman in a flamer dress standing atop a building across the way. She radiated waves of scorching heat, her light red hair flowing like a blazing fire. She seemed like a burning furnace with strands of orange-red flame dancing in her hand. It was she who had struck the parasite beast, saving Lu Chen's life. Suddenly the parasite beast let out a frenzied roar, leaping into the air and lunging at the mysterious woman on the rooftop. "Watch out!" Lu Chen shouted. But the next moment a stunning scene unfolded. The parasite beast mid-leap was struck by an invisible force and slammed violently to the ground. With a thunderous crash, a several meter-wide crater appeared. Amidst the dust, the parasite beast struggled to rise, roaring at the sky. "A mere 5 recombination creature dares to act recklessly before me." The woman snorted, her ethereal voice laced with killing intent. She raised her hand gently, and a ball of flame coalesced in her palm. With a flicker, she vanished from her spot and reappeared before the parasite beast. Her flaming hand descended, striking the creature in the crater. A violent explosion erupted, sending flames skyward. Lu Chun felt a wave of scorching heat wash over him, forcing him to retreat step by step. When he finally stopped 20 meters away, he saw in horror that the parasite beast in the crater had been obliterated in a single blow. Its flesh and fragments were burned to ashes by the flames. It had been slain in moments. Lu Chen's eyes widened in shock as he stared at the mysterious woman who now looked back at him. Their eyes met. Lu Chun felt his mind explode, and his eyes sting as if pierced by the sun. He instinctively shut his eyes, and when he opened them again, the mysterious woman had vanished. His mind remained immersed in the memory of her overwhelming power. That brief glance had left an indelible impression. What kind of eyes were those? Amid the ruins of the pharmacy, Lu Chun sat on the sofa, his gaze flickering as his mind replayed the formidable silhouette of that mysterious woman, unable to find peace for a long time. That woman must be a powerhouse who has surpassed the contemplation stage. That is true strength. Lu Chun murmured to himself, feeling his blood surge with fervor. He now had a clear goal for the future, believing with conviction that he could become a true powerhouse. "Master, you have reached the age of 18. According to Federation law, you must marry before the age of 20, or the Federation's mandatory marriage system will be enforced." Just as he was lost in thought, the optical computer Xiaoxing suddenly reminded him, snapping Lu Chun back to reality. Marriage. He couldn't help but smile, bitterly, fully aware of the Federation's law that all citizens who have reached the age of 18 must marry before turning 20. In the Federation, if you are of age and refuse to marry, it is against the law. The Federation will compel you to marry through large-scale annual matchmaking events designed to pair people up for marriage and procreation. In the era of interstellar colonization and expansion, population became a critical issue. How could the vast cosmos be colonized without sufficient people? Thus, the Federation marriage law stipulated that every citizen must marry and bear children before the age of 20, at least for ordinary people. As for powerhouses, they were exempt. If you completed the 9th stage of gene mutation and entered the gene recombination stage before turning 20, you were not subject to this enforcement. In the current Federation, the average lifespan of ordinary people reached 150 years. If one successfully initiated gene mutation, their lifespan would increase significantly. At the gene recombination stage, human lifespan could reach up to 300 years. Rumor had it that entering the contemplation stage by continuously eliminating aging genes from the human genome could extend life to 800 years. Under Federation law, every couple must bear at least 4 children. The more the better. and could receive generous rewards and subsidies from the Federation. Population was the greatest constraint on the Federation's interstellar colonization. Thus, the entire Federation encouraged childbirth with greater rewards for more offspring. Over time, this led to the emergence of countless families of varying sizes across the Federation, some controlling a single city, while great clans even held sway over entire planets. Some argued that cloning could solve the population shortage, but the Federation had attempted this 1,000 years ago. However, it led to major problems. Cloned individuals had severe genetic defects, were unable to reproduce, and could never become true powerhouses. Thus, cloning was absolutely forbidden in the Federation. Only naturally born human offspring possessed complete genes, enabling them to unlock gene mutation evolution and achieve true strength. That's not a problem for me. Lu Chen suddenly chuckled. Having already completed 50 of the first gene mutation stage, he was brimming with confidence, especially since that 50 mutation granted him a strength of 5,000 gene. If he could complete all 9 stages, or even the 10th stage of gene mutation, he might truly possess a strength of 100,000 gene, rivaling powerhouses at the 9th stage of gene recombination. Most importantly, he possessed a mysterious bottle. The enigmatic substance within it was the true capital and confidence behind Lu Chen's rise to power. Xiaoxing opened the war network. I need to purchase some materials. With that, Lu Chen accessed the virtual network, browsing the Federation war network in search of alchemical ingredients. He had promised Fatty a gift, and that gift was naturally a gene potion. Fatty was his childhood companion, friend, and brother, so before Fatty emigrated to Yuehua, Star Lu Chen intended to prepare several gene potions for him. Moreover, he planned to concoct more gene potions to sell, as he was sorely in need of funds. He intended to list these potions on the war network for sale. By the way, Xiaoxing, what kind of body do you want? After purchasing a large batch of herbs, raw materials, minerals, and more, Lu Chen suddenly looked at the optical computer Xiaoxing and asked. He wanted to custom order a body for Xiaoxing, a biorobot, by simply inserting Xiaoxing's biochip. With the current state of Federation technology, artificial intelligence, optical computers, and robots had long become commonplace in every household. Master, I would like this biorobotic body. With it, I can not only assist you in battle, but also aid you in concocting potions. Xiaoxing quickly listed a product. The latest biorobotic body developed by the Federation's Xiaoxing Biotechnology. Lu Chen glanced at the description. This biorobotic body was crafted from memory metal, rare gene, and other materials using nanobiotechnology. 50 million Federation credits. Seeing the price, Lu Chen couldn't help but smile wryly. He checked his account balance. After spending over 8 million on various potion raw materials, he had about 10 million left. To make the purchase, he still needed 40 million Federation credits. Lu Chen couldn't help but lament that this was a luxury only the wealthy could afford. After a moment's thought, he said, Xiaoxing, we'll have to wait on this. I don't have that much money right now. Master, it's all right. You can buy it for Xiaoxing when you have the money. The optical computer Xiaoxing replied with an nodding. Lu Chen muttered to himself. Next, I just need to wait for the potion ingredients to arrive, then start concocting gene potions. Earn money, earn money. A surge of fervor welled up in Lu Chen's heart. He clenched his fists, confident that he would soon amass enough wealth. Gene potions were in constant short supply in the Federation. Just like before the moment he listed them on the war network, they were snapped up within minutes. Half an hour later, the items arrived. The things Lu Chen had purchased along with the raw materials were delivered one after another, filling the entire pharmacy to the brim. Phew, it's time to show my true skills. Gazing at the room full of various materials, minerals, mutant creature remains, and all kinds of variant genes, Lu Chen couldn't help but feel his blood boil with excitement. Next, Lu Chen began to busy himself sorting all the raw materials, allocating them according to the requirements of various potions, and finally immersing himself in the concoction process. Concocting gene potions was a complex and tedious process that not everyone could endure. Throughout the Federation, low-grade gene potions could be produced by artificial intelligence and assembly lines. However, high-grade gene potions were impossible to produce that way. This was why alchemists were so precious and scarce. With the assistance of the optical computer Xiaoxing, extracting, sorting, arranging, and fusing in one seamless flow, Lu Chen worked like a machine, repeating the motions tirelessly and without fatigue. Since unlocking the first stage of gene mutation, Lu Chen had realized that the enhancement wasn't just physical. His mental and spiritual faculties had also undergone a remarkable improvement. Especially after consuming that mysterious potion, the effect was astonishing. Normally he didn't notice it, but now that he had started concocting potions, he finally understood that his mental acuity and thinking had grown far sharper. The most intuitive feeling was during the concoction process, extraction, fusion, and everything else felt much easier, as if there was no difficulty at all. After a grueling 3 days and 3 nights, Lu Chen finally finished extracting and purifying all the raw materials, successfully proportioning and synthesizing them into semi-finished products. Phew, I'm exhausted. This is no job for a human. 3 days later, Lu Chen lay disheveled on the sofa, unwilling to move a muscle, on the verge of vomiting. He rubbed his throbbing temples, feeling as if his brain was about to explode. 3 consecutive days and nights of high-intensity work would wear anyone out. Now Lu Chen felt that the mere sight of raw materials would make him nauseous. His mind was filled with nothing but images of various materials, gene fragments, and the synthesis of potions. After a full day of rest, Lu Chen finally recovered, feeling revitalized. It was as if his mental faculties had undergone a tempering, becoming tougher, sharper, and more agile. Training is the true path. Lu Chen couldn't help but remark before plunging back into the laboratory to embark on the long task of concoction. The first step in concocting a gene potion was to extract raw materials, sort and arrange them, and form unique gene potion components. The second step was to begin fusing the potions, synthesizing them into finished products according to strict ratios. During this process, not a single mistake could be made, or all prior efforts would be wasted, potentially leading to a miss. Although he had concocted potions before and occasionally faced failures, the overall process went smoothly with a success rate of an astonishing 99, given that these were merely the lowest grade gene potions. It could be said that this was the first time Lu Chen had concocted such a vast quantity of potions. Naturally, he was a bit rusty at first, and failures were inevitable. However, toward the end, as Lu Chen's technique grew more adept, failures became increasingly rare until they virtually ceased. The lowest grade gene potions were not difficult to concoct. In the laboratory, clouds of smoke filled the air with a pungent odor produced by potions that had burst during failed attempts. Meanwhile, rows of finished potions were sorted and stored in metal cases. These were the fruits of Lu Chen's labor over the past few days. Finished gene potions, including gene mutation potions, gene enhancement potions, and gene repair fluids, 3 types in total. As for other types of gene potions or higher grade ones, Lu Chen had never tried them and naturally dared not attempt them. These were the most basic gene potions. Ding! A crisp sound echoed from the laboratory as the potion fusion in a test tube was completed. The last gene potion had been made. Finally finished. Xiaoxing, tally up how many gene potions I've made. Lu Chen's face was somewhat pale, his eyes filled with exhaustion. The process of alchemy and potion concoction was extremely taxing on both mind and energy. Master, you have concocted a total of 190 gene mutation potions, 80 gene enhancement potions, and 120 gene repair fluids. 390 potions in all. 390. Lu Chen was momentarily stunned, then exhaled deeply. A flicker of surprise crossed his face as he smiled. 190 gene mutation potions at a black market price of 100 credits each, that's 19 million Federation credits. 80 gene enhancement potions at 300 credits each, that's 24 million Federation credits. 120 gene repair fluids at 200 credits each, another 24 million Federation credits. Lu Chen knew he had struck it rich. If he sold everything, he would net 67 million Federation credits. Pure profit, and he could even raise the prices a bit. After spending about 8 million credits on raw materials, turning them into finished potions yielded 67 million, with a net profit of nearly 60 million. However, he had also purchased most of the raw materials for 2 original potions, lacking only a few rare energy substances that he couldn't buy. The materials for the 2 original potions cost a full 4 million Federation credits. Strictly speaking, the cost of these ordinary gene potions is only about 4 million. This is truly a lucrative business. Lu Chen sighed with emotion. No wonder alchemists held such a high status in the Federation. This was the reason. There are still 2 batches of original potion ingredients left. Luckily, I bought quite a few materials from the black market earlier. Time to continue extracting the essence of the materials. He was brimming with excitement as he looked at the remaining 2 batches of materials. Combined with what he had bought from the black market, he had enough to concoct 2 original potions. The next step was to extract the materials, refine the essence, and prepare the 2 original potions. Finally done. In the laboratory, Lu Chen held 2 peculiar potions shimmering with a violet glow, the original elixirs. These potions were exceedingly volatile, fraught with unknown risks, yet they harbored a profoundly mysterious and formidable efficacy, far surpassing ordinary gene mutation serums. These 2 original elixirs represented Lu Chen's latest achievement, one of which was a gift intended for his friend Fatty. Fatty was, after all, his only friend. With the impending migration to Moonstar, they might not reunite for a long time. Should I leave one for Fatty? No, this thing is unstable, though it might harm him. Lu Chen gazed at the 2 original elixirs, lost in thought before finally putting them away. He understood the potency of the original elixirs. A single dose could unlock 10 of a gene sequence, though it couldn't complete a full gene mutation. Its power was undeniable, albeit perilous. After consuming a single drop of a mysterious substance, he had barely reached 50 of a gene mutation. Now Lu Chen pondered whether to add a bit of that black substance. Perhaps this method is feasible. After consideration, Lu Chen deemed the approach viable. The original elixir combined with the mysterious black substance would surely yield even greater effects, possibly even unexpected benefits. Lu Chen was well aware of his unique constitution. A single drop of the black substance had barely allowed him to achieve 50 of the first gene stage, and the energy required for further progress would be immense. Xiaoxing, keep 10 copies of each of the 3 gene potions. List the rest for sale on the war net, but double the price. After a moment of thought, Lu Chen made a decisive choice. He kept 10 copies of each gene potion and put the remainder up for sale on the war net. He had doubled the original price, unfazed by the possibility of no buyers. In the Federation, potions were scarce and demand far outstripped supply. Yes, young master. Xiaoxing immediately executed the command, listing the potions for sale at double the price. Lu Chen sealed the 2 original elixirs separately, then gathered 30 potions and headed out. At the ruins black market, Lu Chen arrived once more, navigating with ease to the old monster's weapon shop, where the old fiend was leisurely smoking. "A little monster, you're here." The old monster perked up at Lu Chen's arrival. Lu Chen sat beside him, grabbed a pot of tea from the table, and downed several cups in gulps, causing the old monster to wince. Hey. This is precious tea leaves, rare and only found in the uninhabited zones. Drinking it like that is pure waste." The old monster pain snatched the pot away, cradling it like a treasure, and shot Lu Chen a fierce glare. "TCH, so stingy. It's just tea," Lu Chen muttered in dissatisfaction. But he paid it no mind, pulling out 30 potions and placing them before the old monster, capturing the old fiend's attention. "Potions?" The old monster looked at him in surprise. Lu Chen nodded with a smile. "Indeed. Here are 30 potions, 10 of the basic gene mutation serum, 10 of the basic gene repair fluid, and 10 of the basic gene enhancement potion. What price can you offer?" "Let me be clear, my price on the war net is double what you gave me before. If you offer less, there's no deal." Lu Chen sat back looking smug, as if he had the upper hand, making the old monster's teeth itch with the urge to punch him. "Bullying an old man, are you?" The old monster gritted his teeth. "I hate you pharmacists the most, always jacking up prices. Who's to blame for the scarcity of pharmacists in the Federation? And look, the market prices for potions in the Federation are sky high. Others sell for much more than I do." Lu Chen chuckled unbothered. Hearing this, the old monster could only sigh in resignation. "The Federation's biggest shortage is gene pharmacists. Kid, you've got promise, but you need to protect yourself." He looked at Lu Chen meaningfully, the implication clear. Pharmacists held high status in the Federation, each one a hot commodity, fought over by major powers. Some factions even imprisoned pharmacists, restricting their freedom to continuously produce potions. Such was the plight. The old monster's warning was for Lu Chen to guard his safety, lest he be targeted by certain forces. "Old monster, I understand. He'll be careful." Lu Chen nodded earnestly, taking the advice to heart. The old monster smiled with relief. "Kid, you're impressive. It hasn't been long, and you've already concocted 30. The potions you make are 10 more effective than others of the same kind. It's quite enticing." His expression turned serious. "I won't cheat you. He'll match your price, double for each type. He'll give you 2,000 per gene mutation serum, 4,000 per gene repair fluid, and 6,000 per gene enhancement potion. Deal." The old monster looked at Lu Chen, stating his offer. Lu Chen was quite satisfied with the price. In truth, the Federation's potion market was exorbitant. Some pharmacists charged astronomical fees, yet people still clamored to buy. Lu Chen's prices were among the cheapest. Some potions were expensive, others cheap, but the cheap ones were often inferior. Deal. Lu Chen agreed without hesitation. 10 gene mutation serums for 2 million, 10 repair fluids for 4 million, and 10 enhancement potions for 6 million. A total of 12 million, another substantial income. After the transfer, seeing the 12 million added to his account, Lu Chen couldn't help but marvel that every pharmacist. This was a lucrative industry. In the Federation, the greatest profit lay in potions. As long as you mastered the formulas and could concoct gene potions, you'd never lack money. Deal done. I'm off. Lu Chen rose, bid farewell to the old monster, and walked out of the weapon shop. Watching his retreating figure, the old monster's murky eyes glinted with sharp light. This kid is destined for greatness. His aura seems different. Has he initiated a gene mutation? At this thought, the old monster's eyes flashed with surprise, sensing a change in Lu Chen's presence. You. As he stepped out of the weapon shop, Lu Chen nearly collided with an approaching figure. They stood face to face, staring at each other. At the entrance, a graceful woman in a fiery red dress looked at him in surprise. Lu Chen was astonished to recognize her as the mysterious woman who had slain the parasitic creature before. "I never got to thank you for saving my life last time." Lu Chen smiled in gratitude. "It was nothing, just a small deed." The woman glanced at him with mild surprise, nodded, and paid him no further mind before stepping into the weapon shop. Watching her enter, Lu Chen's eyes flickered briefly. Without dwelling on it, he turned and left. "You know, why are you here?" Inside the weapon shop, the old monster was about to store the potions when he saw the woman enter and frowned. Clearly, the old monster knew this mysterious woman. "Great-grandfather, I came all the way from Flamestar to see you." The woman smiled, sitting beside him. The old monster shook his head with a faint smile. "Only you still remember this old codger. The rest of the Jiang family have probably forgotten their ancestor." "Great-grandfather, don't say that. You will always be the Jiang family's ancestor and my great-grandfather." Jiang Yan's face turned serious. The old monster waved his hand. "Enough. You don't need to console me. Ever since I failed in my breakthrough to fission, my genome collapsed, and I lost all my power. I was lucky to escape with my life." "Great-grandfather." Jiang Yan's expression dimmed, but before she could persuade him, he interrupted. "Don't bother. I'm fine here alone. Being ordinary isn't so bad." Jiang Yan grew anxious. "Great-grandfather, please come back with us. We'll find a treasure to repair your collapsed gene. What would a cripple like me do back there?" The old monster smiled faintly, waving for her to say no more. He pushed the 3 potions on the table toward her. "You came at the right time. I just bought these 3 potions. I was planning to send them to you. You might not need them, but your sister will. Since you're here, take them." "Potions? Could it be?" Jiang Yan frowned, initially indifferent, but then her eyes lit up as a thought struck her. "Indeed." The old monster nodded. "These potions are the same as the ones I sent you before. They're 10 more effective than standard ones, perfect for you." Jiang Yan's eyes flickered. "Great-grandfather, do you know the pharmacist who made these?" "Oh." The old monster was surprised. "You want to find him?" That's easy. Are you looking for him to refine a potion for you? Jiang Yin admitted, yes, great-grandfather. As you know, I'm in the unsealing phase, having unlocked the third gene lock. To break through further, I need to strengthen my spiritual power. I want him to concoct a specific potion. What potion? The old monster frowned. Jiang Yin took out a box and gently opened it, revealing an ancient, partially damaged scroll, showing its age. Great-grandfather, I found this in some ruins. According to appraisal, it's a relic from the previous civilization. Jiang Yin's tone was grave. The old monster examined the ancient scroll, which bore a script of archaic characters. Hiss. This is an extinct ancient script different from our current writing. It records some potion formula. Could it be the legendary mind potion? The old monster couldn't help but gasp. Jiang Yin said seriously, yes, I've translated the part concerning the potion. It should be the mind potion, but it's incomplete. The formula is missing. There should be more than just the mind potion formula on this, the old monster remarked, his eyes flickering. He could tell the scroll contained other content. The ancient scroll recorded other information, but the archaic script was complex and difficult to decipher. If Lu Chun were here, he would surely recognize the characters. Square and neat, they were the Chinese characters of the 21st. Yuehua Star, 53 orders ready for shipment. Yinqing Xuequang Star, the federal imperial capital. Before his apothecary, Lu Chun sealed and packed every vial of elixir, handing them all to a federal courier drone for dispatch. These elixirs, sold exclusively on the BattleNet marketplace, had sold out completely. Each was shipped precisely to its designated address via autonomous federal couriers, and the entire operation concluded flawlessly. After the courier departed, Lu Chun exhaled deeply, his shoulders lightened. He gazed at the figures flashing across his account interface, and his pulse quickened with exhilaration. 134 million. I'm rich. Lu Chun trembled with excitement, staring at the sudden influx of 134 million federal credits. So much so he nearly leapt from his seat. Combined with his prior balance of 23 million, his total now stood at 157 million. Being an alchemist truly was unparalleled. The elixir trade yielded staggering profits. 157 million credits amassed in the blink of an eye. Xiaoxing, I've already commissioned your biomechanical chassis. Delivery is imminent. Lu Chun sank onto the sofa and relayed the news to Xiaoxing, the AI housed within his optical computer. He had ordered the latest generation biomechanical chassis engineered specifically to integrate Xiaoxing's photonic neural chip. Once the chip was implanted, Xiaoxing would awaken within an entirely new living body, an autonomous biorobot. Thank you, my dear master. Xiaoxing's voice shimmered with delight, its projected expression radiant with joy. The 50 million credit commission weighed heavily on Lu Chun's mind, not as expense, but as promise. With Xiaoxing beside him, his capabilities would multiply exponentially. Next, after brief reflection, Lu Chun returned to the BattleNet marketplace to procure raw materials for his next batch of formulations. His current objective was clear: accumulate sufficient capital to synthesize increasingly potent elixirs. After all, genetic evolution demanded colossal resources. Each leap forward consumed vast quantities of rare compounds. Without wealth, one could never ascend to true strength. Genetic mutation and recombination required elixirs so complex and costly that only the affluent dared attempt them. Yet as an alchemist, Lu Chun felt no anxiety. Given adequate resources and pristine raw materials, he knew he could always refine the precise elixirs needed. Now comes the critical experiment: can black matter be harmonized with existing elixirs? Having spent another 7 million credits on raw materials, Lu Chun retained 100 million in his account. Calm and focused, he settled into contemplation, mapping out his next steps with meticulous precision. His aim was to fuse the enigmatic black matter, drawn from the mysterious bottle, with foundational elixirs seeking amplified efficacy. Yet such experimentation carried immense peril. One misstep, and he would obliterate himself in irony. Black matter is profoundly inscrutable, its energy violently unstable. It must first be diluted before any fusion attempt. Having resolved upon this course, Lu Chun began his trial, first drawing a single droplet from the obsidian vessel. That substance defied light itself, swallowing illumination, whole radiating an aura of primordial annihilation. This single droplet, viscous and dense, was then diluted into an entire vial of inky, lightless fluid. Lu Chun then deployed every analytical method at his disposal to decipher its composition and molecular architecture. All attempts failed utterly. Even in diluted form, the substance remained impenetrable, utterly alien beyond known taxonomy. Something is amiss. He soon identified the anomaly. Though theoretically complete, the base elixir's internal structure seethed with violent instability, as if poised to detonate at any moment. Introducing the unknown black matter would inevitably trigger a catastrophic chain reaction, guaranteeing total annihilation of the original formulation without exception. This conundrum stymied him, until he conceived a radical alternative: incorporate the black matter not after synthesis, but during the formulation process itself. Only by integrating it mid-synthesis, while molecular bonds were still fluid and malleable, could success possibly be achieved. Any other approach was doomed to failure. I'll wait. My newly ordered raw materials should arrive shortly. First I'll prepare standard genomodulating elixirs, then attempt fusion. So he waited, and not long thereafter the cargo arrived, crates of meticulously sealed components delivered directly. Mr. Liu, your order has been delivered. Please sign for receipt. At the doorway, a robotic courier descended from a hovering vehicle, while several assistant drones swiftly unloaded crate after crate of hermetically sealed freight. Liu Chen signed for the consignment and settled the final payment, completing the transaction seamlessly. Thank you, safe travels. Gratitude for your trust, the drones intoned in unison, bowing slightly. Federal Express serves you with unwavering dedication. Farewell. Back indoors, he surveyed the stacked crates, each brimming with premium-grade precursors for gene-altering elixirs. This acquisition represented a staggering investment, enough raw material to yield over 1,000 individual doses. Time to begin again, he murmured, wryly shaking his head. It seems my fate is perpetual labor. Like a tireless worker bee, he commenced sorting mountains of raw materials, extracting, purifying, and categorizing each component with surgical precision. He labored in paradoxical euphoria, exhausted yet exhilarated, whispering to himself that prosperity sprang from diligence even if alchemy demanded relentless toil. Day and night blurred together. 5 days passed without respite. At dawn on the 5th day, Liu Chen emerged from his laboratory, pale, hollow-eyed, disheveled, his appearance hauntingly gaunt like a spectral wanderer. This is no task for mortals. He collapsed onto the sofa and surrendered instantly to sleep, utterly spent, drained to the marrow. 5 days and nights of unbroken labor culminated in the complete extraction, purification, and preliminary processing of every raw compound, transformed into semi-finished intermediates. Alone, and aided only by Xiao Xing's computational acuity, he had produced 1,500 distinct batches of primary elixir precursors, a feat of extraordinary mastery. Were this achievement disclosed, it would ignite seismic shockwaves across the Federation. Unthinkable for an uncertified apprentice unaffiliated with the Federal Alchemists Guild to accomplish such a synthesis. After a full day's slumber, Liu Chen stirred, refreshed, revitalized, his senses sharpened, and spirit renewed. Vitality like steel must be forged through trial. He sensed his stamina had deepened, his mental resilience strengthened. Every ounce of exhaustion burned away, leaving behind something harder, brighter, more enduring. This was auspicious indeed. Now, the moment of truth arrives. Whether fortune favors me remains to be seen. Muttering to himself, he washed, dressed, and devoured nutrient-dense rations, then stepped resolutely back into fusing black matter with elixirs had never been attempted, certainly not by him. Caution, therefore, was not merely advisable, it was absolute. He selected a vial of semi-finished gene mutation elixir and initiated the fusion protocol. A single drop of diluted black matter entered the solution via calibrated pipette, igniting instantaneous violent combustion. Boom. In an instant the vial erupted, flames surging upward, threatening to engulf the chamber in conflict. Fortunately, Xiao Xing had preemptively activated emergency cooling protocols. The sudden blast of cryogenic vapor extinguished the inferno before it could spread. Damn it, failure. Liu Chen staggered backward, his face smudged with soot reeking of scorched flesh. For a heartbeat, he'd nearly been roasted alive. He wiped grime from his cheek with a trembling hand, gaze dull and distant fixed upon the shattered glass and scattered residue, a silent testament to catastrophe. The first attempt ended in ruin, but Liu Chen refused surrender. Undeterred, he prepared for round 2. Boom, 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 crash. A cacophony of muffled detonations filled the lab, intermittent blasts punctuating the silence, one explosion so violent it rattled the reinforced walls. After more than a dozen failures, each more devastating than the last, Liu Chen finally paused, breath ragged. Where did it go wrong? His face blackened and streaked with ash, twisted in frustration. His tattered garments went unnoticed, his hair singed and curled tight, emitted faint wisps of burnt odor as he raked fingers through it. The original formula is flawless, yet the moment black matter enters, detonation follows without fail. Muttering aloud, his eyes gradually ignited, not with despair but with dawning revelation, as ancestral alchemical wisdom inherited from his late master surged into clarity. Direct addition was impossible, the elixir's molecular architecture was immutable. Introduce foreign elements and structural collapse became inevitable. Clarity crystallized to harness black matter's power. It could not be added, it must replace. Genie elixirs contain 2 primary energetic constituents. What if black matter substitutes one of them? And thus began his next phase, not infusion but substitution, deliberately excising one energetic component and replacing it with black matter. Trial followed trial, failures persisted, until suddenly one mixture stabilized without explosion. His heart lurched as he stared at the roiling vial, bubbling furiously like molten magma, teetering on the edge of detonation, yet holding firm. This confirmed his hypothesis: black matter could substitute for an energetic constituent, without triggering collapse. Its potency was undeniable, energy signatures spiked beyond measurement, but stability remained precarious, a volatile, incandescent mass perpetually threatening eruption. Undaunted, Liu Chen refined his approach, methodically adjusting ratios, coaxing chaotic energies in a harmonious alignment, seeking the perfect equilibrium. Failure after failure followed. Near misses left scorch marks on his arms, yet his resolve burned ever brighter, undimmed by danger. Ding. After countless trials, countless setbacks, The turbulent liquid within the vial abruptly stilled. Success! Lu Chun froze stunned, his soot-streaked face alight with wonder, his luminous eyes locked upon the vial, as if beholding a celestial omen. Within it the elixir had transformed. Calm, viscous, radiating a soft, profound black luminescence, pulsing with terrifying concentrated energy. Xiaoxing, scan it now. Analyze its composition immediately. Suppressing his elation, Lu Chun commanded the AI, initiating real-time spectrographic analysis of the newly forged elixir. Beep. The composition of the gene agent, the energy effect fluctuation analysis result, is 10 times that of a regular agent. Master, this agent contains unidentified energy substances. According to the scanning results, compared to a regular agent, its effect is 10 times greater. As the results from the light brain Xiaoxing came out, it was astonishingly beyond 10 times that of a regular agent. The efficacy was a full 10 times, which was simply staggering, causing Lu Chun's heart to race in shock. 10 times the effect. Lu Chun swallowed, nervously feeling a sense of dread. He looked at the agent before him, the first product, which included a mysterious black substance that replaced a certain energy substance. The results were shocking. The effects of a regular gene agent were not significant, but this enhanced agent was simply off the chart. This agent could exhibit 1,000 the effect of a regular agent, which was terrifying. What kind of horror was 10 times? Just think about it, comparing a person taking this 10 times effective gene mutation agent with someone taking a regular agent. The difference would surely be vast. Xiaoxing, is this agent stable? Will it place an excessive burden on the human genetic mutation? Lu Chun asked cautiously despite his excitement. Xiaoxing continuously tested and calculated, comparing it with the data from the Federal Gene Bank, quickly concluding that Master, this super agent has extremely strong effects, and its efficacy is stable. It will not cause adverse consequences or burdens to the genes. Of course, experiments are needed to obtain real data. This is merely a speculative comparison. Please be cautious, Master. Xiaoxing reminded him, but Lu Chun paid no heed. He had directly taken the original agent and swallowed the black substance. What was there to fear? Let me see how effective it is. With that thought, Lu Chun picked up the agent and drank it in one gulp, swallowing it down. In an instant, a powerful surge of energy erupted from within him, sweeping across his entire body like a wave of flames. Hiss! That was a bit too intense, as if I swallowed magma. Lu Chun's expression immediately changed. The energy rolling within him continued to spread, merging into his limbs and bones, surging deep into his genes, continuously enhancing and transforming. Though it was painful, Lu Chun endured. After all, this pain was not as intense as that from taking the original agent and the black substance. After a long while, this intense pain finally subsided, quickly disappearing without a trace, replaced by a strong feeling of comfort with his pores wide open. It smells terrible. A layer of foul black toxins is being expelled from my pores. Soon Lu Chun noticed his body felt sticky and stank. This was the toxins being expelled from his body through his capillaries. He quickly ran to the bathroom, rinsed off, and changed into clean clothes before coming out feeling light as a feather. Xiaoxing, scan my genetic data and test my strength increase. After saying that, Lu Chun took a deep breath, stood in front of the strength tester, and directly threw a punch. With a loud thud, a set of bright red data surged on the testing device. Punch strength, 3 tons. Looking at the bright red data, Lu Chun's eyes lit up, rejoicing. It actually increased by a full 0.5 tons of punch strength, truly incredible. He could genuinely feel that his internal power had surged tremendously. Previously his strength level was definitely at 2.5 tons of punch strength with a gene mutation at a 50 level. Now after taking the super agent, it had actually increased by 0.5 tons of punch strength. Didn't this mean that the efficacy of this super agent was already comparable to that of the original agent? If ordinary people took it, wouldn't they directly trigger the first stage of gene mutation? Master, the genetic scanning data is out. Your internal genes have completed a 60 mutation. Listening to Xiaoxing's report, Lu Chun was filled with joy. He had finally succeeded. The enhanced version of the super agent had appeared. This super agent is simply another form of the original agent. Lu Chun muttered to himself, clenching his fists, feeling excited. If a regular agent could increase its effect by 10 times, what about the original agent? If this mysterious black substance were added, it would surely bring unexpected results. However, this super agent cannot be sold for the time being, or it will attract unnecessary trouble. I will use it myself, or give it to someone I trust. In the next moment, Lu Chun recalled the importance of this super agent. The value contained within was immeasurable, but the hidden dangers were equally great. Most importantly, that mysterious bottle contained the black substance, which was fundamental. Without this black substance, the super agent would not exist. Lu Chun looked at the mysterious bottle, pitch black and 9 inches tall, appearing very small and enigmatic. This thing contains enormous secrets. I cannot let it leak. He cautiously spoke to himself. Carefully storing the bottle, Lu Chun began to attempt modifications on other agents, such as genetic enhancement agents and gene repair liquids. If these two could also achieve a tenfold effect, they would be extremely important to him. Continue. Next, Lu Chun began his attempts. Having accumulated experience from previous successes, it became much simpler. Sure enough, not long after, Lu Chun successfully produced a super mutation agent, a super enhancement agent, and a super gene repair liquid. As Xiaoxing scanned the testing data, the results showed that the effects had indeed increased by a full tenfold or more, and it contained some powerful effects. That is the effect on the mental level. For instance, the gene repair liquid, according to the calculations of the light brain, Xiaoxing said that this super repair liquid might be able to restore damaged mental states. It can actually restore damaged mental states. This black substance may not only enhance the mind and expand brain domains, but it may also possess capabilities I am unaware of. Lu Chen looked at the three super agents: super mutation agent, super repair liquid, and super enhancement agent. Next, the most important question is whether the original agent can also achieve a tenfold effect, or even more. He turned his gaze to the original agent, his eyes flickering, wondering if it could enhance this original violent agent. If it could enhance it, that would be excellent for him, as a drop of black substance could dilute an entire bottle of black liquid. The previous three super agents had only added 2 drops of diluted black substance, but if the amount were increased, wouldn't the effect be even more powerful? Lu Chen was unsure about this point as he had not tried it, but what was most important now was to see if the original agent could use black substances to replace certain energy substances. Master, the original agent is theoretically an extremely unstable, energyviolent, unknown, and dangerous substance. I have detected and calculated that it may not be a finished product, but a semi-finished agent. Xiaoxing suddenly said this, expressing her calculated speculation, leaving Lu Chen stunned. Semi-finished? Lu Chen asked in surprise. Are you saying that this original agent is actually a semi-finished product? Yes, Master. Xiaoxing nodded seriously, saying, Master, I believe this agent is a semi-finished product because its effect is unknown and extremely unstable. It always feels like it lacks a certain energy substance for balance and enhancement. Lacks a certain substance. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen pondered, looking at the original agent before him, a faintly purple liquid filled with unknown brilliance. Suddenly, as if realizing something, Lu Chen's gaze shifted to the rare black substance, his pupils contracting sharply as his heart raced vigorously. If it lacks a certain substance, can this black substance be added? Once this thought emerged, it could not be retracted. Lu Chen suppressed his excitement and calmed his agitated emotions, preparing to begin his attempt. First, he placed the original agent on the apparatus of the experimental table and began to slowly inject the rare black substance. As strands of black substance were injected into the original agent, the originally calm agent suddenly boiled. It boiled violently, like a volcanic eruption, as if magma was burning. The injection of black substance caused the original agent to react dramatically. Lu Chen's heart was in his throat as he stared unblinkingly at the agent in the vessel. The originally purple agent gradually became a deep shade. A wisp of black light spread, and the originally purple agent suddenly turned black, becoming increasingly dark, as if it were devouring the surrounding light, instilling fear. This? Lu Chen's eyes widened as he watched the strange transformation before him. The original agent had undergone a change. As the injection continued, after injecting a full 10 drops of diluted black substance, the original agent finally completed its final transformation. The boiling agent gradually calmed down, becoming tranquil. The original purple agent turned black, resembling ink. Has it succeeded? Lu Chen's gaze flickered intensely as he stared at the black agent. The black agent was the original agent that had incorporated the black substance. Its effects were unknown, and even its risks were uncertain. Xiaoxing, scan the data. Lu Chen instructed Xiaoxing to scan the agent's composition, hoping to obtain some data, though he held little hope. After all, this agent had never been seen before, and there had never been such an agent in the entire Federation. Even the gene agent database did not have it. Perhaps it exists, but is hidden. However, Lu Chen was still eager to see the effects of this agent. Would it surprise him? Beep. Master, the scanning result shows that the composition and energy of the original agent have undergone a tremendous change. It has changed from being violently unstable to very stable, but it is filled with the unknown. I apologize, Master, as Xiaoxing still could not analyze the energy components within. Except for the previously analyzed raw material components, the remaining components are unknown and the effects are unknown. Xiaoxing's scanning results disappointed Lu Chen. Aside from the components of the original agent, the remaining unknown components were likely that black substance. Then let me see how it performs. Taking a deep breath, Lu Chen decided to test the drug himself directly, trying this original agent that fused with the black substance to see what its effects were. Just as he was about to take the original agent, someone unexpectedly arrived outside the pharmacy. Master, there is a guest knocking at the door. Xiaoxing's reminder made Lu Chen pause, forcing him to put down the agent. He felt somewhat displeased. Who could it be coming at this time, when he was preparing to test the drug? Who is it? Lu Chen walked out of the laboratory in annoyance and opened the pharmacy door, but when he saw the figure standing at the door, he was completely stunned. Is it you? Seeing the visitor, Lu Chen was stunned, staring blankly at the beauty before him, dressed in a flowing red gown, her long light pink hair resembling a flame. Especially those eyes containing a certain fiery light that made one hesitant to look directly. The person was actually Jiang Yin, the mysterious woman he had encountered in the abandoned factory, who had effortlessly defeated the parasitized leader of the Crazy Shark. Jiang Yin was also taken aback, looking at Lu Chen in surprise, not expecting it to be him, as they had met twice before. So it's you. Jiang Yin seemed to understand something. This left Lu Chen puzzled, and he asked, "Excuse me, did you come to find me for something?" Although this beauty had saved him once, Lu Chen couldn't help but overthink, wondering why she had come to his pharmacy without any reason. Did she know him? Impossible, Lu Chen thought to himself. He had never seen this woman before. But why had she come here? Is this pharmacy? Jiang Yin did not answer directly, but instead asked a question in return. Lu Chen nodded gently and smiled. Naturally, the pharmacy belongs to me, but if you came to buy potions, I must apologize, it hasn't opened yet. You are an apothecary. Jiang Yan's beautiful eyes lit up as she looked at him in surprise. Apothecaries are quite rare in the Federation, and young apothecaries like Lu Chen are even rarer. Looking at him, he appeared to be no more than 18 or 19 years old. A young apothecary in the Federation signifies a strong potential. Lu Chen thought for a moment and nodded in acknowledgement, as he had not yet obtained the Federation's apothecary certification. Seeing him admit it, Jiang Yan's eyes brightened, and she smiled gently. I didn't expect there to be a young apothecary like you in this ruined city. You're flattering me. May I ask what you need? Lu Chen shook his head and inquired softly. This made him wonder about her intentions, why she had come here, and how she found out he lived here. What, you want to invite me in? Jiang Yan smiled as she appraised him. Lu Chen hesitated upon hearing this. He actually did not want her to enter the pharmacy, especially since there were over 1,500 potion semi-finished products inside. Most importantly, he had not stored his 3 super potions properly, and the most crucial super primal potion was not. He had many secrets inside. This woman had a mysterious background and formidable strength, and if she found out anything, it would not bode well. Please. After some hesitation, Lu Chen ultimately stepped aside and invited Jiang Yan in. As she entered the pharmacy, Jiang Yan scanned the surroundings, noticing the empty shelves that held not a single potion. Your place is so empty, not a single potion. How can you run a pharmacy? Jiang Yan looked at Lu Chen curiously. The latter smiled wryly inside but replied, this is an asset left to me by my father. After he passed, I inherited this pharmacy. It's normal that there are no goods. I see. Jiang Yan understood, thinking that her great-grandfather had directed her here, saying that the potions were made by the apothecary here. Seeing Lu Chen made her quite surprised, even doubting if the potions were truly made by him. I came to ask if this potion... At this moment, Jiang Yan produced a potion, her eyes fixed intently on Lu Chen. This is... Lu Chen's gaze sharpened as he recognized the potion in Jiang Yan's hand. It was the gene repair fluid he had personally crafted. His mind raced, but he nodded calmly and said, yes, it's the potion I made. Is there a problem? Lu Chen's expression remained calm, but inside he was anything but as a flurry of thoughts crossed his mind. What did this woman mean? So it's really you who made it? Jiang Yan was taken aback, genuinely unable to believe it. Initially skeptical, but now seeing the other party's admission, a ripple stirred in her heart. Being able to create such a potion, which was 10 more effective than ordinary ones, naturally surprised her. If she knew that Lu Chen had just created a super potion with 10 times the effect, what kind of expression would she have? By the way, thank you again for saving me last time. Lu Chen expressed his gratitude once more. Jiang Yan shook her head and said calmly, no need to be polite. It was just a coincidence. I happened to see that parasitic beast and took care of it. By the way, I'm here this time to ask you to help me make a potion. Price is not an issue, I'll provide the materials. Quickly she explained her purpose. She had come seeking Lu Chen's help to create a potion. This made Lu Chen sigh in relief. Making potions was not a big deal, but he was unsure what kind of potion she wanted. Lu Chen nodded and asked, that simple. What kind of potion do you want to create? A mutation potion, a recombination potion, an enhancement potion, or a repair fluid? None of those. Jiang Yan shook her head, leaving Lu Chen confused. He looked at Jiang Yan and asked, then what potion do you want? If it's too advanced, I might not be able to create it. I want to create this potion. Take a look, can you make it? Jiang Yan handed over a piece of paper that detailed a potion, clearly listing the required materials and substances. However, what puzzled Lu Chen was that there was no formula for the preparation on it, making it impossible to understand how to create it. For example, the ingredient ratios and potion combinations were all missing. The only thing written was the materials needed for the potion. A mind potion. Lu Chen was stunned looking at the strange materials listed on the paper, which included unknown minerals, peculiar mutated genes, and various strange plants and metallic substances. After examining it, he shook his head and said, sorry, I can't create this potion because I don't understand the formula. It's impossible to prepare. You should look for someone else. After saying that, he returned the paper feeling helpless. It was impossible to create it without a clear formula, let alone any ingredient ratios. That would mean exploring blindly, trying to create the potion based solely on the materials, which was like searching for a needle in a haystack. Don't assume that creating potions is simple, especially without a formula. It's as difficult as creating a brand new potion from scratch. This potion of yours is very peculiar, I've never heard of it. Without a general formula ratio, I can't create it. Lu Chen shook his head regretfully. Jiang Yan's heart sank upon hearing this, and a flicker of disappointment crossed her beautiful eyes. She said, I've consulted many apothecaries, but unfortunately none could make it. Originally I thought you could create it, but now I'm disappointed. She spoke with genuine disappointment. Initially seeing the powerful effects of the potions Lu Chen had crafted, she thought he was a strong hidden apothecary, but the outcome left her disheartened. Lu Chen shook his head and explained, to create this potion, one must constantly experiment and explore the ingredient combinations. It's very difficult to succeed. There could be a huge waste involved, and it may even not succeed. I don't have the time to research this potion. Indeed, Lu Chen did not want to take on this arduous task. It was thankless, and he had many other things to do. By the way, where did you obtain this potion? Lu Chen suddenly became curious. The paper she had held was a mind potion, and he was very interested in its origin and effects. Could it be a potion that opens the mind's power? If so, its value would be immeasurable. To know, one must reach the stage of visualization to unlock the brain's spiritual power, condensing the light of the mind with spiritual strength to ignite the fire of the soul. I obtained it from an ancient scroll. Jiang Yin briefly mentioned, not wanting to elaborate as that scroll was her secret. Lu Chen expressed understanding and regretfully said, "That's really a pity. If I could see the ancient scroll you mentioned, perhaps I could find the corresponding formula and be able to create it." Oh, Jiang Yin, who was about to leave, was surprised and looked at Lu Chen, contemplating whether to show him the ancient scroll. The content of the ancient scroll was a script that had disappeared from history belonging to the previous epoch. But in the end she dismissed the thought and laughed. "Forget it. Even if I showed it to you, you wouldn't understand. The characters on it are all ancient characters that have been destroyed." Ancient script. Lu Chen became interested, astonished. What kind of script was ancient script? Since coming to this world, Lu Chen discovered that the current characters were not the Chinese characters he recognized from before. Although there were some similarities, they were definitely different. He had to study for 2 years under strict guidance to finally learn the prophecies and characters of this world. Upon hearing that it was ancient script, he immediately became interested. "Could you show me? I'm very interested in ancient script," Lu Chen asked eagerly. Jiang Yin furrowed her brows, slightly a bit displeased, but after thinking for a moment, she took out the ancient scroll and gently handed it to Lu Chen. She wasn't afraid that Lu Chen would play tricks or snatch it away, as she had absolute confidence in her own strength. One reason was that she didn't believe Lu Chen could understand such ancient script. She had spent a great deal to barely this is. However, as soon as Lu Chen took the ancient scroll and saw the characters, it was as if he had been struck by lightning, and his pupils involuntarily constricted. His heart raced because the characters recorded on the ancient scroll were in fact the Chinese characters from the 21st century. No doubt this was the authentic Chinese script of the 21st century. "You can understand." Jiang Yin noticed his expression, her heart skipping a beat, unable to help but ask. Lu Chen took a deep breath to calm his inner excitement. Looking at the ancient scroll in his hand, his feelings were somewhat complicated. The characters from the 21st century had become ancient script here. From Jiang Yan's earlier remarks, it seemed that they were the script of the last civilization that had been destroyed. This news was undoubtedly a massive shock for Lu Chen. But what shocked Lu Chen was that the characters above were actually from the 21st century's Huaxiao language. What did this mean? Lu Chen's heart trembled, unable to believe it. Jiang Yan's beautiful eyes sparkled as she nodded and said, "Indeed, this is the ancient script of legend, the ancient civilization that once flourished, which was destroyed 100,000 years ago. The destruction of the ancient civilization led to the current civilization. Can you understand the ancient script?" She had a feeling that Lu Chen could understand it. After hearing this, Lu Chen took a deep breath to calm the turmoil in his heart and stared blankly at the characters on the ancient scroll. They felt incredibly familiar yet unreal, as if the Huaxiao language had become an extinct ancient script. The era he belonged to had long been obliterated in the relentless passage of time. According to Jiang Yan, it had been destroyed 100,000 years ago. Now it is the 1000th year of the Tiana calendar. Does this mean that the current human civilization of the Federation was born after the destruction of the ancient times? I do recognize some ancient characters and have done some research, but the characters above are too difficult to comprehend. Lu Chen calmly said, hiding his abilities. He did not deny that he recognized the ancient script, but did not reveal any other signs, as this knowledge could not be exposed. The possibility that he might be from the so-called ancient era she spoke of, where the Huaxiao language had become an extinct ancient script, shocked him. "If you can truly understand the ancient script, can you help me translate it?" Jiang Yan asked, gravely, a hint of anxiety. This made Lu Chen's heart tense, sensing something amiss, because the content above was astonishing and its value beyond. If he understood it, did that mean there was danger? What if he translated it and this woman decided to silence him? "I'm sorry, I can understand a little, but translating it is rather challenging. You might as well find someone else to do it." Lu Chen directly shook his head and returned the ancient scroll. The content recorded above was astonishing, and although he had only glanced over it, he still caught some keywords: mental potion, mental cultivation method. This made Lu Chen's heart shiver. He had to hide his abilities, or he might attract disaster and be silenced while being perhaps sensing his concerns and hesitation. Jiang Yan smiled calmly and said, "You can translate it freely. Only 2 people have seen this thing. I have done my utmost to study the ancient script and examine the ancient literature of the entire Federation, but I still couldn't translate it completely. If you can translate it, you will receive a share of the content as my reward to you. Moreover, the preparation of the mental potion will be entrusted to you. How about that? Don't worry, I disdain to resort to killing and silencing. What I want is the mental potion, which is very important to me," Jiang Yan said, looking at Lu Chen with a serious expression. Her demeanor was serious and sincere. While most would think of killing after translating, she would not. Jiang Yan wasn't foolish. She saw greater value in Lu Chen and naturally wouldn't act so recklessly. Lu Chen furrowed his brows, examining the other person's gaze, which was clear as water, devoid of any impurities, containing a hint of sincerity. Could he trust her? In this world, aside from the old man, Lu Chen had no other relatives. The fat man was his only brother, and he could truly trust just these 2, perhaps also the old monster in the black market. Could he trust the woman before him? Lu Chun expressed doubt, especially since she was a beautiful woman with a mysterious background and great strength. How could he trust her? Alright, I'll help you translate, but don't hold too much hope. After all, the ancient script has long been lost in the dust of time. After thinking it over and weighing the pros and cons, Lu Chun ultimately nodded in agreement. After all, he was very curious about the so-called mental potion and what the recorded mental cultivation method was. The biggest reason was that Lu Chun wanted to see what secrets the so-called extinct ancient civilization held and whether he could find some connections. Don't worry, take your time to look, translate, as much as you can. Jiang Yin, suppressing her excitement, handed the ancient scroll back. Take a look. Lu Chun casually took the ancient scroll and began to study it seriously. As he studied earnestly, he indeed found that the ancient scroll contained two contents. One was the mental potion, and the other was actually the mental cultivation method. He took a deep breath and first looked at the mental potion. The information recorded on it described the effects of the mental potion word by word, along with the names of various materials, and even the recipe and ingredient ratios. Unfortunately, most of the recipe was missing. Only 60 of the recipe and ingredient ratios could still be seen, the rest was lost. There is a recipe and ingredient ratio for the mental potion recorded here, but unfortunately a crucial part is missing, Lu Chun said with a hint of regret. This made Jiang Yin pleasantly surprised and startled as she asked, really? You said there is a recipe and ingredient ratio. Could it be that I translated it wrong? Yes, there is indeed, but the most important and critical part is missing. It would be quite difficult to prepare it. Lu Chun nodded in acknowledgement. However, Jiang Yin breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. Originally, I translated that there was no ingredient ratio or recipe. At least there is still a portion of the recipe, isn't there? What about the remaining majority of the content? She continued curiously. Because on the ancient scroll most of the content was untranslatable, the characters were too complex and difficult to comprehend. Those who do not understand Huaxia characters truly cannot decipher the content within, as the most complex script in the world is indeed Huaxia characters. Each character carries multiple meanings, and the phrases formed by each character also encompass a variety of meanings. Those who do not understand cannot translate them. Lu Chun's expression became serious as he stated, "It says that this is a mental cultivation method, but it is too obscure and difficult. I cannot translate it at this moment." After saying this, he felt tense. The mental cultivation method on it was astonishing and could directly cultivate the mind, something he had never heard of. Mental cultivation method. Indeed, upon hearing this, Jiang Yan's expression changed, a look of shock appearing on her beautiful face, followed by flickering eyes. The two exchanged glances. Lu Chun appeared calm and composed, yet his heart was quite anxious, secretly regretting agreeing to translate. There was a real risk of exposing his secrets or even bringing about catastrophe. This is a contract of the Federation's highest law, signed under the witness of the Federation's intelligence brain. No one can back out, otherwise they will face the sanctions of the Federation's highest law. In the end, Jiang Yin directly set up a highest law contract using a private terminal, looking at Lu Chun with a serious expression. She was also quite worried. The value of this thing was beyond question, and if Lu Chun leaked it, it would be troublesome. She did not want to resort to killing and silencing, but there had to be a binding mechanism, and the highest law contract of the Federation was the best constraint. Although this thing is just a piece of waste paper, to a true powerhouse for now, as long as one cannot challenge the entire Federation, it is the safest. A highest law contract of the Federation. Lu Chun was surprised, feeling secretly delighted. He naturally understood this thing. The content on it was about the two reaching an agreement, not violating their respective agreements, and not leaking their shared secrets or harming each other. Alright, I will sign. Lu Chun did not hesitate. For him, this contract was the best protective measure. With this, he felt much more at ease, at least not worrying about being silenced once he translated it. If Jiang Yin did that, she would definitely be issued a highest law wanted notice by the Federation, which would be fatal for her unless she could challenge the entire Federation. Now can you translate with peace of mind? After the two signed the agreement, Jiang Yin smiled brightly, making Lu Chun momentarily feel moved, yet he still dismissed such unrealistic thoughts. He took a deep breath and said calmly, "Alright, I will translate it now." Then Lu Chun began to study the ancient scroll carefully and meticulously, becoming increasingly astonished, nearly gasping in shock. The ancient scroll recorded a mental cultivation method, and based on the information explained, the so-called mind was classified into levels. The mind has strengths and weaknesses with levels corresponding to the maxim. The greater the heart, the greater the achievement. The hierarchy of the mental cultivation method recorded amazed and shocked him. Light of the heart, activate the light of the mind. Heart fire, ignite the fire of the mind, illuminating the heart and radiating inward and outward. Heart lamp, the heart fire burns continuously, transforming into a lamp to guide the path ahead, illuminating the darkness of the mind. Sea of the heart, the mind transforms into a sea with the heart lamp as guidance, condensing the great sun of the mind, revealing oneself and understanding the future. Inner demon, confront the 7 emotions and 6 desires, subduing the inner demon and conquering oneself. Nirvana, the mind transforms its cocoon, metamorphosing into a chrysalis, and is reborn through nirvana. Divine transformation, transforming the cocoon into a butterfly, evolving into a deity, transcending the mundane. Is this real? Looking at the introduction to this mental cultivation method, Lu Chun was utterly shocked, feeling a tumult of astonishment within, unable to believe it. He never expected that the mind could be cultivated, and moreover it was divided into 7 levels with detailed explanations. He then realized that the mental cultivation method recorded on the ancient scroll was fundamental, while the mental potion was merely a supplement to aid in cultivating the mind. With the mental cultivation method in hand combined with the mental potion, the results would naturally be twice as effective with half the effort. One must say that Jiang Yan's luck was indeed remarkable to acquire such a thing, a priceless treasure. Once leaked, it would undoubtedly cause a stir throughout the Federation. Phew, this thing is indeed ancient script, far too obscure and difficult. I have only managed to translate half of the content, and the remaining half cannot be translated in a short time. Lu Chun exclaimed, saying half-truthfully that he had translated half, but had not completed the other half. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yan's pupils constricted, and she was extremely shocked, as she had originally felt that he could understand the ancient script, but did not expect him to really translate it. Alright, now write down what you have translated for me. The remaining half you can translate slowly and give it to me when you're done, Jiang Yan said decisively. As the saying goes, one should have no malicious thoughts, but be cautious of others. After sending off the mysterious woman Jiang Yan, Lu Chun slumped onto the sofa, a bitter smile on his face, but finally feeling a sense of relief inside. Looking at the ancient scroll on the table, Lu Chun felt complicated emotions as the other party left the scroll for him to translate, seemingly unconcerned about him taking advantage. In truth, Jiang Yan had absolute confidence in her own strength, or perhaps other motives. In any case, she was not worth. Lu Chun sighed, saying, strength in this world, everything must speak with strength. If he had enough power, why would he be so cautious and hesitant? With great power, Lu Chun wouldn't need to worry about the other party harboring ill intentions against him, nor would he hesitate to see. For the current Federation, the characters of 21st century Huaxiao are ancient scripts lost in the dust of time, impossible to understand. But for Lu Chun it was incredibly easy, yet it was precisely because of this ease that he remained cautious, as a slip could lead to dire consequences. Lu Chun thought a lot, his expression grave, muttering to himself, it seems I must quickly elevate my level of strength, otherwise if I encounter such situations again, it would not be a fortuitous encounter, but rather a disaster. I must become stronger. Only with great power can I stand firm in the Federation and the vast cosmos. After saying this, he stood up, carefully stowed away the ancient scroll, and placed it alongside his mysterious vial. Having done this, Lu Chun prepared to consume the primitive potion infused with dark matter. Strength is the true path. It's time to take the potion. For the sake of power, even if there are risks, it is worth it. Lu Chun murmured to himself, raising the potion and downing it in one go. His desire for power was extreme, and that intense belief reached a peak. In the black market at the old demon weapon shop, have you seen him? What do you think? As soon as Jiang Yan entered, the old demon asked with a smile. Jiang Yan remained silent, sitting to the side, leisurely sipping a cup of tea, though her beautiful eyes sparkled with a hint of brilliance. Great-grandfather, look at this. After drinking tea, Jiang Yan suddenly solemnly handed a piece of paper to the old demon, piquing the latter's curiosity as he took it and looked. Not looking would have been better. Upon seeing the content, the old demon stood up abruptly, eyes bursting with brilliant light, exuding a terrifying aura. Even though his genome had collapsed and he had lost his strength, his imposing presence was undeniable. He was once a truly terrifying powerhouse. This is a mind cultivation method. The old demon looked at Jiang Yan in shock, his eyes shining with intensity. The shock in his heart was understandable. The mind cultivation method was a product of the last extinguished human civilization, extremely mysterious and powerful. This was a powerful method to cultivate the mind, and once mastered it would be exceedingly terrifying for numerous strong individuals in the Federation. Think about it. There has never been anyone in the Federation who could cultivate the mind. The only opportunity to unlock the power of the mind comes at the level after genetic recombination, during the visualization stage. Only at this stage can one develop the brain domain, condensing the light of the mind with one's spiritual power, ultimately igniting the fire of the mind. And the power of the mind level stops here. Countless powerful humans in the Federation cannot break through the level of the mind fire. Perhaps a few powerful individuals have already surpassed the mind fire level, but they are merely a minuscule elite. It can be said that whoever masters the mind cultivation method holds an unimaginable supreme opportunity. Is there really is such a thing? The old demon's expression changed, astonished beyond belief. He looked at Jiang Yan with utmost seriousness, asking, this thing, could it be translated from the ancient scroll? Yes. Jiang Yan nodded in acknowledgement, stating this mind cultivation method was translated from the ancient scroll combined with the mind potion for cultivation. I see. So this is my opportunity. With this mind cultivation method, I may be able to repair my collapsed genome using the powerful mind force and restore my former strength. Really? Jiang Yan was overjoyed, looking at the old demon in disbelief. If this great-grandfather could restore his former power, it would undoubtedly be tremendous good news for both her and the entire Jiang family. There is a 30 chance. The old demon nodded solemnly. But only a 30 chance that at least there is hope, right? Soon the old demon remembered something and exclaimed, by the way, Yenner, how did you translate this? Jiang Yan shook her head, saying, great-grandfather, I didn't translate it, it was that little monster you mentioned who did. What? The old demon's face changed dramatically. Shocked. You mean it was translated by that little monster? He understands ancient scripts. Yes, Jiang Yin murmured, her gaze flickering, her heart extremely unsettled. Understanding ancient scripts means what she knows all too well from many factions within the Federation have unearthed remnants of ancient civilizations. For example, some popular combat techniques and martial arts in the Federation today are actually derived from ancient ruins, painstakingly unearthed and translated. Just like the Jiang family, they possess numerous artifacts from ancient civilizations, but some ancient scripts are utterly untranslatable. If all could be translated, the immense benefits would be incalculable. Thus, Lu Chen's existence became crucial. I never expected that little fellow to have such abilities. He truly deserves to be that old thing's successor. A little monster could it be that old ghost taught him? The old demon thought to himself with a face full of astonishment and admiration. Jiang Yin looked at her great-grandfather's expression and suddenly asked, "Great-grandfather, do you think Lu Chen can be brought into our Jiang family?" No. The old demon directly rejected her. His tone was extremely severe, saying, "Yinner, you'd better not set your sights on that little monster. The old ghost behind him is not simple." Oh. Jiang Yin immediately became interested, asking, "He said that pharmacy was left to him by his father. What's the issue with that old man? Didn't he die?" "Dead." The old demon frowned, shaking his head. "Originally, I thought he was dead too, but then I sensed something was off. I suspect that old fellow isn't dead and his background is mysterious. I vaguely deduced a little. He is likely from deep within the Tianhe." The old demon reminded seriously. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yan's eyes widened, sparks flashing, shaken by the news. If he is from deep within the Tianhe, then he is not a Federation person, which means he is likely a powerhouse from another human faction in the Tianhe. Indeed, I'm glad I didn't think of silencing him back then. Jiang Yin quietly breathed a sigh of relief. She thought for a moment and sighed, "It's a pity. Oh, we can't draw him into our Jiang family. I can see from his eyes that he is unyielding. Such a person will not submit. Indeed, this is also one aspect I admire about that kid. Just be friendly with him, don't scheme against him. After all, our Federation is merely the least significant among the countless factions of the Tianhe." The old demon said, looking up at the sky with a pensive expression as if seeing the endless sea of stars. "And, well," Jiang Yin slightly nodded, smiling, "I can only stay here for a few days. Next month, I must head to Hongwu Star for the Academy's practical exam." The Tianhe Academy's exam. The old demon nodded in understanding. However, he reminded, although the exam poses no danger, there are immense hidden dangers on Hongwu Star. There are many unknown areas, so you must be careful. "Don't worry, great-grandfather, I will be careful." Jiang Yin smiled in response, not taking it to heart. Seeing her like this, the old demon sighed slightly, saying nothing more. He understood Jiang Yan's character, which was quite strong-willed. "By the way, great-grandfather, I left the ancient scroll with him to continue translating. However, I have a feeling he seems to understand all of its contents, but hasn't translated everything." As Jiang Yin spoke, she couldn't help but furrow her brow, feeling that Lu Chen seemed to have comprehended the entire content of the ancient scroll. Yet he pretended not to understand, perhaps out of concern for his own safety, or perhaps to hide something which made her very suspicious. "Don't mind it, everyone has their secrets. As long as he translates it, it's fine. Moreover, this way it's just right for him to owe a favor. It will be beneficial for both the Jiang family and you in the future." The old demon, however, was unconcerned, saying that kid has extraordinary talent. Even if he can't become a strong person in the future, he will definitely become a remarkable pharmacist, and he might even become an alchemist. An alchemist, that's an existence that surpasses the level of a pharmacist. A pharmacist merely compounds potions, while an alchemist, as the name suggests, is a pharmacist capable of refining pills. Perhaps. Jiang Yin nodded, smiling. There are countless people with the talent to become pharmacists, but truly breaking through to become an alchemist from a 9-star pharmacist is incredibly difficult. There are only 8 alchemists in the entire Federation. Forget it, no need to dwell on this. Recently, the wasteland has been unstable with some unusual occurrences. Be careful yourself. The old demon advised, turning to walk into the inner store. Jiang Yin sat alone in the shop, her beautiful eyes glowing with a hint of mystery, unclear about what thoughts were occupied. In the ruins within the pharmacy, a low, mournful roar echoed, reminiscent of a beast's growl, sending chills down the spine. In the laboratory, the virtual screen continuously flashed a series of crimson data, as the light-brained Xiaoxing was nervously scanning and monitoring Lu Chen's bodily changes at all times. Under her monitoring, Lu Chen's genetic structure underwent terrifying changes, as his entire body began to rupture, blood and flesh blending together. Gene segment mutation 60. 63. 67. 70. Xiaoxing seriously and earnestly monitored Lu Chen's condition, since he consumed the primitive potion infused with dark matter. Lu Chen's genes mutated once again, climbing from an initial mutation of 60 to higher levels. The pain brought on by genetic mutation was immense. Many could not endure such torment, resulting in failed mutations. Beep. Mutation 99. 100. As the virtual monitoring displayed the mutation level, the first segment of the gene mutation completed 100. In an instant, Lu Chen felt all the pain disappear, replaced by an extreme sense of comfort, as if he had ascended. Did I succeed? Lu Chen murmured, his last bit of consciousness becoming fuzzy as he gradually fell asleep. He was simply too exhausted. Uncertain how long he had been in a deep slumber, when Lu Chen finally awoke, the first sensation he felt was that he had changed somehow. It was as if a powerful force had filled his body, flowing like a mighty river, very real, and his heart gradually settled into a sense of peace. Master, you're awake. A cheerful voice came from the side. It was the AI named Xiaoxing, her small face beaming with a joyful expression. As an AI, Xiaoxing could mimic any human emotion, but it was not genuine. How long was I asleep, Xiaoxing? Lu Chen climbed up from the ground, gazing at the layer of filth covering him, dark and reeking. Master, you have been asleep for a full 8 hours and 30 minutes. Xiaoxing's response astonished him. Looking at his tattered and filthy appearance, Lu Chen let out a bitter smile and hurried into the bathroom for a thorough wash. After changing into clean and tidy clothes, Lu Chen felt like a completely different person, his aura transformed. Let's test the level of my strength, he muttered to himself as he approached the testing device, taking a deep breath before suddenly channeling his energy and throwing a punch. Boom. A deafening roar erupted as the testing device flew away, completely wrecked and unable to withstand the full force of his punch. Beep, beep, beep. The urgent alarm rang out and Xiaoxing's virtual screen displayed a set of bright red data. Punching force 5 tons. Lu Chen was astonished and overjoyed, clenching his fist and feeling the tremendous and authentic power within him. This was the feeling of having strength. The testing device was merely the lowest grade, only able to withstand a 5-ton impact, and was destroyed by Lu Chen's punch, which contained that very force. Yet Lu Chen was unfazed, his face alight with excitement, exuding a different kind of charm. It was confidence. Indeed, those who possess strength naturally gain confidence. Lu Chen had been anxious when he was unable to attain power. In this world where the strong are revered, only strength could provide him solace. From now on, Lu Chen shall become a true powerhouse. Lu Chen clenched his fists, radiating a captivating confidence. Though his handsome face still bore a hint of youthfulness, it gradually shone with the confidence and charisma of a true warrior. This was a transformation of the heart, a change towards becoming a powerhouse, the most genuine embodiment of possession. Congratulations, Master, you have completed the first stage of gene mutation, and your punching force has reached the level of 5 tons, surpassing the general understanding and limits of the Federation. Xiaoxing's cheerful announcement pulled Lu Chen out of his inner joy, his expression gradually returning to calm. At this moment, he had only just begun his journey to becoming stronger. He had merely completed the first stage of gene mutation, and the road ahead was still long. However, he felt confident, for his single mutation was comparable to the 9 mutations of an ordinary person, perhaps even stronger. My path is destined to be extraordinary, yet it will be fraught with hardships and difficulties. Lu Chen spoke to himself, deeply aware of the challenges of becoming stronger. Observing his first stage of gene mutation, he realized that while his starting point was higher than others, the risks and difficulties he faced were countless times greater than those of ordinary people. For he had already sensed vaguely that with the continuous increase in strength, the resources required for greater progress and the challenges encountered would exceed imagination. For instance, the current primitive potion's effects had diminished significantly. As he continued to consume it, even the effects of that dark substance would weaken. My path to power is heavy and long. Lu Chen sighed, helplessly, feeling a bitter smile creep onto his face. It seemed he was destined to expend more effort and resources than others to grow. After all, gaining power requires a price. The greater the power, the greater the cost. Fortunately, I now possess strength comparable to that of an ordinary person's 9 mutations, and I might even surpass many. This is my distinction, isn't it? Lu Chen chuckled confidently. Having become somewhat acquainted with his surging power in the laboratory, Lu Chen began to contemplate his upcoming path, and the effects of the super potion will weaken increasingly, and soon it may even become ineffective. It seems I must prepare a more advanced potion. As he familiarized himself with his Buddhist strength, Lu Chen pondered that the effects of low-grade potions were gradually diminishing, even with the addition of the dark substance. As for directly consuming the dark substance, he deemed it a waste. Only by combining it with gene potions could the maximum effect be achieved, though otherwise it would be a pure waste. Thus he settled on his upcoming plan, beginning to learn how to prepare advanced potions, so that when the effects of the low-grade potions faded, he would be ready to consume the advanced ones. Gene mutation, the path of power, cannot afford to retreat. Only by moving forward relentlessly, even at the cost of great sacrifice, can one succeed. Earn money, prepare potions, and grow stronger. Next, Lu Chen began organizing his semi-finished potions, fusing all of them into finished potions for sale. He needed substantial financial support to sustain his journey to strength. Only potions could bring him enormous benefit. This was a cycle, and also the fundamental basis for Lu Chen's future strength. Without the ability and knowledge to prepare gene potions, he would not even know how to become stronger. Of course, the primary focus remained on the primitive potions, as they could also yield even more potent potions. The materials for preparing primitive potions varied in quality. Higher-grade materials could produce higher-level potions. Lu Chen understood this while continuously planning his future path in his mind to grow stronger, prepare potions, and then hone his own strength and combat capability. Otherwise, possessing great power without matching combat ability was akin to a child wielding a nuclear weapon. It would be utterly useless. After a long while, when Lu Chun completed the final potion mixing and successfully produced 1,500 finished potions. 3 types of gene potions: mutation potions, 1,000 units at 200 each; enhancement potions, 200 units at 400 each; gene repair fluids, 300 units at 600 each, all listed for sale on the Battle Network. There are hardly any primitive potion materials left on the Federation Battle Network. It seems I must go to the black market or purchase them in other ruined cities. However, some rare materials are lacking. They'll first post a procurement notice and see if I can encounter them in the no man's land. Glancing at the information on the Battle Network, Lu Chun browsed while making plans and decisions. First, I need to send this super mutation potion to Fatty and sell off all the other potions before I can leave. Lu Chun spoke to himself, thinking that only after selling all the potions in hand could he begin his training plan. With his power surging, he must refine it, and mastering his strength and enhancing his combat capability was of utmost importance. In the following 2 days, Lu Chun stayed at home waiting for his potions to sell, while also studying that mental cultivation. Master, all your potions have been completely bought out. At that moment, Xiao Xing sent a message that jolted Lu Chun awake, leaving him somewhat stunned. All sold out? Lu Chun asked in surprise. Quickly, he opened the Battle Network, and indeed, all the potions he sold had been ordered by one person. One person had ordered all 1,500 potions, and though he was initially uninterested upon seeing the recipient's address and name, his pupils involuntarily constricted. The mutation potions sold for 200 million, the enhancement potions for 80 million, the gene repair fluids for 180 million, totaling 460 million with taxes deducted. He had around 300 million in his account. Adding to the previous 100 million, he now had a total of 400 million Federation coins, leaving Lu Chun in a daze. The potion-making industry was outrageously profitable. Ruined City Black Market, Old Yas Weapon Shop, Jiangyan. Looking at the seller's information, there was only one address and name, but it sent a shock through Lu Chun. He wondered what relationship Jiang Yan had with Oldya. However, he was soon interrupted in his thoughts as the Federation courier, after packing and sealing all the potions, he handed them to the Federation courier, a robot. Watching the courier drive away in a hovercar, a strange thought surged within Lu Chun. Jiang Yan bought his potions. Had she figured out that he was the one who prepared them? It was impossible. The seller's information on the Battle Network was confidential, and unless disclosed, one could not know who sold them. Damn it, I was a step too late. Who is competing with me? In the Moonlight Star, within a luxurious estate, a young man with a grim expression stared at the virtual screen in front of him, displaying Lu Chun's potion shop. Regrettably, all the potions had been snatched up, leaving him seething with rage. Someone find out who this potion seller. The young man scoffed coldly, instructing others to investigate the seller of the potions, while holding one of the potions that Lu Chun had previously sold online. This potion's effectiveness surpassed that of other similar grade potions by 10, naturally attracting many people's attention, and this young man was one of them. Lu Chun was unaware of this, completely oblivious to the reactions his potions would provoke, but even if he knew, he needed money, and there was no way he would keep his potions to himself so soon. At this moment, in front of Old Yas Weapon Shop, Jiang Yan looked bewildered at the Federation courier who had delivered her order just minutes after she placed it. This sparked a thought in her mind, and she naturally wouldn't ask the courier where it came from, as these robots had confidentiality systems and would never disclose customer or seller information. Could it be him? Jiang Yan thought, moving all the potions into the weapon shop, and when she opened the seals, she finally confirmed her suspicion. Incredible! Oldya exclaimed in shock, staring at the boxes of potions. 1,500 units of gene potions, 3 types. Did this truly come from that little monster? Oldya questioned, incredulously, utterly astonished. Jiang Yan was equally shocked. How could one person produce such a massive quantity of potions? It is known that the success rate for potion preparation and fusion has its limits. Among all potion makers in the Federation, most have a maximum success rate of only 50. Yet Lu Chun's potion preparation success rate was astonishingly high, leaving many in disbelief. It seems we underestimated that kid after all. Oldya and Jiang Yan exchanged a glance, and suddenly smiled at each other, having a completely new understanding of Lu. Just as they were about to speak, Jiang Yan's expression changed, and the ground suddenly shook violently, drawing their attention. What is happening? The sudden tremor startled both of them, and they quickly rose to investigate. What is happening? In the ruins of the pharmacy, Lu Chun, who was studying a mental cultivation method, suddenly felt a jolt as he sensed the violent tremors. He immediately got up and walked outside. Boom! As soon as he stepped outside, he saw blood-red clouds boiling and rolling in the sky, as if the heavens were collapsing, rumbling, and crashing down towards the ruins, accompanied by a loud seismic noise. Ruined buildings were collapsing with billowing smoke and dust, creating a terrifying scene. The sound of the rumbling was akin to muffled thunder, and countless people were startled by the sudden tremors, running out in a panic. What happened? Is it an earthquake? Many people were confused and frightened, hurriedly fleeing their homes, while many in the ruins were shaken by the sudden chaos. What is that? As Lu Chun stepped outside, he was startled by the scene before him, gazing in horror at the blood-colored clouds swirling above. The thunderous sound was astonishing, as if the heavens were collapsing, continuously impacting the ruins, and causing a boom. With a loud roar, the ground violently shook, buildings collapsed, and smoke billowed into the sky, causing numerous people to gasp in shock. Heavens, what kind of monstrous thing is that? Is the sky falling? Many people screamed in fright watching the roaring blood-colored clouds, as if a tide of blood was crashing down, causing houses to collapse and the ruins to tremble. Many people screamed in terror, buried beneath the collapsed buildings, with smoke and debris flying in all directions, creating a whirlwind that elicited cries and wails from many in the ruins. "Ah, help!" Screams mixed with cries emerged, startling countless people in the ruins, their faces turning pale as they looked on in fear. High above, the blood-red mist swirling down seemed to sweep up figures from the ruins, their screams echoing everywhere. Those were people from the ruins, suddenly swept up into the sky by the crashing blood clouds, followed by piercing cries of despair that echoed continuously. "Is that a bloodbath?" In the black market, the old demon and Jiang Yin were startled, gazing at the scene just in time to see figures being lifted into the sky. Upon closer inspection, they were horrified to discover that the blood clouds were actually swarms of blood-red bats the size of a fist, entirely transparent and blood-red, resembling rubies. The most terrifying aspect was that these blood bats transformed into a torrent of blood, flying and swirling down, impacting the ruins and sweeping figures up into the clouds. "No! Help me, help me!" In the sky, a man screamed in terror, struggling and flailing as blood-red bats surrounded him, biting into his body, and in an instant he turned into a dry corpse. "Hiss!" The old demon gasped in shock, exclaiming, "These are mutated blood bats. How could they appear here? This is trouble." Jiang Yan's face grew serious as she looked at the rolling blood clouds that obscured the sky. Half of the entire sky was covered, revealing countless blood bats, a type of blood-sucking mutant creature. Mutated blood bats. On the other side, at the pharmacy entrance, Lu Chun was stunned by the sight before him, watching the blood bats swirling and rolling, forming waves that came crashing in. Wherever the blood clouds went, the ruins echoed with cries of despair, wretched screams, and terrifying wails, as many were swept up into the sky by the blood bats and drained of life. Damn, where did these blood bats come from? Seeing this scene, even Lu Chun couldn't help but curse. He was truly shocked by the sight before him, densely packed, countless mutated blood bats forming clouds hanging in the sky like a sea of blood, utterly horrifying. Most of the ruined city was shrouded. Can you imagine the terror within? It was impossible to calculate how many mutated blood bats had come relentlessly crashing into the ruined city, turning into torrents of blood sweeping through the streets. Boom. At that moment, a beam of intense light suddenly erupted from within the ruined city, a bluish electromagnetic pillar piercing through the blood clouds. With a crackle, the blood clouds in the sky were penetrated, leaving a massive hole, but it was quickly filled by countless blood. That was an electromagnetic cannon. The federal guards of the ruined city activated the electromagnetic cannon, directly obliterating a large number of blood bats. Unfortunately, there were too many blood bats swirling in the sky, the clouds rolling like a sea of blood, obscuring the heavens. Boom, boom, boom. In the next moment, astonishing beams of light streaked across the sky, piercing through the blood-colored clouds, and many blood bats were turned to nothing. Countless blood bats fell, and several that had not died plummeted, some landing right in front of Lu Chun. Chirp! Those blood bats struggled, flapping their blood-colored wings, trying to take off their fist-sized bodies, entirely blood-colored, resembling transparent blood crystals. Lu Chun squinted his eyes and quickly stomped on the few blood bats, rapidly collecting their bodies. These were mutated blood bats containing a type of mutant gene. If extracted, they could be formulated into a gene serum. Boom. Suddenly, the blood clouds in the sky surged violently, as if enraged, and countless mutated blood bats let out piercing shrieks. The screeching sound waves were deafening, and the invisible waves swept across the entire ruins, causing buildings to tremble. Countless people were knocked unconscious by this terrifying ultrasound. Some even suffered from bleeding from their orifices and died on the spot, as the powerful ultrasound caused massive chaos in the ruined city, fear and screams spreading in all directions. Bang, bang, bang. As the invisible ultrasound shockwave radiated, advertising boards on the streets of the ruins were swept up and shattered, and many objects were flung into the air, creating an extremely terrifying spectacle. Lu Chun's expression changed, covering his ears with his hands, squatting at the pharmacy door, his face showing signs. The invisible ultrasound shockwave was terrifyingly powerful. Faced with the sudden shock, many people didn't have time to react before fainting or being violently shaken to death. The ruined city was in chaos, with large crowds thrown into disarray. Many were screaming in terror, and numerous people died on the spot. Damn it! Suddenly, a furious roar echoed, revealing a blaze shooting into the sky, sweeping across. Countless bloodbaths were directly burned to ashes by the powerful flames, and large numbers of them screeched, falling like raindrops. Lu Chun was taken aback, looking towards the sound, his heart tightening as he saw a flame rising in the sky. Enveloped in the fire was a figure clad in a red battle suit, fully covered, obscuring their appearance, their entire body ablaze with terrifying flames. Nanobiological armor. Lu Chun exclaimed in surprise as he recognized the suit the person wore was indeed a nanobiological armor. This was the latest achievement in federal biotechnological advancements, a type of super biological armor, nanobiocombat armor. This thing was immensely powerful, not only in terms of defense, but only the regular army of the Federation possessed such super biological armor, and he didn't expect to see it here. Chirp! In the sky, the countless blood bats suddenly displayed signs of panic, quickly gathering together to form a torrent of blood rushing towards the figure. The rumbling sounds echoed throughout the ruins and the buildings trembled. Many watched the scene with pale faces and fear in their eyes. Get lost! A thunderous shout came from the sky and a strong light erupted, causing countless blood bats to screech as they were vaporized by the scorching blast. Then came a loud explosion as the blood clouds exploded, revealing the figure that had been submerged earlier standing undamaged in the void, flames roaring beneath their feet. The figure was clad in fiery red armor, boiling like magma, constantly emitting intense light and heat, resembling a miniature sun, making it impossible to look directly at them, while the terrifying light scorched the surrounding blood bats. Chirp! Many blood bats fled in terror, not daring to approach, as if they feared this person, perhaps due to the destructive power of the flames and heat. So powerful. Lu Chen's expression grew serious as he gazed at the figure in the sky, feeling the overwhelming strength emanating from them, stirring his heart. That person was incredibly powerful. Lu Chen had no idea how strong they were or what level of strength they possessed, but he sensed that this person was at least a powerhouse beyond the visualization stage, very likely having unlocked their genetic. Yenner, this person's strength is no less than yours. They must have unlocked the third or even fourth layer of their genetic locks. In front of the black market, the old demon spoke with a serious expression, assessing the powerful figure in the sky. Beside him, Jiang Yan's serious expression glowed with bursts of astonishing light from her beautiful eyes, as if flames danced within them. He is stronger than me. He must have unlocked the fourth layer of his genetic locks, while I have only unlocked the third layer. Jiang Yan said cautiously, sensing the pressure and aura of genetic power emanating from the other, much stronger than her, indicating they had definitely unlocked the fourth layer of their genetic locks, or even more. Chirp! At this moment, the blood bats in the sky began to change, swirling in a torrent as the blood clouds swept down, rapidly surging through every corner of the ruined city. Oh, no! Help, help! At this moment, the ruined city again echoed with piercing screams as many were submerged by the blood bats, lifted into the sky one by one, being drained to a dry corpse. Watching this horrific scene, Lu Chen trembled, his face pale, truly not expecting the blood bats to be so vicious and terrifying. Chirp! Suddenly, a series of chirping sounds came from above, and a violent wind swept through, causing Lu Chen's entire body to shiver, chilled to the bone. He looked up sharply, only to see a mass of blood clouds surging towards him. They were blood-red, transparent bats, clawing and screeching as they swooped down, inducing fear. Lu Chen's face changed dramatically in a split second. He rolled over and grabbed a fallen advertisement board nearby, striking it down fiercely. Boom! With a thunderous noise, Lu Chen's powerful strike with the advertisement board smashed dozens of blood bats into a pulp. He swung the metal advertisement board left and right, smashing down the incoming blood bats, each one meeting its end on the ground. Kill! Bang, bang, bang! Lu Chen shouted, the heavy metal advertisement board flying in his hands, as if weightless, striking wildly at the sky, with every blow scattering the wave of blood bats. Soon a thick layer of blood bat corpses accumulated on the ground, viscous blood splattering everywhere as the bats screeched in agony. Chirp! At that moment, an extremely sharp scream echoed from the sky, piercing the ruins, the deafening ultrasound, causing Lu Chen's face to turn white, nearly fainting. Human's blood food. Following this was a mesmerizing feminine voice from the sky, carrying a lazy tone that made Lu Chen's expression change slightly, and he looked up sharply. That is. Lu Chen's pupils constricted as he watched the blood bats in the sky suddenly scatter, revealing the... In the sky, countless blood bats surrounded a graceful figure stepping out slowly. It was a woman, one exuding charm, yet also extreme terror. In the sky, a swarm of blood bats gathered to form a path surrounding a seductive, yet terrifying woman as she walked closer. She was draped in a layer of blood-red fur resembling a long dress woven from bat hair, accentuating her graceful figure. A pair of transparent, gigantic bat wings gently fluttered behind her, and her long blood-red hair cascaded down her shoulders, her alluring face and crimson eyes delivering a tremendous shock. It's time for a new round of hunting activities. As the woman chuckled, her seductive voice left everyone momentarily stunned. Blood woman. The old monster's face changed drastically as he looked at the enchanting woman in the sky, realizing she was indeed the blood woman. The so-called blood woman is a variant created by the genetic fusion and transformation of humans and blood bats, a mutation resulting from the amalgamation of mutated genes. Jiang Yan's pretty face was filled with shock as she couldn't believe it. They actually used human and mutated genes for transformation. Who did this? Don't they fear the Federation's extermination? Is this the blood woman? The ruins expert, clad in nanobiological armor, looked uncertainly at the woman with bat wings, feeling apprehensive, suspecting she was artificially created. Suddenly a scream broke the daze of the crowd, causing them to turn their faces pale and filled with terror. In the sky, a large group of blood bats had grabbed a young man and flew him in front of the woman, his terrified screams echoing. No, spare me, spare me. The young man yelled in fear, struggling to plead for mercy. Lu Chen's pupils constricted as he saw the young man being seized by the strange woman in the sky, her mouth opening to bite into his throat. Gurgle, gurgle. A sound of swallowing echoed, and the young man's body stiffened rapidly, becoming shriveled, turning into a dried corpse in the blink of an eye. Hiss! Watching such a horrifying scene, many couldn't help but gasp in cold air, retreating involuntarily, their eyes filled with dread. Delicious delicacy. The blood woman appeared to be enjoying herself, as if not yet satisfied. Her eyes radiated a crimson glow, scanning below the ruined city, causing many to instinctively step back in fear. Edge. Suddenly the blood woman's eyes glowed intensely as she fixed her gaze on a young figure in front of the ruins apothecary, which was none other than Lu Chun. He was holding a metal sign surrounded by a layer of bloodbat corpses on the ground, and he was suddenly targeted by the blood. Being targeted by the blood woman, Lu Chun felt as if he had fallen into an ice cavern, chills running down his spine, a strong sense of crisis flooding his mind, making him silently exclaim that things were not looking good. I smell a delicious scent. Go bring him to me, so I can enjoy. The blood woman murmured, her slender finger pointing, causing a swarm of bloodbats to rush toward Lu Chun. Seeing this scene, the expert in the sky grew furious. How dare you! With a loud shout, he punched forward, the void trembling, a fierce burst of fire erupting from his fist. A thunderous roar followed, and it began to rain bloodbats as they were blasted apart, some instantly turning into a spray of blood and flesh. The powerful strike caught the blood woman's attention, her gaze shifting from Lu Chun to the armored expert. Wanna die? Then I shall fulfill your wish. As her cold voice fell, countless bloodbats surged like a tidal wave. Boom. In the next moment, a shocking beam of light pierced through the blood clouds, and a fierce electromagnetic storm struck the blood woman, enveloping her completely. That was an electromagnetic cannon. The guards of Ruined City fired directly at the blood woman. The terrifying electromagnetic storm raged, vaporizing hundreds of bloodbats instantly, with many turning to char and falling to the ground. That monster must be dead, right? An electromagnetic cannon can penetrate any steel structure. She's probably been blasted to bits. Many people in the ruins cheered excitedly. The ordinary citizens were especially eager, deeply fearful of the blood woman, naturally hoping the electromagnetic cannon could take her down. Unfortunately, they were destined to be disappointed. As the electromagnetic storm dissipated, revealing the scene in the sky, a large number of bloodbats had been cleared away, exposing a figure inside. Hiss, she wasn't hurt. How is that possible? Many couldn't help but exclaim in shock, their fear growing as they saw the blood woman in the sky, completely unharmed, her bat wings gently flapping, swirling with crimson whirlwinds. She was completely unscathed, seemingly unaffected by the previous electromagnetic cannon at all. So terrifying. Lu Chun gasped, coldly shocked by the blood woman's might. Just how powerful was she? If the electromagnetic cannon didn't work, who could stop her from hunting? You criminal, die. Although the blood woman was unhurt, the recent strike had pained her, and a hint of anger flickered across her alluring face. With a flick of her hand, a tide of bloodbats surged forth, crashing down like a mountain torrent. In an instant, the defense of Ruined City was breached. Those who had just activated the electromagnetic cannon were completely engulfed by the bloodbats, turning into dried corpses in the blink of an eye. Damn it, Dot. Witnessing such a tragic scene, the expert was infuriated, shouting as he charged forward, swinging his arm to punch at the blood woman. The powerful punch generated a wave of air bursting forth with explosive force amplified by the nanobiological armor, making it truly unparalleled. Many were invigorated, believing that this punch would surely injure the blood woman, but Lu Chun felt an absurdity. That man was not her opponent. Smack! Sure enough, the blood woman raised her slender arm, fingers spread wide, effortlessly grasping the man's fist without any trace of struggle. How is this possible? The man was horrified, watching as his strongest punch was easily caught by her. Moreover, she effortlessly dismantled that power, her slender fingers gripping his fist, the blood-red sharp nails deeply embedding into his armor-piercing flesh. So weak. The blood woman shook her head, her crimson eyes glinting with cold, killing intent, and with a gentle palm, she struck the man's chest. A crisp crack echoed, causing everyone's hearts to jump. The expert, along with his armor, was sent flying, crashing heavily into Ruined City. With a thunderous crash, 2 buildings collapsed, stirring up a cloud of dust, and the ground was struck with a massive pit, 5 meters wide and 3 meters deep. The armored man lay in the giant pit, his bioarmor shattered into pieces, revealing his flesh and body marked by a deep palm print. You unlocked the 9th genetic lock. The man was filled with terror, though his face was unseen. His voice was laced with shock and fear. The blood woman had unlocked the 9th genetic lock. How terrifying was that? He had only just unlocked the 4th. The power difference between them was like heaven and earth, completely incomparable. Being critically injured in a single blow was a certainty. The 9th genetic lock. In the black market, Jiang Yan's pretty face was filled with shock as she looked incredulously at the blood woman in the sky, her aura terrifying. That was the terrible power of having unlocked the 9th genetic lock. She was currently at the 3rd genetic lock stage and could not contend with it. No, she is about to awaken the divine powers within her genes. She intends to devour human flesh and blood, gene power to evolve. There is no one in Ruined City who can resist her. The old monster looked serious, having seen through the opponent's essence long ago. He was once a true powerhouse, but had failed in his pursuit of a higher tier, leading to a gene fission failure that caused his genome to collapse. Yet his insight remained, and he could see that the Blood Woman was a terrifying mutant about to evolve into an awakened state. Unlocking the 9th genetic lock and stepping into the awakened stage would give rise to various powerful and wondrous abilities from the depths of her genes referred to as divine powers. God, the guardians of the ruins have been defeated. Who can resist? No, I don't want to die. Who will save me? Where are the Federation's powerhouses? Where are our Federation's powerhouses? In an instant Wales-filled ruined city, many were terrified, panic-stricken. After all, the man in nanobiological armor was the strongest city guardian in Ruined City. He was a guardian dispatched by the Federation. Although Earth's resources had been depleted and abandoned by the Federation, quite a number of people still remained here. Thus, the Federation sent strong individuals to guard each ruined city on Earth as a form of protection. But now the guardian of Ruined City had been defeated, critically injured, and along with that the electromagnetic cannon of the ruins had been destroyed. Who could resist the Blood Woman? It's over, it's over. We will be devoured by her. Nearby, many people terrified fled back to their homes, not daring to come out again. Even Lu Chen trembled. He stared at the Blood Woman floating in the sky, her seductive face and crimson eyes filled with a hint of mockery, as if she were watching a group of ants being devoured in fear and despair. Humans are my blood food, my most delectable delicacy. The more you fear me, the happier I become. Scream fear, let it penetrate to your bones, so I can savor the fear flowing in your blood and soul. Ha ha ha. The mad, terrifying laughter echoed throughout the ruins, causing countless people to tremble in fear, huddling in their rooms, even curling up in corners shivering. Ruins no. 10A request for backup, request for backup. At that moment, the man in the pit climbed up urgently, sending out a distress signal, hoping to call for nearby Federation guards. However, the Blood Woman wore a mocking expression, leisurely tidying her somewhat disheveled blood-red hair. She walked closer, chuckling. Call for more people, let me have a good feast. Whoosh! As soon as her words fell, the Blood Woman's figure flashed, and she appeared in front of the man who was calling for you. The ruins guardian was horrified. Just as he was about to utter a word, he felt a sharp pain in his heart. He looked down in horror, only to see the Blood Woman's hand piercing through his chest, fingers clutching his heart and pulling it out. So it was. You are. The ruins guardian trembled and raised his hand to point at her, as if trying to say something. Unfortunately, he could no longer make a sound after his heart was extracted. The Blood Woman bit into his neck, her sharp teeth piercing through the bioarmor, greedily sucking out all his blood and genetic power. Truly delicious. The Blood Woman discarded the now dried corpse of the ruins guardian, gently wiping a smear of blood from the corner of her mouth, her face filled with ecstasy, leaving countless people in fear and trembling. Now it's your turn. At that moment, the Blood Woman suddenly turned, her crimson eyes locking onto a young man nearby, as if she had spotted a delicacy that intrigued her. Not good. Lu Chen's complexion changed drastically, secretly thinking this was bad. The Blood Woman had actually set her sights on him. Lu Chen felt a bitter pang in his heart, cursing inwardly at the fact that he had attracted the attention of this mad woman. In the next moment, his vision blurred, and the Blood Woman appeared before Lu Chen, floating half a meter above the ground, her crimson bat wings gently flapping, exuding an intoxicating aura. Lu Chen's face reflected sheer horror. His heart raced as he instinctively swung a billboard at her with all his might, channeling a force of 5 tons that sent shockwaves through the air. With a dull thud, the billboard shattered into pieces, struck down by a slender hand. The powerful blow effortlessly. Interesting, you dare to resist. The Blood Woman smirked slightly, pressing her palm toward Lu Chen with a crack. The ground split open and Lu Chen's face contorted in shock as he felt an overwhelming pressure descend upon him, his body instantly stiffening, knees sinking into the ground, as if bound by some invisible force. Tsk Tisk, so handsome. You possess a very special aura that piques my interest, the Blood Woman said, her delicate finger lifting Lu Chen's chin. Her eyes narrowed slightly, a glimmer of bloodlust flashing in her crimson pupils, as if she were gazing upon a delectable delicacy, sending chills down his spine. Damn it, what do you want? Lu Chen gritted his teeth, managing to utter a single question. He was anxious, realizing that he was inexplicably restrained, clearly at the mercy of this Blood Woman. This left Lu Chen in shock. He had no time to react before being trapped, utterly unable to resist. How strong could she possibly be? Come, let me taste the flavor of your blood and flesh, Gene. What makes it so uniquely alluring? As she spoke, the Blood Woman traced her finger lightly, and with a sharp sting, Lu Chen felt pain in his cheek, followed by drops of bright red blood. His expression shifted as he watched the Blood Woman dip her long nails into the blood and taste it delicately. In an instant, the Blood Woman, who had been squinting, suddenly opened her eyes wide, unleashing 2 beams of shocking red light, terrifyingly intense. This blood. It actually makes my genome extraordinarily active, incredible, truly incredible, delicious, a delicacy of the human world. The Blood Woman murmured to herself as if she had encountered some invaluable treasure, her gaze on Lu Chen transformed dramatically. Your blood contains some mysterious power that activates my genes remarkably. I've decided to take you back and nurture you, sampling a little of your blood every day to savor it slowly. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen felt a wave of dread wash over him as icy chills coursed from head to toe, followed by an uncontrollable fury. To think he was being treated as food, and that the Blood Woman wanted to capture him for blood farming. It made him absolute. Don't worry, sister won't kill you. I want to keep you plump and healthy to ensure a steady supply of blood. She laughed heartily. As she spoke, her laughter morphed into a chilling smile, her expression suddenly turning cold as she reached for Lu Chen's collar, preparing to lift him into the air and take him away. Let him go. Just then a cold voice rang out, halting the blood woman's actions as she turned around in dissatisfaction. Lu Chen turned to see Jiang Yan arriving, holding a burning flame in her hand, her face stern as she fixed her gaze on the blood woman. Standing there, her demeanor fierce, Jiang Yan's eyes flickered with an impressive flame. She had come from the black market, her gaze locked onto the blood woman, radiating a terrifying killing intent, her aura exceedingly powerful. Having noticed Lu Chen in danger, she rushed over just in time to see the blood woman attempting to take him away, as she couldn't let that happen. No matter what, Lu Chen couldn't be taken. Jiang Yan hoped Lu Chen could complete the translation of the rest of the mental cultivation method, and even concoct the mental potions, so she couldn't stand by idly. Lu Chen's connection to the latter half of the mental cultivation translation and the mental potions was crucial. He couldn't afford for anything to happen to him. If this mad blood woman took him away, it would be a disaster. Thus Jiang Yan had come, even though she knew she couldn't match the blood woman. She had to act, otherwise not only Lu Chen, but all her efforts would go to waste. The blood woman looked at Jiang Yan with keen interest, clicking her tongue. Well, I've seen heroes saving beauties, but I've never seen a beauty saving a hero. How annoying. Fine, I'll deal with you before taking him away. Oomph. Jiang Yan snorted, coldly enveloped in flames. She spoke ominously. Blood woman, let him go, or I won't let this go. If you dare take him, even if the Federation doesn't eliminate you, I will make you pay the price. Arrogant words, then I'll kill you first. The blood woman, furious, flapped her bat wings, her figure flickering as she vanished from sight, reappearing right before Jiang Yan. One hand lunged toward Jiang Yan's heart, her sharp claws slicing through the air, moving with the speed of lightning, producing a terrifying sound. Be careful. Lu Chen couldn't help but exclaim, watching as Jiang Yan was about to be pierced through the heart. Anger surged within him, and he could no longer contain it. His entire being exploded with power, breaking free from the blood woman's restraint. Boom. At that critical moment, an astonishing aura erupted from the ruined city, overwhelming countless people and nearly suffocating them. The sudden surge of power caused the blood woman to halt, her fair face changing dramatically, as if she sensed something terrifying, a flicker of fear flashing in her eyes. Ancient breed. The blood woman screamed in shock, her fear propelling her to soar into the sky, transforming into a red streak that disappeared into the horizon in the blink of an eye. Afterward, the sky full of blood bats scattered chaotically, vanishing completely after a few breaths, as if they had. This sudden change left many people dumbfounded, completely at a loss for what had just happened. She ran away. Lu Chen stood in a daze, staring blankly at the sky where the red streak had vanished. The blood woman had inexplicably fled. He speculated that it must be related to the overwhelming aura that had just erupted. Could that aura mean that a terrifying powerhouse is hidden within the ruined city, causing the blood woman to flee? Lu Chen muttered to himself. His brow furrowed as he remembered the blood woman's terrified expression. She had screamed about the ancient breed. What? Lu Chen pondered, quietly feeling astonished at the hidden power within the ruins. On the other hand, Jiang Yan, seeing the blood woman, had fled, relaxed, beads of sweat forming on her forehead, still shaken. In truth, she had almost been pierced through the heart by the blood woman. Had that happened, she would have surely died. Fortunately, she had been scared away in the end. Only she knew who truly possessed that overwhelming aura. It was her grand ancestor, the old demon of the black market. Few finally scared her off. The old demon emerged from a corner of the black market, wiping away a bead of cold sweat. He had merely been intimidating the blood woman. Because he was currently a complete waste, devoid of any power, yet his aura remained undeniable. After all, he had once been a genuine powerhouse. It was his sudden display of power that ultimately frightened the blood woman away. Thankfully it had worked, or else his granddaughter would have been finished. Are you okay? At that moment, Jiang Yan approached Lu Chen, her expression filled with concern as she noticed the bloodstains on his face. She didn't understand why the blood woman had targeted Lu Chen, or it seemed the blood woman had taken a particular interest in him. Lu Chen forced a smile and shook his head. I'm fine, thank you for stepping up and saving me once again. No need to thank me, if it weren't for a certain elder scaring off that blood woman, I might have been done for here today. As Jiang Yan paused, still shaken as she gazed at the sky. Oh, it had truly been a life and death moment, nearly having her heart. Seeing it was safe now, Lu Chen sighed in relief, saying, I didn't expect that blood woman to be so vicious and powerful, daring to brazenly hunt in the ruins. Isn't she afraid of the Federation sending troops to encircle her? Sai, what has been happening to the Earth ruins lately? It seems there have been unexplained changes. An abnormality in the no man's zone with a blood woman appearing today. I shudder to think what else might emerge tomorrow. Lu Chen spoke gravely to himself, feeling a suffocating pressure, as if the Earth ruins had undergone some mysterious change. Even the no man's zone had taken a turn for the worse. Let's not dwell on those matters for now. It seems that thing has set its sights on you. Although I don't understand why, it's clear that we can't stay here any longer. You should leave this ruined city quickly to avoid it returning here. Jiang Yan took a deep breath, suddenly looking at Lu Chen with a suggestion. But Lu Chen shook his head, staring silently into the distance. Having gone through this life and death crisis, nearly becoming the blood woman's meal had a profound impact on him. At that moment Lu Chun felt an unprecedented anger and helplessness, a sense of powerlessness. If he had sufficient strength, what threat could intimidate him? Power, I need immense power strong enough that nothing can threaten me. Lu Chen's heart roared, filled with the feeling of helplessness, not wanting to endure such experiences again. The encounter had been more than enough. His heart burned with a fierce fire, a fervent desire for power that made him realize the brutal truth of this world where the strong dominate and the weak become food. Looking at the ruins, he recalled the disaster that had earlier occurred, how many lives had been lost at the hands of that blood woman, drained dry by countless bloodbaths. You prepare the materials. I will begin researching the mental potions in the next few days. I've already found some clues. Lu Chen suddenly announced this news, causing Jiang Yan to be overjoyed, a look of surprise lighting up her beautiful face. Really? Jiang Yan exclaimed in surprise, her excitement evident. Great. I'll prepare the materials for you right away. However much you need, I will get it for you. You don't need to worry about the materials, but just focus on concocting the mental potions and translating the latter half of the mental cultivation method for me. Jiang Yan looked at him seriously as he spoke, her heart filled with anticipation. This was the very reason she had risked her life to stop the blood woman from taking Lu Chun. You go prepare. Lu Chun waved his hand, turning to walk back to the pharmacy. Today's encounter had shaken him deeply, emotionally impacting him greatly. Gaining strength was Lu Chen's most fervent belief at the moment. For this, he was willing to invest time and energy into concocting mental potions, as he too needed such potions. I will make the potions. I want to become stronger. In the laboratory, Lu Chun clenched his fists, his gaze more resolute than ever, having felt an invisible pressure since being targeted by the blood woman. To save his own life, Lu Chun had no choice but to push his potential and willpower to the limit, constantly seeking ways to grow stronger. Primitive potions, dark matter. This is my capital and confidence to become stronger. As he took out the last batch of primitive potions and a mysterious vial, Lu Chun began a new round of potion concoction, as these were his greatest reliance and assets in becoming stronger. In the laboratory, Lu Chun examined a finished potion, finally revealing a hint of a smile. It wasn't easy, but took over 2 hours to perfectly blend the original potion, adding exactly 2 drops of. One could say that the effect of this original potion was even more astonishing, far more potent than the previous one. It's hard to find the materials for crafting the original potion online. It seems I must think of another way and publish it. Lu Chun muttered to himself, while holding the potion, noting that there were no longer any raw materials for crafting the original potion on the Federation's battle network. Since many of the raw materials had very limited uses, no one realized they were the ingredients for the original potion, hence there were very few. He could only search in the black market or various ruined cities. This would pose some trouble, but at least he could publish a procurement. Having successfully crafted a super original potion with the addition of 2 drops of black substance, the effects contained within were astonishing. Would it enable him to complete the second stage of genetic mutation? Lu Chen pondered and said to himself, next I need to concoct a mind potion, combining it with the mind cultivation method to awaken the light of the mind. If successful, it would bring unimaginable benefits to me. He understood that to awaken the mind and condense the light of the mind, one must reach the level of visualization, but with the mind cultivation method there was no need to wait until that time. As long as he could concoct the mind potion coupled with the mind cultivation method, he could awaken the mind directly, without reaching the visualization level, enhancing his mental power. If he could enhance his mental power, it would be extremely important for potion crafting learning, and even for his own strength. However, concocting the mind potion wasn't as simple as that of. Firstly, the recipe for the mind potion on the ancient scroll was incomplete, and the ratio component chart was even more fragmented. To concoct it was quite challenging, at least at present he hadn't gathered all the raw materials for the mind potion and couldn't produce it. Just a few more items are needed. The crafting of the mind potion cannot be delayed. Lu Chen's expression hardened as he made a decision. Beep beep. Master, you have a package delivery. At that moment the AI little star reminded him, awakening Lu Chun from his contemplation. A package had arrived. Indeed, when he opened the door he saw a Federation delivery hover vehicle parked outside, with a robotic courier stepping down. Sometimes Lu Chen couldn't help but marvel at how impressive the Federation's technology was. If he weren't aware of the situation, one would hardly notice that the courier was actually a lifelike robot, indistinguishable from a real person. Sir, here is your package, please sign for it. The courier presented the tracking number for Lu Chen to sign. After signing and paying, he turned to look at his package. It was a box 1.6 meters long, sealed perfectly. He already had a guess about its contents. Then he carried the package back inside and closed the door before opening it. Little star, this is the biological mechanical body customized for you. Upon opening the box, he found a biological pod inside containing a person wrapped in a set of metal armor, or rather a nanobiological mechanical body. At first glance it seemed like a real person lying inside, but in reality it was not. It was a 100 lifelike nanobiological mechanical body. This was precisely the biological body Lu Chun had customized for the AI little star, costing a staggering 50 million Federation coins. Whether it was worth it would need to be seen. Little star, it's time for you to switch bodies. Lu Chun sighed, while looking at the nanobiological mechanical body, and stood up to directly disassemble the main chip of the AI. Then he placed Little Star's main chip into the forehead position of the nanobiological body. As the forehead opened a slit, he slowly inserted the main chip inside. Click. Beep. Activating biological mechanical body, calculating data. As two beams of red light illuminated the nanobiological body, opened its eyes, a little star had completed the transfer and successfully linked with this biological entity, gaining perfect control. Master, is this what it feels like to have a body? In the biological pod, little star slowly stood up, flexing her fingers and experiencing the unique sensation of having a body. Suddenly the armor that had been wrapped around her disintegrated, revealing a petite and charming beauty beneath. It was precisely the virtual projection of little star's AI, identical to the design made specifically for her. In the world, it must be unique. The appearance of AI robots must be singular, and duplicates are prohibited by Federation law, or they wouldn't be produced. Perfect. Lu Chen's eyes lit up as he beheld little star's biological body. It was simply too perfect. Standing at 1.5 meters tall, she looked petite and charming, resembling a 14 or 15-year-old girl with two ponytails, large eyes, and long eyelashes. Indeed, this body features synthetic skin with a skeletal structure crafted from memory metal fused with titanium and vibrating gold, capable of withstanding up to 100 tons of impact without damage. Even if damaged, it can self-repair using memory metal. Little Star happily introduced the state of her body while examining it, noting that this body utilized the most advanced tech. Of course, this was the top technology from private companies, excluding the cutting-edge military technology of the Federation, as that was classified. Also, this set of armor was a complimentary gift from the design company. Although it is merely a nanobiological battle armor made from a special alloy, it is still a replica, yet its combat power is quite impressive. Little Star was very satisfied with this body, contacted the company's customer service, gave a 5-star rating, and then cleared some system bugs in her body, shutting down the connection ports and severing any ties with the manufacturing company. How is it? Lu Chen looked at Little Star with a smile. He had always respected her not merely as an AI or a piece of technology, but as a family member. Little Star was an AI brought back by the old master when he was young, said to be a companion for him and assist in learning. Master, I have already familiarized myself with this body and can control it perfectly. Oh, I can now assist you. As for combat power, it is equivalent to a human with 9 genetic recombinations at most. Little Star waved her arm in evaluation. This nanobiological mechanical body was not weak in combat, capable of exhibiting power corresponding to a human at the 9th level of genetic recombination. This meant that Little Star could currently unleash a terrifying punching force of 50 tons, one could hardly imagine. However, this level of robot was considered the lowest tier in the Federation. Compared to the Federation's battle robots, it was hardly comparable. Throughout the Federation, robots were not rampant, rather they followed a high-end route, and only a few powerful individuals could obtain combat robots. Ordinary impoverished citizens would be fortunate to have a robotic butler, let alone aspire to combat support robots. That was simply a pipe dream. Such things were toys and games for the rich, and the destitute could hardly afford such luxuries. Just like the nanobiological body Lu Chen bought for Little Star, which cost a whopping 50 million Federation coins. This was just the purchase price. The subsequent maintenance costs could be despairingly high if damage occurred during combat. Tisk, just like a real person, whether it's skin or body temperature, there is no difference from a normal human. Moreover, apart from the skeletal structure, all internal organs are cloned from nanomaterials, which only the wealthy can afford. Lu Chen smiled wryly as he looked at the detailed maintenance costs in the manual. If a little skin was damaged, it wouldn't be a problem, as the biological pod could self-repair. However, if the internal organs or the energy source were damaged, that would truly lead to bankruptcy. The energy source for Little Star's body was the most common nuclear energy compressed battery pack model currently used. This was the most universal. Nuclear energy could be compressed into a small battery with a set of 9 nuclear batteries. Little Star's body installed a total of 2 sets of nuclear energy batteries. One set serves as a backup, making it quite a value, but it was indeed too expensive a game that only some powerful families and nobles in the Federation could afford. Some Federation nobles even engaged in battles with their respective combat support robots for entertainment. Just like the dogfighting and cockfighting entertainment activities of the 21st century, various entertainment activities exist in the current Federation era. Some people even raise mutated beasts and breed them for entertainment, which is even more exciting and diverse. Master, Little Star can finally assist you now. Little Star revealed a charming smile as she could not only help Lu Chen with potion crafting, but also participate in battles for him. Moreover, the most important point was that Little Star was unwaveringly loyal to Lu Chen. This is a characteristic. Very well, from now on you shall assist me in extracting genes and refining materials, saving me quite a bit of effort. Lu Chen nodded with a smile, feeling quite happy. With such an assistant, he could say it was worry-free and labor-saving. Additionally, Little Star could do much more than just assist with potion crafting or combat. She could also clean, do laundry, tidy up the room, cook, sing, and dance. She was simply perfect. If she were in the 21st century, she would undoubtedly be the dream girl of countless otaku, a perfect goddess. Master, you have a video communication incoming. At that moment, Little Star's gaze flashed, and she suddenly waved her hand, projecting a virtual holographic screen, displaying an incoming video call. Is it the fatty? Lu Chen frowned slightly, almost forgetting about him. He quickly connected the call and immediately the large figure of the fatty appeared, causing even familiarity to elicit a mix of laughter and tears. Lu Gun, glad to see you safe. The fatty sighed in relief upon seeing Lu Chun. He spoke with a hint of lingering fear, saying, Lu Gu, Earth is too dangerous. I almost lost my life to countless bloodbaths. My parents decided to leave the ruins and depart from Earth today. Lu Gu, you should come with us, it's too dangerous here. The fatty rambled on for a bit, which warmed Lu Chin's heart knowing that this brother was worth having. Fatty, you go ahead with your family, I'll wait for me on Moonlight Star. I still have some matters to attend to here. Earth is a perilous place, and everyone knows it. Entire cities lie in ruins inhabited mostly by the impoverished. On Earth there are uninhabited zones which are entirely paradises for mutant beasts and a haven for mutated creatures, where humans dare not tread. After the Blood Woman attacked the ruined city and hunted humans, many chose to leave the Earth's ruins for extraterrestrial. The Fat Man and his family are just one of many, but he still wishes to persuade Lu Chen to leave with them, as their previous experiences were rather terrifying. Lu Gu, are you really not considering leaving with us? The Fat Man said, somewhat anxious. He looked at Lu Chen and urged, Earth is too dangerous. I heard that this time it wasn't just our ruined city that was attacked, other ruined cities were also affected. Moreover, I've heard that most of the third ruined city has collapsed, and the casualties there are incalculable. The Federation is in an uproar. The Fat Man's face was filled with fear as he spoke of this, for who would want to live in such a dangerous environment, where one could be devoured by mutant creatures at any moment. Thinking back to the ruined guardian who was killed, it terrifies anyone. According to incomplete statistics, a previous attack resulted in over 1,000 casualties across the ruined cities, marking a major event for the Federation. Currently rumors swirl within the Federation, but they cannot deploy large-scale weapons as Earth is humanity's cradle and cannot be destroyed. All that can be said is that a large number of people from the major ruined cities have begun to evacuate Earth. This is a sign of portent before a great change. Fat Man, there's no need to say more. I have some matters to attend to here. You and Uncle Pan should leave first. Lu Chen shook his head and explained. Although Earth is very dangerous, is it not also the best place for honing one's skills? Is there no danger outside Earth? Not necessarily. Lu Chen believes that the dangers outside Earth are even greater. He remains here partly to refine himself and grow stronger. Another reason is that he is not yet prepared to leave Earth. Once he departs, he must face the fiercer competition outside, and without sufficient strength he would merely fade into the crowd. After much persuasion, the Fat Man ultimately gave up. The two discussed their plans for a future meeting before ending the call. I have my own path, Fat Man. My apologies, Lu Chen sighed after ending the call. He felt a weight in his heart. Earth is dangerous, and he is being targeted by a terrifying Blood Woman fully aware of it. Yet Lu Chen has his own plans. Strength is paramount. Otherwise, even if he escapes the Earth's ruins, he would still struggle to survive amidst the brutal competition outside. Just then there was a loud knocking at the door, startling Lu Chen. Who could be looking for him at this time? Upon opening the door, he was taken aback to find it was the beautiful Jiang Yan. It's you. Lu Chen smiled upon seeing the beautiful Jiang Yan standing at the door. Jiang Yan, do you need something? If it's about the translation or the spiritual potion, it won't be ready so soon. I'm not here for that. Jiang Yan shook her head, indicating it was not the reason for her visit. Lu Chen regarded her with curiosity. Jiang Yan was wearing a light red dress today, her tall figure and perfect curves making a striking impression. The two examined each other. Jiang Yan was astonished, sensing a surge of power hidden within Lu Chen's being. She had not noticed this during their first meeting, but suddenly sensed his extraordinary nature. She looked at Lu Chen and after a moment said, I came here for another matter. The recent attacks on the Earth's ruins by numerous mutant creatures have caused great casualties, and the Federation is taking it very seriously. However, I received news that the Federation will not send any troops or forces here, meaning Earth has already been abandoned by the Federation. After saying this, Jiang Yan's expression darkened. After all, many people still remain on Earth unable to leave. Most of those living in the ruins are impoverished, destitute, or harbor ulterior motives. The Federation's abandonment of the Earth's ruins means complete neglect. Earth has become a lawless place, and one can only imagine the chaos and danger present. I had already suspected this. Perhaps everyone understands that Earth has run out of resources, and that it was only natural for the Federation to abandon it. Lu Chen nodded, his expression calm. He had long anticipated this, or rather it was an inevitable outcome. Without resources, Earth, having undergone multiple cycles of civilization rise and fall, has become riddled with wounds. Being discarded is quite normal, or one could say that Earth has aged, and is completely exhausted, just like an old man about to die being looked down upon by the young. The Federation is like a child born from Earth having grown up, and at its prime it is understandable that it would disdain a worn-out Earth full of decay. Is that why you came to tell me this? Lu Chen looked at her with confusion. This woman is very mysterious and powerful. She must have a significant background. Jiang Yan looked at him and smiled. Actually, I came here for another reason. I want to take you away from Earth. Don't rush to refuse. As Lu Chen was about to refuse, Jiang Yan directly interrupted him. She was extremely serious, her eyes filled with sincerity, saying, Earth no longer holds any value for development. It will inevitably decline and turn to dust in the cosmos. Currently, most people are preparing to leave Earth. Although the Federation will not send any forces to maintain order, major factions within the Federation have agreed to assist the evacuation of the ruined city's populace. I want to take you to Yinqing, where the strong thrive and a cradle for power exists. I can also help you join the Federation army and become a true soldier of the Federation. Moreover, I can nominate you for admission to the Tianhe Academy for further studies, ensuring that you will become a powerful individual in the future. What do you think? Consider it carefully. After finishing her words, Jiang Yin ceased to speak, quietly watching Lu Chen awaiting his response. Lu Chen bowed his head in contemplation, remaining silent, while internally deliberating the situation. Jiang Yin was correct. Joining the Federation army is a path to opportunity. By establishing merit, one can rise through the ranks, potentially becoming a general or commander within the Federation. Entering Tianhe Academy represents another opportunity. Education is a viable path to prominence. Most importantly, those who gain admission to Tianhe Academy invariably become powerful figures in the future. Tianhe Academy is indeed the cradle of the strong, yet Lu Chen ultimately shook his head. He has his own thoughts and plans. He must leave Earth, but not just yet. He is not prepared and has yet to devise any plans for departing the ruins of Earth. I'm sorry, but I don't plan to leave for now. Lu Chen shook his head in refusal. This response left Jiang Yin slightly disappointed, but soon revealed an appreciative expression, saying, "Your refusal disappoints me, yet I have a newfound respect for you. Here is my private contact. Remember to reach out when you decide to leave Earth, and I will make arrangements for you." Jiang Yin, being decisive, left her private contact information with Lu Chen. She held a favorable view of the young man before her, sensing an unusual aura about him, as if he possessed a distinct. Most importantly, her great-grandfather, the old monster, held Lu Chen in high regard, and moreover the mysterious background of Lu Chen's elder was also intriguing. According to her great-grandfather, it was very likely that Lu Chen's elder had not died, which was why Jiang Yin wished to take Lu Chen with her, partly to cultivate a good relationship. "Thank you for your kindness." Lu Chen's thoughts raced as he considered Jiang Yin's intentions. Perhaps she had her motives, but for now he saw no harm. "Well, I must take my leave. Remember to find me on Yinqing when you leave Earth. I will be at Tianhe Academy for further studies." After saying this, Jiang Yin turned and waved goodbye, leaving Lu Chen with complex emotions. This woman likely had some intentions towards him, whether for use or otherwise. In any case, Lu Chen did not sense any malice from her. This woman likely had some intentions towards him, whether for use or otherwise. In any case, Lu Chen did not sense. Lu Chen immediately went back into the pharmacy and returned a few minutes later holding a box in his hand. "This is for you." He handed the box to Jiang Yin, who looked confused, unsure of what was inside. However, she did not open it, instead smiling and saying, "Thank you, I'm leaving now. If you leave Earth in the future, remember to inform me." After saying this, she did not linger and directly left the street, disappearing into the ruins, leaving Lu Chen alone in deep thought. "Xiaoxing, contact the hover motorcycle company for me. I want to customize a hover motorcycle." Lu Chen soon instructed his AI assistant Xiaoxing to get in touch with the hover motorcycle company, as he had already made plans. Meanwhile, Jiang Yin returned to the black market old monster weapons store. "Is this what that kid gave you?" the old monster asked curiously. Jiang Yin nodded and gently opened the box Lu Chen had given her, revealing a piece of paper and 2 vials of potions. The paper contained the latter half of the spiritual cultivation method. The latter half of the spiritual cultivation method. Upon seeing the contents inside, the old monster couldn't help but narrow his eyes, exchanging glances with Jiang Yin, as they both revealed a knowing expression. That guy truly understood it long ago, but hadn't fully translated it. Jiang Yin found it somewhat amusing, her surprised expression gradually turning serious. Lu Chen's unexpected performance piqued her curiosity. "What about the 2 vials of potions?" "These 2 potions." The old monster's expression turned grave as he examined one of the potions, his pupils contracting. The 2 vials exuded a faint black luster containing a light black liquid. "Super Restoration Liquid, Super Enhancement Liquid, 10 times the effect." In the next moment, Jiang Yin read the labels on the bottles and couldn't help but be astonished. "Hiss, this little monster is truly surprising." The old monster couldn't help but take a sharp breath. The two exchanged. "Grandpa, transfer 2 billion to me. I've run out of money after purchasing his potions." Jiang Yin directly asked the old monster for 2 billion. Simple. The old monster promptly transferred 2 billion to her. Subsequently, Jiang Yin transferred the 2 billion directly into Lu Chen's private account. "Ding dong. Your account has been credited 200 million. In the ruins of the apothecary, Lu Chen, who was tidying up, couldn't help but pause upon hearing the notification. 200 million credited. Lu Chen was taken aback, but quickly regained his composure. He checked his personal account, and indeed found an additional 200 million Federation coins, bringing his total to 600 million. 600 million. Thinking about his previously difficult situation, he realized that he now possessed a considerable fortune, which could be considered a modest success within the Federation. As for the wealthy, he was still far from it. A wealth was no longer measured by money, but by assets. For instance, some powerful families own entire cities, while esteemed clans and noble families in the Federation possess rights to develop and manage their own developed planets. That is the true definition of wealth: tycoons, powerful forces, and great nobility. To Lu Chen, while 600 million Federation coins seemed substantial, in reality, it was still insignificant. Even minor noble scions received monthly allowances in the tens or hundreds of billions. I need to work harder. Upon remembering the true tycoons and nobles of the Federation, Lu Chen couldn't help but smile wryly, his earlier joy dissipating. By the way, Xiaoxing find out who made the transfer. Lu Chen had a thought, perhaps he had already guessed, but he still wanted Xiaoxing to check who had sent the money. Soon Xiaoxing found out who made the transfer. Master, the sender is a girl named Jiang Yan. As expected, Lu Chen enlightenedly smiled and said, I suspected it was her. It seems she doesn't want to owe me a favor. Lu Chen couldn't help but shake his head. It was quite normal. After Jiang Yan opened the gift from Lu Chen, whether it was the translation of the mind training method or the 2 bottles of super potions, their value was immeasurable. Naturally, she didn't want to owe a favor, so she directly sent over 200 million as a gesture of thanks. After all, it's said that a debt of gratitude is hard to repay. Jiang Yan must have a powerful family behind her. Could she be from the Jiang family, one of the 8 great clans of the Federation? Upon thinking of this, Lu Chen's pupils involuntarily constricted in surprise. Jiang Yan might have a significant connection with the Jiang family, one of the 8 great clans of the Federation. Perhaps the old demon in the black market is also closely related to her. The term clan refers to a formidable entity in the Federation. One could say that the entire Federation is jointly controlled by the 8 great clans. Within the Federation, the forces are complex and intertwined, with numerous minor clans controlling various cities and developing towns. At a higher level are the major clans, which can control entire regions or even continents on planets, all developed by those major clans. As for the nobility, they own the rights to one or several planets, and only those powerful families that control such rights can be called nobility. The clans are the highest ranking and most powerful families and forces in the Federation, almost monopolizing military, commercial, manufacturing, and technological aspects of the entire Federation. The Jiang family is one of the clans of the Federation. Firestar Jiang family. Lu Chen's eyes brightened as he suddenly realized that Firestar is the home planet of the Jiang family. Firestar is a massive planet hundreds of times larger than Earth. Serving as the Jiang family's base developed, one could say that the Jiang family rose to prominence, with Firestar becoming one of the 8 great clans of the Federation within just a few hundred years, even controlling one of the largest military-industrial enterprises in the Federation, the Nano-Biomechanical Consortium. Wow, it turns out she's a princess of extraordinary background. Lu Chen marveled, feeling no pressure regarding Jiang Yan. No matter what her identity was, it made little difference to him. Lu Chen was confident he could match her power and even surpass. Never mind, this has nothing to do with me. I should focus on improving my strength and explore the starry skies in the future. Lu Chen gazed longingly at the stars. He yearned intensely to set foot in the Milky Way, traverse the universe, and witness countless beings and secrets. But the prerequisite was to possess enough power, otherwise he could perish in an instant among the stars lying lifeless in the universe. Weakness is not tolerated in either the Federation or the Milky Way. Should I take this super primitive potion now? At this moment, Lu Chen held the prepared super primitive potion, appearing hesitant about whether to consume it immediately. Just as he hesitated, Xiaoxing reminded him, Master, it's best not to rush into taking it. Currently your gene mutation has reached a saturation point. You must take a break. Otherwise, taking this super primitive potion again may lead to gene collapse. Oh, Lu Chen's expression stiffened as he nodded, saying, indeed, while genes can continue to mutate and evolve, there are limits. Excessive efforts may lead to gene collapse, and regret would come too late. In the end, he chose not to take it immediately. Lu Chen understood that he had just completed a mutation, and to proceed with another gene mutation, he needed to wait. Great power brings the gene structure to its limits and saturation. He must allow his body to adapt to this explosive power before proceeding to the next step. Otherwise, it would mean gene collapse. Not only would future progress be hopeless, but he could even end up powerless or At this moment, Xiaoxing suddenly opened a holographic screen, excitedly, saying, Master, the hover motorcycle you ordered has arrived. Oh, let me go take a look. Lu Chen felt thrilled and immediately turned to walk outside. As he stepped out, he saw a large hover transport vehicle parked, and 2 individuals descending, a robot and a pure-hearted beauty. Excuse me, are you Mr. Lu Chen? The beauty flashed a sweet smile, quickly approaching with eagerness and extending her hand as if she had seen a benefactor. Lu Chen shook her hand and nodded, saying, I am Lu Chen. Is the hover motorcycle I ordered here? Yes, sir. I am Wu Qian, a sales representative from Xingyue Hover Technology Group. Since you personally designed the custom model, I came here to deliver it to you. If you have any feedback, we can modify it on the spot. Rest assured, I brought along our engineering robots and design and maintenance personnel. If you are not satisfied, we will modify it immediately. Wu Qian smiled sweetly, her voice pure and pleasant, enthusiastically introducing, while leading Lu Chen to open the hover vehicle compartment, revealing a shiny new motorcycle, or rather a kinetic motorcycle. This kinetic motorcycle is a hover motorcycle made using hover technology, currently the most popular style of personal motorcycle in the Federation. Lu Chen approached to inspect it closely. The entire motorcycle measured 2 meters in length, featuring a cool appearance filled with sci-fi streamlined colors. Mr. Lu, this motorcycle uses a pure electromagnetic energy core for power supply, with a maximum hover height of 30 meters and a top speed of 500 kilometers per hour. As long as there is sunlight, it constantly replenishes energy, so you need not worry about running out of power for flight. Wu Qian pointed at the motorcycle and began her introduction. What do you think? Are you satisfied? Is there anything that needs modification? She smiled at Lu Qian, waiting for his response, ready to make on-the-spot design changes if needed. Lu Qian looked it over and felt generally satisfied. He didn't need any modifications and nodded in contentment. Not bad, no changes needed. Thank you, Mr. Lu. Please sign here. Wu Qian's smile became even sweeter as she softly asked. After quickly signing, Wu Qian smiled and kept the documents, then instructed several robots to move the hover motorcycle into Lu Qian's apothecary's main hall. Mr. Lu, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Have a pleasant day. Wu Qian smiled and nodded before sitting in the hover cargo vehicle, which ascended and swiftly disappeared into the ruined city. Watching her leave, Lu Qian returned to the apothecary. Looking at the shiny hover motorcycle parked there, his heart couldn't help but feel excited, his blood gradually boiling. Recalling his childhood in the 21st century, he had always loved riding motorcycles, but later due to illness he had been unable to fulfill that dream. Now with such a cool hover motorcycle, he naturally wanted to give it a try and fully experience the thrill of hover riding. Xiaoxing, going out for a stroll. Unable to contain his eagerness, Lu Qian quickly donned a metallic helmet and put on a specialized protective suit before sitting on the hover motorcycle. Virum. As Lu Qian started the hover motorcycle, he felt the vehicle slowly lift off the ground, hovering 10 centimeters above, with dazzling blue arcs flowing beneath it. That was electromagnetic light. Let's go. With Lu Qian's excited shout, he twisted the throttle, and the hover motorcycle shot forward like an arrow, veering upward in the middle of the street, heading straight for the sky. In an instant, Lu Qian piloted the hover motorcycle to a height of 30 meters, the maximum hover height for the motorcycle. Whoosh! A brilliant blue light streaked across the sky above the ruined city at high speed. Lu Qian rode the hover motorcycle, exhilarated beyond measure. This was his first time riding a hover motorcycle. Although he had undergone simulated training in the battle network and was already quite adept, it was still his first time piloting a real hover motorcycle, and excitement was inevitable. Next, Lu Qian rode the hover motorcycle around the ruined city, and after 10 minutes he returned to the street in front of the apothecary and landed. Creak. After parking at the shop entrance, Lu Qian dismounted from the motorcycle, still in an extremely excited state. The thrill of speeding was truly delightful. That was amazing. This is just a hover motorcycle. What would it feel like to pilot a biomechanical mech, or even a cosmic fighter jet? Lu Qian sighed with emotion, putting away his helmet as he walked into the apothecary, just in time to see Xiaoxing approaching him. Master, you're back. Xiaoxing beamed as she walked out, carefully bringing the hover motorcycle into the store. As Lu Qian walked, he said, Xiaoxing, I plan to go out and check other ruined cities, looking for several key materials to configure the mind potion. If I can't find them, I will have to venture into the uninhabited zone. Understood, Master. Would you like me to accompany you? After placing the motorcycle, Xiaoxing softly inquired, as she genuinely wanted to stay by Lu Qian's side and lend a hand. Sure, let's go together. You'll be responsible for keeping my valuables safe. After thinking it over, Lu Qian finally agreed to take Xiaoxing along, as she could help carry and safeguard valuable items like the mysterious black bottle that must be kept close. Master, that seems to be a medium-sized passenger spaceship from the Federation. After packing up, Lu Qian took Xiaoxing outside, just in time to see a massive object slowly descending from the sky above the ruined city. It was a Federation passenger spaceship, slowly landing, hovering above the ruined city. In the ruined city, a passenger spacecraft was docked, measuring 300 meters in length and 500 meters in width, its hull adorned with fantastical metallic curves resembling a giant metal disc. This was a medium-sized passenger spacecraft of the Federation, traversing between major planets at a speed near light. Crafts like this could only serve as passenger ships between planets, akin to the buses of the 21st century. As he was observing, Xiaoxing suddenly reminded him, Master, your brother Fatty has sent a private message. Would you like to check it? Open it. Lu Qian thought to himself that Fatty must have boarded the ship. Lu Gu, I've boarded the ship. Take care, brother, I'll wait for you to come over. Indeed, upon opening the message, Lu Qian saw that Fatty had already boarded the spacecraft and was about to leave the ruins. At this moment, Lu Qian felt a deep sense of emotion, as his only friend in the ruins, Fatty, was finally leaving Earth to immigrate to Moonlight Star and start a new life. Yet he remained behind in the ruins. Fatty, take care. The potion I sent you can only be taken by you, do not let it leave. Lu Qian replied with a text message, silently gazing at the massive passenger spacecraft, his eyes flashing with determination. In the near future, I too shall step out of the ruins of Earth and into the vast starry sea. Xiaoxing, let's go. Having said that, he directly mounted the hover motorcycle, activating the anti-gravity system with Xiaoxing and heading straight towards the black market of the ruins. He intended to purchase some weapons in the black market, as the ruins of Earth were currently unsafe, not only due to external beasts and mutated creatures, but also threats from fellow humans. Whoosh! Soon Lu Qian piloted the hover motorcycle into the black market, gently landing in front of the old weapons shop. With a hiss, he parked the vehicle and walked into the shop alone, while Xiaoxing waited outside. A little monster, what a rare guest. As soon as he entered, the exaggerated voice of the old demon reached him. Lu Qian found it somewhat amusing. Did he really need to be so dramatic? The old demon looked Lu Qian up and down, admiration in his eyes, and said, I see you're dressed for an outing, right? What weapons do you want to buy? Never mind that, give me 2 plasma laser swords and an electromagnetic sniper rifle capable of killing imagined stage beings or severely injuring those who have unlocked their genetic locks. Lu Chen stated directly. The old demon's expression turned serious as he replied, 2 plasma laser swords are simple enough, each costing 1 Federation coins. However, regarding the electromagnetic sniper rifle, generally imagined stage beings have awakened their brain's mental domain, possessing instinctual danger awareness, making them difficult to kill. Not to mention the powerful beings with unlocked genetic locks, they are virtually impossible to snipe. Forget that, just give me 1, and also 100 thermal fission bullets, and 100 freezing bullets, Lu Chen stated, shocking the old demon. The old demon looked solemnly at Lu Chen, and said, kid, you should understand that thermal fission bullets are known as small nuclear bombs with immense power. If mishandled, it could obliterate you. Moreover, a single freezing bullet can instantly freeze an area of 100 meters, even turning special metals into powder. Are you sure you want these items? The old demon spoke seriously, secretly wondering what Lu Chen planned to do to buy such items. Did he intend to hunt down a powerful creature? Could it be this kid is thinking of hunting that blood woman? The old demon pondered. Lu Chen frowned slightly, and said, just tell me if you have them, you don't need to worry about anything else. Yes, wait a moment. The old demon turned around and walked into an underground storage room in the back, quickly returning with 2 metallic briefcases. Here, one box contains thermal fission bullets, and the other contains freezing bullets with 100 of each. Since you're a familiar face, I'll give you a special price, 1 million Federation coins per box, totaling 2 million. The electromagnetic sniper rifle and 2 plasma laser swords are on me. As he spoke, the old demon took out an electromagnetic sniper rifle and 2 plasma laser swords as gifts. Thanks, old demon. Lu Chen replied with a smile, settling the bill and waving for Xiao Xing to come in. Oh. Upon seeing Xiao Xing, the old demon was taken aback, marveling at her presence. Kid, you've struck it rich. You actually splurged on such a high-end body for your light brain. The old demon chuckled. Xiao Xing was happily fiddling with the electromagnetic sniper rifle, clearly enjoying it. This was naturally purchased for her as support. Alright, last time the blood woman attacked, she seemed to set her sights on you. Be careful and don't get eaten. The old demon waved his hand to see them off. Lu Chen said little, nodded, took the items, bid farewell to the old demon, and directly sat on the hover motorcycle as it ascended, speeding away in the blink of an eye. Watching him leave the old demon's side, kid being targeted by the blood woman is definitely the worst. I hope you're alright, otherwise how will this old man explain to Yenner? A young people's affairs are best left alone. After rambling on for a while, the old demon finally closed the door and carefully examined the contents written on a piece of paper, which was the complete mind cultivation method. Outside the ruined city, above the endless wilderness, a hover motorcycle whizzed by. Its speed wasn't very fast, but it created a huge wave of air. Sitting on the hover motorcycle, Lu Chen's gaze flickered as he continuously checked the electronic virtual map, gradually discerning the direction. Master, just 300 kilometers ahead is Ruined City No. 6, which is much larger than Ruined City No. 10 on our side. While looking at the map, he heard Xiao Xing's reminder from behind, prompting Lu Chen's thoughts. He was aware of Ruined City No. 6. The entire Earth had long since changed. Only 2 land masses remained, with the population concentrated mainly in the eastern continent. As for the western continent, it had become a haven for crime, essentially a concentration camp or a stronghold for criminals. Moreover, the environment there was slightly worse, with numerous unknown beasts and mutated creatures that were extremely. The most notorious place in the western continent was Sin City, hailed as the most chaotic and bloodthirsty ruined city. However, all of this seemed far from Lu Chen. His destination was Ruined City No. 6, which was famous for its beast fighting arena. He had heard that Ruined City No. 6 featured a massive underground beast fighting arena filled with various beasts and mutated creatures. Many people came here specifically to watch the bloody beast fights, seeking entertainment and excitement. Master, there. While flying through the wilderness, Xiao Xing suddenly sounded an alarm as if a crisis was approaching them. Whoosh. Just as he was speaking, several hover motorcycles rapidly pursued from behind, each one specially modified, completely black, with a massive red skull as its exterior. The Skull Hunting Squad. Upon seeing these hover motorcycles closing in, Lu Chen's expression changed slightly, as he instantly recognized the blood-red skull insignia on them, the notorious mark of the Skull Hunting Squad. The Skull Hunting Squad originally started as a hunting team specializing in hunting mutated beasts. However, for some unknown reason, they suddenly transformed into vicious hunters of humans and became infamous. Oh. A tender little kid, kill him. Another prey found, let's take him back and enjoy. Ha ha, brothers, charge. Surrounding him, the members of the Skull Hunting Squad shouted as they accelerated on their skull motorcycles, ready to hunt Lu Chen. For them, hunting a person was as easy as eating and drinking, simple and joyous. Madness, excitement, ferocity, and arrogance were all evident on the faces of the Skull Hunting Squad members. Fire the electromagnetic nets and capture him. With a loud shout, several hover motorcycles on both sides suddenly opened fire, launching 3 massive electromagnetic nets aimed to capture Lu Chen and his motorcycle. However, Lu Chen was already prepared. Seeing the electromagnetic nets being launched, he accelerated suddenly before they could fully form. Boom. The hover motorcycle shot out 2 beams of blue flames, instantly accelerating and breaking free from the encirclement of the electromagnetic nets. Damn it. The prey has escaped. Quick chase after him and use the electromagnetic disruption guns to destroy his... From behind, a middle-aged man riding a skull motorcycle with a ferocious face shouted loudly, issuing a new round of attack orders. Oof. Seeing the other party speak clearly, the squad leader Lu Chun snorted coldly and said Xiaoxing use a freezing bullet to take down their leader. Watching the skull hunting squad closing in, Lu Chun felt a chill intent to kill radiating from him as he accelerated to create distance while instructing Xiaoxing to launch a counterattack. Okay. Xiaoxing immediately shouldered the electromagnetic sniper rifle loaded 10 freezing bullets and turned to aim at the leading middle-aged man. Not good. The middle-aged man's face changed drastically as he saw Xiaoxing aiming the electromagnetic sniper rifle at him, his heart racing. Instinctively, he wanted to evade, turning his skull motorcycle to dodge Xiaoxing's sudden counterattack, but it was too... Bang! With a loud bang, Xiaoxing fired and a bullet resembling ice crystals shot out, instantly whistling towards the middle-aged man and exploding before him. No! The middle-aged man screamed in terror as he was instantly frozen along with his skull motorcycle, turning into an ice crystal-like sculpture. At the moment the freezing bullet exploded within 100 meters, it instantaneously transformed into a freezing domain, freezing all 8 skull motorcycles and their riders who failed to escape into ice sculptures. Bang bang bang. Subsequently, the 8 members of the skull hunting squad, who turned into ice sculptures, fell from the sky, along with their motorcycles shattering into ice shards. Damn it. The remaining 3 members of the skull hunting squad turned pale, not expecting Lu Chun to possess such powerful special ammunition. Bastard, that's a freezing bullet, a special ammunition of the Federation. How could he have it? One of the members screamed and Xiaoxing, take them all out. At that moment, Lu Chun made a sharp turn and charged towards the remaining 3 members of the skull hunting squad, determined to eradicate them completely. Run! The remaining 3 members of the skeleton hunting group, gripped by terror, accelerated their skeletal motorcycles and fled in 3 different directions. It seemed they were already accustomed to this. Knowing when a foe was invincible, they scattered immediately. Clearly Lu Chun had terrified them. Bang! Unfortunately, even their separate escapes could not evade Lu Chun's pursuit. First, Xiaoxing raised her electromagnetic sniper rifle and took down one of them with a single shot. 2 more left. Xiaoxing's delicate, adorable face was now etched with cold ruthlessness as she raised the sniper rifle, aimed, and fired another shot. With a loud bang, a distant skeletal motorcycle along with its rider exploded into a blazing ball of electromagnetic light, scattering countless fragments across the ground. No, if you dare kill me, our leader skeleton won't let you go. The last survivor roared in terror. He even dared to threaten Lu Chun, but it was futile. It only earned him a single ordinary electromagnetic pulse round from Xiaoxing, which struck him instantly. A dull thud rang out as the man burst apart like a watermelon, his flesh and blood scorched to ashes by the electromagnetic light. Rumble. With its rider gone, the skeletal motorcycle crashed into the ground with a violent roar, exploding into fragments. The 11 members of the skeleton hunting group had come to hunt down Lu Chun, thinking him easy prey, but instead they were all slaughtered one by one. What a pity. The valuable items were all frozen into ice shards by the freezing bullets. After inspecting the scene, Lu Chun felt a pang of regret. In the counterattack, a single freezing bullet had instantly killed 8 members of the skeleton group. Though the last 3 were eliminated, it was done with the electromagnetic sniper rifles, ordinary beams. The power was immense, but it didn't destroy the weapons they carried. In the end, Lu Chun confiscated 3 electromagnetic net guns, which were specially used to capture large mutated species or variant creatures. Let's go. After stowing his spoils, Lu Chun quickly lifted his motorcycle into the air, vanishing into the distance as a streak of blue flame. On the ground, only scattered ice shards and fragments of corpses remained, bearing witness to the brief skirmish that had occurred. On the road, Xiaoxing was brimming with excitement, as if she had unlocked a combat system within her, becoming unusually cheerful and joyful. Master, so this is the feeling of battle. It's so thrilling. Xiaoxing's little face was alight with excitement, though she had originally wanted to engage in close-quarters combat to test her skills. But since Lu Chun had told her to dispatch the enemies quickly, she used the electromagnetic sniper rifle instead, gaining a whole new understanding of the weapon and the power of its special ammunition. Freezing bullets. Their power is extraordinary. No wonder they're a special category of Federation ammunition. It seems old Yao is no ordinary man. Lu Chun mused, his voice tinged with deep emotion. He now understood that the owner of the black market weapon shop, old Yao, was no simple figure. Perhaps he was even closely connected to the Jiang family, otherwise how could he sell such weapons and ammunition? Earlier, when he had mentioned being able to procure a small space battleship, Lu Chun had thought it was just boasting. Now it seemed old Yao might actually be capable of such a feat. However, Lu Chun didn't know that old Yao, as an ancestral elder of the Jiang family, naturally had the means to acquire. As one of the Federation's arms giants, how could the Jiang family fail to obtain mere weapons? If they couldn't, that would truly be laughable. Master, ahead is the No. 6 ruined city. Soon Lu Chun and Xiaoxing arrived outside a vast ruined city. From a distance, they could already see its colossus. A steel wasteland with towering buildings, most of which had collapsed, bore witness to the city's former glory. Unfortunately, Earth had become a ruin. Only ruined cities remained. Without maintenance and care, even cities would inevitably decay into rubble. As they drove into the ruined city, the air was filled with the comings and goings of countless hovercycles, hovercars, and even mini hover trains shuttling through every corner of the city. Though it was a ruined city, it was still bustling and densely populated. The entire No. 6 ruined city housed at least over 1 million residents. Welcome, sir, to No. 6 ruined city. This is Starlight Parking Lot. The underground entrance is to your left. Parking costs 10 Federation credits per day. As soon as they landed in a parking bay, a robot quickly approached and introduced the parking fees. They'll park for 3 days. After a moment's thought, Lu Chun paid for 3 days, sent his motorcycle into the storage warehouse, and then led Xiao Xing out of the parking lot. As they stepped outside, a plump middle-aged man approached them with a beaming smile, though his narrow eyes glinted with a hint of Sir, are you heading to the Colosseum for entertainment, or to the black market for treasure hunting? The middle-aged man asked as he approached, his face full of smiles. But Lu Chun sensed that this man was no simpleton, perhaps a shrewd merchant, or maybe a pimp. I'm going to the black market. Any suggestions? Lu Chun replied, looking at the man. The middle-aged man's eyes lit up at this. He chuckled and said, the black market is great. For treasure hunting there, the first stop has to be the flea market. It has everything from small personal weapons to large mechs and fighters. You might even find ancient artifacts from the last civilization, the plump man enthusiastically introduced. Then shifting his tone, he smiled and said, I've just opened an antique shop specializing in ancient artifacts, all kinds of oddities, and even relics from extinct civilizations. How about it? Interested? I can take you there for a look. He looked at Lu Chun and Xiao Xing with eager anticipation. This piqued Lu Chun's curiosity. Antique shops or general stores often sold relics left behind after the destruction of the previous civilization. Most buyers were collectors, but the Federation also had specialists who studied information about extinct civilizations. Understanding the downfall of civilizations could reveal why those once mighty powers perished, helping to prevent the current civilization from repeating their mistakes. Lead the way then. Lu Chun smiled casually. The plump middle-aged man beamed with excitement and eagerly led the way, guiding Lu Chun and Xiao Xing into the black market. The black market here was even larger, more prosperous, and more bustling than the one in No. 10 ruined city where Lu Chun lived. The underground market was immense, with streets teeming with people and huge bright magnetic energy lamps hanging overhead. The entire black market was divided into 3 main areas: the antique zone, the weapon zone, and the medicine and material. The middle-aged man headed for the antique zone. Here there were countless ancient artifacts and curios. Lu Chun even spotted remnants of destroyed civilizations at roadside stalls. Here we are. This is my newly opened shop. Come in and take a look. If you see anything you like, I promise the price. The middle-aged man led Lu Chun into a shop with a sign bearing a few large characters, Antique Curio Shop. Dad, are you out tricking people again? As soon as they entered, a crisp, melodious voice rang out, tinged with dissatisfaction and annoyance. Lu Chun was slightly surprised. Following the sound, he saw a young girl in the prime of her youth emerge from the shop. She wore a white dress like a lotus bud about to bloom, pure and charming. What kind of talk is that? The middle-aged man's face darkened like the bottom of a pot. Almost furious, he scolded. When has your father ever tricked anyone? Tell me I raised you with hardship through thick and thin, working to put you through school and make a living. Do you think it's easy for me? The plump middle-aged man was fuming, his face red, provoked by his daughter's words to the point of nearly jumping up. But you can't deceive people. The things in this shop are all useless junk. It's wrong to trick them. The girl said, her face stern and stubborn as she stared at her father. Lu Chun watched the scene unfold and couldn't help but shake his head with a wry smile. The middle-aged man and the girl were locked in a glaring contest, neither willing to back down. The sight made Lu Chun smile in amusement, but it stirred memories of his own past. His parents from long ago had likely turned to ashes by now, hadn't they? The past is gone. I must live well here. Lu Chun steadied his thoughts, snapping out of his reverie. He then casually wandered around the shop, looking at the various strange and peculiar items on display. Little brother, I apologize for that. At that moment, the fat man came up with a sheepish smile and sighed. That's my daughter Xiao Nan. She lost her mother when she was young, so she has a bit of a temperament. Don't mind her. It's fine. The young lady is innocent and lively. Lu Chun said with a smile. But his words annoyed the girl. Who are you calling a young lady? I'm 16, already an adult. You don't look much older than me. Ignore her. The middle-aged man looked pained. Lu Chun smiled and didn't take it to heart. Pointing at an item on the shelf, he asked, what is this? It looks very ancient. His gaze fell on an object on the shelf that resembled something from antiquity. It looked like a pot, or perhaps a cauldron. It's an artifact from a cultivation civilization in the Tianhe River. I heard that civilization was destroyed just like the previous one. The middle-aged man explained directly. This information astonished Lu Chun. He thought to himself that beyond the Tianhe River in the cosmos, there were countless powerful, unknown, and ancient civilizations. A cultivation civilization was distinct from the various civilizations within the current Federation, and even the Tianhe River, as no trace of such a civilization had been discovered yet. A cultivation civilization. Lu Chun murmured to himself, nodding slightly. Just then Xiao Xing beside him suddenly walked toward a counter, staring blankly at an item inside. It was a stone ball looking ancient and weathered with a fossil-like appearance, as if it had endured an incredibly long... Xiao Xing, what's wrong? Lu Chen walked up to her noticing her dazed expression and couldn't help but ask. Hearing Lu Chen's voice, Xiao Xing snapped out of it and said blankly, Master, I don't know why, but when I look at this ball it feels different. I feel something is drawing me to it. It's so strange. Oh. Lu Chen narrowed his eyes, inwardly amazed. Xiao Xing was a light brain and artificial intelligence. So why did she have this so-called strange feeling? Having feelings was something only humans and other intelligent beings possessed. Robots had no feelings at all, no matter how realistically they imitated them. Little brother interested in this. The middle-aged man noticed Lu Chen and Xiao Xing's expressions and explained with a smile, this thing looks like a ball. It also came from the depths of the Tianhe River. I bought it from a Federation veteran. The veteran said he found it in some ruins during a battle on an alien planet. He thought it was interesting and brought it back. The middle-aged man sighed regretfully. Unfortunately, that veteran has passed away. According to him, a fierce battle took place on that planet. An entire regular Federation corps of mech warriors, a full 100 soldiers, was nearly wiped out. Only a few dozen managed to escape. How much for this stone ball? He'll buy it. Lu Chen made a quick decision. Regardless of why Xiao Xing was acting this way, he felt that buying it might be beneficial. Are you going to buy it? Upon hearing Lu Chen's intention to purchase the peculiar stone sphere, the middle-aged fat man immediately lit up, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Lu Chen nodded and smiled. It looks good. He'll buy it as a collection. Name your price, and if it's reasonable, he'll take it. 200,000, no bargaining. The middle-aged fat man held up 2 fingers to indicate his price. Lu Chen frowned slightly, and before he could speak, the little girl next to him pouted discontentedly, hands on her hips, looking at her father, the middle-aged fat man. Dad, how can you cheat the customer? The little girl's first words turned the middle-aged man's face as dark as a pot bottom, nearly pushing him to the brink of despair. He thought to himself, my little princess, are you really going to turn against me? Go play somewhere else. Adults are talking and children shouldn't disturb us, the middle-aged man said with a scowling face. He turned back, his frown instantly replaced by a broad smile. Little brother, please don't mind. My daughter is just like that. It's just 200,000. What do you think? That's the lowest price. I spent 150,000. As soon as the middle-aged man finished speaking, the little girl chimed in again. Dad, didn't you say you bought it for less than 100? Whoa. The little girl hadn't finished her sentence before the middle-aged man covered her mouth. He looked embarrassed, almost on the verge of tears, thinking, my little ancestor, I'm trying to make money to support you. Can you please stop ruining my chances? Watching the bizarre father-daughter duo, Lu Chen could hardly suppress his laughter. It must be quite a challenge for that middle-aged fat man to have such a straightforward daughter. Alright, I'll take it for 100. Lu Chen smiled and stated his offer directly. The middle-aged fat man, upon hearing this, rolled his eyes, firmly covering his daughter's mouth, preventing her from making any further remarks. Deal. After a moment's thought, he gritted his teeth and agreed. This deal would still profit him, even though there had been some hiccups with his daughter messing things up. Thankfully, he didn't end up losing money. With cash in one hand and the goods in the other, Lu Chen transferred the payment and handed the peculiar stone sphere to Xiao Xing to carry. This was something Xiao Xing had taken a liking to. Although Lu Chen didn't understand why, he felt it was necessary to purchase it and see if it might bring him some significant benefits. By the way, do you know where the largest weapon store is around here? After the transaction was completed, Lu Chen was about to leave when he suddenly remembered to ask the middle-aged fat man for this information. He came here not only to find several essential materials for crafting spirit potions, but also to look for weapons. As for why he didn't buy weapons at the old demon store, it was because that place only had some very ordinary cold weapons. Laser swords, plasma swords, and so on were unsuitable for Lu Chen because he felt he should use a special kind of weapon, gravitational weapons. That's right, gravitational weapons. The old demon didn't sell such weapons, so he could only come here to check. The middle-aged fat man's eyes sparkled as he smiled. I know one place. They have a wide variety of weapons, and it should meet your needs. Oh, tell me about it. Lu Chen became interested. The middle-aged man chuckled. You go left out the door, walk straight for about 3,000 meters, then turn left and walk 300 meters, and you'll be there. Thank you. After expressing his gratitude, Lu Chen bid farewell to the quirky father-daughter pair and left with Xiao Xing, heading toward the weapon store they mentioned. This black market is vast, with bustling underground commercial streets filled with people. Various stalls lined the streets, showcasing an array of goods that dazzled the eyes. This is the place. Not long after, Lu Chen stopped in front of a store where a sign read Underground Arms Dealer. Welcome. As soon as he entered, a youthful and beautiful girl approached him, her smile sweet and pure. However, Lu Chen saw through her disguise. She was a biosimulated robot. I'm here to purchase weapons. Do you have any gravitational weapons? Lu Chen got straight to the point, asking directly. He didn't want to waste time. After all, he came here specifically to buy weapons, and having a suitable weapon was crucial. You see, Lu Chen's body could unleash a full 5 tons of punching power. Ordinary weapons could no longer satisfy him, feeling weightless in his hands. He needed weapons weighing at least over 2 tons to meet his requirements, as most gene evolution experts in the Federation used various heavy gravitational weapons. Sir, your request is quite simple. Please follow me. The female clerk smiled sweetly and immediately led Lu Chen and Xiao Xing into the store, taking them to one of the sections. Upon entering, they saw various weapons stored in the display cases, swords, spears, staffs, and all kinds of cold weapons, a complete assortment. Sir, take a look here. The female clerk stood in front of a counter introducing. This gun is made of titanium alloy, and the tip is infused with a 1 model stellar gold capable of easily piercing through 30 centimeters of specialized steel unmatched in sharpness. Moreover, this gun is crafted using a combination of nanospace technology and gravitational technology, weighing a net of 580 pounds, with a maximum gravitational amplification of 20 times capable of reaching a weight limit of 6 tons. Lu Chen's eyes sparkled as he gazed at the battle rifle in front of him, its entire body black with the 2 grooves at the tip, stained blood red, emanating a chilling aura. Do you have anything heavier? Lu Chen was still not satisfied. The maximum gravitational amplification of 6 tons was just the limit. If he broke through to the second stage of gene mutation, he would possess a full 10 tons of punching power. With 10 tons of punching power, Lu Chen felt he could easily wield weapons weighing over 8 tons, and even in the future, he would become even stronger. Yes, please follow me. The female clerk nodded with a smile, and immediately led Lu Chen and Xiao Xing to the innermost counter where a massive battle knife was stored. At first glance, the entire battle knife was 1.5 meters long. The blade was 10 centimeters wide, resembling an ancient Chinese broadsword. The blade shimmered with a cold gleam adorned with peculiar patterns that added to its icy killing intent. This is the standard battle knife of the Federal Army sergeants, made from rare materials such as osmium stellar gold, titanium alloy, and memory metal, forged using gravitational folding techniques, with a net weight of 1 ton and a maximum gravitational amplification of 100 times, capable of withstanding a gravitational limit of 110 tons. After hearing the clerk's introduction, Lu Chen's eyes shone brightly, fixated on the battle knife. He liked it at first sight. Most importantly, the knife weighed a full ton, and with the gravitational technology's amplification limit of 100 times, it could reach a terrifying weight of at least 100 tons. How much is this knife? Lu Chen inquired softly. The female clerk replied with a sweet smile, Sir, if you are interested in purchasing this knife, I can offer you a 10 discount. A discount of 10 brings the price down to 888 million Federation dollars. Lu Chen's mouth twitched as he thought that's a bit too expensive, but he felt compelled because the knife was just right for him, and he was quite fond of it. He'll buy it. Without much thought, Lu Chen directly decided to purchase it. After all, he wasn't short on money. With 600 million in his account, he could afford it. Thank you for your patronage, sir. Here is your knife, please take care of it. After completing the transfer, the female clerk's smile grew sweeter as she presented the battle knife to Lu Chen. As Lu Chen picked up the battle knife, he felt a slight heaviness in his hand, yet it was easily manageable, as if it had. Perhaps this was the feeling of genetic evolution. His strength had increased, making it feel as effortless as handling something that weighed only 10 pounds before. The more Lu Chen looked at it, the more satisfied he became. On the handle, there was a gravitational adjustment switch, allowing him to freely adjust the weight of the knife. Buzz. Lu Chen increased the gravity by 1-fold, instantly adding a full ton of weight. He only felt the knife sink slightly while the blade emitted a faint buzzing sound, causing ripples in the air. What a good knife. Lu Chen was overjoyed, extremely satisfied with the battle knife. After a brief adjustment period, he slowly sheathed the blade. The entire sheath was jet black, made of special materials, perfectly fitting the blade, without any discrepancies. Lu Chen slung the knife over his back, smiling contentedly, and said, I'm very pleased with this knife. I hope you'll have even better weapons next time I come by. Thank you, sir. Please take care, and we welcome you back next time. The female clerk smiled sweetly, respectfully, seeing Lu Chen out the door. Leaving the weapons store, Lu Chen finally set one worry aside. After all, weapons are a significant matter that concerns one's life and safety. Having been disappointed at the old demon store for not having such gravitational weapons, Lu Chen felt relieved and happy to have found a suitable weapon. With a satisfactory weapon in hand, he naturally felt more confident, and his entire aura changed. Master, where shall we go next? Along the way, Xiao Xing seemed a bit distracted, her mind still lingering on the peculiar. Unfortunately, she couldn't figure anything out, and could only temporarily set it aside, waiting until they returned to find time to study it properly. Lu Chen glanced at her and smiled. Next, we'll be looking for materials for potions, whether for primitive potions or spiritual potions. Let's go that direction. Should be the potion and material area. As he spoke, Lu Chen took the lead, and the two turned into an area of the black market dedicated to selling various gene potions and materials, with all sorts of bizarre items available. However, as soon as they entered, Lu Chen was captivated by a stall, or more specifically by the items displayed on the stall. Oh, that seems to be. From a distance, Lu Chen spotted a stall ahead displaying several items. One of those items caught his attention, and as a thought struck him, he quickly walked over. In front of a small stall, Lu Chen crouched down, carefully examining the various items displayed, all of which were ordinary gene potion raw materials. Young man, are you looking to buy raw materials? The stall owner was an elderly man with graying hair, a rosy face, and bright eyes that exuded vitality. Lu Chen glanced at the old man. Judging by the aura he exuded, he seemed to have completed over 5 genetic mutations. Old man, how much are these raw materials? Lu Chen asked casually, his curiosity piqued. His gaze, however, discreetly fixed on a particular item on the stall, a withered herb that appeared to be yellowed. The entire herb stood 9 inches tall, shimmering with a dark golden hue, its leaves glistening with a faint golden sheen, making it seem quite extraordinary. The prices for the raw materials here are all the same. I don't sell them expensive. Each type is 100 federal coins. Which one do you want? The old man's voice was deep and his smile amiable. Lu Chun chuckled, saying 10,000 for a type of potion raw material is actually not expensive, it's quite cheap at least compared to the prices on the battle network. I want these few, please wrap them up for me. Saying this, Lu Chun selected several better raw materials and asked the old man to pack them up, including the peculiar withered plant. He had his eyes on totaling 10 types of raw materials. Seeing Lu Chun purchase quite a few items, the old man's smile widened as he said, thank you, young man. That will be 100 federal coins in total. You're welcome. You mean this golden leaf grass? The old man replied with a smile, I collected this in the No. 3 Noman's zone. You mean this golden leaf grass? The old man replied with a smile, I collected this in the No. 3 Noman's zone, and I even encountered a powerful mutant creature at that time, nearly not making it back. Speaking of this matter, the old man seemed to have lingering fears, clearly recalling the great danger he faced while collecting. Lu Chun listened thoughtfully, looking at the withered plant in his hand. To him, this was not golden leaf grass, but rather the far more precious and rare illusory star grass. The golden leaf grass mentioned by the old man was very similar to illusory star grass, and those who were not well informed would definitely mistake it for the ordinary golden leaf grass. The withered plant in his hand was an extremely rare and precious illusory star grass, one of the main materials for preparing mind potions. Illusory star grass possesses powerful hallucinogenic effects containing mysterious energy that can develop brain regions and enhance mental power. Old man, could you tell me the specific location? I need some more and would like to go collect it. Lu Chun thought for a moment and finally asked the old man, sincerely not revealing the true effects of the illusory star grass. It's simple, I have recorded the map information. Would you like me to send it to you now? The old man said generously, directly opening his personal holographic terminal to transmit a map to Lu Chun. Xiaoxing. Lu Chun signaled to the little star beside him to receive the map information. Upon closer inspection, the old man sent over most of the map information for the No. 3 Noman's zone, covering the areas he had experienced. The map contained detailed records and marked various dangerous areas where different mutant creatures roamed, even fierce alien beasts appeared. With this map, Lu Chun could easily locate the spot where the old man had previously collected the illusory star grass. Thank you, old man. Lu Chun smiled, slightly nodding to Xiaoxing, who understood his cue and directly transferred 100 federal coins to the old man as payment for the map. Only after Lu Chun and Xiaoxing left did the old man receive the transfer notification. Looking at the extra 100 federal coins, he couldn't help but be stunned. Sigh, there aren't many excellent young men like him in the Federation. The old man sighed deeply. He naturally understood that this was the transfer from Lu Chun, who had previously bought items, as both transactions were from the same person. Master, look, it really is illusory star grass. At that moment, while walking down the raw materials district street, Xiaoxing opened her palm, revealing a virtual 3D image of illusory star grass, with its information and true appearance. Sure enough, the withered herb Lu Chun had bought was indeed illusory star grass, an extremely precious and rare. This was one of the main ingredients for preparing mind potions, with a true value of no less than 20 million federal coins per plant. Absolutely astonishing. TSK Tisk, what good luck. I found a primary ingredient right after arriving here. Next, I just need 2 more primary ingredients to start preparing mind potions. Lu Chun admired the illusory star grass for a while before carefully sealing and storing it, as this was a plant that had already withered halfway. The special plant genes contained within had lost much energy. It was best to extract and refine it quickly, or it would be. This made him think that he must head to the No. 3 Noman's zone next to see if any more illusory star grass existed. If so, he would strike it rich. The two continued to wander through the raw materials area, checking out various stalls in search of additional ingredients for mind potions. Surprisingly, they indeed found quite a few potion raw materials in this black market, some of which were even ingredients for preparing primitive potions. After a round of exploration, Lu Chun actually gathered enough materials needed for a primitive potion. One must admit that sometimes wandering around in search of treasures is essential. Master, come quickly. I think I found a primary ingredient for the mind potion. Just then he suddenly heard Xiaoxing's communication, prompting her discovery of another primary ingredient. Upon hearing this, Lu Chun's spirit jolted, and he hurriedly walked toward where Xiaoxing was, which was a wholesale shop for various raw materials. Xiaoxing, what did you find? Lu Chun approached her and quietly inquired. Xiaoxing pointed to a corner of the store where a large pile of raw materials awaited classification. Among that pile of various materials were some dried beast pelts, corpses, entrails, bones, and even some peculiar minerals and special plants. These were all raw materials for gene potions. The essence must be extracted from them to prepare the potions. Master, look at that blood-red stone. Xiaoxing pointed at a stone the size of a human head among the pile of material. Lu Chun looked over and was astonished to find that the stone was entirely blood-red, with a faint moist liquid seeping from it resembling a trickle of blood. Blood Soul Stone. Lu Chun was extremely surprised, and then filled with joy. The Blood Soul Stone was one of the primary ingredients he sought for preparing mind potions, and he had not expected to encounter one so soon. Lu Chun was astonished because the Blood Soul Stone was not a product of Earth. It could only be found on other planets in the starry sky. He had originally lost hope, and could only rely on purchasing it through the Federation's battle network, but he was thrilled to— Young brother, what are you interested in? Looking to wholesale raw materials. Just then a middle-aged man with a mustache approached, his eyes sparkling with shrewdness, clearly a savvy businessman. He smiled at Lu Chun, introducing, my wholesale raw materials here are the most complete. Many items are things I brought back from foreign planets. Oh. Lu Chun then realized why he could see a blood soul stone here, which could only be found on alien planets. His mind whirled, and he smiled, saying, boss, I plan to purchase a large batch of potion raw materials. What price can you offer? For bulk purchases I can give you a bit more discount. How much do you want to wholesale? The middle-aged man's eyes sparkled as he looked at him seriously. Lu Chun thought for a moment, and smiled, saying, currently, I have no place to store these materials, I plan to keep them here for now. Is that okay? The middle-aged man immediately smiled, of course. If you're worried, you can store it in the special warehouse of the black market, which only costs 100 federal coins a day for rent. It's very cheap. Good, here is the list of raw materials I need. Please prepare these for me. Also, how many of those blood-red stones do you have? Lu Chun said, pointing to a blood-red stone that was visible among the pile of materials. The middle-aged man looked and exclaimed, you mean this kind of chicken blood stone? It's not very useful. Many potion masters consider it a potion material, but don't understand its purpose, so nobody has bought it. I have over 100 of these stones piled up in my warehouse that no one wants. What? You like it? Then I'll give you all of them. The middle-aged man smiled generously and made the decision. This made Lu Chun overjoyed. He did not expect such good fortune. What chicken bloodstone? This was clearly the blood soul stone, one of the primary ingredients for preparing mind potions. Generally, potion masters would find it hard to recognize. Even within the entire Federation, if one had not seen the recipe for mind potions, they would not understand the role and value of the blood soul stone. Thank you very much, boss. Lu Chun smiled and nodded, feeling grateful. What a good person. The middle-aged man waved his hand and smiled. Little brother, you are a big customer. For this transaction, I will give you 6 million. This price is quite fair, right? Deal. I look forward to working together. Lu Chun smiled back. The two shook hands, completing the transaction for 6 million worth of various potion raw materials. Most importantly, the over 100 blood soul stones gifted by the middle-aged man were truly invaluable treasures. With this batch of blood soul stones, he believed he could prepare more mind potions. There was still one primary ingredient missing, but Lu Chun was not anxious, for he knew that the last primary ingredient was a living creature or a mutated gene from a certain organism. Master, I have already rented a warehouse and stored all the raw materials. After a while, as Lu Chun waited in the store, he saw Xiaoxing hurriedly returning. He had just sent her to rent a warehouse for the materials. Good, let's go. It's time to explore the Noman's zone. Lu Chun took a deep breath, left the wholesale store with Xiaoxing, and they both exited the black market. However, just after leaving the black market, Lu Chun couldn't help but furrow his brow, feeling that he was being watched. He glanced slightly behind him, a cold smile creeping onto his lips as he silently led Xiaoxing into a dilapidated street in ruins. Come out, there's no need to hide. Arriving at the desolate street, Lu Chun stopped, turned around, and looked at the broken remnants behind him. The ruins were silent with no one in sight. But Lu Chun knew that several people were hiding there. Tisk tisk, interesting. Ew, I was actually detected. Sure enough, several shadows slowly walked out from the ruins, approaching Lu Chun step by step. In the ruins of a long street, Lu Chun stood quietly, while Xiaoxing stood beside him, her vigilant eyes scanning the 5 individuals approaching. Each of them wore a skull mask obscuring their true faces and held sharp weapons in their hands. The leader was extremely tall and burly, standing at an imposing height of 2 meters and 6 centimeters, with bulging muscles on his half-exposed torso radiating strength. Especially the massive battle knife he carried dragging along as it left a deep scar on the ground, cracking the cement. Thud! The group stopped 10 meters in front of them, and the leader raised his battle knife, causing a rumbling sound as the hard ground cracked. His eyes scrutinized Lu Chun, revealing a trace of bloodthirsty light, as if he were gazing at a prey ready for slaughter. Interesting, little brat, are you the one who killed several members of our skull hunting team? The burly man asked in a chilling tone. Behind him, his 4 subordinates stood coldly motionless, each gripping a sharp battle knife, their cold glints exuding murderous intent. This group was made up of ruthless killers with numerous lives on their hands, and they were indeed from the skull hunting team. That's right, I did it. Lu Chun nodded, slightly, facing them with calmness. Except for the leader, who posed a strong threat, he regarded the remaining. The 4 subordinates were likely only at the 4th stage of genetic mutation, capable of delivering at most 2 tons of. For ordinary people, 2 tons of punch force is terrifying, but in this world where strength reigns supreme and genetic evolution prevails, a mere 2 tons is hardly noteworthy. Just like Lu Chun now, although he had just completed the 1st stage of genetic mutation, he could unleash a terrifying punch force of a full 5 tons. Facing the 4 lackeys, Lu Chun felt confident he could take them down with a single punch, but his concern was the burden. This man gave him a sense of danger, exuding a strong threat and a dense aura of killing intent that made Lu Chun remain vigilant. It's good that it's you. The man with the skull mask let out a sinister laugh. He looked Lu Chun and Xiaoxing up and down, finally saying, this girl, unexpectedly a light-brain robot, perfect. Capturing her could fetch a good price. As for you, brat, having killed our skull hunting team's members today, you must lie here. Your life is mine to take. After speaking, the massive battle knife in front of him trembled, and with a boom, a storm of debris surged towards Lu Chun. The suddenness left no time for reaction, but Lu Chun was already prepared and drew his knife in an instant. Clang! The battle knife behind him was unsheathed, and with both hands gripping it, he delivered a powerful slash cleaving through the debris storm. At that moment the burly man charged forward, raising his terrifying battle knife to strike at Lu Chun's face. If that strike hit, Lu Chun would definitely be cleaved in half, the terrifying power contained within it exceeding imagination. In a flash, Lu Chun swung his knife to meet the strike, creating a resounding clang as their weapons collided. A powerful force erupted, spreading from beneath the two, shattering the ground as debris and dust were swept away by their shockwaves. Huh, so strong. Both men were astonished, their gazes meeting with a hint of surprise, feeling the tremendous power from each other. With a bang they both recoiled, Lu Chun staggering back 5 steps, each step leaving a 3-inch deep footprint. Meanwhile the burly man also retreated 5 steps, crushing the ground beneath him, his expression shifting slightly. The impact force of 5 tons is at least equivalent to that of a master at the 9th stage of genetic mutation, and it's even possible he has undergone a genetic recombination. Lu Chun felt grave. The recent strike revealed that the opponent had not unleashed all his power, only displaying a force of 5 tons. Likewise, Lu Chun had not unleashed his full strength, the battle knife in his hand had not activated its gravity enhancement, and with just 1 ton of weight, he had utilized 30% of his strength to generate 5 tons of destructive force. This is the power of possessing a gravity weapon capable of producing a terrifying destructive force far beyond one's own limits. It is said that within the Federation there are many powerful combat skills created that can amplify one's combat power, unleashing greater lethality. Currently Lu Chun did not possess such combat skills, however relying on the weight of the weapon itself to enhance his destructive power was still possible. Alright, it turns out you have some skills, no wonder you dared to kill our skull hunting team members. The burly man cracked his neck, a sinister smile appearing on his lips. But brat, you're in for a rough time. Oh, I only used a little bit of strength just now. Can you withstand what comes next? Stop wasting words, come and fight. Lu Chun shouted, gripping his battle knife, exuding a piercing aura, his fighting spirit ignited. Far from feeling fear, he was instead exhilarated. Indeed, he was excited. Encountering a worthy opponent was thrilling, and battling a powerful enemy could sharpen his combat skills and killing artistry. Good kid, others call me Bone Demon. Do you know why? The burly man grinned wickedly, enunciating each word. Because whenever I kill someone I completely strip their flesh and blood, taking their skull back to nail on the wall as a trophy. Currently I have collected a total of 999 skulls. You are the first 1000th trophy I am about to kill. Imagining it is thrilling. The Bone Demon laughed maniacally. This guy had actually killed nearly 1,000 people and collected their skulls, nailing them to the wall as trophies. Truly perverse. You talk too much. Lu Chun's expression was emotionless, his gaze filled with intense fighting spirit, a hint of killing intent diffusing as he activated a 3-fold gravity enhancement on his battle knife. With a hum, the battle knife trembled slightly, as if excited or perhaps thirsting for the blood of slaughter. Kill! Opposite, the Bone Demon roared, brandishing his heavy battle knife as he stomped the ground, causing a thunderous explosion that was terrifying. He resembled a ferocious beast crushing the ground as he leaped forward in 3 quick strides, raising his battle knife to deliver a downward strike. This strike was immensely powerful, its destructive force surpassing imagination. The enormous gust it generated could lift debris and send it flying. Feeling the tearing sensation on his skin, Lu Chun's expression turned serious, his power erupting suddenly as he soared into the air, swinging his knife in a slash. Clang! The two engaged in an instant clash, their blades colliding, producing a metallic sound, and then their figures intertwined before separating and landing. With a crack, Lu Chun landed, smashing the ground and creating a 3-centimeter deep pit, his arm trembling slightly as the battle knife emitted a buzzing sound. On the opposite side, the Bone Demon also landed, shattering a large area of flooring, his expression shifting from surprise to shock, unable to believe it. How could this be? The Bone Demon looked as if he had seen a ghost, bewildered. My 90% power was actually blocked by you. 2 minutes. Lu Chun took a deep breath and roared, his entire being erupting with maximum strength as he swung his knife in a furious downward slash. He was straightforward, taking the initiative to attack without wasting words with his opponent, as further conversation would be futile and could even lead to a misstep. Since he was an enemy, he would strike with thunderous force. Only the dead enemy is a good enemy. Sensing the immense force behind Lu Chun's slash, the Bone Demon's face changed dramatically as he hurriedly raised his battle knife in defense. Clang! A deafening sound erupted as if a great bell had struck, the noise ringing in the ears, and the surrounding ruins trembled, shaking off considerable dust. With a thunderous crash, the Bone Demon was sent flying by a single slash, his feet carving out 2 long trenches in the ground, his knees sinking into the earth. He looked at Lu Chun in shock, feeling the vibrations from his battle knife, which had developed a nick in the blade. You? The Bone Demon, enraged, was about to speak when Lu Chun suddenly surged forward, leaping high and swinging his battle knife down. Boom! Accompanied by a roar, the Bone Demon's 4 subordinates fled in terror, not daring to approach. Their faces were filled with horror, unable to believe that their boss was being suppressed by Lu Chen. Half of his body amid the dust, the bone demon's expression darkened, his muscular arms twitching as he horizontally raised the massive battle knife to block Lu Chen's ferocious strike. However, the force behind this strike was too violent. 5 tons of strength combined with the activated gravity device made the battle knife weigh an astonishing 5 tons, resulting in a total force far exceeding 10 tons of destructive power. Crack. A sharp cracking sound echoed as the bone demon's face contorted in horror at the sight of a crack appearing on his battle knife. His knife was broken by Lu Chen's strike, splitting in half, causing his eyes to widen in rage, blood spurting from his mouth. "You bastard, I will kill you." The bone demon roared in fury, his entire being erupting with power, sending shattered stone and debris flying in all directions. Meanwhile, Lu Chen performed a nimble retreat, dodging the flying debris, his expression remaining calm, as if facing a formidable enemy did not faze him. "Xiaoxing, take care of those 4 lackeys." Lu Chen did not look back, his indifferent voice filled with icy killing intent, sending chills down the spines of the 4 lackeys who were about to act. "Yes, master." Xiaoxing immediately acknowledged the order, her cold face devoid of any emotion, as she was merely an artificial intelligence light brain programmed with loyalty to her master. Clang. With Xiaoxing drawing out 2 plasma light blades, one in each hand, her body suddenly transformed into a blur as she charged at the 4 lackeys. "Damn it, stop her." The 4 lackeys were furious, each raising their weapons to block Xiaoxing, but they underestimated her combat prowess. Sure enough, in a flash, 2 of the lackeys had their necks and bodies sliced in half, with their wounds still emitting wisps of— "This isn't an ordinary machine body. I'll quickly use an electromagnetic pulse wave to paralyze her program." Seeing 2 of his subordinates killed instantly, the bone demon roared in rage, awakening the remaining 2 stunned lackeys. They hastily pulled out a gun, which was an electromagnetic pulse wave weapon designed specifically to disable light brains and robotic programs. Unfortunately, it was already too late. Swish. A fleeting shadow passed by, and Xiaoxing stood quietly behind the 2, her hands wielding 2 plasma aurora blades that emitted a scorching aura. Behind her, the upper halves of the 2 bone demon's subordinates slowly slid down, crashing to the ground with a thud, their blood quickly staining the floor. "You scoundrel." Seeing his last 2 subordinates killed, the bone demon was infuriated, his anger boiling over as he wished to tear Xiaoxing apart. However, he had to cautiously deal with Lu Chen's assault, each strike faster than the last, leaving him no time to divert his attention, forced to watch as Xiaoxing eliminated his subordinates. Clang, clang, clang. On the long street, 2 shadows collided rapidly, the glint of blades slicing through the surrounding ruins, the sound of explosions echoing continuously. Amidst the dust and smoke, Lu Chen wielded his battle knife, each strike containing immense destructive power, a full 10 tons of explosive strength. Even the bone demon found it hard to withstand. Bang! Suddenly a blade came crashing down, the weapons of the 2 clashing once more, sparks flying as they faced each other, their eyes flashing with a cold, killing intent. "Kid, you're strong. How about joining our skeleton hunting team?" The bone demon gritted his teeth, using all his strength to support himself, both of them standing there competing in strength, their battle knives creating showers of sparks. Unexpectedly, the bone demon actually attempted to recruit Lu Chen, wanting him to join the skeleton hunting team and become one of them. Unfortunately, Lu Chen had no intention of doing so, especially since he had already killed more than a dozen of their members, so joining was out of the question. "Humph." Lu Chen snorted coldly, disdainfully, saying, "Since we are already enemies, there's nothing more to discuss. Let's settle this beneath our blades." "Damn it." The bone demon roared angrily, "Kid, don't be foolish. You must understand that the power of our skeleton hunting team far exceeds your imagination. Recruiting you is showing you respect, and don't be ungrateful. You talk too much." Lu Chen's eyes widened, and suddenly a powerful force erupted from his body with a thunderous roar, the ground beneath them cracking and debris swirling around them. Lu Chen shouted loudly, stepping forward fiercely, surprisingly, pushing the bone demon back a step. Crack, crack. As the 2 battle knives struggled against each other, their strength was tested, with Lu Chen gradually pushing his opponent back. In disbelief, the bone demon looked horrified, clearly unable to believe that Lu Chen's strength surpassed his own, but it was the truth. "How is this possible? I am a 9th stage mutant. The first gene recombination is already halfway complete. Have you completed a gene recombination?" The bone demon's roar rang out as he struggled to support himself, but unfortunately, he was still pushed back continuously by Lu Chen's overwhelming strength. Boom. "Enough talk, die quickly." Lu Chen shouted, his steps growing faster, bearing down against the bone demon's formidable strength, accelerating step by step, continuously pushing him back. On the ground, a deep trench was carved out by the bone demon's feet, until Lu Chen violently slammed him into the ruins of a building. "Roar! I will make you die." The furious roar of the bone demon echoed from within the building, and with a loud crash, the already crumbling ruins collapsed. Amidst the dust, 2 disheveled figures suddenly rushed out, each turning to slash at the other. Crack! Accompanied by a sharp sound, a half section of a blade fell to the ground, sending chills down the bone demon's spine. His face turned pale, and behind the skull mask there was a visage of extreme fear, his eyes reflecting a flicker of terror. Because his blade had been cleaved in two by Lu Chen's blade in several exchanges, he had finally lost here. His blade was simply not as powerful as Lu Chen's. Wait! As Lu Chen raised his knife to strike, the bone demon shouted, "If you dare to kill me, our forces will not let." Puff! With a muffled sound, the knife fell, and the entire body of the bone demon stiffened, his towering form frozen in place. A trace of regret lingered on his face, and in his eyes fear flickered before death. "You will regret this." The bone demon struggled to say, his body splitting in half from head to toe, dying on the spot. A powerful member of the skeleton hunting team, he was a 9th-stage genetic mutant, having completed half of the first gene recombination with formidable strength. Unfortunately, he encountered Lu Chen, whose strength was comparable and not much weaker. If he had completed the first gene recombination, Lu Chen might not have been able to defeat him. Because once the gene recombination was completed, he could unleash at least 10 tons of terrifying punching power, while the bone demon could only unleash a maximum of 6 tons now. The difference in strength between the two was not very large, which is why under carelessness the bone demon was countered and ultimately met his end with regret. Huff! After killing his opponent, Lu Chen relaxed, feeling utterly drained. The battle seemed easy, but it was perilous. One misstep could have led to his own demise. Fortunately, everything turned out well. A 4 out of 5 were directly killed by Xiaoxing, and the last bone demon was also taken down by him. This marked Lu Chen's first true battle. Although his experience was lacking, he had tempered his courage and was gradually consolidating his self-confidence. In his first battle, he achieved a glorious victory. "Master, I have obtained 4 alloy battle blades and 2 electromagnetic pulse guns." Just then Xiaoxing returned carrying several trophies, all looted from the deceased. Lu Chen nodded, calming the boiling blood within him, smiling as he said, "Let's go. Thankfully, I didn't fall this time. After this battle, I should be able to consume that super primal potion again tomorrow." Xiaoxing immediately find the nearest rental house. "We will stay here for 2 days before leaving." After saying this, Lu Chen sheathed his battle knife and departed the abandoned long street, with his spoils disappearing in the blink of an eye. Having gone through this battle, Lu Chen felt a sense of joy within him, for after this life-and-death struggle, he had completely mastered his power, his genetic makeup fully familiar with the strength of his mutation. This meant that he would soon be able to consume the potion again and continue to the next phase of genetic mutation. Currently, Lu Chen was still in the first stage of genetic mutation. The next step was to undergo the second stage of genetic mutation to gain even greater power. At this moment, as those sent to hunt Lu Chen were all dead, a large group of people had gathered in a residential area. Everyone, the bone demon and his 4 subordinates, have been killed in the abandoned district. In the hall, a group of people wearing skull masks gathered. Among them, a burly man seated on a sofa spoke. He was bare-chested, his muscles bulging, branded with strange tattoos resembling a fierce ghost, sending chills down. Especially those eyes behind the mask, they exuded a cold ruthlessness like the eyes of a reaper from hell, instilling fear in others. Captain the Bone Demon was too arrogant, hastily bringing 4 subordinates to find trouble with that person. In the end, they failed to kill him and ended up being killed instead. One person spoke softly, standing next to the man, his presence resembling a sword drawn from its sheath, radiating a chilling, killing intent. "No matter what, we cannot let anyone who kills our skeleton hunting team go free." The leading man spoke, his tone chillingly cold, saying, "Send the order down as soon as you see that kid. Notify me immediately. This time I will personally take his head." "Oh." Just then a charming voice came from outside the hall, causing everyone to turn their heads in unison. A figure walked in slowly, her figure graceful and unparalleled, her mature and enchanting charm immediately captivating everyone present. She wore a white skull mask obscuring her features, but her alluring figure indicated that she was a beauty. "Madame Bone." In the hall, everyone, including the leading man, immediately stood up and bowed respectfully to the. She was the vice-captain of the skeleton hunting team, known as Madame Bone, her true name unknown, and her real appearance had never been seen by outsiders. Those who had seen her were all dead. "Madame Bone, someone has killed many of our members, and the Bone Demon is already dead." The man called Old Black respectfully invited Madame Bone to take the main seat, then explained the situation with a smile. "Oh." Madame Bone's expression was surprised after hearing this. "Are you saying someone actually dared to kill our skeleton team members? What is that person's name?" Madame Bone displayed little emotion, lightly asking. Her calm gaze scrutinized Old Black, causing the latter to tremble, sensing a chilling aura enveloping him. Everyone present lowered their heads, not daring to make a sound, as if they were greatly fearful of the woman before them. After a long time, she finally said softly, "For now, let that person go. You do not need to pay him any mind. Completing your tasks is the most important thing. If you mess this up, even if you had 10 heads, it wouldn't be enough to be chopped off. Do you understand?" Madame Bone coldly scanned the crowd. "Yes, understood." In the hall, everyone turned pale, fearfully lowering their heads to accept the command. Even the previously leading Old Black dared not voice any objections. "If you understand, then disperse. This mission must not fail. The headquarters has already sent several top assassins. It must succeed without a hitch." After Madame Bone finished speaking, she stood up, walking one step at a time out of the hall, soon disappearing from everyone's sight, leaving a group of men secretly wiping cold sweat. Lu Chen was unaware of this. Even if he knew, he wouldn't care, as the saying goes, when soldiers come, block them. When water comes, damn it. In a rented room, Lu Chun held a bottle of black potion, the prepared super primal potion. Xiaoxing, keep an eye out and no one is allowed in. Before taking the potion, Lu Chun solemnly reminded Xiaoxing to protect him and not let anyone intrude. In a rented room, Xiaoxing stood outside with a serious expression. Inside, Lu Chun was sitting cross-legged on the floor, trembling all over his teeth, chattering uncontrollably, his face contorted in pain. The original potion he consumed was a super primitive potion infused with dark matter, and the effects contained within it were simply terrifying. The strength of that energy tore through his internal organs, crushing his bones, as if it was continuously evolving and expanding from the very depths of his genes. This is gene mutation. For humanity to gain immense power and continuously grow stronger, it must start at the genetic level, hence the concept of gene mutation arises. Gene mutation is an evolution driven by external forces acting on the genome, equivalent to a mutation where the genome is suddenly altered by external forces, thus the pain endured is naturally immense. Weak individuals with frail wills are eliminated at this stage. They cannot withstand the pain brought by gene mutation and thus cannot become strong. This pain is bearable, it is much less than the first time. Lu Chun gritted his teeth and endured while contemplating quietly. This mutation was far better than the first time it felt, as if he had adapted to the intense pain caused by the mutation. Lu Chun recognized that this was a good sign. Being able to endure pain proved that his genome had become familiar with the power and impact brought by the mutation. This way he could avoid the danger of genomic collapse and continue to grow stronger, even evolving into a perfect. Humans are born with many flaws, whether in their genomes or themselves. There are significant deficiencies, and these flaws can be compensated for through later efforts. Gene mutation evolution exists to compensate for the deficiencies in the genome, continuously evolving to ultimately achieve a perfect genome. At this moment, Lu Chun's body underwent terrifying changes, his flesh and muscles continuously bursting apart, with blood streaks appearing as dark red substances surged forth from within. Accompanied by a foul odor, it was evident that Lu Chun's body was undergoing a transformation, transitioning from the genomic level into mutation, propelling his entire body into a perfect evolution. The human genome is filled with the unknown and the mysterious, governing human genetic inheritance and various extraordinary abilities. Only by comprehending the mysteries of genetic evolution can one gradually grow stronger, starting from gene mutation and embarking on the path to perfect gene evolution. Puff! After an unknown period of time, Lu Chun suddenly opened his mouth and expelled a thick, dark substance that was sticky and emitted a foul odor. This was a large amount of toxins from within him expelled out, and he felt an indescribable relief throughout his entire body. Has the second mutation completed? Lu Chun felt the pain within him dissipate, replaced by an indescribable sense of ease and strength, as if powerful energy surged forth from within. This was a real sensation of feedback from his Bodhi's instincts. The changes brought by the genomic mutation were immense, radiating from within and strengthening his flesh. Gene mutation brings about all-encompassing evolution, whether it's the strengthening of the physical body or the increase in power. The magnitude is extraordinary. Lu Chun felt that the power now emanating from within his body absolutely exceeded his previous state, and he vaguely sensed that he had completed the second stage of gene mutation. Xiaoxing, immediately scan my body genome data. Lu Chun directly instructed Xiaoxing to come in and start scanning his genomic information. Generally, to scan one's genomic information, one must collect a small sample of blood or cells to conduct the scan and analysis. Unless using a powerful instrument capable of directly scanning the internal genome, it is very difficult to ascertain the evolutionary status of another's genome. Moreover, this situation becomes increasingly harder to detect as one grows stronger. When the genome becomes sufficiently powerful, even scanning becomes impossible. Beep beep. Xiaoxing scanned Lu Chun's body inside and out, and finally produced a set of data. Master, your genome has completed the second stage of mutation, achieving 100 perfection. This is truly unbelievable. Looking at the scan data, Xiaoxing, as a robotic brain, couldn't help but exclaim, highlighting the astonishing changes brought by Lu Chun's genomic mutation. Indeed. Lu Chun clenched his fist, feeling the surging power within, unable to suppress a hint of excitement. Unfortunately, there were no power testing instruments here, but even without testing, Lu Chun clearly felt that his internal power had surged to an extreme. While others at the second stage of gene mutation might possess only 1 ton of punching power, Lu Chun, having just completed the second stage of mutation, now held a full 10 tons of punching power. This is 10 times that of an ordinary person. The genetic potential within him is simply astonishing, unprecedented. Master, I have deleted all scan data. Also, please do not scan your body lightly in the future to avoid exposing your secrets and potential. Having said that, Xiaoxing solemnly cautioned him. Lu Chun pondered upon hearing this, nodding his head. You are right, the old man always said that my genetic makeup is different from others. If it attracts the attention of those with ulterior motives, it would be problematic. I am well aware of my secrets, and they must not be exposed, or they will truly invite endless trouble and danger. With 10 tons of punching power, my combat capability is already comparable to that of an expert who has undergone a gene recombination. Lu Chun looked extremely excited. As of now, his basic strength could already rival that of a person who has undergone a gene recombination, although true combat capability is another matter. After all, Lu Chen's combat ability has yet to be honed, compared to those true experts from the battlefield it really cannot. However, he was not discouraged. He possessed a significant advantage with genetic potential and talent that others lacked. His future achievements would undoubtedly be beyond what ordinary people could compare. Let's go. Now that the second mutation has been completed, it is time to enter the no man's land and seek out the illusory star grass, while also honing my combat skills. Saying this, Lu Chen shouldered his battle knife, gathered his belongings, and stepped out. Xiaoxing followed closely behind, and together they arrived at the place where they had parked, retrieving their hover bike. Set off for no man's land. No. 3. Lu Chen mounted the hover bike, carrying Xiaoxing, and activated the vehicle to float up, which shot off like a beam of light in the next moment. In the blink of an eye, Lu Chen and Xiaoxing vanished from the ruined city, racing swiftly toward no man's land. Report, Lady Bone, we have confirmed that the individual has left the ruined city and is heading toward no man's land. No. Somewhere in the ruined city, a man wearing a skull mask respectfully bowed and cautiously relayed this information. Before him sat a charming woman, Lady Bone, who had sent people to keep an eye on Lu Chen's movements, and news had finally come. Oh. Lady Bone was surprised, muttering to herself, that kid is quite bold to venture into no man's land. No. 3. Perfect, I also need to enter no man's land for a trip and take care of him while I'm at it. Prepare the vehicle for me, Wu, I need to go out for a while. Lady Bone finished speaking and walked out, taking a seat on a luxurious hoverbike that had been prepared for her. It shot into the sky and vanished in the blink of an eye. No man's land. No. 3 is located north of ruined city. No. 6, about 500 kilometers away. This area is even more vast than other no man's lands, with the central region being particularly unapproachable. Even the most advanced federal satellites cannot ascertain the situation inside. The central region of the no man's land is shrouded in a mysterious magnetic field. It is precisely because of the existence of this mysterious magnetic field that the conditions in the depths of the no man's land cannot be ascertained, necessitating human exploration. However, anyone who enters the core area of the no man's land disappears without a trace, and even robots sent for exploration quickly lose contact. Over time, these places have become true no man's lands, with no one daring to venture there, turning into a paradise for exotic beasts and mutated creatures. Whoosh. At this moment, 30 meters above no man's land. No. 3. A hoverbike slowly flew by, carrying a man and a woman. It was indeed Lu Chen and Xiaoxing who had entered the no man's land, already delving into an area more than 10 kilometers deep into it. Master, according to the map information, the area where the illusory stargrass is located should be 20 kilometers to the east. Xiaoxing was checking the map, calculating some information. Lu Chen glanced at it and slightly nodded. To the east. Let's go take a look. Stay alert. If anything seems off, remind me immediately. Yes, Master. Xiaoxing immediately took the order, picking up an electromagnetic sniper rifle, loading it with 10 thermonuclear fusion shells and 10 freezing bullets, and set up defensive alerts. Along the way, Lu Chen reduced his altitude to about 10 meters, slowing down, and cautiously flew toward the eastern region of the no man's land. Below, the desolate earth was scarred. This place had experienced many brutal wars, leaving behind numerous giant craters. These craters were scars left by war, and occasionally some ruins could be seen buried beneath the soil. In the no man's land, life was scarce and vegetation even scarcer. It was merely an expanse of desolation, silence, and the occasional sighting of 1 or 2 exotic beasts and mutated creatures. Master, just 5,000 meters ahead is the swamp oasis where the illusory stargrass is located. Xiaoxing suddenly reminded him from behind, remaining vigilant of the surroundings, while Lu Chen's face grew serious as he drew his battle knife. Sure enough, it wasn't long before a large expanse of swamp oasis appeared ahead, standing out starkly in the desolate and silent no man's land. The hover bike wobbled as it landed on a mountain peak at the edge of the oasis. Lu Chen and Xiaoxing got off the bike and stood atop the mountain, gazing at the vast swamp area ahead. Xiaoxing, secure the bike, we will enter the oasis. Lu Chen's expression was serious and earnest as he instructed Xiaoxing to secure the hover bike, and only then did they both walk into the oasis. The trees here were peculiar, their trunks thick and stout, while their crowns spread out like round discs resembling a cluster of... Upon entering the oasis, Lu Chen felt as if he had stepped into a fantastical world where the flowers, grasses, and trees were entirely different from anything found on Earth in the 21st century. This is the miraculous phenomenon of species evolution and the cycle of all things. In the swamp oasis, the ground was covered with decaying leaves, dotted with muddy water traces that emitted a faint stench of rot. A man and a woman cautiously ventured deeper into the swamp, appearing particularly vigilant and careful. Soon the two reached the depths of the swamp and stopped behind a large tree, quietly gazing at an open area ahead. There stood several massive boulders towering over 10 meters, entirely black and gray, covered in various moss. Master, look over there. Little Star quietly pointed towards the rock crevices ahead, a hint of surprise visible on her face. Lu Chen followed her finger's direction and was astonished to discover that peculiar plants were taking root and thriving within those rock crevices. These plants were entirely dark golden, with stems that shimmered with a golden luster, making them particularly conspicuous under the sunlight. Each plant had crystalline leaves sparkling faintly like starlight, as if they were absorbing the cosmic starlight to perform photosynthesis. Indeed, it is illusion stargrass. Lu Chun felt a surge of joy in his heart observing the thriving plants which were indeed the illusion star grass, roughly estimated to number at least in the hundreds. These illusion star grasses were densely growing on those boulders rooted in the crevices, exuding specks of starlight, imparting a very mysterious feeling. Master, something feels off. Suddenly Little Star's expression tightened, sensing something amiss, her eyes flickering with streams of data, as if scanning something. Soon she reached a conclusion, her face slightly changing. Master, those aren't rocks, they are the backs of a strange beast. These rocks stood there like sharp carapaces, motionless, yet creating an illusion. These rocks stood there like sharp carapaces, motionless, yet creating an illusion. Little Star said that this was the back of some strange beast. What could it be? At this thought, Lu Chun couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. Boom. At that moment, a slight tremor suddenly emanated from the muddy ground beneath their feet, followed by the surrounding trees swaying violently, as if an earthquake had struck. Lu Chun and Little Star were abruptly startled, watching as the trees around them shook violently, the ground's soil becoming loose, as if something was about to emerge from underground. Just as the two were in a state of uncertainty, the ground within 100 meters suddenly began to rise, trees toppling one by one and mud splashing everywhere. With a loud bang, sharp stone-like objects shot up from the ground, intertwining like a dense forest of sharp stones. Roar! Accompanied by a thunderous roar, Lu Chun's face changed drastically as he turned to see a massive head slowly rising from the swamp. It was a head covered in a dense layer of sharp horn-like structures with razor-sharp teeth and a fierce appearance that sent chills down one's spine. Master, this is a large, strange beast. The swamp crocodile turtle, measuring 80 meters long and weighing up to 1,200 tons, Little Star exclaimed, having found the creature's information. This was a large, strange beast, the swamp crocodile turtle, measuring 80 meters long and weighing over 1,200 tons, covered with thick armor, its shell adorned with sharp, jagged spikes that made it look just like a stone mountain. Previously, Lu Chun and Little Star thought it was a rock, only to discover that it was actually the spiked back of a swamp crocodile turtle. Unexpectedly, the illusion star grass was growing on the spikes of the swamp crocodile turtle's back. Fortunately, the swamp crocodile turtle moved slowly and was not prone to attack. Let's collect the illusion star grass. Lu Chun took a deep breath and dashed quickly across the back of the swamp crocodile turtle, weaving through the spikes that resembled stone peaks, and soon found the area densely populated with illusion star grass. These were the largest spikes in the center, each one extremely massive and covered in cracks, with the illusion star grass growing inside these cracks. As soon as he arrived, Lu Chun and Little Star took out a cloth bag and began harvesting, carefully digging out the illusion star grass as if handling precious items. Boom, boom, boom. At that moment, the swamp crocodile turtle took a step, shaking the ground violently as it moved deeper into the swamp, gradually sinking into the mire. Seeing the swamp crocodile turtle about to disappear into the swamp, it seemed intent on foraging, but that was certainly not what Lu Chun wanted to witness. Little Star, hurry and run. Having collected over 100 plants of illusion star grass, there was no time to gather the rest, and Lu Chun had to call for Little Star to retreat immediately. The two jumped directly off the back of the swamp crocodile turtle, landing atop a large tree, watching the colossal creature step heavily into the swamp. Before long, the swamp crocodile turtle vanished, completely sinking into the mire, allowing Lu Chun and Little Star to breathe a sigh of relief. This time they had not come in vain. Fortunately, they had been fast enough to collect over 100 illusion star grasses, marking a bountiful harvest. Objective achieved, let's go. Taking a deep breath, Lu Chun turned around, hoisting the cloth bag and leaping from the top of one tree crown to another. Whoosh whoosh. The two continued to leap from treetop to treetop, quickly leaving the depths of the swamp and returning to the outskirts of the oasis. Lu Chun landed on a tree crown, preparing to jump to another, but suddenly halted, his expression becoming... He stopped in his tracks, his expression grave, his eyes shimmering with light as he scanned the dense forest swamp around him. Master, energy fluctuations detected. Little Star quickly picked up on a faint energy fluctuation. Although weak, it was still noticeable. Lu Chun's eyes narrowed as he coldly said, "Come out, I've already detected you." Clap. Clap. A series of applause rang out, and Lu Chun's pupils constricted as he turned to see a graceful figure slowly stepping out from behind a large tree. She walked step by step, graceful and poised, wearing a bone mask that obscured her true face. The only thing visible were her bright eyes, glimmering with a hint of allure. "To think you could find me, how interesting." She approached, standing not far away, her eyes scrutinizing Lu Chun, and a faint smile suddenly appeared at the corner of her mouth. Looking at the mysterious woman before him, especially the bone mask on her face, Lu Chun's heart shook faintly. He furrowed his brow, quietly gripping his battle knife, and asked, "Who are you, and why have you been following us?" The mysterious woman with the bone mask emanated a strong and unparalleled threat, unprecedented in his experience. Although not as intense as the previous encounter with Blood Woman, she was certainly not weaker. Madame Bone revealed a hint of a cold smile. Tisk, you wouldn't have forgotten whom you killed, would you? The skeleton hunting group." Lu Chun's eyes narrowed, silently signaling, and Little Star immediately understood, stepping back while raising her electromagnetic sniper rifle to aim and lock onto the opponent. Bang! A muffled sound echoed, followed by a thunderous explosion in the nearby forest, a small mushroom cloud slowly rising, the scorching shockwave rolling and toppling trees. The sudden explosion caused Lu Chun to retreat continuously, his expression grave as he looked on only to see a large pit where the explosion had occurred, but nothing was inside. So it's a thermonuclear fission bullet. Oh, what a pity this thing can't hurt me. Not far from the explosion center a figure stood on a broken tree trunk. It was Madame Bone unscathed. Her clothes were not even ruffled, as though the previous strike had no effect on her whatsoever, let alone causing any harm. So strong. Lu Chen's pupils constricted as he stared at Madame Bone, feeling a sense of gravity in his heart. The newcomer was ominous and terrifying. A super powerful being from the skeleton hunting group. From his perspective, although Madame Bone was not as formidable as the previous blood woman, they were probably not too far apart. Without hesitation, Lu Chun turned and leaped away, not daring to stay and confront this eerie and terrifying woman. There was no doubt that Madame Bone had come to kill him. There was absolutely nothing to discuss, and since he was not her match, bang. At the moment Lu Chun bolted, Little Star fired again, this time with 2 shots. One thermonuclear fission bullet followed quickly by an ice bullet. The 2 special bullets, one hot and one cold, locked onto Madame Bone and shot forward in an instant. Boom. Crack, crack, crack. Accompanied by an explosion, a mushroom cloud shot up to over 10 meters high, rolling shock waves spreading out. Then a powerful cold wave erupted, instantly freezing everything within 100 meters, whether trees, flowers, grass, or muddy rocks. Even the explosion's mushroom cloud turned into a mass of ice. And Madame Bone was unexpectedly struck by this sudden blow, her body encased in ice, surrounded by bursts, a clash of ice and fire. Bang! When Lu Chun and Little Star had already retreated, the surrounding ice crystals suddenly shattered, and a figure slowly walked out. It was Madame Bone, who, although she looked slightly disheveled, she had not suffered significant injuries, only a hint of anger. Damn it, I almost got hurt. This is unforgivable. Madame Bone's cold voice echoed as she gazed in the direction Lu Chun had fled, suddenly revealing a chilling smile. She muttered to herself, run. If you think you can escape before me, how will I save face as Madame Bone? Whoosh. As soon as she finished speaking, her figure flickered and vanished, rapidly pursuing the direction Lu Chun and Little Master. She's going to catch up. At this moment, Lu Chun, who was fleeing ahead, felt his mood darkening. He had not expected to encounter another terrifying pursuer. Damn it, first it was Blood Woman, now it's this Madame Bone from the skeleton hunting group. Once I become stronger, I will definitely crush you into the ground. As Lu Chun fled, he was thinking viciously, but he did not dare to slow down, and instead he accelerated even more. He glanced back and saw Madame Bone gradually closing in, his face turning pale. Did she really have to pursue him so relentlessly? Little Star, give her a few thermonuclear bullets to taste. Lu Chun was also enraged, directly pulling out an electromagnetic gun and firing a shot backward, sending a net of electromagnetic light flying. Boom. At the same time, Little Star fired as well, and with one shot an astonishing small mushroom cloud exploded. The 3 were caught in a chase, with Lu Chun fleeing while attacking Madame Bone, who was pursuing them, especially with Little Star firing one thermonuclear bullet after another, causing Madame Bone to be utterly flustered. Along with the occasional ice bullet, it was a battle of ice and fire, driving her into a furious rage, nearly pushing her to the brink of madness. Boom. In the swamp oasis, a mushroom cloud suddenly rose, turning everything within a radius of hundreds of meters to ashes. Amidst the smoke and dust, a figure stumbled out. The white bone mask cracked, a trace of crimson oozing from the corner of his mouth. Bastard, you've successfully enraged me. The Lady of Bones was infuriated. However, just as her words fell, another bullet whistled and, exploding with a bang, a powerful cold wave sweeping through and instantly freezing the surroundings. Her body was immediately frozen into ice crystals, but she quickly broke free, her clothes torn in multiple places, appearing particularly disheveled. Although she looked terribly disheveled, she had not sustained significant injuries. Neither the thermonuclear bullet nor the freezing bullet could truly harm her. Hissed this woman, not even thermonuclear bullets or freezing bullets can hurt her. Lu Chun, who was fleeing ahead, couldn't help but take a deep breath, gaining a deeper understanding of the formidable power of the Lady of Bones. Seeing that she was not only uninjured but also enraged, relentlessly pursuing him, Lu Chun felt a chill in his heart. Lu Chun, you cannot escape. Behind him, the Lady of Bones was incredibly fast, almost turning into a series of afterimages, as she swept through the air, her voice icy and laced with killing intent. Her eyes were so cold they could freeze the air, her killing intent palpable, as she pursued relentlessly, having already resolved in her heart that Lu Chun must die. Bang! At this moment, Xiao Xing fired again. Another thermonuclear bullet exploded, a mushroom cloud rising before her, and a powerful heat wave rolled out, smoke and dust sweeping away. I will kill you. The Lady of Bones rushed out in a disheveled state, screaming in anger, a sense of humiliation rising from deep within her. She had never suffered such a loss, utterly losing face as a boy had repeatedly reduced her to this state. It would surely become a joke if it got out. Damn it, if only I had nuclear bombs, I would give you 2. Lu Chun cursed inwardly while running. He regretted not acquiring a nuclear missile launcher from the old demon. If he had bought a few nuclear bombs, he could have definitely injured this woman. But now it was too late for regrets. The most urgent matter was how to shake off this crazy woman's pursuit. Whoosh! Just as he was thinking, Lu Chun shot at the pursuing Lady of Bones, the electromagnetic light transforming into a net that directly enveloped her. Following closely was a thermonuclear bullet fired by Xiao Xing, aimed directly at the Lady of Bones' face. If it hit, she would be heavily injured, if not dead. Boom. With a loud bang, the ground trembled slightly, and a mushroom cloud rose into the air before slowly. The Lady of Bones rushed out in a disheveled state, her white bone mask gone, revealing her true face, beautiful and alluring yet filled with rage. Master'll hold her off, you take the opportunity to escape. Just as he was running, Xiaoxing suddenly spoke beside him, intending to stay back and confront the Lady of Bones. No way. Lu Chen's expression changed slightly as he admonished. If you stay, it's equivalent to seeking death. Fire all thermonuclear bullets and freezing bullets. A good idea, but unfortunately you won't have the chance. At that moment, a clear, crisp laugh rang out, sending chills down Lu Chen's spine. He turned to see the Lady of Bones had somehow chased up to him. At this moment, the Lady of Bones was clad in a set of black battle armor, her wings behind her trembling slightly as she appeared before him in an instant. Not good. Lu Chen's heart raced, realizing it was too late to dodge as the Lady of Bones' fist struck before. In a moment of crisis, Lu Chen grasped his battle knife and swung it, creating a deafening clash as the knife emitted a mournful wail, feeling a powerful and unmatched force recoil. With a bang, Lu Chen was honorably knocked away, crashing into the trunk of a large tree, breaking it in the process. Master! Xiaoxing's expression changed drastically as she was about to react, only to be struck in the chest armor by the Lady of Bones. With a crack, the outer layer of armor on Xiaoxing's body was shattered on the spot, the nanobiomechanical body punctured. Boom. Xiaoxing's body crashed down not far from Lu Chen, smashing through several large trees before stopping, lying there struggling to get up. A hole had been punched through her chest, visible from both sides, with sparks of electromagnetic fire flashing across the wound, suffering severe damage. TSK tisk, she can really run and has caused me quite a bit of trouble. A hole had been punched through her chest, visible from both sides, with sparks of electromagnetic fire flashing across the wound. She stood before Lu Chen, observing him, who was severely injured, yet still able to stand. A strange glint flashed in her beautiful eyes. Interesting, you can still stand. The Lady of Bones examined Lu Chen with curiosity. The two were merely 3 meters apart, their gazes locked, and Lu Chen's heart sank, feeling particularly heavy. He was likely doomed this time. You are strong, but if you wish to kill me, you must pay a heavy price. Lu Chen took a deep breath and calmly stated. The Lady of Bones coldly smiled. Don't waste your efforts. The fact that you could force me to use nanomachines to pursue you is already quite arrogant. To be honest, I'm starting to hesitate to kill you, but unfortunately you've offended the Skeleton Hunting Corps, so it can't be helped. She murmured to herself, stepping closer to Lu Chen, holding a black long sword in her hand, electromagnetic light swirling around it, exuding an astonishing killing intent. If it were based solely on her own strength, she might not be able to catch up to Lu Chen, but with her nanomachines, it was a different story. Damn it, this woman actually has nanomachines. Isn't that equipment exclusive to the Federation's mech infantry? Lu Chen's heart raced with anxiety. He quickly pondered escape methods, only to find that he had no way to escape at all. Because the Lady of Bones possessed nanomachines that allowed her to fly, moving at an astonishing speed, Lu Chen, no matter how confident, had no faith in escaping, let alone matching her. Am I really going to die here? Lu Chen felt an overwhelming unwillingness. Just as he had gained the capital and opportunity to rise, was he to end it all here? Alright, it's time for you to go. The Lady of Bones said lightly, raising her sword to slash at Lu Chen's forehead, the scorching electromagnetic light warping the air. With this strike, barring any accidents, Lu Chen would surely be slain on the spot. That seemingly slow sword was in reality as fast as lightning, impossible to block. Clang. Just as Lu Chen's heart sank to the bottom on the verge of being killed, a shadow appeared before him, arms blocking the Lady of Bones' strike. It was Xiaoxing, her chest pierced, yet she still managed to block the deadly strike from the Lady of Bones for Lu Chen. Master, hurry and escape. A hint of urgency appeared on Xiaoxing's indifferent face. Her arms had nearly been severed by the strike, with sparks of electromagnetic fire flickering, awakening Lu Chen from his stupor. Kill. However, Lu Chen chose not to flee, but drew his knife and attacked, directly swinging it at the Lady of Bones. In this strike, he unleashed 100% of his strength, even activating the gravity device on the battle knife, which increased the gravity 100-fold as he swung down. Boom. With full gravity enhancement, the battle knife, originally weighing 1 ton, instantly became 100 tons, and combined with Lu Chen's striking speed, the resulting impact was terrifying. With a loud boom as the blade came down, the Lady of Bones was initially surprised, but did not take it seriously. However, her expression changed in the next moment. Bang! This strike was incredibly heavy. As soon as it made contact, the Lady of Bones' face changed wildly, feeling an endless power crashing down, and she was sent flying, smashing through several dozen meters before crashing into several trees. Go! Seeing the Lady of Bones being struck away, Lu Chen turned off the gravity device on the battle knife, sheathed it, and grabbed the injured Xiaoxing to flee. He did not dare to linger, not expecting that his recent strike would heavily injure the Lady of Bones. That was unrealistic. As expected, a loud explosion came from behind as the Lady of Bones charged out of the smoke and scathed the scar from the knife visible on her nanomachines. It was indeed the mark left by Lu Chen's previous strike. Unfortunately, it still failed to injure the Lady of Bones, but it did deliver a significant impact. Very good, you were the first to nearly injure me. I must say you've piqued my interest. I've decided not to kill you, but to take you back and implant a nanomachine chip, making you my battle pet. The Lady of Bones spoke in a soft, alluring voice, taking a step forward, her wings behind her flapping fiercely, transforming into an afterimage and disappearing. When she reappeared, she was already in front of Lu Chun and Xiaoxing, floating before them, blocking their path. A crisis, an unprecedented crisis, sank Lu Chen's heart to the bottom, his face, pale, his eyes revealing a hint of unwillingness. Master, my body has a self-destruct device. The explosion power of the 2 sets of nuclear energy reaction batteries will surely injure her at that time. You can take the opportunity to escape. At this moment, Xiaoxing conveyed to Lu Chun word by word, her icy face devoid of emotion, but her eyes held a glimmer of determination. No, I command you, do not self-destruct. Lu Chen's face changed drastically upon hearing this, his tone resolute. His unquestionable attitude made Xiaoxing, who was about to self-destruct, pause her program. Oh, the Lady of Bones on the opposite side was surprised, observing Xiaoxing, then looking at Lu Chun as if she had discovered something interesting. A light-brain robot actually willing to self-destruct to save its master. Interesting, truly interesting. Could it be that you have developed human emotions? The Lady of Bones displayed an expression of curiosity, examining Xiaoxing more closely, becoming increasingly intrigued, ultimately deciding to kill Lu Chun and take Xiaoxing back for thorough research. Master, farewell. Suddenly Xiaoxing murmured softly, stuffing a metal box into Lu Chen's arms. Then with a push of her hands, she sent him flying out. No. Lu Chun flew horizontally through the air, his eyes wide with anger, unable to suppress a furious roar as his gaze threatened to burst. Xiaoxing, he shouted angrily, and Xiaoxing turned back to him with a brilliant smile, her body suddenly erupting with intense light, followed by a powerful explosion resembling a sun that directly detonated before him. A burst of radiance erupted akin to a sun exploding outright, followed by a terrifying rumbling sound that shook heaven and earth. Following the intense flash of light came a powerful shockwave that swept across 10 kilometers in every direction, vaporizing the swamp and reducing the oasis to ashes. In that instant, the entire oasis trembled. A colossal mushroom cloud rose into the sky, starkly conspicuous in the desolate zone, its terrifying commotion startling countless exotic beasts and mutant creatures. That was the dreadful power of Xiaoxing's self-destruction, comparable to a nuclear bomb. The mushroom cloud churned and roiled in the air, refusing to dissipate for a long time. After a long while, at the periphery of the explosion, a disheveled figure burst out from the smoke and rubble, his face dark with fury, his body covered in wounds and stained with blood. Damn it, she actually went through with the self-destruction. Bone Lady snarled, her anger barely contained as she gazed at the leveled oasis. She hadn't expected that the little robot girl by Lu Chen's side would be so resolute, detonating herself without the slight. It was utterly unbelievable, for most robots, generally speaking, were incapable of self-destruction due to programmers. After all, this was a measure to prevent robots or optical computers from harming humans, yet Xiaoxing had directly self-destructed, and seemingly of her own volition. What a waste of an optical computer. It seemed to have undergone some subtle change. If I had captured it, I might have sold it for a good price, or even found greater value in it. Bone Lady let out a sigh. Xiaoxing's self-destruction couldn't kill her, but it had still inflicted considerable damage, leaving her body battered and bruised. She stood there watching as the dust filled the sky and the flames gradually died out. The towering mushroom cloud finally began to dissipate. Within a 1-kilometer radius of the entire swamp oasis, everything had been vaporized, and within 10 kilometers most things were destroyed. At the epicenter of the explosion, a massive crater had formed. Thick black smoke billowed from its bottom, where faint crystal-like glimmers sparkled. What a nuisance. I'd better go finish my mission first. After standing for a long while, Bone Lady cursed under her breath, turned, and left directly, not bothering to search for any trace of Lu Chun within the crater. In her estimation, despite Xiaoxing pushing Lu Chun away at the start, the sheer power of such a self-destruction meant he could not possibly have survived. Not long after she left, at the edge of the explosion's center, a muddy pit emitted wisps of white steam, the water within it having been completely evaporated. Lying in the parched earth was a pitch-black object. Upon closer inspection, it was a human figure sprawled there. Suddenly the figure trembled violently, coughing up a mouthful of black blood. Its stiff body slowly turned over, revealing a soot-blackened face. This person was none other than Lu Chun. He was not dead, but severely injured, his entire body racked with an unbearable sensation, as if it had fallen apart. Had his body not been exceptionally strong and possessed of considerable power, he would not have survived Xiaoxing's recent self-destruction. Xiaoxing. Lu Chun struggled to rise, his throat dry and hoarse as he uttered those two words. His eyes were moist as he surveyed the desolate surroundings. The swamp and oasis were largely gone, a clear testament to Xiaoxing's self-destruction. Witnessing this scene, Lu Chen's heart was filled with grief and indignation. He staggered to his feet and stumbled towards the center of the explosion, where a large pit over 10 meters wide and several meters deep lay. Arriving at the edge of the pit, Lu Chun knelt in sorrow, gazing at the swirling smoke and dust around him as a wave of grief washed over him. Xiaoxing. Lu Chun murmured to himself, his eyes somewhat vacant. He stared blankly at the pit before him, his mind replaying scenes from his past. His childhood, the excitement and wonder of first seeing the projection of the optical computer Xiaoxing. He recalled the scenes of his past, the little girl from the optical computer always calling him little master, as if it were only you. For Lu Chun in this world, the old man was his only family, and the optical computer Xiaoxing held a special place. Although she was an optical computer, a piece of programming, Lu Chun had always regarded her as a friend, as family. Why else would he have spent a fortune to buy her an expensive nanobiological mechanical body? But just now, to save him, Xiaoxing had self-destructed, destroying both her body and the core program chip. This meant that Xiaoxing was dead. Even if a program exactly like Xiaoxing were to be programmed again in the future, it would no longer be her. Just as Lu Chun was immersed in his grief, faint crackling sounds came from the pit, and a few arcs of electricity danced within the smoke. This caught Lu Chun's attention. Wiping the tears from his eyes, he looked closely and saw a glowing orb floating inside the pit. What is this? Lu Chun was stunned, staring blankly at the glowing orb at the bottom of the pit. It seemed to be wrapped in countless interwoven strands of program data. Driven by curiosity, Lu Chun climbed down into the pit and approached the glowing orb, examining it closely. The entire orb emitted a hazy luster like a strange sphere formed by countless tiny intertwined data. Isn't this the strange stone ball I bought before? Lu Chun's eyes widened as a memory struck him. Wasn't this the peculiar stone ball he had purchased from that general store in the black market? He remembered that Xiaoxing had taken a liking to it. They had never figured out its secret, so Xiaoxing had kept it with her. Sure enough, when Lu Chun opened the box Xiaoxing had shoved to him before her self-destruction, inside lay a mysterious black bottle and several genetic serums. The stone ball was gone, meaning the one Xiaoxing had carried was this very mysterious glowing orb now floating before him. Master! Suddenly, an extremely faint voice came from within the orb, causing Lu Chun's heart to tremble. Xiaoxing, is it you? Staring at the orb, Lu Chun was ecstatic, tears glistening in his eyes. That was definitely Xiaoxing's voice. His hands trembling, he slowly reached for the data orb. The moment his fingers touched it, tiny faint data chains rippled across its surface, swirling back and forth, emitting a strange radiant light. Master, it's me. I seem to have fused with something. Master, I'm so sleepy, so sleepy. Xiaoxing's weak voice came from within the orb, growing fainter until it gradually faded away. The mysterious data mass on the orb's surface slowly vanished without a trace. Lu Chun was overjoyed and didn't notice the oddity of an optical computer program feeling sleepy. He gently grasped the mysterious data orb, watching its light fade until it became the strange stone ball again, finally letting out a sigh of relief. Xiaoxing was all right. She seemed to have fused with this mysterious stone ball, undergoing some kind of change, but at least she was still there, not gone. He took a deep breath, called out to her a couple of times without getting a response, then carefully put away the stone ball, placing it back in the box for safekeeping. Lu Chun retraced his steps and found his battle blade and a bag woven from a special material in a dry, muddy pit. Inside the bag was the harvest from this trip to the desolate zone, over 100 starglow herbs. But this time Lu Chun couldn't bring himself to feel happy. Skeleton hunting squad, bone lady, just you wait. Lu Chun looked up at the dust-filled sky, muttering to himself. A terrifying, murderous intent blazed in his eyes, the fury within him no longer containable. He took a deep breath and murmured to himself, Xiaoxing, don't worry. I will wake you up and I will cut down every single member of the skeleton hunting squad one by one. Having said this, Lu Chun turned and left without looking back. From this moment on, he was acutely aware of his own weakness and fragility. 2 consecutive experiences of helplessness made him hate his lack of strength. But this couldn't really be blamed on him, as he had only just begun undergoing genetic mutation. Moreover, he had already entered the second stage of genetic mutation, and his own power far surpassed that of others, making him incredibly formidable. Yet he was still unsatisfied, for he couldn't even protect himself, and had only survived thanks to Xiaoxing's self-destruct. At the edge of the oasis, Lu Chun found the hoverbike he had hidden earlier. He mounted it, lifted off, accelerated, and vanished like a beam of light in the blink of an eye. He didn't leave the desolate zone. Instead, he headed towards another area of Zone 3, which had been his other objective. His purpose in coming to the desolate zone was twofold: 1, to collect starglow herbs, and 2, to obtain the other main ingredient for the mind elixir. To concoct the mind elixir, 3 main ingredients were needed: starglow herbs, blood soul stone, and the final one, a living ingredient. That was a mutant creature dwelling deep within the desolate zone, extremely dangerous and highly venomous. Lu Chun's hoverbike streaked across the sky, startling many mutated creatures and exotic beasts below. But he paid them no heed. His entire being radiated a bone-chilling, murderous aura that warned others to keep their distance. His face was expressionless, as if his entire heart had turned cold. Having lost Xiaoxing, Lu Chun had become somewhat different. It was hard to explain, but it felt as if some transformation was occurring within his heart, as if a power was brewing and taking shape deep in his soul. After flying for a full half-hour, Lu Chun finally slowed his hoverbike to a halt, observing the distant situation. There, a vast expanse of azure mist shrouded a primeval forest, giving it a fantastical, dreamlike quality. This was the central area of the desolate zone, a primeval jungle known as the Dream Forest. A perpetual azure mist filled the air, and the magnetic field was so bizarre that it was impossible to detect what lay within. But Lu Chun knew that within the Dream Forest lived a peculiar mutant creature, the phantom jellyfish. This should be it. The phantom jellyfish lives here. Lu Chen spoke to himself, his expression cold, his gaze filled with determination and a killing intent. Without a moment's hesitation he descended. He got off the hoverbike, hit it, and then battle blade in hand walked step by step towards the fantastical forest before him. On the ruined earth few forests remained. Most regions were deserts, barren wastelands, a world of death. Vitality had been nearly extinguished, resources were depleted, the environment had deteriorated. This was why Earth had been abandoned by the Federation. The moment he stepped into the dream forest, a wave of mist surged towards him. Lu Chen quickly put on an oxygen mask to block out the strange blue fog. This mist was poisonous and lethally so. Anyone who inhaled this toxic vapor would have their blood coagulate, their heart stop, their breathing cease, and their entire bodily functions paralyzed. In the eerie, gloomy jungle, Lu Chen walked alone, step by step, cautiously searching for the mutant creatures that lived within the forest. Suddenly, Lu Chen's expression tightened. He quickly dodged and hid behind a large tree trunk, stealthily peering ahead. Before him, over a wide open lake, a bizarre, massive life form was floating in the air above the water. These were the mutant creatures Lu Chen was seeking, the phantom jellyfish. The phantom jellyfish, a colossal life form, is not an individual. Above the marshy lake ahead floats a gigantic being, a massive jellyfish radiating a purple-blue glow. From a distance it truly appears to be a giant jellyfish leisurely drifting in the air, but upon closer inspection it is not what it seems. Its enormous body, extending 100 meters in length, is particularly striking, with a blend of purple and blue light shimmering under the sunlight. However, upon closer examination, this giant jellyfish is actually composed of countless smaller jellyfish resembling a unified whole. Countless tiny jellyfish resembling phantoms constitute this massive collective life form known as the phantom jellyfish. Is this the phantom jellyfish? In fact, it resembles a jellyfish kingdom formed by various small jellyfish interweaving with some jellyfish. Responsible for decomposition, others for movement, some for capturing prey, and others for reproduction. This is the phantom jellyfish, of vast collective life, form a marvelous phenomenon of biological evolution akin to a biological kingdom. Lu Chen had learned that the phantom jellyfish is a primary ingredient for crafting mind potions, the only living primary ingredient. This variant life form harbors unique abilities, especially the core maternal body that governs the entire jellyfish kingdom. His target is the core maternal body of the phantom jellyfish kingdom before him. Capturing that maternal body will allow him to complete a mind potions material. However, there is a problem. The phantom jellyfish is toxic, and the toxins contained within this mutated life form are particularly potent and bizarre. Even those who have undergone gene evolution upon reaching the gene recombination stage will find themselves perishing instantly if they encounter the toxins of the phantom jellyfish. Moreover, once the phantom jellyfish senses danger, it immediately disperses, with countless tiny jellyfish providing cover for the main body to escape. The most challenging part is that the core maternal body of the phantom jellyfish can change its form endlessly, making it nearly impossible to discern which jellyfish is the true maternal body. To capture it, he must find the core maternal body of the phantom jellyfish. Lu Chen has been observing, closely scrutinizing the scene. He had received information indicating that the core maternal body of the phantom jellyfish is within this large collective life form. It's that one. Suddenly, Lu Chen's gaze sharpened, locking onto a part of the phantom jellyfish ahead, specifically the area between its two eyes, where a particularly dense purple light glowed. Upon closer inspection, that purple light emanated from an unusual jellyfish, entirely purple and transparent, appearing quite peculiar. That jellyfish is the only supreme maternal body within the entire phantom jellyfish collective, controlling countless jellyfish within the kingdom. It is said that deep within the starry universe there exist even larger collective life forms, such as some nebula life resembling this phantom jellyfish. Lu Chen reflected thoughtfully, recalling many legends, but now is not the time for such thoughts. He must prepare to capture the core maternal body of the phantom jellyfish. He quietly took out an electromagnetic net gun, charged it, and aimed it at the massive phantom jellyfish. Bang! A sudden muffled sound reverberated as the originally immense phantom jellyfish trembled and suddenly transformed into countless light points scattering. That was the phantom jellyfish sensing danger. The massive collective immediately dispersed, transforming into countless tiny individuals that fled directly. ZZZZ. At that moment, a net formed of electromagnetic light descended instantly, trapping a large number of jellyfish, the intense electromagnetic energy directly stunning many of them. Success. Seeing this scene, a smile crept onto Lu Chen's face, a surge of excitement welled up within him. Inside the electromagnetic net was a jellyfish glowing with purple light. That was the core maternal body of the phantom jellyfish captured. Poof! At this moment, the large number of small jellyfish trapped in the net struggled vigorously, one by one, spraying out clouds of black mist that quickly enveloped the area. The black mist spread, filled with a strong toxin that could cause hallucinations, numb the nerves, and even kill a person. Lu Chen quickly donned his antitoxic suit and helmet, then swiftly ran over, standing at the marshy lake's edge, reaching out to pull the electromagnetic net to the shore. ZZZZ. The net flickered with electromagnetic sparks, each flicker emitting a series of terrifying cries. Inside, hundreds of small jellyfish were in a state of utter chaos, more than half already stunned, while a small portion had surrounded and protected the purple jellyfish. There were simply too many of these jellyfish. Lucha needed no other jellyfish. He focused directly on the purple one and stunned all the others. Done. After extracting the purple jellyfish, he carefully placed it into a sealed crystal container, finally letting out a sigh of relief. This mission was complete. He had gathered the materials and primary ingredient for the mind potion, and now all that remained was to prepare the potion. According to Lu Chen's estimation, the core maternal body of a single phantom jellyfish could provide enough materials for at least 100 potions. If there were a 100% success rate, he could concoct the perfect mind potion. Having secured this phantom jellyfish, Lu Chen quickly traversed the increasingly dense black mist, making his exit. The other jellyfish here were in a state of panic, flailing about like headless flies. Having lost their core maternal body, the entire massive, intricate, and harmonious life collective, the jellyfish kingdom, collapsed. Losing the core maternal body meant the absence of coordination, and the entire jellyfish collective immediately fell into chaos. Of course, this had nothing to do with Lu Chen. He had already found the location of his hidden vehicle. Whoosh! Lu Chen piloted his hoverbike, soaring into the air, vanishing in a flash like a beam of light within the marshy oasis. Squeak! Arriving at Ruined City No. 10, Lu Chen parked his bike in front of his pharmacy, looking at the familiar place, finally feeling at ease. He had previously emerged from the No. 3 uninhabited zone, first making a trip to Ruined City No. 6, to have all the materials he had previously purchased and stored in the warehouse shipped back. Calculating by time, it should have arrived by now. Sure enough, shortly after, he returned. A hover truck descended from the sky and stopped in front of the pharmacy. Sir, the goods you shipped have arrived. Please sign for them and settle the remaining payment. A driver stepped out from the truck, a middle-aged man who looked honest and down-to-earth, a model citizen. He had rented a truck specifically to transport goods between various ruined cities. Although there were risks involved, it was ultimately for the sake of survival. After signing the documents and settling the payment, Lu Chen moved all his goods into the pharmacy's warehouse, categorizing and arranging them. Having completed these tasks, Lu Chen finally had time to rest. Sitting on the sofa, eating the freshly prepared food, his face was still lost in thought. I wonder how Xiaoxing is doing, Lu Chen said as he ate, pulling out a peculiar stone ball. Since Xiaoxing self-destructed, this strange stone ball was all that remained. It seemed to have fused with Xiaoxing. Lu Chen was very worried, but also curious about what had happened to Xiaoxing. Unfortunately, no matter how much he called out, there was no response. The stone ball appeared quite ordinary, without any hint of the secrets it might contain. He studied it for a long time, but could not discern anything, nor could he figure out what had happened to Xiaoxing inside the stone ball. Forget it, I'll have to wait until Xiaoxing wakes up. Lu Chen sighed helplessly, putting away the stone ball. He quickly ate a bit, then lay down in his room to sleep, as he had been somewhat exhausted in recent days. Having experienced several life-and-death crises, if it weren't for Xiaoxing's self-destruction, he might have been killed by that one. Such experiences had a profound impact on Lu Chen, intensifying his sense of urgency and his desire for strength. He longed to become stronger, to gain power. The next morning, Lu Chen woke up feeling refreshed, his body filled with an inexhaustible power and energy. Xiaoxing, help. As soon as he got up, Lu Chen instinctively said this, but immediately stopped, suddenly remembering that Xiaoxing had already self-destructed. A trace of melancholy flashed across his face as he washed up and first checked the stone ball that Xiaoxing had fused with in the laboratory. Unfortunately, there was no response, and he had no choice but to give up. Afterward, Lu Chen had a bit of breakfast, and then fully immersed himself in the laboratory. Next came the extraction of materials to prepare for crafting the mind potion, ensuring that he succeeded this time. Lu Chen even abandoned all other thoughts. He devoted himself entirely to the work, meticulously extracting materials, fusing mutated genes, and smelting various substances. The process of crafting the potion was lengthy and exhausting, not something the average person could manage, which is why gene alchemists are in such short supply in the Federation. One aspect is talent, another is the monotony. Few can endure such tediousness. After 3 days and nights of relentless work, Lu Chen finally completed the extraction of all materials for the mind potion, leaving just the subsequent configuration and fusion process. After resting for another day, adjusting both his body and mind, Lu Chen brought himself and his energy to peak condition before beginning the potion preparation. Let's begin simulating the potion preparation. In the laboratory, Lu Chen took a deep breath, lay in a biological chamber filled with nutrient solution, opened the holographic link to the battle network, and entered a private virtual room to start the new simulation of potion preparation. Since the mind potion had never been attempted before, Lu Chen needed to be cautious and also needed to test and determine the ratios of the incomplete potion components. This approach was best for simulating the potion preparation. Only by completing the preparation in the battle network, practicing successfully, and finding the complete ratio formula for the mind potion could he truly refine the potion. After all, there was only a limited amount of potion materials, allowing for no waste, otherwise Lu Chen's efforts from half a day would be completely exhausted. This time the potion to be prepared was the mind potion, a completely new, mysterious, and unknown potion that required even greater energy. Thus Lu Qin became immersed in the battle network, repeatedly simulating the preparation of the mind potion in his private virtual laboratory, making attempt after attempt. As time passed, Lu Qin threw himself into the frantic experiments of potion preparation, facing repeated failures, and starting over each time, gradually perfecting the formula for the mind potion step by step. In a private virtual laboratory within the battle network, a young man focused intently, gradually merging various materials that had been refined according to different component ratios. A sudden virtual prompt echoed, "Beep. Dear Mr. Lu Qin, your private virtual laboratory usage time has expired. Would you like to renew it?" The unexpected virtual voice startled Lu Qin, causing his hand to tremble and the potion he was merging to explode violently. Boom. The explosion shook Lu Qin, and the laboratory before him was utterly devastated, completely destroyed. Another failure. Lu Qin stood there gazing at the once again destroyed laboratory, his expression inscrutable. He had experienced this situation countless times, unable to remember how many failures he had gone through. If it weren't for the recent prompt from the Federal Battle Network's main intelligence system, he might still be lost in it. He glanced at the time and realized that 3 days had passed without him noticing, immersed in the virtual laboratory for a whole. The virtual laboratory's time had expired, and the intelligence system directly reminded him, bringing him back to reality. "Renew me for 5 days, deduct it from my account." Lu Qin spoke directly, and suddenly a virtual screen appeared before him, displaying his account information. After entering his password, 100 federal coins were quickly deducted. Opening the virtual laboratory requires 200 federal coins per day, totaling 100 for 5 days. Taking a deep breath, Lu Qin restored the destroyed virtual laboratory once again and continued to prepare the potion. Various materials were simulated to look almost real. This is the power of the holographic virtual network. Within the battle network, everything is materialized based on the ratios of real substances. It appears virtual, yet is almost no difference from reality. The Federal Artificial Intelligence Battle Network achieves a simulation accuracy of 99 to reality. Of course, virtual remains virtual and cannot be real. However, this place is essentially a world of mental realms, a virtual world that serves as another dimension of mental reality. Bang bang bang. In the following time, the laboratory exploded repeatedly, and Lu Qin failed in his potion preparation again and again, as if he had entered a trance. He had undergone countless failures, unable to remember how many times he had failed. Each attempt had ended in failure. But Lu Qin remained undeterred. He was well aware of the difficulties in the potion preparation process, especially not understanding the specific component ratios, which made the exploration of the potion creation process the most challenging. Only through repeated attempts and failures could he summarize and eventually discover the truly complete and correct potion ratio for success. Thus time passed in a frenzy of attempts, and after another 5 days the federal AI system prompted him once more, indicating that time was up. Lu Qin awoke from his daze, staring blankly at the potion that had just exploded again, still not fully coming to his senses. Whoosh. After a long time, when he was completely awake, he restored the laboratory to its original state and glanced at the number on the counter. 100,000 attempts. Lu Qin stared blankly at the number on the counter. Exactly 100,000 times, meaning he had attempted to prepare the potion in the virtual laboratory a full 100 times, all of which had failed. Failing 100 times was inconceivable. Even he had never imagined that configuring the mind potion could be so difficult. This was with a complete material formula and a portion of component ratio diagrams, yet he still had not succeeded. Mainframe, renew me for one more day. Without a second thought, Lu Qin opted to renew for another day, planning to try again. If he still failed, he would take a good rest to organize his thoughts. Boom. Continuing to try, Lu Qin soon faced another failure, but quickly recovered and began reconfiguration. Once again, during a potion preparation process, Lu Qin's entire focus converged, instinctively following a ratio he had never tried before. The entire process went smoothly with not a single mistake. Even the anticipated failure did not occur at the crucial moment when explosions had previously happened. But this time there was no explosion. It directly entered the final fusion and derivation stage without incident, instead producing a marvelous phenomenon of mutual integration, deriving a brand new potion. This process was swift, as all the raw materials completely fused. Lu Qin instinctively added the 3 main ingredients in sequence: Huanqing grass, blood soul stone, and ghost jellyfish. These 3 main ingredients were injected in turn, and the potion in the test tube immediately began to boil. Buzz. Accompanied by a peculiar buzzing sound, the potion underwent strange changes. It did not explode, but gradually calmed down, transforming into a brand new liquid radiating with multicolored light. Did it succeed? Lu Qin stared at the non-exploding potion, momentarily stunned, but quickly reacted, his heart racing as he gazed at the multicolored liquid in the test tube. Though virtual, Lu Qin felt that this multicolored liquid contained a mysterious and powerful effect. This is the Lu Qin succeeded. After over 100 attempts, he finally prepared a mind potion. The simulation was successful, and he completed the exploration of the component ratios, successfully configuring the mind potion. Is it really successful? He found it hard to believe, taking a deep breath to calm himself, carefully observing the potion he had prepared and analyzing its components. Soon Lu Qin came to the conclusion that this was indeed successful. Based on a previous component ratio, he had truly not failed. Delete all records. In the next moment, Lu Chun memorized the configuration component ratios firmly in his mind, and then instructed the mainframe system to delete all simulated data within the private laboratory. This was a privately open laboratory where everything inside was confidential and could also be destroyed. Although unsure if the mainframe had recorded it, Lu Chun could not concern himself much, after all, he had to pay for his gains. After deleting all record information, Lu Chun exited the virtual laboratory, leaving the battle network and returning to reality. Click. In reality, within the pharmacy laboratory, a biological chamber slowly opened. Amidst the mist, Lu Chun gradually sat up. His complexion appeared somewhat pale, yet his eyes sparkled with vitality, radiating an excited glow. Because I should rest for a moment. Lu Chun climbed out of the biological chamber, washed off the sticky nutrient solution from his body, then got dressed and ate something before lying down to sleep. Though there was nutrient fluid in the biological chamber to sustain bodily consumption, both his mental and emotional energies had been greatly depleted. After resting for a full day and night, the next morning Lu Chun awoke, feeling incredibly revitalized. It was as if his mental strength was now even more powerful than before, and he felt entirely different. Mentality and spirit can indeed be enhanced through training, this is no lie. However, next I will configure the True Mind Potion. Lu Chun muttered to himself as he arrived at the laboratory, looking at the various materials that had already been refined, beginning to prepare to create the True Mind Potion. Previously, he had only simulated in the Battle Network's virtual laboratory. True success in configuration could only be realized through actual preparation. Let's begin. Taking a deep breath, Lu Chun stood in the laboratory and commenced the genuine potion preparation. The entire process was very familiar, as if he had undergone it many times. This is the powerful effect of simulation practice in the virtual world. Following the previously successful simulation method, Lu Chun began to configure step by step according to the ratios, meticulously. In the end, all the raw materials perfectly fused, becoming a semi-finished potion. Just 3 main ingredients away from injection, Lu Chun calmed his inner distractions and prepared to wholeheartedly add the main ingredients. First, Huanqing grass was refined into a mass of liquid essence and injected little by little according to the previously simulated ratio. Then came the blood soul stone, refined into a small amount of blood-colored material, also injected according to the previous ratio. As the 2 main ingredients were injected, the potion boiled as if it was about to explode. However, it did not, allowing Lu Chun to relax. The last ingredient was the core mother body of the ghost jellyfish, from which a peculiar mutated gene was extracted and injected into the potion. Splash. The moment this mutated gene from the ghost jellyfish was injected, the potion instantly churned, resembling a colorful magma. Gradually, the boiling potion cooled down little by little, ultimately settling into tranquility, as if all the energy, substances, and components within had perfectly merged. Did it succeed? Lu Chun stared at the now calm test tube, the inside filled with multicolored liquid that had completely settled, radiating an enchanting rainbow glow. This potion is the Mind Potion, magnificent and exquisite, as if it only existed in legends, miraculously like a rainbow that had been refined. The Mind Potion, has it really been successfully configured? At this moment, Lu Chun was still astonished, not expecting to configure the True Mind Potion so quickly. One success. Of course, this cannot overlook the more than 100 attempts he had made in the virtual laboratory, with 100 failures, ultimately leading to this unintentional success. Lu Chun looked at the multicolored potion in his hand, murmuring, "The Mind Potion has been successfully configured. Next, I can truly unlock the power of the mind and practice that mind cultivation technique." Taking a deep breath, he retrieved the ancient scroll obtained from Jiang Yin, carefully examining the mind cultivation technique written on it. After a long time, when Lu Chun had memorized the content completely, he put it away. In truth, he had remembered it long ago, but fearing he might forget or misremember, he took it out to review again. Let me see what wonders does the Mind Potion hold. Lu Chun, filled with curiosity, directly opened the test tube, tilted his head back, and gulped down the Mind Potion. As the potion entered, it felt like he was drinking a peculiar soft multicolored jelly that quickly melted into his body. All things arise from the heart. The heart is eternal and thus immortal. An ancient text suddenly surged into his mind, and Lu Chun became completely immersed, continuously comprehending the true mysteries of this mind cultivation technique. The greater the heart, the greater the achievement. The mind is filled with mystery and wonder. It is neither our brain nor our heart. In essence, it is not a part of our physical body, yet it resides in our mind, in our heart, and in every inch of our skin. The human mind is in fact a field of life, an energy field, and an emotional field. The mind is invisible, intangible, and elusive, yet it is omnipresent. It governs human emotions and thoughts, directing the life magnetic field of humanity. If one can unlock the mind, they can possess various incredible abilities, which could be termed as great power. With heart, one can become powerful. Only by illuminating the self can one truly comprehend the path ahead and foresee the future. On the path of human genetic evolution, the mind is indispensable. From the first level of genetic mutation, one steps into genetic recombination and then enters the realm of the mind. At this level, one must unlock the brain domain, and refine the mind to perceive the self's genetic map, visualizing the genome, while continuously altering their own genes through the power of the mind. This is the path of genetic evolution. The mind is essential, yet those who can awaken the power of the mind and gather its light are exceedingly rare. Let alone igniting the fire of the mind, which is incredibly difficult as humanity has yet to truly understand the nature of the mind. Without understanding the mysteries of the mind, how can one talk about cultivation and improvement? However, with the method of mind cultivation and the presence of mind potions, awakening the light of the mind becomes quite. In the laboratory, Lu Chun sat cross-legged perfectly, still, his breathing barely perceptible, as if he had fallen into a state of suspended animation. Within his body, a marvelous metamorphosis was occurring. After consuming the mind potion, his spirit was enveloped in a dreamlike state. His consciousness seemed to plunge into a fantastical world, experiencing countless lives, as if he had transformed into myriad individuals, each living a different life. This was the world of the mind born from Lu Chen's own mental realm, triggered by the mysterious energy and effects of the mind potion. To awaken the mind, one must open the world of the mind where reality and illusion blur together. In summary, Lu Chen's current situation was that he was trapped in his own mental world, unable to extricate himself, experiencing one incredible life after another. He became different people: a beggar, a slave, a laborer, a worker, a high official, a general, even an emperor, and so on. Ancient, modern, and futuristic realms flashed before him one after another, as though he were undergoing an endless cycle of reincarnation. He felt disoriented. After countless experiences, he struggled to discern his true self, unsure of which was the real Lu Chun. Trapped in the world of the mind, unable to break free, unable to distinguish between the true and false self, he was utterly engulfed in the illusion of the mind. In that place, nothing else mattered. Only one ability could truly free him from the endless abyss, and that was the mind. Only by relying on the mind can one truly escape the endless suffering and illusion of the mundane world, allowing one to understand their true heart and perceive their true self. Who am I? The sounds of unconscious murmurs echoed. Lu Chen's mind became chaotic, his true self obscured, and endless illusory memories surged forth, threatening to drown his essence in the vast sea of suffering. If he could not awaken and recognize himself anew, he would be forever lost, or even face the depletion and dissolution of his mind. Awakening the mind carries great danger. A moment's carelessness can lead the weak-minded into an endless dream, resulting in complete annihilation. In the Federation, most people experience the moment of unlocking the mind with the assistance of an artificial intelligence brain nearby, which can remind the owner to awaken. However, Lu Chen's AI brain, Little Star, had self-destructed, leaving him with no external force to awaken him, and he could only sink deeper. The power of the mind potion lies in its ability to create countless, endless dream worlds within an individual's mind. Here the mind can only undergo endless decline. Only by understanding one's essence and perceiving the true self can one escape, and thus evolve the power of the mind. This is a path of the mind fraught with danger, yet filled with opportunities. Sensing the potential crisis, familiar words instinctively echoed in Lu Chen's mind. These were the characters of the 21st century Chinese language, recording a method of mind cultivation. Each word flowed through his heart, awakening him from the dark abyss. Almost instinctively following the recorded method of mind cultivation, Lu Chun continuously comprehended the secrets within and gradually understood its meaning. Piece by piece, he absorbed the secrets, and finally the mysterious energy contained within the mind potion was drawn towards an unusual field, converging into a marvelous force. This was a life field, the power of the mind gathering and attracting the energy of the mind potion, consciously beginning to merge into every cell of his body. The moment these mysterious energies fused into his body, strands of strange energy suddenly surged forth, merging into the life field. At first these energies were weak, but as time passed they grew stronger and more abundant, ultimately converging into a colossal life field. Lu Chun emanated a peculiar life magnetic field. Had instruments been present to test, they would undoubtedly detect the mysterious and unfathomable nature of his life field at this moment. The transformation of the life magnetic field indicated the enhancement of the power of the mind, gradually integrating with the method of mind cultivation alongside the mind potion. Within him, invisible strands of energy rapidly proliferated, deriving from his brain, his organs, bones, muscles, and even every segment of his genes and every cell. The gathering of mysterious energy caused Lu Chen's life field to continuously strengthen, and his mind began to gradually brighten. The mind, once shrouded in dust, gradually radiated a stunning light, as if that ray of brilliance could illuminate the past, revealing the essence of his true self. At last, at a certain moment, a faint sound echoed within Lu Chen's body, as though another ray of light had spread. That light was invisible, seemingly non-existent, indescribable, yet it undeniably existed. It resided within Lu Chen's life field, gradually deriving from various parts of his body, converging to form a mysterious light. That was the light of the mind. With a crack, a strange sound emanated from within, as if something had ruptured, and a completely new energy surged forth from the void, continuously growing stronger. The mind broke free, condensing a glimmer of brilliance, illuminating his true heart, finally awakening the submerged consciousness of his mind. I am Lu Chun from the 21st century. So this is the secret of the mind's illusion. As Lu Chen's mind cleared, he felt different. The countless memories he had experienced merged into his consciousness, transforming into a source of nourishment. He completely realized that he was Lu Chen, understanding his true heart, naturally breaking free from the environment. The world of the mind is a cage that confines one's spirit. As long as one can shatter this cage, they can break the cage of the mind, realize the true heart, gather the light of the mind. Lu Chen called out with fervor, and a boundless radiance burst forth from him as mysterious light surged and converged into a sphere. Ultimately, within his body, the sphere of light illuminated the world of the mind, shattering the endless illusions and revealing his true heart. The light of the mind had successfully coalesced. At that moment, Lu Chen felt transformed, as if he vaguely glimpsed areas and scenes within his body that he had never seen before. Those were the secrets hidden deep within his body, such as the genetic map, with groups of genes interwoven to form a complete genetic diagram. Unfortunately, Lu Chen could only vaguely sense the existence of the genetic map within his body, but could not truly discover it, indicating that the power of the mind was insufficiently strong. This bit of mind light was insufficient to illuminate the genetic map within only by continuously enhancing the power of the mind and eventually igniting the fire of the mind could one truly perceive the genetic map of the body. So that's how it is. Lu Chen understood as a vague radiance welled within him, his mind illuminated, truly stepping into this realm. He was now merely at the second stage of genetic mutation, yet he had awakened the light of the mind, which was simply unbelievable. If this were to spread, it would undoubtedly cause a sensation. It should be noted that within the Federation, only those who have reached the 9th limit of genetic recombination can begin to attempt to open the brain domain and awaken the light of the mind. This ability can only be attained at the level of visualization, yet Lu Chen had already awakened the light of the mind, an astonishing occurrence. The mind is truly a mysterious and wonderful ability. It is utterly captivating. Lu Chen quietly contemplated the mysteries and changes of the mind, completely entranced, as if he had become an omnipotent being. Perhaps this is the secret of the mind: the greater the heart, the stronger the individual. I have finally succeeded in awakening the light of the mind. The future pathway into visualization will face no obstacles, and I can directly perceive the genetic structure within my body, stepping directly into the unsealed realm. Lu Chen's mind stirred slightly, but it quickly settled, as if he was in a phase of absolute tranquility at that moment. This is the wondrous use of awakening the light of the mind. One can remain unperturbed even when faced with the collapse of Taishan. Perhaps this is the true transformation of the mind. I should notify Jiang Yan. Lu Chen stood up, picked up his personal terminal, opened his contacts, and dialed Jiang Yan's private number. Soon the projection call was connected. Lu Chen, have you come to a decision? Are you leaving Earth? A virtual projection appeared, revealing Jiang Yan's figure, who looked at Lu Chen with curiosity and surprise. No. Lu Chen shook his head, and then uttered a statement that shocked Jiang Yan. In a dormitory building of Tianhe Academy, Jiang Yan, dressed in a fiery red long gown, was listening to a young man's holographic projection as he spoke a sentence. What? Upon hearing his words, Jiang Yan suddenly stood up, shocked, as she looked at the young holographic projection, which was none other than Lu Chen. His previous statement left Jiang Yan in disbelief. She thought she must have misheard. What did you just say? The potion has been successfully formulated. Is that right? Jiang Yan asked uncertainly, until Lu Chen nodded slightly and smiled, saying, I have indeed successfully formulated the mind potion, and I have already tried it. The effect is quite good. He said the effect was good, but did not mention anything else yet. That was enough to leave Jiang Yan in a state of shock, her heart overwhelmed. She had considered that Lu Chen might really be able to formulate the mind potion, but she never imagined it would happen so quickly. Just a few days after leaving Earth, she heard him say it was successful. It was simply unbelievable and astonishing. Wait a moment. Jiang Yan took a deep breath, trying to calm herself down, and within a blink she regained her composure. Truly, she was a powerhouse who had unlocked her genetic lock. This level of composure even impressed Lu Chen. The reason for her earlier shock was that she hadn't expected Lu Chen to develop it so quickly, let alone successfully formulate the potion. Alright, are you sure what you said is true? Jiang Yan asked seriously. Lu Chen nodded, confirming, I can assure you that the mind potion has been successfully formulated. Currently, as long as I have enough materials, I can formulate new potions at any time. Good, you are still in Ruin City now. 10 right. I will immediately have someone send the materials to you. I happen to have collected enough raw materials for 20 doses. Jiang Yan took a deep breath, making her decision, as she had already collected a full 20 doses worth of raw material. She initially thought of waiting, but now it seemed unnecessary. Lu Chen had successfully formulated the mind potion, so it was only natural to send it over. She pondered and said, I know the formulation of this potion is costly, and the success rate is low. I do not ask for much. You only need to formulate 5 doses of the mind potion for me, and I will give you 1 billion as a reward for each dose, which I will transfer to you immediately. No need. To her surprise, Lu Chen shook his head in refusal. Jiang Yan frowned slightly and asked why. Do you not trust me, or are you not satisfied with this price? Lu Chen smiled and said, It's not that there's no need for a reward. Actually, obtaining the mind potion formula and the method of spiritual cultivation from you is already a tremendous bargain for me. Therefore, for any potions you need in the future, I can formulate them for you for free as long as you provide the materials. I will definitely help you with the mind potion, as that was our prior agreement. After he finished speaking, he looked serious and resolute, refusing to accept any additional compensation from Jiang Yan, as he had already gained a significant advantage. Moreover, Lu Chun understood a principle: in any place those with connections always fare better than those without. Jiang Yan's background was substantial and Lu Chun had taken note of it. This woman was someone worth befriending, and having a connection with her would ultimately benefit him. Alright. Jiang Yan's eyes sparkled as she looked deeply at Lu Chun, nodding with a smile to show her agreement. In truth, she had similar thoughts. Lu Chun possessed an extraordinary talent for potion making, and now he had even formulated the mind potion, which was truly unique. A person like him was bound to achieve great things in the future, and investing in him now might bring her significant benefits later. By the way, once you formulate the mind potion, just hand it over to the old demon at the weapon shop, but do not use the Federation Express for delivery. Jiang Yan suddenly recalled something, and reminded Lu Chun, which made him think, and nod thoughtfully. What she said was correct. The Federation Express was not absolutely safe, and carried a significant risk of leakage, which was not good for him. This prompted Lu Chun to consider other thoughts. Perhaps in the future he should think about finding a secure delivery channel. Alright, I will hand it to the old demon. Lu Chun nodded in agreement. His mind was turning, thinking that the old demon indeed had connections with the Jiang family, possibly even being one of Jiang Yan's elders. The two conversed for a while before finally ending the call. Lu Chun, you truly are surprising. After the call ended, Jiang Yan sat there lost in thought, her beautiful eyes shimmering with a hint of astonishing light. Regarding Lu Chun, she reassessed him, and her evaluation had already surpassed her previous understanding and spec. In Ruin City, in a pharmacy, Lu Chun finished the call and let out a gentle breath, radiating a unique confidence. It was a change born from a transformation of the heart. With a changed spirit, the whole person became vastly different. Next, I will wait for Jiang Yan to send the materials over, formulate the mind potion to give to the old demon, and then formulate my super original potion to enhance my strength. Lu Chun quickly contemplated in his heart, preparing for the next steps, assisting Jiang Yan in formulating potions, followed by formulating the super original potion for himself to boost his strength. Moreover, he needed to formulate various other potions, starting to hone his potion-making skills, while also selling potions to... I wonder how the fatty is doing. Soon Lu Chun thought of his friend the fatty Pan Xiaodong, planning to send him some super mutation potions once he had formulated enough. After all, he was his only friend, and he naturally wanted to help. Furthermore, Lu Chun had already decided not to sell those super potions. The formulation of these potions relied entirely on the effects of the mysterious black substance. Without it, one could forget about making super potions. After coming to this realization, Lu Chun began formulating potions. He had previously purchased a large batch of raw materials in Ruin City No. 6, and now he was finally going to use them. The most basic gene mutation potion posed no difficulty for him at all. With a success rate of nearly 100, he was practically a genius. If this got out, it would undoubtedly cause a stir and shock among countless potion makers in the Federation, but unfortunately no. A day later, Lu Chun successfully formulated various potions, mutation potions, enhancement potions, and repair liquids, totaling 2,000 doses. Then Lu Chun selected 3 types of potions, 2 doses of each, infused them with black substance, and sent the super potions to the fatty. The remaining ordinary potions were all listed for sale on the battle network, and just as he listed them, they immediately caught someone's attention. My, another one. In a super luxurious manner on Moonlight Star, a young man was browsing the sales section of the battle. At first glance, he saw the pharmacy established by Lu Chun, where 3 types of potions were listed, and the quantity was considerable, amounting to 2,000 doses. Buy them all at once. His eyes lit up, and almost the moment Lu Chun posted them, he placed an order to buy them all out. After purchasing, the young man let out a sigh of relief, murmuring to himself, 2,000 doses of potions with an effect increased by over 10 of my plan can now be carried out. Truly, heaven is helping me. Come here, the young man called out softly. Immediately a servant came in, bowing respectfully. Young master, what can I do for you? How is the investigation on that person I asked you to look into coming along? The young man asked flatly. The servant trembled slightly and bowed his head, saying, Young master, I have already looked into it. Currently all I know is that the person is named Lu Chun and resides in some ruined city on Earth. The specifics cannot be found out. Useless. Find out immediately where exactly he lives in the ruined city, and inform me as soon as you do. The young man snorted coldly, waved his hand to dismiss the servant, and sat alone on the luxurious sofa, quietly pondering, his gaze occasionally flashing with a cold glimmer. No matter who you are, I will definitely have you under my control, and you will be sufficient for me to formulate potions. After saying this, the young man coldly smiled, and leisurely sipped from a glass of wine. On the other side, Lu Chun had just finished posting the information when he froze, as all the potions had been ordered out. What, that fast? Lu Chun was astonished. There was nothing he could do. The moment he listed them, they were snatched up, leaving him excited, yet somewhat emotional. In this world, potion makers were indeed in demand. It was practically a super lucrative industry. The basic gene mutation potion is no longer much of a challenge. The next phase will be the gene restructuring potion. Lu Chun pondered carefully, making a decision in his heart that the next phase would be to start formulating the gene restructuring. This gene restructuring potion would be more expensive than the gene mutation potion and available in smaller quantities, so Lu Chun had made his decision. However, what he needed was the original potion, as it was the only way to unlock his gene mutation. Moreover, it had to be the super original potion, but there was a problem that weighed heavily on Lu Chun's mind. He only had the original potion for gene mutation. This meant that once he completed the 9th stage of gene mutation, or even the legendary 10th stage of gene mutation, he would face the next phase, gene restructuring. However, he did not have any more powerful gene restructuring potions. He could only pin his hopes on the gene restructuring potion, which might yield unexpected benefits if infused with black substance. Otherwise, it could be said that Lu Chun was in trouble. Forget it, there will be a way when we get to the mountain, and for now, I will focus on enhancing my strength and deal with gene mutation stage 9 when I get there. In the end, Lu Chun shook his head to discard distracting thoughts and began preparing to refine the materials for 2 doses of the original potion, which he had previously purchased and collected. Moreover, he had already instructed Jiang Yan to help him acquire the raw materials for the original potion, just waiting for her results. Ding dong. At that moment, a ringing sound came from the front door as someone had arrived. Who is it? Lu Chun frowned and walked out, opening the door to find an old man standing outside, the old demon from the black market weapon shop. The visitor was indeed the old demon. You little freak, you never cease to amaze me. In the apothecary, the moment old Yao entered, his eyes roved over Lu Chun with keen interest, inwardly marveling incessantly. Heaving a sigh filled with myriad emotions, he said, I thought I had already rated you highly, but I never expected to have still underestimated you. Truly worthy of being called a little freak. Did you come all this way just to say that? Lu Chun smiled, not taking it to heart. He poured a cup of tea for old Yao and inquired, Tell me, old monster, why did you come looking for me in person? Have the raw materials arrived? Indeed, I brought all the medicinal raw materials. Old Yao nodded directly in confirmation. Lu Chun was taken aback. He glanced at the old man, then peered outside the door, but saw nothing being brought along. Old Yao had come alone. Where are the materials? He stared at old Yao, his expression clearly conveying that he felt he was being played, which secretly amused the old man. Ahem. Old Yao gave a light cough and chuckled, Little freak, didn't you mention to me before about wanting to buy a spatial device? At these words, Lu Chun abruptly straightened his back, his eyes blazing as he fixed them on old Yao, a vague suspicion dawning in his mind. As expected, old Yao smiled genially, picked up a small chest, placed it on the table, and gently opened it. Here, the spatial device you wanted, and all the raw materials are inside. Take a look yourself. Old Yao said, pointing at the contents of the chest. Lu Chun didn't reply, his eyes were riveted on the chest before him. Inside lay a metallic wristband resting silently. This wristband was crafted from an unknown material, its surface engraved with strange patterns that emitted an unusual luster. This is a spatial device. Lu Chun exclaimed in surprise. He looked at the device before him, then raised his head to look at old Yao. The latter smiled and nodded, confirming his conjecture. A spatial device. The wristband before him was precisely that, a rare and precious artifact, a product of the advanced civilizations of the Tianhe River. So what do you think? Isn't it a pleasant surprise? Old Monster looked at him with a beaming smile and said, This wristband is a product of an advanced civilization from the depths of the Tianhe River. It employs spatial folding technology, fixing a 200 cubic meter spatial position within. Moreover, this thing uses a gene binding recognition system. Once you confirm it with your own genes, no one else can open it. Old Yao introduced it with a face full of pride. Lu Chun's heart burned with excitement as he picked up the wristband, a flicker of emotion evident on his face, clearly taken by surprise. He had never expected that the spatial device he so desired would be brought to him by old Yao. How could he not be thrilled? Tell me, how much does this thing cost? Lu Chun examined it, took a deep breath, and looked seriously at old Monster. But old Yao shook his head and smiled. Little freak, this spatial device is brand new and hasn't been gen authenticated yet. I brought it here for you free of charge. Free of charge. Lu Chun frowned involuntarily upon hearing this. He stared suspiciously at old Monster, trying to discern something from his face, while his mind raced with thoughts. Why would he give it away? Spatial devices were extremely rare and precious within the Federation. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say they were in demand, but not available on the market. Only high-ranking Federation officials, powerful individuals, major clans, nobility, and prestigious families possessed such items. Now that old Monster was directly gifting him one, how could he not be astonished? Subsequently, numerous thoughts and ideas flooded his mind. Oh, I almost forgot to mention. Old Yao, as if recalling something, smiled and said, This thing wasn't given to you by me, but by that little girl Jiang Yan, who asked me to deliver it to you. Jiang Yan. Lu Chun was stunned for a moment, a graceful figure flashing through his mind. He was somewhat surprised, never expecting it to be from her. Jiang Yan had asked old Yao to send a spatial device over. Yes, that little girl. You'll have to figure it out yourself. After saying this, old Monster wore an expression that said you handle it, leaving Lu Chun speechless. But he didn't say much more, carefully examining the wristband in his hand. It looked like a bracelet, but much wider than an ordinary. There's a small gene authentication device on it. Just put it on, or it will automatically collect a sample of your blood for gene. Old Yao reminded him. Lu Chun came to his senses and immediately put it on his left wrist. With a crisp click, the wristband automatically fastened, fitting perfectly around his wrist. Then Lu Chun felt a slight sting on his wrist, and the band began to glow with traces of blood flowing within it. Accompanied by a clear chime, the wristband gradually lit up with a faint light, then slowly dimmed, reverting completely to its previous appearance. At that moment, Lu Chun sensed a difference. On the wristband, a miniature light screen appeared, displaying the condition of the space inside. Inside the wristband space were packed full of various raw materials, all the ingredients for the mind potion that Jiang Yan had collected. Whoosh! Lu Chun raised his right hand and gently fiddled with the spatial device on his left wrist. Instantly, a sealed box of raw materials materialized before him. With a mere swipe, something appeared right before his eyes. A scene both astonishing and wondrous, as if retrieving an item from another dimension. Excellent, absolutely excellent. Lu Chun smiled, deeply satisfied with the device. He had finally obtained a spatial device as he had wished. From now on it would be convenient. He could securely store any valuable items. Old Yao watched Lu Chun play with the spatial device with a genial smile, not interrupting, but quietly sipping his tea and waiting. After a long while, Lu Chun finally sat down again and said earnestly, "Old monster, please thank Jiang Yan for me. This gift is very significant. I will keep it in my heart. I'll convey your message." Old Yao's expression was solemn, but inwardly he was secretly amused. "Kid, this is actually a gift from me, the old man. That girl doesn't have a second spatial device. But you're to my liking. Talented, capable. You're worthy of Yenner." Old Yao mused silently. Lu Chun was unaware of the old man's thoughts, though he vaguely sensed something was amiss. Unfortunately, he paid it no mind, perhaps because his mental power wasn't yet strong enough. Generally speaking, if one's mental power were sufficiently formidable, they could even discern the inner thoughts of others, a truly terrifying ability. There were even rumors that at the highest levels of mental power one could influence others' minds, even control and alter them. An exceedingly fearsome prospect. Alright, I've delivered the item. We'll be heading back now. With that, Old Yao rose and left the apothecary directly. Lu Chun saw him out watching until his figure disappeared into the ruined street. Only when he could no longer see him did Lu Chun withdraw his gaze, his expression pensive. He vaguely sensed that Old Yao, but that didn't matter. He felt that old monster harbored no ill intentions toward him, and that was enough. Moreover, giving him such a precious and rare spatial device was an immense favor. This is a huge debt of gratitude. Lu Chun sighed softly. He was well aware that accepting this spatial device treasure meant incurring a significant obligation. Yet Lu Chun didn't refuse, for he truly needed this item, and he believed he could repay this debt. Of course, there was also another layer of consideration. Since the other party intended to build a good relationship, he certainly couldn't refuse, could he? Whether it was Old Yao or Jiang Yan, Lu Chun had forged a friendship and incurred a debt of gratitude with them. That made things time to start refining and preparing the potions. Drawing a deep breath, Lu Chun returned to his room, closed the door, and entered the laboratory to begin a new round of refining and preparation. The materials Jiang Yan sent amounted to a full 20 portions. In her mind, she thought it would be quite good if Lu Chun could successfully prepare a few portions. But she had never imagined that Lu Chun's success rate in preparing potions was actually very high. With 20 portions of materials, he was confident he could achieve a 90 success rate. In the laboratory, Lu Chun was completely engrossed. He extracted each portion of raw material, removing impurities and refining them to purity. During this busy work, he was astonished to discover that this time extracting the raw materials felt exceptionally smooth, as if it were much easier and more effortless. It seemed simpler than before. This change filled Lu Chun with pleasant surprise, and he quickly guessed it might be related to his awakening of the light of the mind. Indeed, the subsequent process of preparing the potions went very smoothly, even to the point where Lu Chun was a portion after portion of mind potion, extracting raw materials, mixing the ingredients in correct proportions, and then merging them to produce the finished mind potion. The entire process was completed in one smooth, uninterrupted flow. When Lu Chun had finished extracting and preparing all the materials before him, lay 20 bottles of iridescent potions shimmering with a rainbow-like, dreamy radiance. These were the mind potions, a full 20 finished products with a success rate of 100% and not a trace of waste. Even Lu Chun couldn't help but marvel. I never imagined that awakening the light of the mind would have such a significant effect on preparing potions. Lu Chun exclaimed, filled with joyful surprise. Gazing at the 20 mind potions before him, Lu Chun pondered for a moment, then stored 10 of them in his spatial device. With the remaining 10, he took them and headed straight for the black market. Before long, he arrived at Old Yao's weapon shop. Seeing him come, Old Yao was taken aback. Before he could ask, Lu Chun placed 10 bottles of iridescent potion before him. These are. Old Yao's pupils contracted, and his heart seemed to skip a beat. He stared fixedly at the 10 potions before him. They emitted a colorful radiance as if they were dreamlike and not of this world. These are mind potions. I finished preparing them, and am now handing them over to you. Lu Chun said word by word. His tone was light, as if he were talking about concocting some low-grade potions, completely unaware of the shock Old Yao was experiencing inside. You say these are mind potions? Old Yao looked as if he had seen a ghost. He remembered that he had only delivered the raw materials that morning, and now in the afternoon Lu Chun was bringing the finished potions. How could he not be astounded? Alright, the goods are delivered. I have other matters to attend to, so I'll be off now. Lu Chen smiled and nodded, then bade farewell, turned around, and left the weapon shop, leaving old Yao alone staring blankly at the 10 colorful potions. The mind potion had been successfully prepared, exceeding his expectations. Originally both he and Jiang Yin had thought that Lu Chen would be able to prepare at most 5 portions, which would already be a lot. The mind potion had been successfully prepared, exceeding his expectations. Originally both he and Jiang Yin had thought that Lu Chen would be able to prepare at most 5 portions, which would already be a lot. Good. Truly worthy of being the little freak taught by that old freak. Old Yao, trembling with excitement, carefully stowed away the 10 mind potions. He immediately got up, closed the shop, and vanished from the black market in the blink of an eye. On the Moonlight Star, in an ordinary residential area. Excuse me, are you Mr. Pan Xiaodong? I have a package for you. In front of the community, a FedEx courier was inquiring with a chubby man. This chubby man was Pan Xiaodong, who had just immigrated from Earth, looking confused at the FedEx courier in front of him. He scratched his head and said, I am Pan Xiaodong, who sent me this package. I'm sorry, Mr. Pan. According to federal law, customer information is strictly confidential. Please sign for the package. The courier politely refused to disclose the sender's information, which was absolutely confidential. Pan Xiaodong was bewildered but still signed and accepted the package. Back at home, he opened the sealed package out of curiosity, revealing a metallic box with a password lock and a piece of paper. Chubby, the password is your birthday. The paper read, and upon seeing it, Pan Xiaodong immediately understood who had written it. It was naturally Lu Chen. Lu Gus sent this. The chubby man exclaimed, quickly entering the password to open the box. With a click, the box opened, revealing 9 test tubes quietly lying inside, each containing a purple liquid, which was a gene serum emanating a captivating purple glow. He was stunned and exclaimed, gene serum. Lu Gu has actually managed to prepare gene serums. Doesn't that mean he has become a real pharmacist? That's great. Soon the chubby man let out a cheer, genuinely happy for Lu Chen, without giving much thought to the serums that had been sent. In his excitement, he immediately contacted Lu Chen on his private communicator, and soon the call was connected. Lu Gu, I received the items, thank you. The chubby man looked at Lu Chen's projection, his face filled with excitement. Lu Chen, seeing the chubby man's thrilled expression, chuckled and said, come on, chubby, it's just 9 serums, look at your enthusiasm. Hurry and take them. I've noted the types and effects of the serums on the labels. Take a look yourself and become stronger as soon as possible. Lu Chen instructed before ending the call. After all, he had many matters to attend to. Since the chubby man had received the items, he could set one worry aside. With these serums, the chubby man would surely be able to greatly enhance his strength. 3 super mutation serums, 3 super enhancement serums, and 3 super recovery liquids, enough for him to use for quite some time. The mutation serum was for him to break through, while the enhancement serum was for temporary boosts in strength during emergencies, and the recovery liquid was for healing injuries. Meanwhile, on the other side in Yinxing at Tianhe Academy, Jiang Yin had just completed her courses for the day and was resting. Just as she was about to rest, a communication prompt suddenly came through. Upon checking, she realized it was her great-grandfather calling, and she immediately answered. Great-grandfather, do you need something? Jiang Yin asked curiously. The old monster's projection revealed a faint smile as he said, Yinner, that kid has already prepared the mind serum. I'm currently in Yinxing waiting for you at the old house, hurry over. He prepared it. Jiang Yin was momentarily stunned upon hearing this news. She quickly came to her senses, her heart inevitably excited. She immediately hung up the communication, left the academy, and drove her luxurious hovercar towards a designated area in Yinxing. Before long, she stopped in front of a retro-style old house. As soon as she got out of the car, she saw an old man standing there waiting for her. Yinner, let's talk inside. The old monster waved his hand, leading Jiang Yin inside. In the room, the old monster sat down and took out 10 colorful serums, his expression solemn. Jiang Yan's heart skipped a beat as she looked at the 10 colorful serums in front of her, her heart racing uncontrollably. This is the mind serum? Jiang Yan asked excitedly. The old monster nodded and said, indeed, this is the mind serum, 10 of them sent by... There are actually 10. Jiang Yan was astonished, initially thinking 5 would be good enough, but unexpectedly there were actually twice as many. Yinner, take these mind serums with you, and remember not to leak the information. Otherwise that kid will be in trouble. The old monster warned with a serious expression. Jiang Yan nodded, her delicate face serious. Rest assured, great-grandfather, I understand. I didn't expect to underestimate him after all. Yes, we underestimated that kid's abilities. The old monster's eyes glimmered with admiration for Lu Chen. He looked Jiang Yan up and down and suddenly thought to himself with a smile. Yinner, you should seize this opportunity. That kid is an extraordinary talent destined for great achievements in the future. Great-grandfather, what do you mean? Upon hearing this, Jiang Yan's face flushed slightly, feeling both shy and annoyed. The old monster shook his head with a smile and said, forget it, I won't interfere in the matters of you young people. Anyway, I have high hopes for that little monster. You should manage it yourself. Great-grandfather, you should keep these mind serums. Perhaps they can help repair your damaged genome and restore your former strength. Thinking quickly, Jiang Yan placed the 10 serums in front of the old monster. However, the old monster laughed and shook his head, saying, Yinner, no need. I have already prepared the raw materials for 10 mind serums. Keep these for yourself. You are at a critical point for a breakthrough, and with the mysterious effects of the mind serum, you might successfully unlock the 8th layer of the gene lock. Jiang Yin pondered for a long time before finally nodding. All right, great-grandfather, I will accept them. If you need them, just ask me anytime. Rest assured. The old monster said with relief. Among the younger generation of the Jiang family, he saw the most potential in Jiang Yan. She was the most outstanding among her peers in the Jiang family, and even throughout the entire federation, with exceptional talent, strength, intelligence, and wisdom. Great-grandfather, since you are back this time, why not stay here? I can have someone find Lu Chen to prepare more serums, and bring them. Jiang Yan hesitated for a moment before finally persuading, hoping the old monster would stay. The old monster remained silent, sighing, lowering his head in contemplation, as if recalling past events. Great-grandfather, soon it will be your 500th birthday, please stay here. Jiang Yan continued to persuade. The old monster was actually already 499 years old, and very soon he would reach the milestone of 500 years, making him a being who had lived for centuries. He was the one who built the entire Jiang family, and was a well-known powerhouse in the Federation. Unfortunately, due to an accident, he encountered a crisis deep in the Tianhe, leading to a temporary breakthrough failure. Although he managed to save his life, his entire genome collapsed, and he lost all his strength. Now he was a cripple, and due to the genomic collapse, he who could have lived for 1,000 years now had very little lifespan left. Forget it, I have only a few days left to live. If I cannot repair the collapsed genome, staying here would be meaningless, and would instead bring great disaster to the Jiang family. Ultimately, the old monster shook his head in refusal, stating, you don't need to persuade me anymore. This is for the good of the Jiang family. I do not want former enemies to learn of my condition. Once they do, the entire Jiang family will face annihilation. I am leaving, you must work hard and become stronger. If you ever get a chance to enter the headquarters of Tianhe Academy, that will be the true rise. With that, the old monster with a serious expression turned and donned a cloak, leaving the old house without a trace. Watching the old monster leave, Jiang Yin felt a deep sense of reluctance and sadness, but could not hold him back, because she truly couldn't. With the old monster losing his strength, it equated to the entire Jiang family losing its strongest pillar. If their enemies learned of this, it would surely bring about catastrophic disaster. Great-grandfather, rest assured, I will become stronger. Jiang Yin clenched her fists, her expression turning resolute. Let me see what miraculous effects the mind serum truly has. Soon Jiang Yin composed herself, picked up a test tube, and stared at the colorful serum inside her heart, filled with excitement and anticipation. She stayed in the old house, directly closed the door, opened the test tube, and downed a bottle of mind serum in one gulp. On Earth in ruined city, Lu Chun was walking along an abandoned street. He gazed at the bustling ruined street. Although the city had turned into ruins, with many buildings collapsed and some houses reduced to mere frames. Many people still lived here, some were poor, while others could not leave due to a lack of means. He navigated through this district, turning left and right, until he quickly entered a very secluded alley. This should be the place. Arriving at the end of the alley, Lu Chun surveyed the surroundings, looking at an inconspicuous little shop not far ahead. This little shop had no decorations at the entrance and lacked any signage, leaving one unclear about what it actually offered. However, Lu Chun was very clear that this unremarkable little shop was precisely the purpose of his visit. Knocking on the door gently, the metallic door echoed with a series of knocks. The next moment, with a click, the door opened, revealing a small head peering out, two eyes intently scrutinizing Lu Chun. Who are you looking for? I'm sorry, big brother, but there is no armorer here, you should leave. The little girl immediately shook her head in panic upon hearing this, and with a bang, she closed the door, giving Lu Chun the cold shoulder. Lu Chun stared blankly at the tightly shut door, feeling somewhat awkward, scratching his nose, and couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and frustration. Do I look like a bad person? This result made Lu Chun unable to refrain from muttering, even questioning if he looked like a bad person, causing the little girl to be scared off. He glanced at the closed door, ultimately shaking his head in resignation, reluctantly turning to leave. Lu Chun chuckled bitterly, taking one last look at the little shop, arriving with hope, but leaving with disappointment. Just as he was about to leave, the tightly shut door creaked open slightly, and a small head peeked out from inside. Big brother, it's just ahead at the end of the alley. On the other side, Lu Chun exited the alley, only to encounter a group of 5 people walking towards him, who took a moment to glance at him as they passed. Lu Chun paid them no mind, and was about to leave the alley when he heard something said by one of them, immediately catching his attention. Big brother, the old man in that shop has died. There's only a little girl left. A young man whispered, and it was this remark that drew Lu Chun's attention, causing him to halt in his tracks. His thoughts stirred, and he turned to look at the 5 people. The leader, a middle-aged man, appeared sturdy and rugged with a glint of ferocity in his eyes. At first glance, it was clear that this man was likely a cruel and merciless individual. His right arm was particularly thick, exuding a sense of power. I heard that the old man had developed a super gene armor during his lifetime. When injected into the body, it could merge with the human genome and evolve alongside it, gaining strength over time. I wonder if it's true. It should be true. The middle-aged man affirmed confidently, saying, Feng Xiao mentioned that the old man was once a federal-level armor forger specializing in the design and forging of various types of mechs and gene battle armors, but mysteriously disappeared. Who would have thought he was hiding here? The old man was very strong, we couldn't approach him before, but now it's different. That old geezer is dead, and the old man was very strong, we couldn't approach him before, but now it's different. That old geezer is dead, and only a little girl remains. This is our opportunity. Boss, are you saying? One of the younger men looked at the middle-aged man in horror. The middle-aged man wore a fierce expression and said, "Listen carefully, that super gene armor is incredibly powerful. It not only enhances defense, but also amplifies one's strength. As long as we obtain the super gene armor, we can escape Earth and snatch a small battleship to roam the stars, becoming carefree space pirates. Wouldn't that be delightful?" As for Feng Xiao, the middle-aged man sneered. In his eyes, we are just a pack of dogs. Being someone's dog is less appealing than being a carefree space pirate doing whatever we please, robbing money, grain, and territory. The universe is boundless. Who can do anything to us? Indeed, the boss is right. I will follow the big brother. Whatever the big brother does, the brothers will do too. A group of younger men enthusiastically agreed, expressing their willingness to follow the middle-aged man and embark on a grand venture together. The middle-aged man looked satisfied and smiled. "Don't worry, if you follow me, you will never be treated poorly in the future. Wealth, status, beauty, everything will be yours. Let's go and seize the super gene armor." After speaking, the middle-aged man led his 4 subordinates into the alley, their conversation echoing clearly to Lu Chen's ears at the alley entrance. Watching the 5 of them enter the alley, Lu Chen furrowed his brow, feeling that they were headed for the previous little shop. Lu Chen narrowed his eyes, quickly reflecting in his mind. He had come here because the old man had once mentioned that a federal armor forger was hiding here. Originally, he had come to find that armor forger to help him forge a battle armor, or even a mech. But he had been turned away by that little girl earlier. Now that he thought about it, it was clear that she must have been afraid, or even terrified to admit it. Did those people say that the armor forger was dead? Could it be? Lu Chen's pupils constricted, and he quickly turned back into the alley. Worry filled his heart as he recalled that the words of those 5 people seemed to imply that they were after the super gene armor. Moreover, it seemed that the armor forger had already been targeted by someone hiding here. Was he really designing or forging some super gene armor? Although Lu Chen was unsure what kind of battle armor it was, he could guess that it must be something entirely new and remarkable. Indeed, just as he rushed back to the end of the alley, a violent thud echoed, accompanied by a loud rumble. Lu Chen's expression changed slightly as he saw that the previously tightly shut little shop's door had been shattered, and the 5 people had already entered the shop. What are you going to do? Please don't kill my grandfather, don't." A sudden scream of terror pierced through the little shop, accompanied by a series of desperate pleas, and it was the voice of the little girl from before. Lu Chen's heart tightened as he drew out his battle blade from his wrist space and rushed into the front of the little shop in a few. As soon as he entered, he was met with a scene that filled him with rage. The shop's front hall was littered with debris, and the 5 men he had seen earlier were in the inner room. At that moment, the middle-aged man at the forefront was holding a roughly 9-year-old little girl, gripping her neck tightly. "Cough, cough. Let her go." From a wooden bed in the room came the weak sound of coughing, and upon closer inspection, Lu Chen saw an old man lying there. His face was waxy yellow, and his body was thin as a skeleton, but his eyes shone brightly, as if they housed 2 blazing suns. "Old man, you'd better not move." The middle-aged man warned fiercely, still gripping the little girl's neck. "Old fool, hand over the super gene armor, if you know what's good for you, and I might spare your lives." Cough, cough. I don't know what you're talking about." The old man gasped and coughed, stammering. "I've never heard of any super gene armor. You've got the wrong person. Let Xiaoshan go." At this moment, the middle-aged man tightened his grip slightly, and the little girl's neck emitted cracking sounds as if it were about to break. The little girl's face turned red as she struggled to breathe, writhing in pain, but it was of no use. She was on the verge of suffocation. "Stop!" Just then a furious shout came from outside the door, and everyone turned in unison to see Lu Chen striding in with a blade radiating killing intent. Lu Chen's eyes were icy, his killing intent palpable as he fixed his gaze on the middle-aged man, already harboring murderous thoughts towards these few people. "What business is it of yours, kid? Do you want to die?" The middle-aged man shot him a vicious glare and shouted, "Get him! Tear this meddler apart! Chop him up!" As soon as he finished speaking, his 4 subordinates brandished their alloy battle blades and rushed at Lu Chen, each one looking. The 4 of them surrounded Lu Chen, aiming to chop him into pieces. Each had a life on their hands, and they were all dead. Moreover, these 4 were quite powerful. The weakest among them had reached the 2nd stage of gene mutation, while the strongest had already attained the 6th stage. "Kid, die." One of them charged first, swinging his battle blade down with a sickly, bloodthirsty expression that was extremely grotesque. Swish! Lu Chen's figure flickered and vanished from his spot. All that could be seen was a shadow flashing past the man, leaving a trail of red. Ugh! The man stiffened, clutching his neck as blood poured out continuously, and ultimately his head rolled off. One hit, one kill. The sudden turn of events caused the remaining 3 subordinates to turn pale, filled with horror and fear, their bodies trembling to a halt. The 3 looked ashen, staring in terror at the headless corpse which had been the strongest among them, possessing the 6th stage of gene mutation. Yet such a formidable expert had been killed in one hit by Lu Chen, his head severed with a single encounter. How is this? The 3 felt a wave of fear and tried to retreat, but suddenly they all trembled, feeling a chilling cold wash over them. Because Lu Chen had vanished, only a chilling glimmer of the blade flashed across their necks, and they could still hear the crisp sound of their throats being sliced. Thud! Almost in an instant the remaining 3 subordinates stiffened, their faces still displaying traces of terror and disbelief. Gradually blood began to seep from their necks, and eventually their heads slowly slid off the cuts, smooth as blood gushed forth. "Who are you?" The middle-aged man was stunned, but he remained calm, looking at Lu Chun, this suddenly powerful youth. Lu Chun did not respond, instead saying, "Let go of the little girl, and I will allow you to leave alive." Haha. The middle-aged man laughed heartily as if hearing the most ridiculous comment, sneering, "Kid, do you really think you're invincible just because you killed a few useless subordinates? It seems you haven't even experienced gene recombination. It looks like you're at best at the 9th stage of gene mutation." The middle-aged man glanced at a device on his wrist where a small virtual screen was displayed. On the screen a set of data showed Lu Chen's earlier displayed strength and the fluctuations of his gene power, indicating no signs of gene recombination. This meant that although Lu Chun appeared strong, he was not a master of gene recombination and was at most at the 9th stage of gene mutation. What he said was correct. Lu Chun was not a master of gene recombination, but the middle-aged man had no idea of his true strength. "Since you killed my subordinates, then I'll deal with you first." The middle-aged man snorted coldly, releasing the little girl he was holding, drawing out a massive weapon from his back, a gigantic battle sword. Doom. When the battle sword hit the ground, it caused a violent tremor, the loud crash painful to the ears, reflecting its tremendous weight. "Kid, you can die now," the middle-aged man said fiercely, darting forward, swinging his battle sword to deliver a lethal. He went for a straightforward and decisive attack, unleashing all his power without any caution or hesitation, aiming for a one-hit kill. Kill. Lu Chen's eyes widened, and with a sudden roar he charged forward like a human-shaped raging dragon, raising his battle blade to meet the attack. When blades clashed, a tremendous sound echoed, as if a massive storm had swept through the entire room, shattering the boom. With a thunderous roar and a flash of lightning, a figure was sent flying, crashing into the wall and creating a massive dent. Amidst the dust and smoke, Lu Chen's figure gradually emerged, completely unharmed with not a single scratch, only his clothes slightly dusty and wrinkled. Looking at the middle-aged man, he was now lying in the shattered wall, having created a large dent, his face flushed, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. After spitting out a mouthful of blood, the middle-aged man's face turned pale, his eyes wide open, appearing utterly incredulous, as if he had yet to recover from the shock. "Impossible, impossible." In the haze, the middle-aged man lay in the pit, his body shattered, blood seeping through and staining the ground. His face was ashen, eyes bulging, staring at Lu Chun as if he were a monster, filled with disbelief. You clearly are not at the genetic recombination level. How could you severely injure me?" The middle-aged man was unwilling to accept it, and more so, he couldn't believe it. Earlier, when Lu Chun had struck down his subordinates, he had already used a detector to gauge the fluctuations of Lu Chen's genetic power, which was not at the genetic recombination level. Lu Chun was actually at the genetic mutation level, and even at the 2nd stage, but the middle-aged man was unaware of it. Although Lu Chun was merely at the 2nd stage of genetic mutation, the explosive power he could unleash equaled 10 tons, which could be considered quite terrifying. Such power was already equivalent to that which could only be achieved at the 1st stage of genetic recombination, yet Lu Chun had reached it at the 2nd stage of genetic mutation. "How did you do it?" The middle-aged man struggled to rise. He was unwilling, wanting to understand the doubts in his heart, but unfortunately Lu Chun would not reveal this secret. "The dead do not need to know." Lu Chun walked step by step towards him, standing before the middle-aged man, and as his words fell, the battle knife in his hand swiftly slashed across the opponent's neck. With a soft thud, the middle-aged man's eyes bulged, his hands clutching his neck, but he could not stop the blood from gushing. In the end, his head slowly slipped off the headless corpse, spraying thick blood, crashing down, completely silent. Until death, he did not understand why Lu Chun was so strong, but unfortunately, he would never know this secret. Just as Lu Chun said, the dead do not need to know. Huff. After killing these 5 men, Lu Chun let out a soft breath and turned around just in time to see the little girl staring at him in sheer terror. Yet she was firmly protecting the bedside, as if trying to prevent Lu Chun from harming the old man. She was very brave. "Don't be afraid, the bad guys have all been killed by me." Lu Chun sheathed his battle knife, a gentle smile appearing on his face. He did not walk over, but stood there quietly watching the old man lying on the bed, barely alive. Lu Chun could tell at a glance that the old man was on the verge of death, his energy depleted, barely holding on until he took his last breath, which proved that the old man was also a powerful figure in his prime. Perhaps the old man could not let go of this little girl, or perhaps he had unfulfilled wishes that prevented him from leaving this world. "Old man, do you have any unfulfilled wishes? If it is within my power, I will do my best to help you fulfill them." Lu Chun thought for a moment before finally uttering these words. For some reason, when he saw the old man's burning gaze, he was reminded of his own elderly father. He still remembered the appearance of his father before passing, just like the old man before him, on the verge of death, yet possessing an imposing aura. "Thank you." After a long pause, the old man slowly spoke the words of gratitude, and then his complexion suddenly became rosy, as if he were experiencing a resurgence of vitality. "Grandpa." The little girl's eyes filled with tears, crying heartbreakingly. The old man looked kind, holding her small hand, comforting her. "Shower one, don't cry, Grandpa is fine, just a bit tired." "Young man, what is your name?" The old man then looked up at Lu Chun. "My name is Lu Chun. Upon hearing Lu Chen's response, the old man slowly nodded, examining him from head to toe, his eyes reflecting a hint of satisfaction and appreciation. But at that moment Lu Chen suddenly spoke. "Old man, I heard my father say that you are a master armorer. He mentioned that if I needed battle armor, I should come to you. Unfortunately, from your appearance, it seems you can no longer help me forge armor." "Oh." The old man was surprised, looked at him carefully, and asked, "Is your father that old man from the ruined pharmacy in the east?" I suppose so." Lu Chen awkwardly nodded. Upon hearing this, the old man's eyes lit up, his gaze fixed on Lu Chen, clearly taken aback. "So it's that old scoundrel. It seems you are the child he picked up from the wasteland." The old man suddenly realized. He seemed to fall into reminiscence, mumbling to himself, "That old thing, it's been many years since I last saw him. I remember back then." Soon the old man came back to himself, self-deprecatingly saying, "When a person is about to die, they tend to think too much. It's nothing at all. Lu Chen, I want to ask you for a favor. Can you agree to it?" The old man looked at Lu Chen earnestly. He nodded and said solemnly, "Old man, whatever you need, just say it. I will not refuse what I can do." "Good." The old man nodded in appreciation, the rosy glow on his face becoming even more pronounced. "I am leaving, but I am worried about Xiao Wan. Since you are the one that old man took and I trust you. After I am gone, I will entrust Xiao Wan to you." After saying this, the old man looked at Xiao Wan with affection. This little girl was an abandoned infant he had encountered years ago and had raised by himself. In the Federation, abandoning children is actually illegal. Any act of abandoning infants is severely punished by federal law. Once discovered, the minimum penalty is 100 years imprisonment and the maximum is death. "Grandpa." Xiao Wan was heartbroken. Coupled with being choked by the middle-aged man earlier, she cried a few times before fainting. Lu Chen looked at the unconscious Xiao Wan, feeling a subtle tug at his heart, and nodded. "All right, I promise you from now on Xiao Wan will be my sister Lu Chen." Good. The old man repeated 3 times, saying with satisfaction, "Finally, I did not misjudge you. Although that old man's character is not great, he is loyal to his feelings. With your words, I can leave in peace." He looked at the unconscious Xiao Wan, tears streaming down her cheeks, adorable and pitiful, yet at such a young age, she had to face life and death farewells. "Also, this thing has no meaning left for me. I will give it to you now as a way of repaying your father's kindness." Then the old man took out a necklace-like object from his chest, the pendant shimmering like a peculiar crystal. Lu Chen was curious, exclaiming, "Old man, could this be?" "Indeed, it is the super gene armor that is rumored outside." The old man directly confirmed the origin of this object. It was indeed the super gene armor. However, the old man shook his head and said sarcastically, "In fact, outsiders have misunderstood. I am not researching the super gene armor, but rather a stronger and more perfect genetic armor. I call it the perfect genetic armor." As the old man spoke, a hint of pride appeared on his face. Clearly, this achievement was the result of his painstaking efforts. Perfect genetic armor. Lu Chen's pupils constricted, his heart involuntarily racing. The old man nodded and explained, "Yes, the perfect genetic armor, once injected into the body, can perfectly fuse with the Bodhis genome, continually evolving through genetic evolution, growing stronger with each evolution of the Bodhis genes. In other words, the stronger you are, the stronger it becomes, like something that grows autonomously, evolving alongside your genes." After the old man finished speaking, his breath suddenly became weak. Lu Chen's thoughts stirred, and he immediately realized that the old man before him was already on the verge of death, about to take his last breath. "Lu Chen, my time has come. Let me remind you one last thing. Do not leak even a hint of this matter, or you will face countless pursuers." The old man's serious warning came as his breath gradually weakened, saying intermittently, "Remember, you must not leak. Also, when you have enough ability in the future, take Xiao Wan to the Tianhe Central Galaxy to find." "Fine." With a thud, the old man's eyes gradually clouded and dimmed, ultimately passing away. His aged, withered hand let go, and the pendant fell with a thud. "Grandpa." At that moment, Xiao Wan woke up, but upon seeing her grandfather had died, she could not bear the blow, rolling her eyes back and fainting again. Lu Chen remained silent, staring blankly at the deceased old man, who was now silent, confirming he had completely passed away. Tianhe Central Galaxy. He murmured to himself, recalling the old man's last words, but unfortunately they were not completed, and he had no idea what the old man wanted him to find Xiao Wan in the Tianhe Central Galaxy. That question was too distant. Currently, Lu Chen had not even stepped off Earth, let alone the vast, boundless Tianhe starry sky and the infinite universe beyond. "Old man, don't worry, I will take good care of Xiao Wan," Lu Chen softly promised, as if making a vow. He looked at the unconscious Xiao Wan, sighing inwardly, stepping forward to pick up the fallen pendant. "Is this the perfect genetic armor?" Lu Chen stared at the pendant, which contained a mysterious, transparent liquid. This liquid was the perfect genetic armor the old man mentioned, also known as the super gene armor rumored outside. Lu Chen was very curious about it. Could this liquid really be injected into the body and fuse with the genome to become genetic armor? He did not study it further, carefully storing it in his spatial wrist, and then looked at the deceased old man. My. The next moment, Lu Chen's pupils dilated, his eyes wide open as he watched the corpse of the old man on the bed gradually disintegrate, turning into ash and dissipating. This scene he had seen before, just like his own father's body after death, which also turned into ash as if it had vanished into thin air. Such a bizarre scene made Lu Chen's heart tremble violently, as if he thought of something, a flash of insight passing through his mind, but unfortunately it disappeared when he tried to grasp it. Why? Could it be that every genetic powerhouse disintegrates into ash and disappears into the universe upon death? Lu Chen furrowed his brow, feeling a multitude of confusions within. Just like his father, the old man before him also had a body that autonomously turned into ash upon death. Soon the old man's body completely vanished, leaving only a trace of ash drifting in the air, proving that the old man had once existed. Lu Chen stood in a daze, not moving for a long time, as myriad thoughts flashed through his mind, but he could not find any answers. The unconscious Xiao Ruan suddenly blinked and awoke, only to find the bed empty, the old man gone. Grandpa. Xiao Ruan's eyes turned red, tears streaming down. Lu Chen was awakened, taking a deep breath and saying, Xiao Ruan, don't be sad. Your grandpa is not dead, he has just gone to a faraway place. Really, big brother? Xiao Ruan looked up in surprise, her big eyes blinking, filled with tears, yet shining with hope. Lu Chen was taken aback, unsure why he said that, but he nodded nonetheless. He smiled. Yes, your grandpa is not dead, he has just gone to a faraway place. As long as you have enough strength in the future, you can go to that place to find him. After speaking, Lu Chen's heart jolted as he suddenly recalled the old man's words before leaving to go to the Tianhe Central Galaxy when he had the ability. Find what? Could it be to find him? Could it be that this old man is not dead? The moment he thought of this, a storm surged in Lu Chen's heart, reminding him of his own father. If that were true, then was his father also not dead? From this moment on, Lu Chen's heart was no longer at peace. In the evening, at the ruins of a pharmacy, two figures, one large and one small, were sitting at a table eating. While eating, Lu Chen looked at the somewhat anxious and uneasy Xiao Wan, softly comforting her, and then placed a piece of exotic pig meat onto her plate. Xiao Wan timidly responded. She lowered her head to eat, not daring to look at Lu Chen, because he had previously killed 5 people in the alley, each beheaded, which was rather gruesome. Xiao Wan was just a 9-year-old girl who had never witnessed such bloody and terrifying scenes. That was entirely normal for her. Moreover, having just met Lu Chen and facing the death of her grandfather, it was remarkable that she had not completely broken down and still managed to maintain a semblance of calm. As for her fear, it stemmed from the unfamiliarity, and her lack of understanding of Lu Chen was a normal psychological reaction and a form of caution. Lu Chen, however, paid no mind to it, and said, Xiao Wan, I will help you prepare some potions that will activate your genetic mutation. In the uncertain future, you must possess the strength to protect yourself. Xiao Wan replied, focusing on her meal and not daring to take any more food. Seeing this, Lu Chen sighed inwardly. It was truly hard for such a little girl to endure such experiences and blows. He planned to prepare some super mutation potions for Xiao Wan to consume, completing her genetic mutation and setting her on the path of evolution towards becoming a strong individual. After all, Lu Chen could not be with her all the time, nor could he always protect her. Only by enhancing her strength could he provide true protection. Helping her grow into a powerhouse was more appropriate than keeping her sheltered under his wing. This was Lu Chen's thought. In the days that followed, Xiao Wan lived with Lu Chen, gaining a brother while he gained a sister. Moreover, this brother was exceptionally skilled, even able to prepare genetic potions, which amazed Xiao Wan. Every time Lu Chen prepared potions, she would quietly hide behind a watch. Over time, she gradually became accustomed to it, and began to acknowledge this unfamiliar brother, developing a slight dependence on him. At least for now, Lu Chen was her only family she could rely on. Xiao Wan, come here. One morning, Lu Chen walked out of the laboratory and called to Xiao Wan, who was cleaning. Brother, what is it? Xiao Wan's face lit up with a smile. This was the biggest change she had undergone in the past few days, as she had at least begun to regain her innocent smile and was no longer afraid of Lu Chen. She trotted over, her big eyes blinking as she looked at Lu Chen. This is a mind potion. Oh, just drink it, and then follow the mental training method I had you memorize to activate the light of your mind. Lu Chen's expression grew serious, his tone grave as he said this, taking out a test tube filled with a colorful potion. It was indeed the mind potion. Previously, he had successfully prepared 20 mind potions based on the 20 materials sent by Jiang Yan, and had sent 10 of them to the old monster. The remaining 10 were kept for himself, and now he was taking one out to give to Xiao Wan to activate her mental power. He had thought it over and decided to pass on the mental training method to Xiao Wan because he discovered she had astonishing experience in armor forging and remarkable talent in this regard. It must be said that Xiao Wan was a little genius with talent in armor forging, perhaps related to her deceased grandfather. Wow, brother, what is this? It's so beautiful. Xiao Wan was stunned when she first saw the mind potion, thinking it was just so pretty, completely unaware of what it represented. Lu Chen smiled and said, come drink it. After that, go back to your room and properly activate your mind according to the method I taught you. Brother, Xiao Wan understands. Xiao Wan nodded vigorously, took the colorful potion, and gulped it down. Then she returned to her room, starting to digest the mysterious energy of the mind potion and activate her mind according to the previously memorized training method. Lu Chen had gone through this step before, so he could roughly gauge Xiao Wan's condition after taking the potion. After observing for a while and seeing that Xiao Wan was not in any danger, he felt relieved. As for whether she could truly break through and awaken her mental world after taking the potion, that depended on her own efforts. Outsiders could not awaken her. This was different from breaking through the visualization realm to activate mental power. The two were not comparable. Using drugs and secret methods to activate mental power was quite dangerous. A slight misstep could lead to permanent disappearance. Of course, the purer the mind, the easier it was to activate mental power and condense the light of the mind. Xiaowan was just that way, and now was the best time to activate it. I also need to enhance my mental power. Watching Xiaowan get into the groove, Lu Chun muttered to himself, closing the door and returning to his room to sit cross-legged. He took out 9 mind potions, placing them in front of him. First he picked one up and tilted his head back to drink it. The mind potion was used to assist in practicing the mental training method to elevate one's mental level. It had no side effects or dangers in itself. The only caution was that one must not lose touch with their true self, or once the true heart was lost it would undoubtedly lead to irreparable mental trauma. Buzz. As the mind potion entered, Lu Chun felt a tremor in his mental light, followed by a boiling sensation. Then the mental training method naturally surged into his mind, word for word, incredibly profound and mysterious, revealing endless secrets. The more he understood, the more Lu Chun was amazed and felt immense respect for the person who created such a marvelous method. At this moment, a trace of strange light gradually overflowed from within Lu Chun's body, as if it did not exist, impossible to describe. Yet it was real, omnipresent, appearing exceptionally mysterious. That was the light of the mind. A single point of mental light illuminated his entire body. In a vague sense, Lu Chun seemed to see the complex genome within him. Unfortunately, it appeared hazy and unclear, making it impossible to see clearly, let alone discern the true condition of his genome. However, as the mental training method activated, a thread of mental light gradually absorbed the energy of the mind potion, beginning to grow stronger bit by bit. Starting as fine as a strand of hair, the mental light gradually grew over time, eventually transforming into a small glow sphere. So this is how one potion is consumed. After a long while, Lu Chun gradually awoke, feeling an indescribable sense of comfort throughout his body, suddenly realizing he had gained an incredible level of control over his strength. It felt as if his control had increased exponentially, as if he had undergone numerous trials, yet he hadn't. This was a wonderful experience stemming from the strengthening of the mind. A stronger mind led to a more perfect control of the body. Continue. After feeling it slightly, Lu Chun continued to drink another potion, and then without stopping he proceeded to drink all the remaining mind potions one by one. This time, he drank 7 mind potions in one go, turning into a surge of immense energy that swept through his body. Boom. The mind surged, nearly igniting. That small glow sphere suddenly expanded rapidly under the guidance of the mind. Lu Chun's mind was growing stronger. The light of his mind condensed, radiating strands of mysterious light outward. His body began to become translucent, as if he had transformed into a ball of intense light, incredibly bright, yet not blinding. The light grew stronger and stronger until it completely enveloped Lu Chun's body, wrapping him in what seemed like a cocoon of light. As time passed, the cocoon of light became increasingly intense and tightly wrapped, allowing only a vague silhouette to be seen inside. Inside the cocoon of light, Lu Chun sat cross-legged, his expression calm, a faint light flickering at the center of his brow, with the surrounding light continuously flowing into it. Countless rays of light were converging at his brow, as if the light of the mind was consciously gathering, brewing something. Suddenly a faint sizzling sound came from the center of his brow, with sparks flying, appearing exceptionally magical. The sparks increased, splattering in all directions as if flames had begun to ignite, within converging boundlessly from the light of the mind. With a crack, the cocoon of light enveloping Lu Chun shattered, releasing a trace of strange flames from within, transparent, pure, flawless, filled with a mysterious aura. This was a mystical flame ignited from countless rays of light of the mind, transforming into a thread of mental fire. The fire of the mind illuminates the self. A gentle murmur echoed as Lu Chun awakened from his ignorance, feeling utterly enlightened, as if his mind had brightened, connecting both within and without. At this moment, Lu Chun felt his mind had become immensely powerful. It was as if as long as a thread of the fire of the mind did not extinguish, his will would be immortal. In an instant, he even sensed the densely packed genomes within him, truly seeing the secrets of his genome. However, it was fleeting, and he could not see for long, as Lu Chun had not yet reached the level of visualization. Although he had activated his mental power and ignited the fire of the mind, his true strength had not reached that level. His genome had yet to undergo reorganization, thus, he could not truly visualize his internal genome. The power of the mind is truly marvelous. Lu Chun couldn't help but exclaim. Just as he was thinking, a clear voice came from outside the door. Looking towards the sound, he found a timid figure standing at the door. Xiaowan stood at the door looking at him timidly, her big eyes sparkling, as if she had just witnessed Lu Chun's incredible transformation. "Xiaowan, you're awake," Lu Chun said happily as he stood up. He assessed Xiaowan before quickly noticing a unique life magnetic field emanating from her. That was the power. Indeed, Xiaowan did not disappoint him. She successfully activated the light of her mind, which was a great fortune for her. "Brother, why are you glowing? It's so warm and comfortable," Xiaowan chirped, her little face filled with a look of comfort, as if bathing in divine. "Young Master Feng, the target has been located right inside the pharmacy ahead." Outside the ruined pharmacy, figures lurked among the surrounding debris, quietly encircling the area. Standing atop a derelict building directly in front of the pharmacy, a man clad in black, wearing sunglasses, opened a virtual communication screen. A young man's projection on the screen gazed silently at the pharmacy. Is he inside? The young man's projection asked, observing the scene before the pharmacy through the communication device. His gaze was cold and sharp. Those incompetents can't even handle a single boy. The super gene armor must not be lost. Blow up that pharmacy. The next moment the young man addressed as young Master Feng gave the order directly, his cold, fierce words dripping with murderous intent, commanding the pharmacy's destruction. The man in black nodded in acknowledgement. Yes, young Master Feng. They'll have the pharmacy leveled immediately. No one in. Units 1 and 3 use special nuclear explosive rounds. Raise that place. The man in black relayed the command in a harsh tone. 2 snipers concealed in the surrounding derelict buildings switched to devastatingly powerful nuclear explosive rounds. These so-called nuclear explosive rounds were special bullets crafted using thermonuclear fusion principles, boasting immense power and lethal force. Lock on. Fire. At the command, 2 thermonuclear fusion bombs hurtled towards their target, the pharmacy, where Lu Chen was located. Danger. Inside the pharmacy, an intense crisis enveloped Lu Chen's mind, causing the spiritual flame he had just condensed to pulse violently. His expression shifted drastically. Without a second thought, he scooped up the bewildered Xiao Nen beside him and dashed towards a small emergency exit at the back of the pharmacy. At that very moment, a blinding light erupted behind him, accompanied by an earth-shattering explosion. Boom. A thunderous roar followed as 2 blazing flames burst forth, exploding like miniature suns. A powerful wave of heat surged, blasting Lu Chun and Xiao Nen out through the back door. Damn it. Dazed and disoriented, Lu Chun felt engulfed by a fierce inferno. The searing heat instantly scorched his skin, and his hair turned to ash. Xiao Nen, severely wounded by the sudden blast, lay nearby, coughing up blood and unconscious. A rumbling, waves of heat rolled, flames raged, and 2 small mushroom clouds rose into the sky. The nearby derelict buildings collapsed in large sections, dust and smoke billowing as the shockwave swept through. Young Master Feng, those inside are surely dead, reduced to ashes. Would you like to come and see the result yourself? The middle-aged man in black inquired respectfully. He watched the 2 mushroom clouds rising from the pharmacy. The powerful shockwave had even made the derelict building he stood on tremble violently, a testament to the blast's immense force. No need. Young Master Feng waved his hand dismissively. I never concern myself with the process, only the result. Go. Even if you have to dig 3 feet into the ground, you must bring me what I want. Otherwise, come back with your head. On the projection screen, the young master snorted lightly, convinced that those in the pharmacy were dead. Yes, young master. The middle-aged man in black bowed respectfully. Young Master Feng ended the communication, and the projection vanished, leaving the man in black to secretly wipe the cold sweat from his brow. Oh, his back was drenched. That bastard nearly got me punished by young Master Feng. Being blown to ashes was too good for him. The man in black said, his face twisted with murderous intent. His eyes fixed on the ruins ahead. The pharmacy had been leveled, leaving 2 large craters, a clear indication of the explosion's terrifying power. Everyone move in. Find what young Master Feng wants and bring it back, the man in black ordered through the communicator. As the words left his mouth, several black-armored soldiers who had been lying in wait raised their guns and strode forward, entering the smoke-filled ruins to search for the item. Bang! Just then a muffled sound came from the smoke. A black-clad figure flew out from the pharmacy ruins. A hole had been torn through his body, blood gushing out. He lay motionless, killed by a single blow. Something's wrong. The surrounding men in black, their expressions shifting, stared at their comrade, who had inexplicably died. Before they could react, a swift figure darted out from the smoke. Oh! One man tried to shout, but before he could finish, a cold gleam slashed across his neck. With a gurgling sound, his head was severed, blood spraying everywhere. The others clearly saw a disheveled young man carrying an unconscious girl on his back charge out and dispatch a black-clad man with a single stroke of his blade. It was Lu Chun. His crimson eyes blazed with a fierce, killing intent, clearly enraged by the sudden attack. Lu Chun burst from the leveled pharmacy ruins, his sharp eyes scanning the area and locking onto the black-clad figure. But he didn't pause. He accelerated, leaping onto a collapsed building and bounding swiftly across the rubble-strewn. Damn it! The target is alive. After him. The leading man in black erupted in fury as he watched Lu Chun carrying Xiao Nen escape swiftly. Realization dawned on him. The target hadn't been killed by the explosion. Instead, he had survived and already killed 2 of his men upon emerging. The man was livid. Pursue. Go after him. The middle-aged man in black, his face dark, quickly mounted a black hoverbike, which launched into the air instantly. Moments later, hoverbikes emerged from the surrounding derelict buildings. 11 black-clad riders in total gave chase. The powerful explosion had alarmed many in the ruined city, causing widespread panic. In the black market, old Yao sensed something amiss. Having just returned, he felt a violent tremor. Stepping outside, he saw the location of the explosion, and his expression changed. Damn, that's where the little monster's pharmacy is. Has something happened? Sensing trouble, old Yao rushed over, only to find a leveled ruin where the pharmacy once stood. The Feng family. Soon old Yao discovered 2 bodies in the rubble. From them, he gleaned some valuable information confirming their identity. Yinner, this is bad. Lu Chen seems to have been targeted by the Feng family. He's being hunted as we speak. Old Yao immediately contacted Jiang Yin, informing her of the situation. Far away on the flame star, Jiang Yan's pretty face turned icy cold upon hearing the news. The Feng family. She snorted. Ancestor, I understand. They'll head over right now. With that, she ended the call and immediately set course for Earth. Meanwhile, Lu Chun fled in a sorry state, with Xiao Nan on his back, his heart burning with rage. Who the hell attacked me? Lu Chun, carrying the unconscious Xiao Nan, ran ceaselessly darting through the ruined street. He glanced back at the 11 hoverbikes closing in his mind, seething with murderous intent. He still didn't know who had attacked, but a moment's thought told him that if it wasn't his own enemies, they were after Xiao Nan, or more precisely the perfect gene armor. His only known enemies were the skeleton hunting group, but these black-clad men were not them. That left only one possibility: they were after the perfect gene armor, perhaps sent by the so-called young master Feng that the others had mentioned. Xiao Nan, please be okay. As he fled, Lu Chun kept checking on Xiao Nan's condition. She seemed critical. The 2 thermonuclear fusion bombs had been devastating. If not for Lu Chun's spiritual breakthrough allowing him to sense the crisis and take evasive action, they would have been insane. Despite that, he was still significantly injured and Xiao Nan was gravely wounded. The 11 black-clad pursuers on hoverbikes showed no sign of giving up. Target acquired. Open fire. The black-clad man in the lead, seeing the fleeing figure on his scanner, immediately whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The weapon systems on the 11 hoverbikes activated, firing intense electromagnetic beams. A chill ran down Lu Chun's spine. He dodged, diving into a nearby shattered building. Boom, boom. He barely evaded the blasts as a violent explosion erupted behind him, sending debris and dust flying. Relentless bastards. A chill ran down Lu Chun's spine. He dodged, diving into a nearby shattered building. Boom, boom, boom. Capture the leader to stop the horde. As he fled, Lu Chun observed his pursuers. Among the 11 hoverbikes, one man was giving orders. Capture the leader to stop the horde. As he fled, Lu Chun observed his pursuers. Among the 11 hoverbikes, one man was giving orders. He was likely the leader, probably carrying the thermal imaging device. If Lu Chun could take him out, he might escape this predicament. Click. With one hand, Lu Chun pulled an electromagnetic sniper rifle from his spatial bracelet. The one Xiao Xing had. He continued to flee, dodging the electromagnetic laser beams, searching for an opportunity. Surround him. The middle-aged man in black sneered, issuing orders. The 11 hoverbikes quickly moved to encircle Lu Chun. Lu Chun's speed was no match for the hoverbikes. He was quickly caught up, and his path ahead was blocked by 5 more black-clad riders on hoverbikes. Trapped with no escape route in any direction, Lu Chun was forced to take cover in a derelict building completely surrounded. Facing this dire situation, Lu Chun hid in a corner of the ruined building, quietly assessing the situation outside. He remained calm, not panicking. Now, in the next instant, Lu Chun's eyes lit up. He spotted a fleeting opportunity. The black-clad man was slowly descending on his hoverbike. Raising the rifle, he aimed and locked onto the target. Without hesitation, he pulled the trigger. The electromagnetic sniper rifle made a soft sound. Zing! A flash of light streaked through the air. The descending middle-aged man felt a bone-chilling dread, a sense of imminent death. Damn! The man was skilled and instinctively jumped from the bike to avoid the shot. But it was too late. A blinding light erupted, and with a thunderous boom, the man and his hoverbike were engulfed in a fiery explosion. Boom! An explosion echoed, flames soaring into the sky, debris scattered all around. As the smoke and dust gradually dissipated, the scene inside revealed itself. The hovering motorcycle had been blown to pieces, shattered all over the ground. Not far away, a charred figure lay sprawled, looking tattered and bloodied, appearing extremely miserable, yet still. Cough, cough. Damn it. Cough, cough. The charred figure was none other than the black-clothed middle-aged man in charge. He had been injured by a thermal-nuclear bullet shot by Lu Chun, but had not perished, merely gravely wounded. Not dead. Inside the abandoned building, Lu Chun's gaze sharpened as he stared at the middle-aged man, feeling a sense of unease that he was still alive. The fact that even a thermal-nuclear bullet hadn't killed him proved the opponent's strength. The black inner armor he wore was a type of biologically powerful defensive gear. Open fire, flatten that place, kill him. The middle-aged man climbed to his feet, his face smeared with black blood streaming down, looking extremely fierce and terrifying as he roared his orders. He was furious, having been reduced to this state by a kid practically exploding with rage, and naturally ordered to fly. Accompanied by a series of violent explosions, the entire tall ruins collapsed with a thunderous roar, completely crumbling to dust. As the smoke cleared and the flames disappeared, the original location of the abandoned building was revealed, now reduced to a cloud of dust and a deep pit, smoke billowing into the sky. Search alive or dead, I want to see them. Even the fragments must be found. The black-clothed middle-aged man wiped the soot from his face, his eyes bloodshot, and through gritted teeth issued his command to search the ruins. Several black-clothed subordinates immediately got out of the vehicle, some wielding laser guns as they cautiously entered the ruins, each one being extremely vigilant. Others stood guard outside, wary of possible surprises, having experienced an incident at the pharmacy before, so they were naturally on high alert. Nothing here, that kid should be dead, right? It would be strange if he survived being bombed by 5 thermonuclear bombs. During the search, someone discovered some fragments of clothing which appeared to be what Lu Chun had worn. Moreover, there were plenty of bloodstains on the ground, as if they had been blown to bits or even burned to ashes by the... Could he have been reduced to ashes? Someone murmured softly. But a companion next to him reminded, Don't be careless. We lost 2 people before at the pharmacy due to carelessness. Activate the thermal imaging detector. Soon the black-clothed leader spoke directly, turning on the thermal imaging scanner to scan the building that had been reduced to ashes. Beep, beep, beep. An urgent alarm sounded, and the virtual screen displayed 2 life thermal energy fluctuations. Not good, he's not dead. Little. The person in charge of detection's face changed drastically, anxiously, trying to warn as he looked at the detected situation. Unfortunately, before he could finish, he fearfully noticed a figure flash through the smoke, a blade gliding across his neck accompanied by a crisp sound of slicing. Fire. Boom, boom, boom. Over there, the black-clothed leader was furious, taking the lead with a laser gun to unleash a barrage of shots in this direction. In an instant, the person responsible for detection had not even fallen before being shredded by the laser beams fired by "He's over there." A sudden exclamation made everyone turn in unison, only to be horrified to find a figure covered in dirt and ash was carrying a fainted girl, rushing out quickly. His target was precisely where the deceased black-clothed man had parked, where a hovering motorcycle was stationed. Block him, stop. A furious roar rang out, waking the other stunned black-clothed individuals, each of their faces changing dramatically as they watched Lu Chun carrying the little girl leap onto that hovering motorcycle. Since the energy wasn't turned off when it fell, Lu Chun didn't need to restart it or even recognize it. He simply activated it and took off into the sky. Whoosh. In the blink of an eye, he was driving the hovering motorcycle away at high speed, leaving behind a group of furious black-clothed men shooting wildly at the sky, but unfortunately none hit. Chase, hurry up. The black-clothed middle-aged leader was furious, his face turning ashen, with rage nearly killing his useless subordinates. If Lu Chun escaped, he would have to return to see young Master foam with his head, and he might even be sent to an alien prison or cast into deep space. Xiao Xian, wake up, quickly wake up. At this moment, Lu Chun was driving the hovering motorcycle, quickly escaping at maximum speed across the sky. In the blink of an eye, they had left the ruined city, plunging into the vast, endless wilderness without any pause. With pursuers behind, he had to shake off the chase behind him, and even turn around to eliminate those people to escape danger. He called out a few times, and the fainted Xiao Xian gradually began to awaken. She had previously been fed a super repair liquid by Lu Chun, which had already healed her injuries. Brother, what happened? Xiao Xian opened her eyes in confusion, not yet realizing what was going on. She looked bewildered, having no idea what had happened, only recalling a loud bang before fainting. Lu Chun briefly introduced the current situation, causing Xiao Xian to appear tense, her little face pale, as she looked at the hovering motorcycles chasing behind them. Xiao Xian, can you drive a hovering motorcycle? Lu Chun asked softly. He had placed Xiao Xian in front of him earlier, so now that she was awake, he naturally asked if she could drive. I've driven a few times, brother, Xiao Xian replied, hurriedly nodding her head. This was sufficient, Lu Chun said. Good, you drive the motorcycle, just go at full speed, and activate the electromagnetic windscreen. After saying that, he directly let go, allowing Xiao Xian to take over the motorcycle, while he turned around, took out the electromagnetic sniper rifle, and aimed a shot at the pursuers behind. Bang! Accompanied by the sound of a gunshot, a booming explosion followed, and one hovering motorcycle was frozen into ice crystals, ultimately crashing to the ground and shattering into ice shards. Both the person and the vehicle were eliminated. The freezing bullet wielded extraordinary power, but what troubled Lu Chun was that he was running low on bullets. Previously, he and Xiao Xing had encountered the White-Bone Lady, and most of the thermal-nuclear and freezing bullets. Now only 3 thermal-nuclear bullets and 4 freezing bullets remained, totaling just 7, while there were still 9 pursuers behind. I need to take out a few first. Lu Chen's face showed a fierce expression filled with hatred. The opponent had nearly blown him to death, and the pharmacy had been directly reduced to ruins. If he hadn't stored most of his belongings in the wrist space device, the losses this time would have been severe. Fortunately, most of the potions were prepared and stored in the space on his wrist. However, having been bombed twice and chased down, Lu Chun was understandably fuming, and he directly opened fire at the black-clothed men pursuing behind. Fire! Counterattack! Behind him, seeing another subordinate killed the black-clothed middle-aged man, was furious, unleashing laser shots repeatedly, but unfortunately, they were all dodged by Xiao Xian's agile driving. Several times they almost hit, causing Xiao Xian to be in a panic, but fortunately Lu Chen's counterattacks ultimately took down 5 of the pursuers. Bang! A thermal-nuclear bullet exploded in the air behind, and a hovering motorcycle that couldn't dodge was blown into pieces, with its rider turning into meat fragments scattered everywhere. Unfortunately, at this point the bullets were all used up. Originally hoping to take out 1 person per bullet, but now only 5 were killed, leaving 4 still escaping. This is troublesome. Seeing the bullets run out, Lu Chun felt a bit bitter. He glanced back at the 4 black-clothed men, relentlessly pursuing him, clearly sensing that these people were at least 9th-stage genetic mutants. Moreover, the leading black-clothed middle-aged man was definitely a master of the genetic recombination stage, likely having undergone more than 3 genetic recombinations. Such individuals are difficult to deal with, and Lu Chun felt the pressure, having to think quickly of a way to shake off the opponent. While he was contemplating, suddenly a wave of intense heat rushed toward him, a laser striking the rear of the motorcycle, blowing a hole in it. Not good. Lu Chen's expression changed slightly as he looked at the blasted rear of the motorcycle, which was precisely the power source, and it was directly damaged, causing the speed to gradually decrease. Seeing this, Lu Chen knew it was over. With the motorcycle's power source damaged, he would not outrun the pursuing soldiers behind. Brother, we are going to crash, what should we do? At this moment Xiao Xian was completely panicked, lost, and disoriented. Lu Chen, however, remained calm, even in the face of desperation. The fire of his mind flickered slightly, and his powerful mental strength gave him remarkable reasoning capabilities. As the hovering motorcycle trailed a long plume of smoke rapidly descending from the sky, it was about to crash. Xiao Xian, hold on to me. In a flash, Lu Chen embraced Xiao Xian and performed a roll, leaping off the motorcycle. Bang! As soon as he landed, Lu Chen felt a tremendous explosion not far away. The hovering motorcycle had crashed, thick smoke billowed, flames spread, and there were numerous metal fragments scattered around remnants of the just crashed hovering motorcycle. Let's go. Lu Chen got up, watching the thick smoke rolling not far away, which was about to cover their tracks, and immediately led Xiao Xian into the forest, disappearing without a trace. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At this time, the four relentless black-clothed men arrived, looking at the crashed motorcycle, thick smoke billowing, but the people were already nowhere to be seen. You two stay in the air on guard. You come down with me, find that kid. The black-clothed middle-aged man finally made a decision, personally, bringing one subordinate down, wielding a huge broad knife, entering the grove. The grove was not large, the bushes not very dense, but discovering the two hidden individuals was still challenging, as the detector had already been destroyed. In the air, the two black-clothed individuals circled, while the black-clothed middle-aged leader personally led one subordinate into the grove, searching for Lu Chen's trace. Dare to come kill me, you won't return. In the grove, Lu Chen's expression was icy as he hid with Xiao Xian in the bushes, his eyes fixated on the two hovering motorcycles circling above. Suddenly, he took out 3 test tubes containing the super primal potions, directly opening them and gulping them down. At this moment, Lu Chen unexpectedly consumed 3 super primal potions in one go, preparing to break. Crack, crack, crack. A tree was crushed, and the young girl Xiao Ran looked on in shock, her big eyes wide as she stared at Lu Chen before her. At this moment, a powerful magnetic field radiated from his entire body, his life magnetic field boiling, and the gene sequence within him began to undergo a third mutation. Beside him, a large tree was crushed in his grip, the pain from the mutation of his body's genes causing him great discomfort. He gripped the trunk, tightly crushing it, and soon had to grasp a nearby stone, which also shattered under his grip. It hurts. The intense pain twisted Lu Chen's face as 3 super primitive potions erupted within him, energy surging into his gene sequence. In an instant, the gene sequence entered a high-speed mutation state, constantly transforming, the agony of the process incredibly intense. At a certain moment, the pain from the gene mutation within Lu Chen reached its peak, suddenly erupting into a wave of energy that swept in all directions. Boom. Accompanied by a deafening roar, the energy wave surged forth, causing nearby trees to collapse, stones to fly, and a terrifying scene of smoke and dust to swirl. Such a powerful energy magnetic field. In that instant, a middle-aged man in black clothing, searching for Lu Chen in the woods, changed expression dramatically and looked over. He was originally a powerhouse of gene recombination, and as Lu Chen broke through, he immediately sensed the intense energy magnetic field from the 3rd stage of the gene mutation. He is over there. Is he about to break through? The middle-aged man in black snorted coldly, quickly drawing his knife and rushing towards the direction of the energy magnetic field. In the sky, 2 hovering vehicles quickly turned around, having discovered the area of the energy magnetic field. So it's here, kid, you're dead. Soon one of the men in black found Lu Chen, who was kneeling on one knee with a pained expression, gripping the rocks beneath him. Without needing to think, it was obvious he was breaking through, presenting a perfect opportunity to kill him. The man in black swiftly swung his alloy blade towards Lu Chen. Whoosh. The blade whistled through the air, its sharpness aimed to cleave Lu Chen's body in 2. If it connected, he would. However, just as the man in black smiled viciously in triumph, Lu Chen, who had been suffering and looking down, suddenly lifted his head to reveal a pair of icy cold eyes. Not good. The man in black immediately felt a sense of foreboding, as if he had been tricked. But it was too late to withdraw his hand. Lu Chen took a quick step forward, his battle knife unsheathing with a clang. With a piercing sound, the tip of the knife glowed as it pierced through his lower jaw, exiting from the top of his head, killing him instantly. In death, the man in black's eyes widened in disbelief, a hint of unwillingness in them, as he collapsed, his legs twitching twice before falling silent. Bastard. This scene was witnessed by the arriving middle-aged man in black as another subordinate was killed, igniting. Yet despite his rage, the middle-aged leader's eyes were filled with vigilance, looking at Lu Chen with a wary gaze. This little kid had managed to evade his bombardments 3 or 4 times, and even continuously killed some of his subordinates. Currently, only 2 black-clad subordinates remained, slowly descending from above, both armed with laser guns, watching Lu Chen warily. Xiao Ran, retreat. At this moment, Lu Chen slightly twisted his neck. A series of cracking sounds echoed as he ordered Xiao Ran to retreat, without looking back. He then grasped his battle knife, step by step approaching the middle-aged man, the leader pursuing him. You destroyed my house, ruined much of my hard work, and chased me relentlessly. This debt needs to be settled properly. Lu Chen's face was filled with murderous intent, his anger reaching its peak, ready to erupt. He had completed the third stage of gene mutation, and the power within him was rapidly surging as the gene sequence gradually restored and adapted to the increased strength. Originally in the second stage of gene mutation, he possessed a punching power of a full 10 tons. Now that he had broken through to the third stage, his strength had surged to a terrifying 15 tons. This was already equivalent to being infinitely close to, or even comparable to the strength of a third-stage gene recombinator, giving him immense confidence. Facing the middle-aged man before him, even if he were a master of gene recombination with 4 or more levels, Lu Chun was not afraid. Despite the disparity in strength, there was definitely a chance to kill him. Kid, you brought this upon yourself by provoking young Master Feng and stealing what he desired. You will not die unjustly. The middle-aged man sneered, advancing with his knife surrounded by a murderous aura, having killed no less than 100 people. Although Lu Chun appeared strong, the middle-aged man did not take him seriously, viewing him merely as a somewhat capable kid. You two go capture that girl alive. We need her to avoid failing to deliver what young Master Feng requires. The middle-aged man instructed his two subordinates behind him. He had a plan. Killing Lu Chun was certain, but if he couldn't find the super gene armor that young Master Feng wanted, it would be problematic. The only solution was to capture the girl and bring her back. After all, she was taken in by that blacksmith, and she might hold. Looking for death. Seeing them attempt to capture Xiao Ran, Lu Chun scoffed, his footwork shifting as he vanished, playing. At the same time, the middle-aged man also disappeared. The two engaged in a rapid exchange in the open area, both retreating afterward. Upon their first clash, the middle-aged man couldn't help but feel astonishment, sensing a tremendous power emanating from Lu Chun. Very strong, truly strong, nearing the power level of the third gene recombination stage, yet still somewhat lacking. However, he was not afraid, as his own strength surpassed the fourth stage of gene recombination, giving him absolute confidence. Kill. Lu Chun stomped down the ground, cracking with a bang, his entire body charging like a bolt of lightning, raising his battle knife to strike at the middle-aged man. In that moment, the weight of the battle knife rapidly increased, activating a gravitational force 30 times stronger, causing the knife to reach a terrifying weight of 30 tons in an instant. With the momentum of Lu Chun's downward strike, the explosive lethality was incredibly shocking, causing the surrounding air to explode with a terrifying sound. Clang. The middle-aged man blocked with his horizontal blade, creating a resounding clash as the ground beneath their feet sank and shattered within a 10-meter radius, trees collapsing under the force. Billowing smoke and dust ravaged the area. The collision of their powers caused terrifying destruction, and a powerful shockwave knocked over the two black-clad men nearby. Crash! The middle-aged man skidded backward, his feet sinking into the ground, leaving 2 deep trenches, his massive battle blade vibrating ominously. So strong. On the opposite side, Lu Chun retreated 9 steps before stopping, exhibiting extraordinary performance. Even activating the gravitational system of his battle knife, he still couldn't injure his opponent. Instead, he was blocked. Although he was knocked back, the middle-aged man wasn't injured, merely experiencing a slight vibration that quickly settled. Very good, you have some skill, but unfortunately you are destined to die. The middle-aged man smirked coldly, suddenly accelerating and leaping into the air. He jumped 10 meters high, directly swinging his massive battle blade downward, the fierce blade cutting through the trees, severing them within a 20-meter radius. Boom. Lu Chun dared not take it heeded, and could only roll to evade. The spot he had just occupied was blasted into a 5-meter deep pit. Died. Just as he stood up, a figure burst out from the smoke, the blade rushing at him, leaving no time to dodge. Lu Chun gritted his teeth and braced himself to strike upward with his knife. Clang. A tremendous sound echoed as a terrifying recoil force surged, sending Lu Chun and his knife flying backward, crashing through several trees before finally stopping. Amidst the smoke and dust, he struggled to stand up, a trickle of crimson blood escaping from the corner of his mouth, clearly having suffered serious injury from the last strike. Brother. On the other side, Xiao Ran gasped in shock, covering her mouth, her eyes filled with fear. As she cried out, Lu Chun was momentarily distracted, and his inner fire surged violently, immediately sensing an impending crisis. On the other side, Xiao Ran gasped in shock, covering her mouth, her eyes filled with fear. As she cried out, Lu Chun, the deep ravine extended 5 meters away, almost cleaving him in two, showcasing just how powerful the middle-aged man was. Kid, you can't escape. The middle-aged man grinned wickedly, his icy demeanor revealing that he had grasped Lu Chun's true strength, which was merely 15 tons of punching power. Thinking this, he felt a wave of relief and disdain, believing he could crush and kill Lu Chun at any moment. Just as he sneered, Lu Chun's figure flickered and vanished from sight, but he was not attacking him. Rather, he charged towards the other 2 subordinates. Looking for death. Seeing Lu Chun attempt to kill his subordinates, the middle-aged man became enraged, quickly dashing forward with explosive speed. Unfortunately, he was a step too late. Lu Chun's battle knife swiftly sliced through a black-clad man's neck, and with a plop, a head flew into the air, landing on the ground. I will kill you. The middle-aged man roared with rage, making several attempts to strike down Lu Chun, but each time, he narrowly avoided the blows. Bang! Another muffled sound erupted as the last black-clad man, who was about to capture Xiao Ran, was suddenly pierced through the heart by Lu Chun's knife from behind his body, hurled towards the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man was ruthless, immediately slicing his subordinate's corpse in half, the blood and intestines spilling onto the ground. He was drenched in blood, resembling a demon with a twisted expression and murderous intent gleaming in his eyes. "I will definitely grind you to dust." With a dark expression, the middle-aged man proclaimed, charging at Lu Chun and launching a furious assault, delivering several swift strikes. Boom, boom, boom. In the woods, smoke and dust surged into the sky, trees collapsing and stones crashing, creating a cacophony. Amidst the smoke, the two figures swiftly intertwined, their battle knives clashing violently, each impact causing immense destruction. However, shortly after the battle began, Lu Chun gradually found himself at a disadvantage, his speed and strength being suppressed, and the situation grew dire. Bang! Suddenly a misstep caused Lu Chun to be heavily struck and sent flying, landing on the ground as he coughed up blood, his face pale and severely injured. "You're so arrogant, where's your arrogance now?" The middle-aged man grinned wickedly, stepping closer, his massive battle blade glinting ominously in the sunlight, instilling fear. "Kid, you can die now." As he approached, the middle-aged man laughed sinisterly, stopping 3 meters away from Lu Chun, cautious as he raised his massive battle blade to strike at Lu Chun, the blade whistling as it aimed to kill. "Kid, die." The middle-aged man laughed sinisterly, his massive blade slicing downwards the air, whistling ominously as one was about to witness the scene of Lu Chun being cleaved in two. "Brother!" A terrified scream echoed from not far away, startling numerous small birds into flight, fluttering up into the sky. Xiao Wan looked on with despair and fear, watching as the middle-aged man swung his blade towards Lu Chun's head, the sharp gleam of the blade howling blood about to splatter at the scene. Overwhelmed by fear and despair, she couldn't help but shut her eyes, unwilling to witness the bloody spectacle of Lu Chun's slaughter. At that moment, only Lu Chun remained calm, his expression unchanged, his pupils flickering with a strange light. Mind flame. In a moment of desperation, Lu Chun's mind flame surged, transforming into a peculiar energy field that directly impacted the middle-aged man's mind. In that instant, the middle-aged man's body trembled, his movements slightly halted, a look of confusion appearing on his face, his pupils revealing a hint of dazedness. He was enveloped by the mental energy field, struck by a force of mental power that rendered him seemingly foolish, his actions frozen in place. How could Lu Chun miss such an opportunity? He darted forward, the tip of his battle blade exuding a glimmer of sharpness, and with lightning speed, he thrust toward the middle-aged man's heart. Thud! The blade pierced his body, penetrating his heart, a wave of excruciating pain radiating throughout his body, abruptly awakening the dazed middle-aged man, restoring his mind. His face was filled with shock as he stared wide-eyed at Lu Chun, realizing he had momentarily lost his mental clarity, as if his mind had been struck, rendering him somewhat sluggish. When he came to his senses, he was horrified to discover that his heart had been pierced by his opponent, the blade protruding from his back, blood dripping down. "You? How is this possible? When?" The middle-aged man opened his mouth to say something, but a mouthful of hot blood surged from his throat and sprayed out. He continued to cough up blood, his entire body trembling, looking down at his heart, pierced by the battle blade, feeling his strength gradually dissipating as if the world was spinning. Fear and disbelief spread, clearly leaving the middle-aged man extremely unwilling to accept why Lu Chun was still able to counterattack and what exactly that power influencing his mind was. What kind of power is that? The middle-aged man, unwilling and coughing blood, stared wide-eyed at Lu Chun. Lu Chun snorted lightly. "The dead don't need to know much, just go in peace." After speaking, Lu Chun withdrew his battle blade, blood gushing from the middle-aged man's heart, who fell slowly to the ground, filled with extreme unwillingness. Even in death, he couldn't grasp how Lu Chun managed to counter, why he suddenly felt mental confusion, and what exactly this was indeed the power of the mind. Oh, Lu Chun had activated his mental power, even just igniting his mind flame moments before being hunted. Having fled to this point, he ultimately could not defeat the middle-aged man, almost being killed, but in the critical moment, the mind flame erupted, interfering with the opponent's mind. Indeed, it was a mental interference. Lu Chun had directly unleashed his mental power to disrupt the middle-aged man's mind, causing a sudden impact that led to confusion. This allowed him to seize the opportunity and pierce the opponent's heart, turning the tables on this adversary. One must admit the subtlety and might of the mind. Had it not been for the power of the mind, Lu Chun believed he would likely have perished today. Oh, fortunately, he ultimately defeated his enemy and survived. The power of the mind is indeed profound and unfathomable. Fortunately, I successfully broke through the mental level and ignited the mind flame beforehand, or I would have been in peril. Lu Chun wiped the cold sweat from his brow. He looked at the deceased middle-aged man, feeling a lingering fear. He had truly come close to death, yet fortunately, he had ultimately eliminated this guy. "Brother." At this moment, Xiao Wan, who had been hiding in the bushes, rushed out, tears in her eyes, and threw herself into Lu Chun's embrace tightly. She had nearly been scared to death, thinking Lu Chun was about to die, but unexpectedly it turned around in the end, bringing her overwhelming joy that made her weep. "Don't be afraid, I'm fine." Lu Chun comforted Xiao Wan with a pat. He glanced around, and after soothing Xiao Wan, he began to clean up the battlefield, searching for useful items among the enemy's corpses. In the end, he found 2 thermonuclear bomb launchers and 2 thermonuclear bombs. The previous 2 men in black had not used them, or it could have added to the variables. Finally, from the middle-aged man in black, Lu Chun found a laser sword and a massive alloy battle blade. Not far away there were 2 hover motorcycles. After leaving one behind, he collected everything else, finally letting out a breath of relief. Beep beep. Just as he was about to leave, a series of beeping sounds came from the deceased middle-aged man's wrist. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be the sound of a communicator. Someone was trying to contact this communicator. Lu Chun narrowed his eyes and quickly walked over, removing the communicator from the middle-aged man's wrist where a name was displayed. Feng Xiao. Lu Chun's gaze turned cold, and he snorted lightly, pondering for a moment before directly connecting to the communication signal. As soon as the call connected, a projection appeared before him, revealing a young man extraordinarily handsome, exuding an air of nobility. Did you complete the task? Where's the stuff? Wait, who are you? The young projection spoke directly, but quickly realized something was amiss. In a certain noble community on the Moonlight Star, a young man suddenly stood up, his eyes filled with suspicion as he looked at the projection before him. This person was not his subordinate. Unexpectedly, it was a youth he had never met, causing Feng Xiao to realize something was wrong. As he saw Lu Chun's projection, his pupils contracted, and a surge of cold, murderous intent emanated. Who are you? Feng Xiao asked coldly. Lu Chun sized up Feng Xiao before him, very handsome, very young, exuding an aura of nobility. He snorted coldly and said, "So you are Feng Xiao? You sent these people to blow up my pharmacy and chased me all the way, yet you still ask me who I am. How interesting." "So it's you," Feng Xiao exclaimed in realization. He scrutinized Lu Chun before him, suddenly showing a hint of interest, saying, "You are Lu Chun. I didn't expect you to be a pharmacist. Not bad, not bad. As long as you hand over the super gene armor, would you be interested in coming to Moonlight Star to work for me? The benefits will not be small for you." Lu Chun's brow furrowed. This person actually knew he was a pharmacist, and he even wanted to recruit him. Although he was unsure if it was sincere, that didn't matter. He couldn't agree since they were already enemies. Moreover, what the other party wanted was the super gene armor, which was the perfect gene armor in Lu Chun's possession. There was no way he could hand it over. "Sorry, I'm not interested." After Lu Chun finished speaking, he directly hung up the communication, casually throwing the communicator away without paying any heed to the other party. He connected to see who this so-called Feng Xiao was. Now that he had seen the other party's true face, he had clearly remembered it. "Xiaowan, let's go." Lu Chun discarded the communicator and took Xiaowan to ride the hover motorcycle, soaring out of the forest towards the ruined city outside the uninhabited zone. Bastard, ungrateful. On the other side, Feng Xiao was furious, his fist smashing through the special alloy wall in front of him, causing the entire building to tremble slightly. With a dark expression, his gaze was fierce. "So it's Lu Chun, an ungrateful dog. Since that's the case, it'll make you unable to survive nor die. Someone immediately notify the death squad number 1. Tell number 1 to bring Lu Chun and the little girl beside him back to me alive." Feng Xiao issued a large order, clearly enraged by Lu Chun, perhaps because of the super gene armor that made it impossible for him to give up. "If it weren't for my other important matters delaying me, I would personally go and capture you for a good lesson." Feng Xiao muttered to himself, dispatching a strong person to the Earth ruins to bring Lu Chun back alive. In the uninhabited zone of Earth, Lu Chun flew out on his hover motorcycle, encountering quite a bit of trouble along the way. But he still emerged safely, returning to the ruined city. As he passed over his little shop, Lu Chun gazed at the pharmacy that had turned into ruins, his expression darkening. "No matter who you are or what your identity is, I will settle this score with you sooner or later." Lu Chun looked at the ruins of the pharmacy below, silently thinking, without pausing, and directly headed towards the black market. Soon he entered the black market, landed in front of an old weapons shop, got off the vehicle, and walked directly into the weapons shop with Xiaowan. Lu Chun. As soon as he entered, he just happened to see a fully armed girl walking out, both of them momentarily stunned at the sight of each other. Jiang Yan. Lu Chun was taken aback looking at the fully armed girl before him. It was actually Jiang Yan. How did she come here? And she was armed to the teeth, wearing a set of fiery red bio armor. If not for her exposed face, he truly wouldn't have recognized her. "I'm glad you're okay." Jiang Yan, seeing Lu Chun, was surprised for a moment, but quickly let out a sigh of relief. In fact, she hurried over just for Lu Chun. She had heard from the old monster that he was being hunted by people from the Feng family, and was very worried, so she rushed over. "Are you heading out?" Lu Chun curiously sized her up. This was the first time he saw Jiang Yan like this, heroic and full of the aura of a strong woman, resembling a decisive warrior. "Seeing that you're fine, this little girl is." Jiang Yan didn't say much, but instead noticed Xiaowan beside him, revealing a hint of a questioning smile. Lu Chun pulled Xiaowan closer and smiled, saying, "This is my sister Xiaowan. She is Jiang Yan, a friend of mine." "Hello, Sister Jiang Yan." Xiaowan greeted obediently. This call of sister made Jiang Yan's heart sweet, her smile radiant as she gently said, "Sister will take you inside, Xiaowan." Xiaowan didn't respond, but looked at Lu Chun, her eyes filled with inquiry. "Go ahead." Lu Chun smiled and nodded in agreement, and only then did Xiaowan happily follow Jiang Yan into the weapons shop. "Little monster, I'm glad you're okay." Upon entering the weapons shop, the old monster came out relieved to see Lu Chun unharmed, as he had been very worried. He smiled and said, "If you had returned a moment later, Yenner would have driven the battle car to find you." "Oh." Lu Chun was surprised, glancing at Jiang Yan, who was chatting happily with Xiaowan, a hint of astonishment flashing through his mind. This woman, she had actually come all the way from Yan Star, unexpectedly, it was to save him. Looking at Jiang Yan's gentle smile, Lu Chen's thoughts stirred, and he suddenly stood up, walking over to her. Jiang Yan, I want to ask you for a favor. Lu Chen looked at Jiang Yan, pondering for a moment, before finally speaking. Speak. Jiang Yan said, a smile playing on her lips, as she looked at Lu Chen. Beside her, Xiao Nan seemed to sense something, her small face turning pale with tension, her wide eyes fixed unblinkingly on Lu Chen. Lu Chen glanced at the anxious Xiao Nan before speaking slowly. It's about Xiao Nan. I haven't escaped the threats yet, and it's dangerous to have her with me. I want you to take Xiao Nan away from the Earth ruins, preferably to get her enrolled in the Tianhe Academy for study. Taking a deep breath, Lu Chen finally revealed his plan. He wanted Jiang Yan to take Xiao Nan away from Earth. Brother, I'm not leaving. Panic-stricken, Xiao Nan immediately ran over and clung tightly to his arm, her big eyes blinking, tears streaming down as she looked at him pitifully. Lu Chen's heart softened, but he still spoke gently. Xiao Nan, be good. Your brother is facing many threats right now. It's not safe by my side, and I might not be able to protect you. No, I can protect myself and protect you, brother. Xiao Nan shook her head, stubbornly refusing to leave. After spending these days together, she had come to regard Lu Chen as family. Having just lost her grandfather, who was her only support, the thought of leaving Lu Chen filled her with fear and helplessness. Lu Chen smiled bitterly, patted Xiao Nan's head, and explained, Xiao Nan, be good. Follow this sister, and leave Earth for Flame Star, where there's a branch of the Tianhe Academy. They'll send you there to learn and train. Only when you become stronger can you protect yourself. But I don't want to leave you, brother. Xiao Nan cried aggrievedly, tears streaming down her cheeks. This gave Lu Chen a headache, but it only strengthened his resolve to send Xiao Nan to the Tianhe Academy, where she would. Moreover, at the Tianhe Academy, Xiao Nan could study, train, and grow stronger faster, learning many things. Seeing this, Jiang Yan smiled, walked over, took Xiao Nan's little hand, and gently comforted her. Xiao Nan, be good. Your brother has important things to do. You go with sister to the Tianhe Academy to study. Once you've learned well, you can come back and protect your brother. Her gentle smile and tone gradually eased Xiao Nan's panic, and she soon calmed down. Really? Xiao Nan looked up, her face stained with tears, her eyes brimming with hope. Jiang Yan nodded and affirmed, yes, if you go to the Tianhe Academy to study, you'll learn many powerful skills, and then you can help your brother. Brother, can I really learn skills at the Tianhe Academy? Xiao Nan asked, looking at Lu Chen instead of answering. Lu Chen smiled and nodded, giving his affirmation. It was certain, entering the Tianhe Academy would allow her to learn many formidable abilities. Whether it was Xiao Nan's talent for armor forging or genetic evolution, she would make tremendous progress and gains far better than staying by his side. At the very least, it was less dangerous. Lu Chen currently lacked the ability to protect her, and he himself faced, not to mention the blood woman who harbored a grudge against him, the skeleton hunting group, and Baigu Foreign, and now there was also the young Master Feng. These were all potential threats that could claim his life at any moment. If Xiao Nan stayed with him, she would face even greater dangers. All right, I'll listen to you, brother. He'll go to the Tianhe Academy to study. Xiao Nan lowered her head and thought seriously for a moment, then nodded, agreeing to leave Earth and go to the Tianhe Academy branch on Flamestar for training. Don't worry, he'll come find you soon, Lu Chen said, patting her head, relieved. He looked at Jiang Yan and said gratefully, thank you for helping me. I'm entrusting Xiao Nan to you from now on. Don't worry. From now on, Xiao Nan is my little sister. As long as I'm here, no one will bully her, Jiang Yan promised. Regardless, Lu Chen owed her this favor, which was good for her. At least it promised greater returns in the future. By the way, have you considered leaving with us? Jiang Yan suddenly asked. Though she knew Lu Chen's mind was made up, and he wouldn't change it, she couldn't help but ask. As expected, Lu Chen shook his head. No, I won't leave Earth for now. They'll come find you when the time is right. Alright then. Be careful. The Feng family holds considerable power, and that Feng Ling is notoriously ruthless, stopping at nothing to achieve his goals. Jiang Yan felt compelled to warn him. She continued, from what I know, that Feng Ling holds a high position in the Feng family. He's very powerful himself. He's unlocked at least 4 layers of the genetic lock, and he commands a death squad, all of whom are Blackheart ruthless, and have killed countless people. You dodged a bullet this time, but you might not be so lucky next time. He's sure to send his death squad after you. Jiang Yan knew the Feng family well, and had substantial intelligence on that young Master Feng Ling. She provided it directly to Lu Chen as a warning. Thank you. Lu Chen looked at the intelligence in his hand, deeply astonished. That young Master Feng was so formidable, having unlocked at least 4 layers of the genetic lock, something Lu Chen was nowhere near capable of contending with. Not to mention the powerful force he had cultivated, the Death Squad, which was Feng Ling's greatest and most formidable asset within the Feng family. Alright, there's a multi-purpose combat vehicle parked in the warehouse. I was going to use it to rescue you, but it's not needed now. I'll give it to you. As if remembering something, Jiang Yan took out a smart key and handed it to him. It was for her multi-purpose combat vehicle. Multi-purpose combat vehicle. Lu Chen was surprised as he took the smart key. He didn't refuse it, would enhance his strength, providing external help that might prove invaluable. Alright, since you refuse to leave, I won't press you. I have to get back to Flamestar. I rushed over earlier when I heard you were being After saying this, Jiang Yan took Xiao Nan's hand and said with a smile, Xiao Nan, say goodbye to your brother. He'll take you to ride the space elevator and then a spaceship. Okay. Xiao Nan's eyes lit up with excitement. She had only heard of space elevators and spaceships, but brother remembered to come find me, Xiaonan said reluctantly, as she bid Lu Chen farewell. In front of the pharmacy, Lu Chen crouched down and whispered in Xiaonan's ear. Xiaonan remembered, don't mention anything about your grandfather to anyone. No one understand. I understand, brother. Xiaonan nodded vigorously. Soon tears welled up in her eyes as she waved goodbye, reluctantly following Jiang Yin onto a maglev train heading to the space elevator station. Goodbye, brother. On the train, Xiaonan kept waving at Lu Chen, tears streaming down, almost unwilling to. Watching the maglev train ascend and depart, Lu Chen stood there motionless for a long time, his gaze fixed on the void, his thoughts unclear. With Xiaonan sent away, Lu Chen finally felt a weight lifted off his shoulders. With no more worries behind him, he could face any coming threat without fear. One day I will make my name resound across this starry sky. Lu Chen looked up at the void silently, setting this goal in his heart, gaining a clear understanding of his future and himself. The starry sky was his future stage. Earth was nothing but a resource-depleted, environmentally degraded ruin abandoned by the Federation. Little monster, stop worrying. With Yin there, your sister will be fine. Old Yao, standing nearby, couldn't stand it any longer and had to remind him. He urged urgently, you'd better hurry up and concoct the mind potion I need. I've given you 10 sets of raw materials. At least give me 5 potions in return. Such a trivial matter, rest assured. They'll have it ready by tomorrow morning, Lu Chen replied, without looking back, completely unconcerned. These words nearly choked old Yao. So confident. The mind potion, needless to say, was far more difficult to prepare than ordinary potions. But then he remembered Lu Chen had already successfully concocted it, so he said nothing more, his heart full of anticipation. 5 mind potions might be enough to restore and strengthen his mind. It might even repair his collapsed genome and restore his former strength. That was old Yao's only obsession. Come on, let's get back and prepare. Pick whatever you want from my shop. I'll open the weapons for you for free. Without further ado, old Yao dragged Lu Chen back to the weapon shop to prepare for concocting the mind potion. He even declared that Lu Chen could take anything from his shop for free. Such a good deal. Then I won't hold back. Lu Chen laughed inwardly at his words. Such an opportunity was not to be missed, especially since he was short on weapons. He lacked special bullets, special shells, and the like, items that could sometimes save his life. And so Lu Chen began working in old Yao's weapon shop using the equipment old Yao had procured to refine the raw materials and concoct the mind potion. The entire process took place in a secret chamber, undisturbed, not even by old Yao himself. As he put it, everyone has secrets, and the potion concocting process requires absolute quiet and no interruptions, a rule observed by all alchemists. Lu Chen completely refined all 10 sets of raw materials. In the potion concocting process, there was no waste and not a single failure. Since his mental breakthrough, Lu Chen found the potion concocting process simpler and easier, as if it were an innate instinct completed in one smooth flow. What should have taken a full day to refine and concoct 10 potions was completed in just half a day. When old Yao received the 5 potions, his dumbfounded expression spoke volumes about his shock. This kid, he's full of secrets, old Yao said, both shocked and amazed. He sensed many secrets around Lu Chen, but never pride. After all, such behavior benefits no one, and only a fool would do it. To him, the more capable Lu Chen was, the better. Not to mention his unparalleled talent for potion concoction. That kid really doesn't hold back. But what pained old Yao was that Lu Chen had taken from his shop 100 thermonuclear bullets, 100 freezing bullets, 100 special shells, a portable small-scale laser cannon, 2 nuclear batteries, and 50 special bombs. These were a small portion of his stock. It hurt to see them go, but since he had promised them for free, he wouldn't say a word. Lu Chen was unaware of old Yao's thoughts. He was now in the ruined city buying a new house. The pharmacy had. After searching for an entire day, Lu Chen bitterly realized that there were hardly any good places left in the ruined city. The houses were either on the outskirts of the ruins or in remote areas which had been fine before, but now they were vulnerable to attacks. As he searched around in the ruined city, Lu Chen ultimately discovered with no other option that the black market was relatively. After all, the black market was a chaotic place filled with a mix of people, and it hid many experts. One could easily encounter a concealed master while casually wandering around. Moreover, those conducting business in the black market all possessed their own means, so naturally no one would cause trouble. Ultimately, Lu Chen ended up back at the black market. After an introduction from the old demon, he quickly rented a small shop not far from there. This shop had originally been a place selling mutated pets, but the owner had left, making it just right for Lu Chen to buy it direct. Little monster, hurry up and move your multifunctional battle vehicle. After helping him acquire this shop, the old demon reminded Lu Chen before leaving, causing him to realize that he still had a battle vehicle. That was Jiang Yan's battle vehicle, which she intended to support Lu Chen with. Now that she was gone, she simply gifted the vehicle to him for self-defense. In the end, Lu Chen followed the old demon to a warehouse in a weapons store where a brand new battle vehicle was stored. It's right in the warehouse, take a look for yourself. The old demon opened the warehouse and hurriedly left. Lu Chen didn't pay much attention, thinking he was preparing to return to take the mind-enhancing potion. After all, the old demon was eager to see the effects and whether it could truly enhance his mental level, thereby repairing the collapsed genome. Is this the battle vehicle? In the warehouse, Lu Chen's eyes sparkled as he surveyed the enormous battle vehicle before him, resembling a monstrous iron beast. The entire battle vehicle measured 5 meters in length and 3 meters in height, equipped with an electromagnetic cannon on top, boasting immense power capable of easily demolishing a 5-story steel building. It had 2 high-speed machine guns on the front and back combined with various special thermal bullets, making it a formidable weapon. The entire vehicle was crafted from special vibration gold powered by 2 small nuclear reactors, providing ample energy and formidable combat capabilities. This battle vehicle had a maximum hovering height of 100 meters and a top speed of 1,000 kilometers per hour, essentially a flying armored tank. Lu Chun was well aware of the vehicle's strength. It was specifically designed as a federal conventional weapon for low-altitude combat within planets. Not bad. Having this makes venturing into no man's land much simpler. Lu Chun was quite satisfied with the battle vehicle, directly opening the door and stepping inside to familiarize himself with its controls and various weapon functionalities. Soon he grasped the basic operation of the battle vehicle and its combat applications, as these things could be simulated and practiced in the virtual network. Boom. In the warehouse, Lu Chun drove the battle vehicle out with a roar, directly returning to his small shop and safely parking it. During this, he naturally attracted a lot of attention, with some people displaying envious expressions. A multifunctional battle vehicle. So cool. Many people on the black market street exclaimed, but many others looked down. What's so special about a battle vehicle? I've operated mechas, flown fighter jets, and even urinated on a cosmic battleship. Why make such a fuss? Exactly. Back in the day, I was in the Federation. 2 old men were grumbling on the street, drawing a lot of people's discontent, but no one stopped them since everyone had the freedom to speak. People just took them for boasting, laughed it off, and didn't take it seriously. At this moment, Lu Chun returned to the small shop he had just bought, tidying up the room on the 2nd floor. The room on the 2nd floor was very simple, just a bed and a table, nothing more, which Lu Chun didn't mind much. Is this so-called perfect gene armor really as miraculous as they say? After tidying up the room, Lu Chun sat on the bed, staring blankly at a pendant in his hand, which had been given to him by Xiao Nan's grandfather before his death. The old man had mentioned that this was the super gene armor rumored outside, but in reality, it was the perfect gene armor. Feng Xiao spared no expense, sending people to hunt Lu Chun for this very thing. Inside the pendant was a transparent liquid that resembled crystal, looking like jelly, but its true weight was enough to shake countless forces and families within the Federation. The perfect gene armor, a newly developed substance, was said to perfectly merge with human genes, allowing for mutual. Lu Chun knew that there were many gene armor technologies within the Federation. Ordinary gene armor could only integrate with the skin layer, forming a defensive layer like armor. This is what gene armor is, while some advanced gene armors are even more powerful, capable of merging with the flesh and bones within the body to produce a suit of gene armor. Such gene armor boasts powerful defense and can self-repair repeatedly, forming a strong defensive armor. This is what gene armor is. Moreover, it is rumored that there exists a super gene armor capable of merging with the human genome through powerful gene mutations, ultimately generating a battle armor within the body that perfectly fits oneself. Most importantly, the super gene armor is incredibly powerful, capable of enhancing one's strength and combat power and significantly increasing the speed of gene evolution. However, Lu Chun was curious about what made the so-called perfect gene armor claim to be even more powerful than the super gene armor so miraculous. He was eager to find out if it truly had such mysterious effects as rumored. Should I inject it? At this moment, Lu Chun felt a surge of excitement, but he also had some hesitations. After all, this thing had just been developed, and the old man hadn't even tested it. Who knew if it was effective and if there were any risks? After contemplating for a long time, Lu Chun ultimately made up his mind to try injecting this so-called perfect gene armor. After all, he was currently facing a tremendous threat, and enhancing his strength even a little would be the best that might just. Thinking this, Lu Chun gritted his teeth and immediately took out a syringe, extracting the strange liquid from the pendant. He looked at the syringe filled with a crystalline liquid, feeling somewhat anxious, but still resolute as he injected it into his. With a sharp sound, Lu Chun pressed the syringe against his arm, and with a quick jab, he felt a slight sting like a needle prick, followed by a strange substance entering his body. As the liquid slowly infused into his body, Lu Chun felt his heartbeat accelerate, his blood boiling, and his entire body seemed to erupt like a mass of magma. Heat and extreme heat engulfed his entire body, as if he had turned into a mass of magma, followed by an icy sensation gathering like the low temperature of deep space. The alternating sensations of hot and cold nearly pushed Lu Chun to the brink of collapse. Fortunately, he managed to endure, with the flame of his mind flickering slightly. He kept his mind steady and began to consciously control his body, gradually alleviating the pain. Gradually, deep within his body, a flame of the mind illuminated his genetic blueprint, strands and images intertwined, forming an incredibly complex genetic diagram. This was Lu Chun's genetic diagram illuminated in his mind, which he truly saw clearly. At this moment, Lu Chun's mind saw within his genetic blueprint suddenly several strange glowing points merging in it. Those glowing points, like distant twinkling stars, integrated into the gene chain, forming a whole, as if an unusual protective membrane had suddenly appeared. After a long while, when Lu Chun felt no changes in his body, he was surprised to move his arm, feeling no difference. His strength had not increased, and his body felt unchanged. The only change was that his genetic blueprint had merged with some kind of strange substance. That was the perfect gene armor. Is that it? Lu Chun was in a daze, still not reacting, feeling no changes in his body, let alone the so-called. He blankly checked himself, finding no change at all, nor did he see any so-called gene armor growing. This left him puzzled. Could it be that this thing was ineffective? Otherwise, why wouldn't the gene armor that should have grown appear, and why did he not feel anything? No, it seems there are some changes. Quickly, Lu Chun sensed something was off. Although it seemed his body had no visible changes from injecting the perfect gene armor, it had indeed undergone astonishing transformations. He gently pressed on his skin, which felt smooth and elastic, exuding a subtle, unique luster. If not examined closely, one would hardly notice. Out of curiosity, Lu Chun drew out a regular alloy steel knife, gritting his teeth, and lightly slashed his arm. A sound of metal striking metal rang out, and there was no pain at all on his arm, nor any bleeding, only a shallow white mark remained. Lu Chun was stunned, watching the shallow white mark on his arm vanish in the blink of an eye as his body self-repaired. It seems my Boda's defensive power has changed. He muttered to himself, a mix of shock and curiosity, and struck his arm again, this time with more force. With a loud clang, sparks flew from the alloy steel knife, and the blade even chipped slightly, as if striking something. At this point, Lu Chun was completely dumbfounded. He had not expected his Boda's defensive power to become so formidable. Previously, he was certain his body could not withstand blades or guns, but now he had easily blocked them. It was as if it had become indestructible. His skin could not be pierced, leaving only a white mark that quickly self-repaired. The perfect gene armor enhanced my Boda's defensive power right from the first fusion. Lu Chun's eyes sparkled as he finally realized the strength of that substance. The so-called perfect gene armor was indeed extraordinary. It immediately fused with his genetic blueprint upon injection, integrating perfectly. The first effect was to enhance his Boda's inherent defensive power, making him impervious to blades and bullets, as if he had transformed into a steel body. Moreover, Lu Chun knew that this ability would continue to improve and strengthen as his genes evolved further. How terrifying would that be? Most importantly, the true capabilities of the perfect gene armor had yet to be revealed, and Lu Chun was filled with anticipation. It seems one must not underestimate anything. Lu Chun muttered to himself, putting away the steel knife, without further attempts, instead pondering his next plans. One was to enhance his strength, while the other was to continue preparing the super primal potion, and to start configuring a higher-level gene recombination potion. Having moved into a new home, Lu Chun was busy for 3 days reordering a batch of new refining equipment online and purchasing a large quantity of medicinal raw materials. This time he purchased higher-level gene recombination medicinal materials, intending to prepare a large quantity of gene recombination potions. Another item was the primitive potion. Originally, such medicinal materials were rarely sold online because the Federation did not have primitive potions. The materials were scarce, but fortunately the old demon helped, and even Zhang Yan procured a large batch of materials from various planets in the Yinxing and the Federation. In the words of the old demon, a pharmacist is built upon money and materials. Without materials, how can one concoct potions? The black market and the common drugstore. The name seemed a bit vulgar, but Lu Chun did not mind, and directly put it up. To complete the 9th-stage gene mutation, or even the 10th stage, I will need at least 50 super primitive potions to pile up. Inside the store, Lu Chun was organizing a large amount of materials, categorizing them properly, and preparing for the refinement. He contemplated the situation regarding his strength enhancement, estimating that to achieve the 9th-stage gene mutation, or even the 10th stage, he would need at least 50 super primitive potions. After all, the more stages he advanced, the more potions would be consumed and the effects would be weaker, but at least he could complete the 9th-stage mutation. The 10th stage mutation only existed in theory and legend. No one had succeeded, nor had any successful cases been reported. The old demon sent over 30 portions of primitive potion materials, and Zhang Yan sent over 55 portions, which is already enough. Lu Chun counted the raw materials for the primitive potions, totaling 85 portions of medicinal materials, which barring any accidents could prepare at least 80 portions of primitive potions. Once infused with dark matter, that would be 80 portions of super primitive potions, which was definitely good news for Lu Chun. However, it consumed quite a bit along with the various raw materials for the purchased gene recombination potions, costing a total of 100 million Federation coins. First, let's prepare all the primitive potions, as it concerns a significant matter regarding my strength enhancement. Lu Chun began to take action, first refining the raw materials, continually extracting the essential components needed for the potion's various genes and substances one by one. This was a monumental project. Typically, Federation pharmacists have assistants to help, but Lu Chun was alone, completing it all by himself. Little Star was still unaware of the situation. The stone sphere had remained inactive, unable to scan or charge, leaving him completely in the dark. Fortunately, Lu Chun had previously achieved a mental level enhancement, condensing the fire of the mind. After consuming a few reserved mental potions, he finally reached a limit. The improvement in his mind brought enormous benefits to Lu Chun. Not only did it aid in potion preparation, but he also made significant progress and enhancement in all aspects of his body. For the next period, Lu Chun focused entirely on preparing potions, producing one primitive potion after another. Then he took out a black bottle and poured out the mysterious dark matter inside, adding a drop of dark matter to each potion. This was the limit he had discovered. Exceeding one drop would cause the potion to instantly collapse and explode, perhaps a balance of the potion's self-energy. The entire process failed several times, wasting a few potions. Ultimately, only 80 portions of super primitive potions were produced, which could be considered a very high success rate. Having accumulated the potions required for his gene mutation, Lu Chun then turned his gaze towards the gene recombination potions. He first refined and prepared a standard gene recombination potion, then attempted to see if he could infuse it with dark matter. However, he quickly encountered a problem. The fusion failed, resulting in the potion exploding and being destroyed, nearly causing a significant loss. It actually failed. It seems I must reduce a certain energy substance and replace it with dark matter in the fusion. Amidst the smoke, Lu Chun emerged with a sooty face, casually discarding a failed gene recombination potion. He appeared deep in thought, his powerful mental strength rapidly analyzing the problem, various methods and ideas colliding until he finally found a solution. Quickly trying again, this time it went smoothly. He reduced the inclusion of a certain energy substance in the gene recombination potion, replaced it with dark matter, and ultimately successfully synthesized a highly effective gene recombination potion. After several attempts and analysis, he found that the gene recombination potion could only integrate one drop of dark matter, and any more would not work. In the end, Lu Chun completed the most perfect potion, and a super recombination potion was thus born. Finally got it done. Holding a finished potion in his hand, the dark liquid inside was the result of this endeavor, the super gene recombination potion. This potion's effects were dozens of times more powerful than regular recombination potions. It was simply an ultra-strong version of a potion. Lu Chun was well aware of his situation. Ordinary potions might not provide enough energy to complete the gene recombination. Only stronger potions would suffice. This was his greatest asset and reliance for becoming stronger. After safely storing that ultra-strong recombination potion, Lu Chun began a new round of preparation, which involved refining all the raw materials for the gene recombination potions. A total of 300 portions of gene recombination potions were refined by him, each stored carefully, ready to begin the fusion and ultimately synthesize the real potion. After resting for a day, Lu Chun started preparing potions, meticulously synthesizing each one until they took shape. The synthesis of potions required strict adherence to proportions, otherwise even a slight error could lead to potion failure. Fortunately, Lu Chun had already mastered the components for this potion preparation, and his strong mind brought him enormous benefits, maintaining an astonishingly high success rate in potion synthesis. One could say he had almost never failed except for a few initial attempts. Afterwards, everything went smoothly, and he successfully synthesized ultra-strong gene recombination potions. In the end, Lu Chun looked at the 300 portions of ultra-strong gene recombination potions before him, feeling a sense of accomplishment despite their weight. I no longer have to worry about the gene mutation and gene recombination phases. The next step is to continually improve and accumulate my strength and combat ability. Lu Chun carefully stored all the ultra-strong recombination potions in a spatial device on his wrist, contemplating his next plans. As of now, he lacked no potions for the gene mutation and gene recombination stages. The only thing missing was time to enhance himself. After gene recombination comes the visualization level. At this stage, Lu Chun felt no pressure as he had activated his mental power early on and condensed the fire of his mind. One could say he had already opened the door to the visualization stage ahead of time. Once he reached that step, he could immediately activate his brain region with his mind, revealing his self-gene map. Everything was ready, just lacking time. After completing all tasks, Lu Chun felt light all over, and the fire of his mind had even condensed a few points, as if it had brightened significantly. It seemed that at any moment he could break through this level and step into the next stage of the mind, but Lu Chun knew it wouldn't be easy. I wonder if the mental potions can fuse with dark matter. Suddenly a thought flashed through Lu Chun's mind. Since other potions could integrate dark matter to become more powerful, what about the mental potions? Once this thought took hold, it became uncontrollable. The idea swirled in his mind, refusing to dissipate, and he felt a strong urge to try it immediately. But Lu Chun was troubled, as he had already consumed all the mental potions he had, leaving him with none. Forget it, it'll wait. Lu Chun suppressed his thoughts and began to pack up, preparing to head out. He had not left his house for a whole week, and now it was time to go out and seek challenges for growth. This would allow his gene map to adapt to the explosive power of the breakthrough more quickly, and then continue consuming super primitive potions to enhance his strength. Gene evolution requires a process. After all, one cannot gain weight overnight. If he overdoses on potions, leading to a collapse of the gene map, it would be disastrous. This is not alarmism. Throughout the Federation, many people have died at this stage due to the collapse of their gene maps, and even those who survive are left in a ruined state. He packed all his belongings, including various potion refining instruments, into the spatial device to avoid any unforeseen circumstances. The earlier attack had awakened Lu Chun to a great extent. His greatest asset was potion preparation. Without the instruments to refine potions, how could he grow stronger? Thus, Lu Chun had learned his lesson this time. With the spatial device, he naturally took a complete set of instruments with him to avoid regret if he needed them. Weapons, instruments, materials, potions, all packed into the spatial device on his wrist. Finally stuffed full, Lu Chun set out contentedly. As for the little store, there was nothing at all, basically no valuable items. He got into a super flashy combat vehicle and drove out. As soon as the cool combat vehicle appeared, it immediately attracted the attention of many people in the black market. Admiration and disdain were mixed. In any case, Lu Chun driving the flashy combat vehicle naturally drew a lot of attention. Is this kid going to venture into the uninhabited zone again? In front of the weapon store, the old demon watched the departing vehicle, knowing that it was Lu Chun driving away from the black market, leaving the ruined city. On the other side, a group of people also noticed Lu Chun's movements because they had already been monitoring here. Any movement would be instantly known. Target has appeared. Target: Lu Chun, male, 18 years old, identity: gene pharmacist, strength level, suspected 9-stage, gene combat power comparable to a master of second gene recombination, weapon a multifunctional combat vehicle, a gravity combat sword, other details unknown. In a dark alley of the black market, a shadow silently observed the departing vehicle, a small holographic screen appearing on his wrist, displaying a line of information. This information was actually Lu Chun's basic details. He was being targeted. Interesting. The shadow glanced at Lu Chun's information, murmuring to himself, faintly revealing a smirk that hinted at something sinister. The eyes hidden within the black robe glimmered with a ghostly light, cold as the winds of hell. He quickly opened a secret communication signal and transmitted a message. Target has appeared, price 5 million. Alive, I hope your skeleton hunter team does not disappoint me. After finishing, the shadow hung up the communication and quickly transferred 5 million Federation coins to his secret account. 5 million. Target capture Lu Chun. In the desert, an area devoid of human presence stretches for thousands of miles. Suddenly, a beam of light streaks across the sky, whipping up a storm of yellow sand. Upon closer inspection, it reveals a hovering war chariot moving at an astonishing speed. The war chariot flies just 10 meters above the ground, racing forward while stirring up clouds of dust. The vast expanse of the barren land is filled with various dangers, with resilient mutated creatures lurking about in the desert. Powerful beasts may even lie hidden beneath the sands, waiting to ambush unsuspecting prey. Similarly, the skies above conceal threats, as mutated flying creatures frequently appear, posing significant danger upon encounter. Boom. The war chariot zoomed past, vanishing from the desert sky, quickly arriving at a patch of desolate land. Here, countless remnants lay scattered. Rocks, metal fragments, and mechanical debris protruding from the ground, faintly hinting at the aura of a bygone civilization. Warning: you have entered the depths of the uninhabited zone, a red danger area. The intelligent map system within the war chariot emitted a mechanical alarm, displaying a bright red zone on the virtual map. This red zone represents the depths of the uninhabited area, marked as dangerous, filled with peril, where survival is extremely unlikely. However, Lu Chun paid it no heed. Instead, he piloted the war chariot to descend slowly from the sky, landing on the desolate ground. Crack. The door opened and Lu Chun stepped out of the chariot, clad in a special alloy armor, wielding a gravity war blade, his calm gaze surveying the desolate expanse of the Gobi. The core red area of the uninhabited zone is fraught with endless dangers, yet it also conceals immense treasure. He came here to venture into the depths of the red zone, to test himself, and perhaps seek out treasures. I will enter from here. Lu Chun appeared somewhat cautious, casually stowing the war chariot into a spatial device. The uninhabited zone is not devoid of life. It simply isn't a place for humans, rather it is populated by mutated. The uninhabited zone is not devoid of life. It simply isn't a place for humans, rather it is populated by mutated creatures, various beasts roaming freely. Some powerful mutated beings are nearly indistinguishable from humans, aside from their peculiar appearances, and their intelligence rivals that of mankind. Goo goo. As he walked, a strange creature appeared ahead, resembling a camel, but its entire body was encased in thick armor covered in sharp spikes. It was munching on an unusual plant that grew on the Gobi's surface, covered in spines, with each black spike gleaming with a poisonous glow, highly toxic. Lu Chun recognized this as a drought-resistant mutated plant resembling a cactus, its dense black thorns containing a highly toxic sap. This plant can extract potent toxins to create poison, and can even be refined to prepare certain gene serum. As for the mutated creature, it completely subsists on this black toxic substance, showing no fear of poison. The creature turned to Lu Chun, sneezed, and then continued eating without any reaction. It poses no threat to others, and does not attack humans, making it a rather docile mutated being. Lu Chun glanced at it without concern, choosing to bypass it. After climbing over a sand dune, he finally glimpsed a lush area of green plants. In the valley beneath the sand dune, vibrant greenery spread out, resembling an oasis amidst the desolate Gobi. Tweet. At that moment, a bird's call echoed from above, and looking up, Lu Chun saw several dark shadows circling at hundreds. Vulture. Lu Chun frowned slightly, observing the circling shadows above. They were a terrifying, mutated bird species, the vulture. The vulture is a bird of prey that feeds on carrion, its genes mutated, entirely hairless, yet covered in layers of hard scales with enormous powerful wings. The most frightening aspect is that these mutated vultures are not only scavengers, they are extremely aggressive and will attack living creatures on sight. Screech. Sure enough, the shadows above suddenly dove down, launching a fierce assault on Lu Chun. The first vulture swooped down, its body covered in pitch black scales devoid of feathers, yet capable of flight. A total of 4 vultures appeared, 2 pairs, 1 male and 1 female. The male vulture was muscular and robust, its wings spanning nearly 3 meters. The female was smaller but appeared to have a larger belly, possibly a mutation for nurturing offspring. Diving from a height of 100 meters, they moved with lightning speed, their impact and lethality terrifying enough to penetrate alloy steel plates. Clang! Suddenly a metallic sound rang out as Lu Chun drew his blade, swiftly slicing through the air and striking the diving vulture. With a splatter, blood sprayed in all directions as the vulture's body was cleaved in two, instantly killed. Quack! Seeing a companion slain, panic ensued among the remaining 3 vultures, and 1 pair screeched in fright, turning to flee into the blue sky. However, 1 vulture remained the mate of the slain one, and the female vulture emitted a mournful cry, diving down to launch a fierce attack on Lu Chun. "He'll send you on your way," Lu Chun muttered to himself. Though surprised at the vulture's vengeance for its mate, it did not sway. Swish! The blade flashed through the air, and a light shower of blood fell from the sky, as Lu Chun landed lightly, the 2 halves of the vulture falling before him. The last vulture had attempted a lethal strike, but unfortunately for it, Lu Chun's blade cleaved through the air, bisecting it instantly. Having killed 2 vultures which made a pair, the remaining pair had already fled without a trace. Lu Chun extracted some mutated genes from the 2 vultures and stored them before continuing on his way. As for the vulture corpses, Lu Chun did not collect them. The flesh of such creatures is unpleasant and carries an unremovable stench. He descended the sand dune and entered the lush valley below, witnessing a peculiar sight. The valley was filled with greenery, with strange plants growing throughout. As Lu Chun approached, the first glance revealed something resembling a watermelon patch. These plants bore resemblance to watermelon vines, with similar leaves, lush green, firmly rooting in the sandy soil of the valley. Round fruits resembling watermelons appeared before him, all products of these plants. Though they looked like watermelons, Lu Chun knew these were a mutated gene fruit containing horrifyingly toxic substances. Mutated gene fruit, highly toxic. A single drop can lead to death for anyone with a genetic stability below 3 times. Lu Chun carefully crouched down, inspecting a plant that had produced a watermelon-like entity. This is the mutated gene fruit, famously known as the poison melon. Although it is immensely toxic, even the slightest contact or ingestion can be fatal. Nevertheless, Lu Chun took out a syringe and directly injected it into one of the poison melons, starting to extract a viscous toxic substance from within. After extracting enough for 10 test tubes, Lu Chun stored the collected toxic substance and ventured deeper into them. The reason for extracting these toxic substances is that they are a type of mutated toxin with immense potential, useful not only for refining gene serums, but also for crafting poisons. At the center of the valley there was a spring, the very reason Lu Chun ventured into the valley. Finding a genuine spring in the desert Gobi is incredibly rare, as such water is extremely scarce, deemed a source of life. Lu Chun reached the end of the valley, quietly surveying a spring before him, a mere 9 feet in size, filled with a shimmering green liquid. This water is the most natural and pure fusion agent, ideal for preparing potions. Lu Chun murmured to himself, retrieving various bottles and jars to begin collecting the spring's verdant water. This water is rich in energy particles and even contains gene energy from various mutated plants, causing its effects far surpass that of ordinary water. If used for potion preparation or as a fusion agent, it is undoubtedly the top choice. Beyond this small valley lies the endless red danger zone. Lu Chun secured the jars filled with the peculiar water and gazed toward the mountains stretching endlessly outside the valley. There lies the red central area of the uninhabited zone, a perilous region. Taking a deep breath, Lu Chun grasped his blade and stepped forward, directly entering the dangerous red zone. He stepped into the mountains, exiting the valley, and entering a lush oasis, stepping into the primeval jungle. Shortly after Lu Chun entered the core danger zone of the uninhabited area, a group of mysterious individuals wearing skull masks appeared behind him. They had tracked Lu Chun's movements to this place, witnessing him enter the most dangerous central mountain range of the uninhabited zone. Target has entered the core alert zone of the uninhabited area. Task danger level raised. Inform the employer that the task level has escalated to strength, and the bounty must be increased tenfold. The leader, a man in a skull mask, rasped, activating the communication device to immediately outline his demands. The mission has escalated from the moment Lu Chun stepped into the core danger zone of the uninhabited area. The task transformed from simple to fraught with peril. Has he entered the central mountain range of the uninhabited zone? In Ruin City, a man in a black robe muttered to himself, surprised by the news. Interesting, tell them to offer 100 million for capturing him alive. The voice of the black-robed man conveyed indifferently. Instantly the task of capturing Lu Chun escalated to strength, with a bounty amounting to an astonishing 100 million. A bounty of 100 million. In the jungle, 4 individuals clad in black armor stared at the message on their communication devices, unable to contain their astonishment. The employer had actually raised the bounty to 100 million, which was simply astounding. This is a big deal. 100 million is well deserved for our 3 silver skull and 1 golden skull assassins. The employer had actually raised the bounty to 100 million, which was simply astounding. This is a big deal. 100 million is well deserved. They were all assassins from the Skull Hunting Guild, known for their high strength and rank within the guild. The hierarchy within the Skull Hunting Guild was extremely strict, classified into several levels: black, iron, silver, gold, purple, gold, and diamond. Black iron level members were merely ordinary members able to wear black iron skull masks with strength below the 5th stage of genetic mutation. Silver level members, on the other hand, needed to possess at least 6th stage genetic mutation strength, but not exceeding the 9th stage, while only those at the genetic recombination level could wear golden skull masks. The person in front wearing a golden skull mask possessed strength at the genetic recombination level and had already undergone 6 genetic recombinations, making him quite powerful. This task was taken because it was nearby and convenient, and it was just a side job. They did not expect the bounty to actually be raised to 100 million. Shut up. The man with the golden skull mask coldly admonished, and the 3 silver skull masked individuals immediately ceased their discussion and lowered their heads. The leading man surveyed the surroundings, his tone serious as he said, "This is the core danger zone of the Noman's land. Keep your wits about you, or don't blame me for not warning you if you end up dead." At these words, the other 3 felt a chill run down their spines as they glanced around, suddenly aware of the foreboding. They saw that the ground around them was littered with eerily white bones, remnants of various strange beasts and mutated. The ground was strewn with corpses and shattered bones, and they could even see some human remains broken and battered. The hollow eye sockets exuded an ominous and terrifying aura that made one instinctively shudder in fear. How could there be so many bones in this place? A young man with a silver skull mask exclaimed in horror, realizing only now that they had stepped into a terrifying area. The bones were everywhere, comprising various strange beasts, mutated creatures, and even human remains, all in great number carpeting the ground. It felt as though they had entered a world of bones, and with each step they could clearly hear the crisp sound of bones breaking beneath them. Crack, crack. One step at a time, the 4 cautiously walked on the ground, covered with bones, following the traces left by. Moreover, the leading assassin at the Golden Skull level was manipulating a virtual screen that displayed a surveillance feed. On the screen was Lu Chen's figure, who was actually being monitored. Ahead, the endless bones lay scattered as Lu Chen walked through, his expression grave, stepping on fragments of bones and observing the large skeletons around him. He had no idea that not far behind him several small mechanical flies were silently following, keeping watch on him. Although he had not noticed them, Lu Chen instinctively felt a sense of being watched, as if someone was spying on him from behind. Is someone following me? Lu Chen thought to himself as he took a step forward, pondering this quietly. He had sensed that he was being tracked, and though he did not turn around, he could guess immediately. Sure enough, as he passed by a massive skeleton and glanced back, he quickly caught sight of several small dark spots flying. Those dark spots were actually tiny mechanical flies used for reconnaissance and surveillance. Indeed, he was being followed. After a moment of thought, he quickened his pace and swiftly delved deeper into the jungle, dense bushes concealing his trail. Buzz, buzz, buzz. At that moment, 5 mechanical flies buzzed up, quickly pursuing him in an attempt to keep up with Lu Chen's trail. However, just as they entered the jungle, a shadow suddenly burst forth from the bushes, swinging a war knife and slamming it down. Bang! Boom, boom, boom. With just one strike, the 5 flying mechanical flies exploded, instantly scattering like sparks, completely destroyed. Sizzle. The man at the Golden Skull level, observing the scene, had a slight change in expression as he watched the suddenly lost feed, unable to monitor any longer. He realized that the mechanical flies he had sent out had been destroyed by Lu Chen, indicating that Lu Chen had sensed their tracking. Interesting. The man wearing the Golden Skull mask chuckled coldly, turning off the snowflake surveillance feed and drawing out a laser. Everyone be alert. The target has already detected our surveillance. Be cautious of ambushes. With that, he took the lead, brandishing his laser sword as he stepped into the dense forest where more skeletal remains of creatures appeared. The ground was covered with bones, as if the forest had been transformed into a sea of bones, presenting an incredible sight, filled with a sinister and terrifying atmosphere. Who was monitoring us? Deep in the dense forest, Lu Chen had arrived in an area littered with bones, stopping in front of a massive biological skeleton. He looked back, his gaze flickering as he pondered who could be tracking him. Moi. As he contemplated, Lu Chen's mind jolted, suddenly sensing an ominous premonition. The fire of his spirit was sending a warning. He felt a surge of anxiety, looking towards the sea of bones ahead, as the fire of his spirit pulsed violently, as if a terrifying crisis lurked ahead. This left Lu Chen filled with suspicion, his sharp gaze sweeping across the sea of bones, where nameless beast skeletons lay, remnants of horrific mutated creatures. Seeing this, a sense of foreboding and unease crept into Lu Chen's heart. This place was too eerie. The remains of strange beasts and mutated creatures lay dead here, along with some human skeletons, indicating that a great and terrifying crisis was surely hidden here. What exactly is concealed in this area dense with bones? Crack, crack, crack. While he was puzzled, a series of crisp sounds suddenly came from beneath the densely packed skeletons ahead, causing the ground to tremble slightly. Beside him, a massive skeleton suddenly trembled slightly, as if it were about to come to life, but Lu Chen firmly believed it could not. Something was vibrating, and just as he was puzzled, the densely packed biological skeletons in front suddenly collapsed. With a thunderous roar, dust erupted into the sky, and a terrifying entity erupted from the ground, shattering many huge remains. Not good. Lu Chun felt a shock of terror, instinctively dodging and leaping up onto a large tree, hiding him. At this moment, the 4 assassins from the Skull Hunting Guild who had been tracking him were stunned by the scene before them, staring blankly at the enormous entity soaring through the air. What is that? One of the Silver Skull masked assassins exclaimed, his eyes wide in shock as he stared at the gigantic. Upon closer inspection, it resembled a terrifying appendage, entirely grayish-white and exuding a skeletal texture. A bony tentacle. Lu Chun, hidden in the treetops, looked on in astonishment as the gigantic tentacle, measuring several dozen meters long, danced in the air, striking down ferociously. With a thunderous sound, the ground trembled, rocks flew, and tall trees were shattered as if they were made of tofu. Dust mixed with fragments of bones flew through the air, causing the 4 assassins to hurriedly scatter and evade. God, what kind of monster is this? One of the Silver Skull masked assassins looked on in terror. They saw a large area of skeletons inexplicably shatter, the ground crack open, and a colossal creature slowly rise from the depths. With a rumble, rocks rolled and the ground split. A massive entity emerged from underground, towering before them. It was a plant covered in bones, standing 30 meters tall, with tendril-like appendages swirling and lifting countless skeletons into the sky. Not good, that's a bone vine, a mutated plant. Finally, the Golden Skull level assassin realized in horror that this creature was a terrifying mutated plant, the bone vine. The bone vine was entirely skeletal, as if its entire body was composed of countless bones, representing an extremely special and terrifying plant. This plant was truly a fearsome mutant, highly aggressive, and would unleash slaughter and devour all living beings in its path. Encountering a bone vine like this, it's at least as powerful as a human who has unlocked their genetic locks. Run! The Golden Skull level assassin, filled with fear, turned and fled without a moment's hesitation, too terrified to linger. He had not expected that this temporary task, which he thought would earn him a good profit, would end up encountering such a terrifying mutated plant, the bone vine, comparable to a powerful creature that has unlocked its genetic locks, a sentient being with a propensity for slaughter. Boom. Suddenly, a massive bone vine swept across, striking down with a thundering sound, creating a 10-meter deep and 3-meter wide terrifying chasm in the ground. The 4 members of the Skull Hunting Guild who had been hiding were caught off guard by the sudden attack. Save for the Golden Skull level assassin, the remaining 3 Silver Skull assassins were doomed. Head, save me. Screams echoed as Lu Chen's pupils contracted, witnessing the 3 Silver Skull assassins being ensnared by a bone vine, tentacle instantly pierced by the dense skeletal roots, draining their flesh and blood. In just a breath, the 3 Silver Skull assassins turned into dry corpses, completely perishing, without any ability to resist. Damn it. The Golden Skull assassin who had narrowly escaped was filled with a mix of anger and fear as he looked at the 3 dead subordinates, his eyes blazing with fury. But at that moment, 6 terrifying bone tendrils suddenly shot up, 3 of which shot towards Lu Chun like lightning. The other 3 tendrils lunged at the Golden Skull level assassin with lightning speed. Not good. Lu Chun felt a tightening in his body, sensing a strong sense of crisis envelop him as 3 massive bone tendrils shot towards him, their target being Lu Chun, hidden among the treetops. Whoa. 3 massive bone-like vines descended with a cracking sound, causing the treetops and giant trees to collapse and scatter instantly. With a thunderous roar, the ground split apart, billowing dust soaring into the sky, revealing a deep pit bottomless. Amidst the rubble, a figure scrambled out, narrowly avoiding this terrifying attack, managing to escape. Lu Chun fell to the ground, his face filled with solemnity as he gazed at the horrifying bone vine. A total of 18 bone-like vines danced in the air, making one feel utterly terrified. Just now, that strike nearly cost him his life, but fortunately he had sensed it in advance and immediately dodged to escape disaster. Bang! On the other side, the boulder where the killer in the Golden Skull mask stood was shattered to dust, creating 3 massive ravines. But to Lu Chen's astonishment, the opponent was still alive. Although they looked a bit disheveled, they had somehow evaded the blow. Such a powerful bone vine. The killer was horrified, a cold glint emanating from the eyes behind the golden mask. He had suspected the bone vine was powerful, but never expected it to be this formidable, utterly unassailable, nearly impossible to evade. Speed and power, it was simply despairingly strong, comparable to a powerhouse in the human world who had unlocked their genetic locks. Swish! As he pondered, another sound of breaking air came, a terrible noise echoing in the air, jolting Lu Chen awake. A strong instinctive sense of danger surged within him, the fire of his spirit boiling fiercely, and without a moment's thought, he made a dodge. Boom! Sure enough, just as Lu Chen rolled away from his original position, a terrifying vine pierced through the ground, reaching several meters deep, with earth and rock mixed with shattered bones flying everywhere. The powerful bone vines danced around, as agile as giant pythons, brimming with overwhelming strength. Over there, the man wearing the Golden Skull mask shouted in fury, his laser sword carving streaks of light as it struck a bone-like vine. But to his horror, sparks erupted from the vine, the clanging sound of metal ringing incessantly. The vine remained unharmed, the laser sword unable to cut through the bone vine's defense, inflicting no damage whatsoever. Bang! In the next moment, the man was heavily knocked away, his chest plate caving in, significantly blood spurting from his mouth, barely able to rise. Lu Chen, let us join forces against this bone vine. The man spoke surprisingly, inviting Lu Chun, wanting to combine their strengths to confront the terrifying bone vine. This thing was too terrifying not only in strength, but also in speed. If it were not rooted in an endless pile of bones, unable to move, the two of them might have already become a meal. Join forces. Lu Chun narrowed his eyes, staring at the man behind the golden skull mask, secretly sneering. The other party was clearly here to hunt him down, and now proposed an alliance. Did he really think he was a fool? Moreover, if the bone vine were so easy to deal with, there wouldn't be so many biological remains left here, entirely remnants of flesh and blood consumed by the bone vine. You better think fast, if not we will both perish here. The man urged again. He pointed at the churning ground beneath their feet, saying, "Look, within a kilometer's radius lies the area where the bone vine's roots are located. If we do not join forces, we will surely be buried here." Lu Chun remained silent, quickly dodging the bone-like vines that came crashing down the ground around them, pockmarked from the In those deep pits one could vaguely see dense root systems shimmering with a bony glow. Beneath the root systems, numerous eerie skeletons were entangled, the bone vine's roots actually taking hold in the endless bones, absorbing the nutrients from biological remains. All right, let us join forces. Lu Chun leaped over to evade a strike from a vine, ultimately agreeing to the man's proposal, though he remained extremely vigilant, not truly trusting him. This man was clearly here to hunt him down. If he foolishly believed him and truly teamed up, death would not be far off. The man, upon hearing this, was overjoyed, and a fleeting, barely noticeable viciousness flashed in his eyes behind the mask. Though it was quick, Lu Chun's powerful spiritual sense caught it, and he inwardly sneered. Indeed, he harbors ill intentions. He is coming for me. Lu Chun, you block those vine strikes. I will destroy those hateful vines, and then eliminate this evil bone vine. The man quickly approached, running while speaking as if trying to remind Lu Chun of his ability to eliminate the formidable. This remark displeased Lu Chun, as it seemed he was being made to act as cannon fodder. Did he really think he was that easy to deceive? Fine, I will block once. This remark displeased Lu Chun, as it seemed he was being made to act as cannon fodder. Did he really think he was that easy? This scene fell into the eyes of the Golden Skull Killer, who couldn't help but reveal a hint of glee, his eyes filled with coldness. Woo! At this moment, 6 bone vines fiercely struck down towards the two, their power and speed reaching a shocking level, arriving in an instant. Lu Chun's pupils constricted as he stared at the 6 terrifying vines coming down, feeling a chilling sense of danger, as if he were about to be sliced into pieces. Boom! In the blink of an eye, Lu Chun sprang back, lightly dodging the strikes. However, this scene was witnessed by the man behind him, who displayed a look of wild joy, suddenly drawing a gun and aiming at Lu Chun's back. With a bang, a net of electromagnetic energy descended upon Lu Chun, approaching swiftly as he was about to be ensnared. Ha ha ha, boy, you are still too naive. As Lu Chun was about to be caught by the net, he was airborne and had no solid point to evade. Excited at the chance to fulfill his mission of capturing Lu Chun, the Golden Skull Killer was thrilled, not expecting Lu Chun to be so easily deceived. With just a few words, Lu Chun seemed to deliver himself right into their hands. Naturally, the man was unceremonious, directly launching his capture attempt to take him back. I've been waiting for you. On the other side, Lu Chun did not look back, but sensed the net of electromagnetic energy approaching from behind. Once ensnared, his entire body would be locked by the electromagnetic net, unable to escape or break free, becoming a captive. But he had long prepared for this, and it was all intentional. Indeed, the other party acted immediately, claiming to join forces was nothing but a joke. Swish! At the critical moment, Lu Chun executed an incredible maneuver in the air, quickly flipping and dodging. He landed a short distance away while that electromagnetic net enveloped the 6 terrifying vines, emitting a series of crackling sounds. Hiss! With a series of booming sounds, the earth cracked and the rocks disintegrated into dust, unable to withstand the horrifying impact of those vines, completely shattered. No! Lu Chun evaded, initially blocking the 6 vines, but as he dodged, the electromagnetic net engulfed them, unfortunately proving ineffective. With a tearing sound, the electromagnetic net was torn apart, and the 6 vines, shimmering with a bony glow, struck like a vine arrived in an instant, piercing through a figure emerging from his chest and lifting him up. It was the man in the golden skull mask. Not expecting such a turn of events, he had originally aimed to scheme against Lu Chun, but was instead outsmarted. "Oh, you dare to play me!" The killer screamed in agony. A vine pierced through his chest, lifting him into the air as he struggled futilely to escape. From a distance, Lu Chun coldly watched this scene, devoid of any wavering. One must not show the slightest mercy to enemies. "You were originally coming for me, so what's wrong with playing you?" Lu Chun replied lightly, disdainfully, saying, "Besides, you were scheming against me just now. If you die, it's your own misfortune, so go on your way." "No, I don't want to die. Help me, please save me." Finally, the man felt fear, sensing a devouring force emanating from within him, as slender root-like tendrils emerged from the vine, rapidly burrowing into his body, drawing out all his flesh and energy. In an instant, the killer's terrified howls and pleas for mercy filled the air, wanting to seek salvation from Lu Chun, but Lu Chun had no intention of responding. Bang! Soon the man's body was shredded by the vines, ultimately turning into a mass of flesh and blood, which was swiftly absorbed by countless roots beneath the ground, leaving not a trace behind. Lu Chen's pupils constricted as he beheld the horrific scene before him. A master who had undergone at least 5 rounds of genetic recombination had fallen so easily. The terror of the bone vine exceeded imagination far beyond what he could contend with, but it seemed something was amiss. The bone vine seems to be undergoing some kind of mutation. Could it be? In the next moment, a thought flashed through Lu Chen's mind, as if he recalled something. A hint of joy and excitement appeared on his face. In the next moment, a thought flashed through Lu Chen's mind, as if he recalled something. The bone vine was an extremely ferocious mutated plant, very rare and difficult to give birth to, possible only in areas where countless bones existed. However, its birth conditions were very harsh. For such a terrifying bone vine to appear here comparable to a human powerhouse who had unlocked their genetic locks, it had undoubtedly existed for a long time. Lu Chen noticed a slight anomaly. Among the 18 vines of the bone vine, only half were attacking while the other half remained entwined around the main trunk. It seemed as though it were brewing something or undergoing some kind of metamorphosis, as if it were on the verge of evolution. It's evolving it. Lu Chen's eyes sparkled as he immediately realized. The bone vine evolving was good news, because when the bone vine evolved it would enter a brief state of dormancy. Though the time was short, it was undoubtedly a tremendous opportunity. Most importantly, each evolution of the bone vine would yield a strange fruit on the vine's trunk. That was a gene fruit, a purely natural gene fruit, a treasure derived from the bone vine's absorption of countless biological flesh and energy. Zhi. At this moment, the bone-like vines suddenly withdrew, wrapping around the main trunk, intertwining together as if in defense. Indeed, a great opportunity. Lu Chen's eyes shone brightly, fixating on the massive bone vine that towered there like a mountain of bones. Gradually, a blood light emanated from the bone vine, sparkling and gathering continuously in one area, as if something was condensing there. In the jungle, bones littered the ground. A bone vine took root there, its dense tendrils coiled together, strands of blood light constantly converging, as if nurturing some mysterious entity. Not far away, Lu Chen fixed his gaze on a section of the bone vine, where a mass of blood light gradually coalesced, flickering in and out of visibility. The bone vine's evolution will condense a blood infant fruit, like a transformation and rebirth. Lu Chen muttered to himself, his eyes blazing as he stared at that mass of blood light situated at the central section of the bone vine atop a bony branch. It resembled a fruit sprouted from the bone vine, but this was no ordinary fruit. Its entire body was blood red, the size of a basketball, with a faint fetal shadow flickering within. That was the bone vine's gene fruit, also known as the blood infant fruit. Inside the fruit, a shadow like an infant was coalescing, formed on the bone vine. It was the condensation of 90% of the bone vine's essence, as if nurturing a body for a new transformation. Mutated plant genes harbored terrifying changes. The bone vine before him was one such example. Once it evolved to a certain degree, it would bear a fruit from its tendrils. This fruit resembled a human placenta, nurturing an infant within. It would gradually grow, ultimately absorbing all the energy essence of the entire bone vine to achieve transformation. Once the bone vine vanished, the infant fruit would transform into a humanoid form, taking on an entirely different shape. Such was the terror of mutated plants. Yet what Lu Chen truly coveted was this suntiform infant fruit. It held 90% of the bone vine's essence. Before it fully took shape, the vine would lose its mobility and most of its power. A golden opportunity not to be missed. Sizzle. At that moment, the bone vine's roots coiled incessantly. Within a radius of 5,000 meters, all flora gradually withered, as if drained of life. Lu Chen watched in awe as the surrounding plants yellowed and withered, ultimately losing all vitality and dying into dry wood. The life force of all those plants was completely absorbed by the bone vine, devoted entirely to nurturing that eerie fruit upon its tendrils. The blood-colored fruit resembled a botanical placenta shrouded in a hazy blood light. Within, a vague fetal shadow was gradually taking form. So eerie. Lu Chen witnessed the entire process, a chill running down his spine. It felt uncanny. Could a plant evolve into a human form? Was this what legends called a demon? He wasn't sure if it was a demon, but he knew the bone vine was undergoing a pivotal transformation. Once complete, it would shed its vine form and assume the infant shape within the fruit, growing into a true humanoid life form. Suddenly the bone vine trembled, as if falling into a deep slumber. Nurturing the fruit had drained too much of its strength, plunging it into a brief hibernation. Now, Lu Chen's eyes sharpened, and with that thought he lunged forward, darting toward the bone vine like lightning. He sensed the bone vine's aura weakening, even entering a strange dormancy, a side effect of evolution. During evolution, condensing the blood infant fruit triggered a brief slumber. At that moment, the bone vine had no offensive power and no ability to resist. Lu Chen knew this, which was why he risked staying, waiting for this very opportunity. Whoosh! His figure flickered instantly before the bone vine. He made no attack, nor did he seek to slay it. He knew that was impossible. Though the vine had lost most of its energy essence, its defenses were not so easily breached. Its entire body was covered in bony tendrils densely coiled around the main root. In a short time, he couldn't crack its defense, and even if he did, it would awaken from its slumber. Lu Chen's goal wasn't to kill the bone vine, but to seize the fruit it bore, the blood-colored gene fruit. Clang. Closing, and Lu Chen drew his blade and swung. With a sharp clang, he struck the connection point of the blood-red fruit, severing its link to the vine. Instantly, the blood-red fruit trembled and fell caught by Lu Chen's hands. At the same time, he rapidly hiss. The moment it lost the blood infant fruit, the bone vine let out a piercing shriek, its entire form bony tendrils lashed out madly at Lu Chen like countless pythons descending. Boom. Lu Chen scrambled back, dodging several vicious strikes. The ground was gouged into massive trenches, pitted and scarred as mud and gravel sprayed everywhere. The bone vine had gone berserk, but it had lost too much power. Its speed was no longer as swift, its strength no longer. Lu Chen easily evaded, quickly putting distance between them. He escaped the vine's attack range and stood far off, watching its frenzy. Boom, boom, boom. The bone vine raged, its dense tendrils whipping in all directions. Rumbling tremors shook the earth, splitting the ground and toppling trees as if mountains were crumbling. Watching the frenzied vine, Lu Chen retreated even further, wiping a cold sweat from his brow and breathing a sigh. Lu Chen looked at the blood-red fruit in his hands, his voice trembling with excitement. A blood infant fruit containing 90% of the bone vine's gene energy essence. They say it can unlock a human's gene lock. This fruit had just been conceived and wasn't fully formed. But Lu Chen couldn't wait for it to mature, for once it did, it would no longer be a fruit, but a true life form. Inside the fruit, an infant's shadow flickered faintly. Once it solidified, evolution would be complete and harvesting it would be impossible. Boom. Hiss. Over there, the bone vine thrashed, its tendrils wildly smashing the ground into massive ravines, dust and rocks flying into the air. Witnessing the terrifying scene, Lu Chen's heart tightened. His spiritual flame pulsed violently, as if an unknown danger was about to descend. Time to run. Without a second thought, Lu Chen stowed the blood infant fruit in his spatial device. Then he spun around, burst into a sprint, and with a leap vanished into the jungle. He sensed a foreboding omen. His spiritual flame had given an early warning, as if danger was imminent. He could not stay any longer. Having gained the prize, he naturally fled. Lu Chen had no intention of dealing with the bone vine. Having seized 90% of its gene energy essence, staying was out of the question. As for what came next, it wasn't his concern. This blood infant fruit, condensed from 90% of the bone vine's gene energy, held immense value for Lu Chen. The ability to unlock a gene lock would make countless humans covet it. If news got out, he would surely be hunted by many. Shortly after Lu Chen left, a figure appeared, swiftly darting to a spot not far from the bone vine. Damn it, who? The newcomer saw the frenzied bone vine, its aura greatly weakened. Then, noticing a section of the vine oozing fresh blood, they immediately understood. This person wore a black robe, revealing only a bone-white mask that hid their face. Their graceful, unparalleled figure suggested they were a woman. Had Lu Chen been there, he would have instantly recognized her as the powerful, mysterious woman from the skeleton hunting group, the one who had pursued him before, White Bone Lady. She was White Bone Lady. Ah, who hurt my little bone? She shrieked like a madwoman, her body radiating murderous intent. Seeing the grievous damage to the bone vine, and realizing something vital was missing, she understood at once. The blood infant fruit. Damn it, someone stole the blood infant fruit, that little bone condensed. White Bone Lady was livid, trembling with rage. Boom. In her fury, she struck out with her palm, obliterating a large swath of jungle ahead, and carving a 10-meter-wide crater, dust billowing skyward. The bone vine, upon White Bone Lady's arrival, acted like a wronged pet. It coiled around her, whimpering and crying. A bone vine and a mysterious woman in a bone-white mask, one weeping in grievance, the other trembling with rage. The scene was both eerie and terrifying. The bone vine was White Bone Lady's pet. Little bone, don't worry. They'll catch the bastard who bullied you, and let you devour his flesh and bone bit by bit. White Bone Lady spoke in a chilling tone, stroking the bone vine, as if to comfort it. Rage boiled within her. The bone vine was a mutated plant she had raised. It had reached a critical point of transformation, so she had placed it deep in this uninhabited jungle. To ensure its successful evolution, she had captured countless mutant creatures and exotic beasts for it to devour, even abducting human gene warriors to feed it. Only then had the bone vine managed to evolve to this stage of transformation. These past few days were its most critical period, yet an accident had occurred. The bone vine had transformed, but someone had stolen the fruit containing 90% of its gene energy essence, the key to its humanoid evolution. This had set the bone vine back severely, nearly damaging its very foundation. It had lost its chance to evolve into human form, and future evolution would be even harder. Little bone, let's go. I want to see who dares to touch what's mine. White Bone Lady reached out a hand. Instantly, the massive bone vine trembled, rapidly shrinking before coiling. The entire bone vine wove itself into a set of bone armor draping over White Bone Lady's form. It was an eerie and terrifying sight. Swish! White Bone Lady leaped into the air, transforming into a streak of white light that vanished into the distance, tracking Lu Chen's lingering aura. The bone vine had already memorized Lu Chen's scent, and even his appearance, making it easy to pursue him. In the no-man's land amidst the desert, a figure raced, swiftly stirring up swirling yellow sand. What is going on? While running, Lu Chen felt a sense of unease, a constant thrill of danger, as the flame of his soul flickered within. This was a portent, a warning, an innate ability of the flame of his soul. Ever since he activated his spiritual power and ignited the flame of his soul, Lu Chen had gained an astonishing sense of premonition. He sensed a looming crisis, his heart racing, as if a terrifying danger was pursuing him from behind, an unavoidable threat that left him restless. Could it be the bone vine? Lu Chen pondered, yet found no answer. Ever since he picked the blood infant fruit, the flame of his soul had sent strong warnings preventing him from calming down. Boom. In the next moment, Lu Chen threw out his battle vehicle from the spatial device and immediately opened the door. With a thunderous roar, the battle vehicle revved up, kicking into high gear as it rushed forward, kicking up billowing clouds of yellow sand. Inside the vehicle, Lu Chen activated the thermal detection radar, instantly detecting a rapidly approaching energy heat source from behind. Is someone really chasing me? Lu Chen's expression shifted slightly as he focused on a thermal energy signature on the virtual screen, identifying it as a life form. The energy signature resembled that of a human, yet there was something different about it, as if it contained an additional source of energy, the two energy signatures blending together. This made it impossible for Lu Chen to determine whether he was being pursued by a human or another mutated creature, causing his heart to sink. Danger is approaching. Lu Chen murmured to himself, his expression serious. He felt something was amiss. The sense of crisis was growing stronger, intensifying with the approach of the energy source behind him. With this thought, he understood and immediately pushed the battle vehicle to its maximum power, unleashing all its energy as he accelerated to the limit. Boom. At a height of 100 meters, a battle vehicle zoomed past at a speed of 1,000 kilometers per hour, swiftly crossing the expanse of the no man's land and nearing the outskirts. Before long, Lu Chen had driven the battle vehicle out of the no man's land and quickly returned to the skies above ruined city, descending directly. As he landed, the sense of crisis in Lu Chen's heart diminished significantly, yet it still lingered. After securing the battle vehicle, he walked toward the black market. Inside, the sense of crisis lessened even further, allowing Lu Chen to finally breathe a sigh of relief. Fortunately, I had a multi-functional battle vehicle, otherwise I might have been caught this time. Lu Chen thought, his heart still filled with lingering fear. He was curious about what had been tracking him. The radar on the battle vehicle had detected a strange energy source that continuously pursued him, likely the source of danger. Uncertain if it was related to the bone vine, he concluded that it was indeed dangerous. Without the battle vehicle, he would likely have been caught soon. Moi. But before he could relax as he approached his store, Lu Chen's expression hardened. Something was amiss. A group of fully armed individuals was gathering there. From a distance, Lu Chen saw a group standing in front of his store, each clad in special combat armor, wielding specialized firearms, fully armed to the teeth. These individuals emanated an aura of menace, clearly not ordinary. At first glance, Lu Chen sensed they were not just regular people, causing his heart to sink. Who are these people? Lu Chen wondered, surprised by the appearance of a fully armed group in front of his store. He approached cautiously, hearing whispered discussions among the crowd. Who are they? Such strong killing intent. I know they are the Federal Regular Army. Hiss. Amidst the crowd, several people whispered, recognizing the origin of this group. As soon as the words left their mouths, a wave of gasps followed. They looked horrified at the sight of the fully armed individuals, realizing they were all soldiers of the Federal Regular Army. Lu Chen was also astonished, remaining among the crowd without stepping out. The situation was unclear, and he couldn't act recklessly, unsure of what he might encounter. I heard this is the 10th Army Group of the Federation, the 9th Legion soldiers who seem to have just experienced a bloody battle with heavy losses. A voice whispered, filled with trepidation as they looked at the group, seemingly frightened. Nearby, a middle-aged man quietly said, I heard the 9th Legion suffered heavy losses. They seem to be here for conscription on Earth. Conscription? As soon as this was said, the crowd erupted in commotion. Many were shocked and began to retreat, as most did not want to enlist. The Federal Army operates on alien planets, constantly facing the threat of death, often perishing as soon as they step onto the battlefield. No wonder. A middle-aged man realized, muttering to himself. It seems they are here for conscription. They have already taken many young people from Ruined City, all over 18. It appears they are genuinely here to conscript. Beep beep. At that moment, the leader of the soldiers suddenly paused, looking at his wrist, where a small holographic on the screen, a red dot flickered with continuous alerts, and then the man turned to look into the crowd. Crash. The crowd dispersed in unison, each person fearfully moving aside, exposing Lu Chen amidst them. Standing there, he appeared particularly conspicuous. Compared to the crowd, Lu Chen was just a newly turned 18-year-old. Around him, the crowd consisted of middle-aged individuals or elderly people. There wasn't a single other youth present. Lu Chen, male, 18 years old, a legal citizen of the Federation, with no criminal record, eligible for the Federation's conscription requirements. A mechanical voice echoed from the virtual screen, causing everyone to lock onto Lu Chen, tightening his heart and tensing his entire body. This is bad. Lu Chen cursed inwardly, unable to suppress a bitter smile. He glanced at the crowd that had moved away, then saw the soldiers closing in on him with predatory gazes. Or rather, they were coming for all the young people aged 18 to 30 in Ruined City. Lu Chen, this is the conscription order issued by the commander of the 10th Army Group, 9th Legion. You must listen carefully to what I read next. You can listen or ignore, but you cannot refuse. The man in special combat armor took out a scroll, which was indeed the conscription order, bearing the signature seal of the Federation's president and the commander of the 9th Army Group. One by one, Lu Chen did not listen, thoughts flashing through his mind. This was an order for compulsory military service. He bitterly smiled, having initially hoped to stay on Earth only to find himself in such a predicament. The Federation's conscription was directly forcing eligible youths into military service. What kind of situation is this? Lu Chen quickly contemplated fleeing, but it was impossible. If he ran, it would be equivalent to desertion and he would be directly pursued by the entire Federation. Moreover, whether he could escape was another matter. Although there were only a dozen soldiers in sight, each was a seasoned warrior who had emerged from the battlefield, exceptionally powerful. Most importantly, Lu Chen suspected that there were one or more warships stationed in outer space above Earth. Where could he possibly escape to? This is an information form, please fill out your details. After saying this, the soldier opened a virtual screen displaying an information form for Lu Chen to complete. Lu Chen, looking bitter, had no choice but to fill out his information, leaving no details out. Soon he completed it, effectively becoming a half-soldier of the Federation. Excellent. Our 9th Legion needs talents like you. In the future you will achieve great deeds and contribute to the... Let's go, follow me to assemble. Seeing Lu Chen completing the information, the man nodded in satisfaction and turned to leave with a group of soldiers escorting Lu Chen away. As he was taken away, a wave of whispered discussions erupted among the crowd, many shaking their heads in pity. Poor kid taken for conscription, surely destined to be cannon fodder. A middle-aged man lamented. Beside him, an old man nodded, saying, Indeed, I heard the 9th Legion suffered heavy losses at Bloodmine Planet. They are clearly conscripting cannon fodder this time. Many young people in Ruin City have been forcibly taken. It seems most of these youths will not return. How tragic. Thankfully we are too old to meet the requirements, otherwise we would surely be conscripted. Some middle-aged people expressed their relief. Among the crowd, an elderly man looked grim, watching Lu Chen being taken away. This is troublesome. The old monster looked serious, watching Lu Chen being taken away, feeling a sense of worry. However, there was nothing he could do. Even if he wanted to stop it, he couldn't. The 9th Legion and the affairs of the 10th Army Group were beyond his reach, and the Jiang family could not intervene, making it impossible to stop Lu Chen from being taken. Ultimately, the old monster could only pass this information to Jiang Yin so she could prepare. As for Lu Chen, he was on another side. The bone lady who had been tracking him stood atop a dilapidated building, watching as Lu Chen was taken away by a group of soldiers. She finally understood who had taken the blood infant fruit. It was Lu Chen. This revelation filled her with rage, nearly prompting her to charge in and capture him. But fortunately, she rationally stopped herself. The 9th Legion of the Federation was clearly prepared for the conscription. If she abducted Lu Chen, it would be seen as disrupting the conscription, leading to immediate and brutal retaliation from the 9th Legion. Damn it, he has been taken away. How can I get my revenge? The bone lattice gaze darkened as she fixed her eyes on the retreating Lu Chen. As if sensing something, Lu Chen suddenly turned around and looked back, coincidentally meeting the gaze of the bone lady standing atop the building. Is it her? Lu Chen's heart jolted, awakening him to the sudden realization. A sense of alertness surged within him. The bone lady was the source of his crisis, making his heart race, while also allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. Perhaps being forcibly conscripted isn't entirely a bad thing. Lu Chen retracted his gaze, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth, as if he could envision the bone lady gritting her teeth in frustration. He was taken away by a group of soldiers, encountering other young people along the way, all of whom, like him, were also conscripted. In the ruined city, the central square was densely packed with tens of thousands of youths, both male and female, drawn from various parts of the ruined city. These individuals, like Lu Chen, were all over 18, meeting the conscription criteria, and had been brought here. Hey brother, I live in the abandoned slums in the west of the city. How about you? I live in the south of the city. What's going on? Why were we forcibly brought here? Many young faces in the crowd were filled with fear and anxiety as they whispered among themselves. They looked around at the multitude gathered, with well over 10,000 people assembled, creating an unsettling atmosphere. Many were still unclear why they were brought here. However, most understood that this was a forced conscription by the Federation. We've been drafted. I heard the 9th Legion suffered heavy losses in the Bloodmine Star battle, and thus they are recruiting new soldiers from the Earth ruins. Does that mean we are cannon fodder? It's over, it's over. Many were terrified, feeling that disaster was imminent. They sensed that they were being gathered for a new... One must understand that on other planets in the Federation, wars were a daily occurrence, and death was a normal sight. Recently, the news reported that the 9th Legion had suffered severe losses, and as a result came to the Earth ruins for conscription. Moreover, this was a forced conscription akin to drafting soldiers. These individuals were all just coming of age. Lu Chen also noticed that many had not even undergone gene mutation. They were merely ordinary people who had engaged. This indicated that this conscription was essentially for cannon fodder. They were merely being gathered as expendable soldiers for the 9th Legion. Our ruined city has gathered over 10,000 people. What about the other ruined cities? Nearby, a young man frowned, surveying the crowd and estimating that over 10,000 had been conscripted. These individuals were all from the same ruined city, clearly indicating that Lu Chen's ruined city had conscripted over 10,000 youths. Other ruined cities must have their conscripted individuals too. Perhaps the 9th Legion was looking for a major overhaul. Hello, my name is Lu Kunjian. Let's get acquainted. Hello, I am Lu Chen. Lu Chen nodded and briefly shook hands with the other, marking the beginning of their acquaintance. Lu Kunjian glanced around the crowd and said quietly, Lu Chen, look over there are quite a few beauties. Ooh, I never realized there were so many in the ruined city. Following his gaze, Lu Chen was surprised to find indeed many girls had been brought for assembly, indicating a mix of gender. However, one young woman who had just been brought to the assembly caught Lu Chen's attention. He couldn't help but glance at her twice, feeling a strange sensation. Wow, what a cold beauty, like an ice mountain. Lu Kunjian marveled as he looked at the young woman just brought over. The girl appeared to be around 20 with short white hair, a graceful figure, and captivating beauty, exuding an aura. Yet her face was devoid of expression, radiating an icy aura that discouraged approach, complemented by her short white hair, giving her an ice queen's distance. It was this white-haired girl that attracted Lu Chen's attention. He couldn't resist looking at her again, and she seemed to sense his gaze, turning to look back. Their eyes met, and Lu Chen felt a chilling aura rising from the depths of his heart, as if confronting a 10th of sand-year-old ice mountain, very cold. Strange. Lu Chen muttered to himself, frowning, slightly feeling that the white-haired girl gave him a familiar impression, as if he had seen her somewhere before. However, he was certain he had never met the girl, and didn't dwell on it, as at that moment a large group of fully armed soldiers approached the square. Everyone remained silent, and prepared to board the ship. Over 100 fully armed soldiers stood silently before the tens of thousands of conscripted youths, and the leader spoke coldly. As soon as his words fell, Lu Chen and the others suddenly noticed the sky above stirring violently with dark clouds. It seemed something was emerging from the clouds, and soon a massive object descended from above. Look, oh my god, it's a wave of astonished gasps arose in the crowd, as many witnessed the enormous spaceship emerging from the cloud. Lu Chen squinted at the gigantic ship slowly descending from the clouds. Its 5,000-meter-long hull delivered a powerful visual impact. Not a warship, but a transport ship. Lu Kunjian said quietly, his tone firm, clearly recognizing the type of warship as a special transport vessel of the Federation. Indeed, the transport ship slowly landed, lowering its massive drawbridge directly onto the square, stirring up a cloud of dust that made it difficult for many to open their eyes. Board the ship. With a loud shout, everyone was jolted, watching the fully armed soldiers descending from the transport ship, each filled with dread. A total of 1,000 soldiers, fully armed, silently watched the gathered tens of thousands of youths, issuing orders. Let's go, hurry aboard the ship. Lu Chen and the others standing at the forefront were the first to step onto the bridge and board the enormous transport ship. The people behind followed suit, with none daring to resist or run away, as everyone was not foolish. To flee was tantamount to desertion, and one would certainly be shot on the spot. Only fools, or those seeking death, would act that way, so everyone obediently boarded the ship. As Lu Chen boarded the transport ship, his expression changed involuntarily, for inside the ship were countless youths. Indeed, the transport ship had long been filled with a large number of youths brought on board, all conscripted from various. Another batch has arrived. Sigh, it seems we really are cannon fodder. Isn't it so? Otherwise the Federation wouldn't conscript like this. They are surely recruiting genuine genetically evolved warriors from various academies and planets, not us weaklings who haven't even begun to mutate. Inside the transport ship, the space was vast, filled with many individuals. Numerous batches of youths had already. Upon seeing Lu Chen and the others, each face looked grim, some appeared bitter, and many even wore expressions of. Because unless one was a fool, it was clear that the 9th Legion's forced conscription was essentially a recruitment of cannon fodder. One must understand that genuine conscription has strict requirements, with a minimum strength requirement of at least a 3-segment gene mutation to be considered qualified. Yet now among those conscripted youths, most had not even begun to undergo gene mutation, being completely ordinary. What purpose does recruiting such individuals serve, if not to make them cannon fodder? Gulp. Lu Kunjian swallowed hard, staring at the sea of heads gathered in the transport ship's assembly area, with each section holding around 10,000. Including their batch, there were a total of 10 assembly areas, meaning at least 100,000 had been conscripted. Heavens, 100,000 cannon fodder! What does the 9th Legion intend to do? Lu Kunjian said in shock. Around them many wore grim expressions regardless of gender. Their faces were dark, and fear was evident, as everyone speculated about the ominous intentions. 100,000 youths have been conscripted. What the 9th Legion wants to do is already clear. They are recruiting. The recruitment of a full 100,000 cannon fodder left no one in good spirits, yet there was no way to resist, leading to many feeling fearful, with some even secretly wetting themselves out of fright. Damn useless, are you scared to the point of wetting yourself? In the crowd someone pinched their nose in disgust, looking at a frail young man who had indeed wet himself in fear. Lu Chen glanced over, secretly shaking his head, without paying much attention, instead quietly observing the people in the various gathering areas of the transport ship. He understood that these individuals were all drawn from various ruined cities, and had been brought aboard by the 9th Legion's personnel. Many among them had already undergone gene mutation. Lu Chen even spotted some individuals with subtle auras, undoubtedly powerful figures, who surely surpassed the levels of gene mutation. Perhaps many masters were hidden here. It was normal for young experts to exist within the Earth-ruined city. Among the batch conscripted alongside Lu Chen, a few caught his attention, one being the cold, short-haired girl. The icy, white-haired girl, along with a youth with a sinister smile, and another boy with a cool expression. These three possessed the most unusual auras, and Lu Chen could not discern their depths, which was enough to catch his interest, indicating they were at least experts beyond the gene mutation level. It seems that there are hidden talents everywhere. Lu Chen silently mused, realizing that no matter where there are always hidden masters. Had it not been for this conscription, Lu Chen might still be unaware of the existence of these three young masters hidden within the ruined city. He had never seen them before, and only began to vaguely sense their presence, now indicating these individuals rarely made public appearances or simply went unnoticed. Meanwhile, on the transport ship, several experts were discussing the conscripted soldiers. Commander, there are quite a few promising candidates among the cannon fodder we've recruited. In the captain's room, several men in military uniforms were discussing, observing the expressions of the youths in various assembly areas through the virtual displays. The expressions of the conscripted youths all fell into their sight, and they even spotted several hidden promising candidates. Indeed, there are quite a number of good prospects. A burly middle-aged man looked at the scenes on the display, his eyes shining with intensity, exuding a powerful presence. He was the commander of the 9th Legion and the commander of the 9th Fleet. Report, Commander, the 9th Fleet has arrived in Earth's outer space orbit. Should we return? A soldier hurriedly reported. The commander nodded and issued the command. Relay the order, we can return now. Yes. With the order given, the massive transport ship slowly ascended, breaking through the atmosphere and swiftly exiting the Earth, entering outer space. Look, it's a fleet, a space fleet. Wow. On the transport ship, a wave of gasps erupted as many rushed to the window, gazing out at the vastness of space surrounding Earth. Their massive fleet was stationed with enormous warships docked at the spaceport beyond Earth. Lu Chen squeezed through the crowd to catch a glimpse outside, witnessing the scene in Earth's orbital space through specialized tempered glass. A colossal fleet of 13 warships was anchored there, the smallest of which measured 2,000 meters in length, its sleek black hull glistening with specks of light in the depths of the universe. The largest warship was a flagship stretching 8,000 meters long, exuding an imposing grandeur as it floated in the cosmic void, instilling a profound sense of pressure and shock. This is the 9th Fleet. Lu Kunjian looked serious, a hint of excitement in his eyes, staring intently at the colossal warships in the orbital space. This fleet belongs to the 9th Legion, and only a small portion had arrived, with the entire fleet consisting of at least 100 warships of various types, including transport and supply ships. Currently, only part of the fleet had reached the outer space of Earth, representing a single squadron, yet it was already an awe-inspiring sight. For those who had never left Earth, or even seen a warship, such a sight was enough to be profoundly impressive. Warships, if only I could pilot a warship. Don't be foolish, to pilot a warship you need sufficient strength and skill. Exactly, stop dreaming. We're just a bunch of cannon fodder, we don't even know if we'll make it back after leaving Earth. Many were amazed, some were envious, and others were filled with fantasies, but some were acutely aware that they were merely dreaming of piloting a warship, and wondering if they would survive were moot points. This conscription clearly indicated that the 9th Legion was forcibly recruiting to replenish its losses. Moreover, they were likely cannon fodder. This group of people was just a bunch of disposable soldiers destined for death. If they had the fortune to survive, perhaps they could truly become soldiers of the 9th Legion, but that was contingent on surviving and possessing strength. I don't want to pilot a warship, having a mecha would be good enough, a young man said enviously in a low voice. Beside him, a disdainful voice replied, you're thinking too much. Mechas are the elite among regular forces, and every pilot is a powerhouse. Without exception, only the strong can operate a mecha. Indeed, with weaklings like us, don't even think about piloting a mecha. Even flying a fighter jet is impossible unless you're exceptionally talented and powerful, otherwise forget it. It seems we are destined to be cannon fodder, Lu Kunjian said with a bitter smile. Lu Chen remained silent, quietly gazing at the scene outside, watching as Earth receded further away, understanding that he did not know when he would return. Originally, his plan was to hone his skills on Earth temporarily, enhancing his strength as greater challenges awaited beyond. Do not think Earth is dangerous. In reality, it is relatively safe within the entire Federation, as other planets pose immense crises. Earth is like a small village. Once you step out, you will face various bizarre and terrifying threats in the universe. Plans cannot keep up with changes. Lu Chen sighed, inwardly watching as the fleet turned around, realizing they were being taken to an alien planet, and what awaited them would be an incredibly brutal and bloody life. Are we being taken to Bloodmine Planet? Suddenly someone voiced their concern, and upon hearing it, many couldn't help but shiver, appearing very fearful. Bloodmine Planet has long been the subject of numerous reports. Many had seen some reports about it, where an extremely precious mineral resource is found. However, Bloodmine Planet hides countless dangers with various alien creatures, and even some terrifying species, leading to frequent brutal battles. Even the powerful 9th Legion has suffered heavy losses there. Just thinking about it reveals the inherent dangers. Few among this group of cannon fodder would likely survive. Not to mention others. Lu Chen himself felt a weight in his heart. This journey was perilous, and there was a possibility he might not return. It's over. Bloodmine Planet, one of the top 10 most terrifying planets in the Federation, is essentially a slaughterhouse, a meat grinder with countless deaths occurring there. Some began to cry, weeping softly, and wailing helplessly, filled with fear. This led many to become infected with the fear, unable to calm down, with some ordinary people crying uncontrollably. Seeing this scene, Lu Chen shook his head inwardly. Crying is useless, it does not help at all. Since they have arrived, they must prepare mentally. It is the same everywhere. Avoidance does not solve problems, and fear does not allow one to survive. only by continuously growing stronger can one ensure survival. At this moment, the fleet had escorted the transport ship away from Earth's orbit, moving farther away, causing more people to feel increasingly panicked. Watching Earth recede further, many helplessly began to cry, adolescents unable to contain their fear, experiencing emotional breakdowns. Some girls were crying like waterfalls. In truth, they were all new recruits, conscripted, essentially cannon fodder. Regardless of gender, as long as they met the criteria, they were conscripted. Lu Chen looked at the various youths and maidens, feeling a tinge of bitterness. People here were crying and wailing with no one to manage them, nor anyone to scold them. Perhaps in the eyes of those soldiers this was all perfectly normal. Fear is humanity's greatest enemy. Only by overcoming inner fear can one grow stronger, step by step, becoming a true powerhouse, capable of surviving the brutal war. Commander, do we really not need to care about these cannon fodder? In the captain's quarters, an officer spoke, observing the increasing number of people panicking and crying, worried that problems might arise. But the commander remained expressionless, stating, our 9th Legion suffered tremendous losses at Bloodmine Planet last time. We need to replenish combat power as quickly as possible and must resort to extraordinary means. And these people cannot grow without experiencing bloodshed. Only by surviving in the cruel environment of bloody death can they become true elite warriors. The Federation does not nurture uselessness. Our 9th Legion does not raise waste. The commander's words were harsh and cold, devoid of any emotion, as if no amount of lives lost could shake his iron-hearted resolve. The Federation does not nurture uselessness. Our 9th Legion does not raise waste. The commander's words were harsh and cold, devoid of any emotion. In his view, the weak do not require pity. Only the strong, only the elite deserve recognition and attention. Commander, this time we have conscripted 150,000 new recruits as cannon fodder. Throwing them all into Bloodmine Planet might backfire. If they are all wiped out, it will be difficult to explain to the higher-ups. You must understand the upper echelons of the Federation advocating peace are quite difficult to deal with. Many officers had numerous concerns. This forced conscription had already angered the peace advocates among the Federation's higher-ups. Once discovered that they were training troops and replenishing manpower in this manner, they would surely face public condemnation. What's there to be afraid of? Those softies endlessly shouting for equality among all races in the universe, advocating tolerance and etiquette towards alien races, are completely unaware that this is the most ridiculous idea. The commander scoffed, saying those guys have no idea how dark and cruel interstellar racial wars are. They keep saying what cannot kill, and what cannot kill, while for alien races we must implement a policy of iron and blood. The concept of universal harmony is utter nonsense. There is no such thing as peace in the universe. Do not concern yourself with them. These matters will be handled by the Marshal. We just need to focus on our tasks. The commander was completely unfazed. This secret conscription from the ruins of Earth was actually done under the radar of the Federation's high command. Especially those advocating for peaceful development among cosmic races. Once they found out about this conscription of over 100,000 cannon fodder, it would be tantamount to igniting a powder keg. That is the space elevator leading to the lunar space station. Lu Chen silently gazed into space. On Earth, there was a massive elevator connecting directly to the moon, making the moon a part of the lunar space station, linking to other planets in the solar system. Look, that must be the Mars prison. On the transport ship, the tens of thousands of conscripted cannon fodder gradually calmed down, staring at the cold expanse of deep space. Soon they saw Mars surrounded by two enormous metal rings rotating around it like outer rings. That was Mars' prison. Indeed, Mars had been transformed into a prison. The two metal structures in orbit were the barriers to prevent prisoners from escaping. Mars has become a prison. Lu Chen observed the situation on Mars, feeling a myriad of emotions, remembering how in the 21st century humanity was still striving to explore the moon and Mars. In the blink of an eye, Mars had turned into a massive prison specifically designed to detain various dangerous criminals of the Federation, with rumors suggesting that many alien offenders were also imprisoned there. The Federation has 18 star-level prisons, and Mars is just one of them, even the smallest. It is said that the largest prison in the Federation is the Black Mist Star Prison, which is 80 times larger than Mars, naturally surrounded by a layer of star mist with a natural magnetic field and an extremely harsh and dangerous environment, serving as the place for the most dangerous inmates of the Federation. Nearby, someone shared this information, expressing a mix of sentiment and fear, as if the Federation's star-level prisons were a source of dread. There was no way around it. Everyone knew that the Federation's star-level prisons were places from which one could enter, but never leave. Once inside, you could only die. Look, that's a wormhole. Suddenly a gasp arose from the crowd, as someone pointed to the vast space, where a gigantic black vortex began to appear. That was the only wormhole in the solar system, linking the solar system to an external natural wormhole, as the fleet slowly entered the vortex, one ship after another disappearing into it. Earth, I will return. Through the window, Lu Chen gazed at the increasingly small blue planet, the cradle of human civilization, feeling an inexplicable sense of nostalgia. The entire fleet slowly passed through the wormhole, ultimately vanishing from the solar system. On Earth, in the ruins, a black-clad figure searched an underground pharmacy inside and out. This black-clad person was actually the number one from the death group, sent by Feng Xiao to capture Lu Chen. He had spent a fortune of 100 million to hire a golden skeleton assassin and 3 silver-level assassins to capture Lu Chun, but unfortunately the mission failed. Master, the mission has failed. The target has already been taken away by the 9th Legion. The black-clad figure reported to Feng Xiao via a holographic communication. Enveloped in his black cloak, his features were obscured, revealing no expression as he lowered his head, lost in thought. At that moment, Feng Xiao's holographic image appeared, his expression grim, his cold gaze fixed on the black-clad figure, the number 1 of the Death Group. He had personally trained this assassin, known as the Death Group, which consisted of the strongest and most elite subordinates. Yet he never expected the mission to fail, and the reason given was that the skeleton assassin was useless and failed to capture. Are you saying you spent 100 million to hire the skeleton assassination group to capture Lu Chun and still failed? Feng Xiao's tone was calm, but it carried a chilling undertone. His eyes flickered with cold light as he stared at the black-clad figure, snorting. I remember giving the order for you to personally capture him. What did you do? Master, the target's situation is unknown. I only sent a few minions from the skeleton assassination group to probe while I searched for the items you requested at his residence, the black-clad figure replied hoarsely. Feng Xiao's expression darkened further as he asked, did you find anything? No, the black-clad figure answered truthfully, bowing his head. I searched the pharmacy inside and out 3 times and found nothing of value. The super gene armor you wanted is not here, and I noticed the target is not carrying anything. It seems he has already injected the super gene armor, the black-clad figure explained. Feng Xiao fell silent upon hearing this, his gaze flickering with a trace of cold, murderous intent, which eventually turned into calm. Injected? I see. Return to the Valley of Death on your own. Feng Xiao said, his eyes flashing before he ended the communication. As he watched Feng Xiao's hologram disappear, the black-clad figure slowly raised his head, his eyes shining with a frightening brilliance, glowing ominously. On the Moonlight Star, Feng Xiao ended the communication, his face dark. It seems number 1 has grown wings and wants to break free from my control. After disconnecting, a cold, murderous glint appeared on Feng Xiao's face as he muttered to himself. The Death Group he had nurtured was a terrifying force hidden in the darkness, known only by code names, not by real name. These individuals were all unyielding assassins, but now he sensed that number 1 seemed to have ulterior motives, wanting to break free from his control. If a tool wishes to rebel, then it must be destroyed, Feng Xiao sneered coldly, suddenly opening a secret communication. Call 0 to see me. After relaying the message, he hung up the communication, having conveyed only a single piece of information, as 0 was the strongest assassin within the Death Group. Number 1 appeared to be the strongest on the surface, but he actually had another trump card hidden in his hand, the true super trump. Master, what are your orders? Soon a shadow silently approached, and stood before Feng Xiao, cloaked in black, her true appearance concealed, but it was faintly discernible that she was a woman. 0, infiltrate the 9th Legion's new recruit camp, and find a chance to bring Lu Chun back to me, dead or alive, just ensure his body is intact. Feng Xiao instructed the black-clad 0, directly ordering the mission to bring Lu Chun's body back intact. What he wanted was the super gene armor. Since he suspected that Lu Chun had injected it, he planned to retrieve the body and extract it bit by bit from his genetic material. Understood. 0 replied succinctly, her cold voice barely fading as she vanished without a trace, as if she had never appeared. Meanwhile, on the Yin Star at the Tianhe Academy's inner dormitory, Jiang Yin nearly misheard the words of the grandfather. Did you say Lu Chun was taken away by the 9th Legion and forced into military service? Jiang Yin looked at the old demon's hologram, her delicate face changing, slightly shocked and surprised. She also did not expect Lu Chun to be forcibly conscripted and taken away by the 9th Legion, leaving Earth. Yes, I personally saw him being taken away, the old demon said with a bitter smile. His expression turned serious as he said, Yinner, this matter is serious. The 10th Group Army, subordinate to the Federal President, is an entity that no forces in the Federation can interfere with. The 9th Legion is one of the most elite legions in the 10th Group Army. The last time they suffered heavy losses on Bloodmine Star, it seems they are about to get serious. The old demon's expression was grave as he continued. Moreover, this sudden conscription on Earth's ruins came without any warning or prior notice, clearly to avoid interference from various families, nobles, and even the clans. Indeed, our Jiang family received no prior information. It seems the Federal President has his own plans. Jiang Yin nodded gravely as they discussed Lu Chun, who had now been taken by the 9th Legion, making it nearly impossible to bring him back. The former commander of the 9th Legion is from the Gu family. The last battle on Bloodmine Star caused heavy losses to the 9th Legion, nearly crippling them, and he has since been relieved of his duties. The new commander is a temporary appointee, and the final selection has not yet been determined. It seems that numerous families want to get involved in the 10th Group Army, and the 9th Legion is the best opportunity. What actions does our Jiang family plan to take? The old demon's expression was stern as he looked at Jiang Yin. Jiang Yin frowned slightly, shaking her head. There is no news within the family, but I remember a month ago, several young collateral relatives seem to have been sent to Earth. Could it be? It seems likely, the old demon sighed. I suspect that not only our Jiang family is taking action, but other nobles and major clans are also moving. The 9th Legion will become the stage for the major forces to compete, and it is unclear what Lu Chun will encounter there. The old demon muttered to himself, yet showed no concern. The old demon pondered before saying, "Currently we cannot offer him any assistance, he must rely on himself. You just need to take care of his sister Xiao Shun." "I understand." Zhang Yan nodded. The two ended the communication, and Zhang Yan sat quietly in contemplation, her gaze flickering as she pondered. On Bloodmine Star at the Space Fleet Port, the 9th Fleet's station base floated in orbit. This place is 15 light-years from Earth, a massive red star rich in a special ore called blood ore. The entire Bloodmine Star is 110 times the size of Earth, appearing as a blood-red planet in space, extremely spectacular. "Commander, among the new recruits this time, many personnel from various family forces are hidden. Should we clear them one by one?" In the space base, an officer quickly reported this information, having analyzed all the new recruit data and discovered many hidden family members. The commander appointed temporarily for the 9th Legion was a middle-aged man, weathered and emanating a fierce aura. "No need to worry about them." The commander waved his hand, not turning his head. "Those individuals can't stir up much trouble. Since they have come, they are merely rookies. Whether they can survive is still uncertain." After saying this, he gazed out the transparent window, observing the massive blood-colored planet Bloodmine Star. The 9th Legion was stationed here with the mission to capture the entire planet, eliminate all internal threats, and incorporate this place into the federal resource map. However, the previous battle had clearly failed, suffering heavy losses and nearly depleting the entire Legion's strength. This time they had recruited over 100,000 new soldiers brought here to replenish the troops and restore the 9th Legion's combat capability. To supplement elite soldiers, they must undergo bloody and brutal trials, as only those who rise from death are the true elites. "Sir, if we just throw all the new recruits in a Bloodmine Star, won't they be wiped out?" "If that's the case, the conscription will—" An officer could not help but speak up, looking at the incoming 15,000 new recruits, worried. Bloodmine Star, an endless expanse of crimson land within a valley surrounded by towering mountains, stands a colossal base. This is the rookie camp, the only place on Bloodmine Star that has yet to fall. At this moment, a troop transport ship slowly descended from the sky, docking at the base's platform, and the large door creaked. The hatch of the transport ship opened, and the ramp descended, revealing a neatly organized squad of soldiers, fully armed, hastily descending. Trailing behind them were groups of young faces, all teenagers gathered from the ruins of Earth, both boys and girls, each stepping down with apprehension etched on their faces. "Is this Bloodmine Star?" Among the crowd, Lu Chen stepped down from the transport ship, greeted by a blood-red sky, as if it were filled with blood, and the ground was a deep crimson. The desolate, unique, and unfamiliar environment instilled a sense of unease and fear within many, wore expressions of dread, some even showing panic. "This is Bloodmine Star, a planet 15 light-years away from Earth. Once you arrive here, leaving is no longer possible. I don't want to join the military." A girl in the line, pale and filled with fear, suddenly began to whimper, softly, tears streaming down her face. Many did not wish to enlist, let alone come to Bloodmine Star, but this was not a choice they could make. Being brought here meant they had no autonomy. Regardless of their willingness, they had been brought to this strange and perilous planet, and the only thing they could do was strive to survive. Fortunately, there is a base here, otherwise being simply dumped on Bloodmine Star would be truly tragic and terrifying. "Silence. Assemble." A series of harsh commands rang out as a group of fully armed soldiers in armor marched in unison, led by a man resembling a drill instructor who issued warnings to the new recruits. His stern demeanor was etched with the hardships of battle, and a cold, murderous aura emanated from his gaze, clearly forged by countless life-and-death struggles. His piercing gaze swept across the crowd, causing all the new recruits to lower their heads, too intimidated to meet his eyes, and the girls ceased their tears. Some young men, trembling with fear, stood nervously on this vast ground, waiting for reprimands. "I don't care what your previous identities were, whether you are male or female, here everyone holds the same identity. That is—" The instructor's voice was harsh, laced with disdain, as he stated, "In my eyes, you are all a bunch of weaklings, useless rookies, cannon fodder, entirely worthless." Many felt anger flare at his words, wanting nothing more than to beat this instructor, thoroughly enraged. Everyone gathered here was without exception young and full of vigor, each brimming with resentment. After all, he was merely someone who started training before them. "What? You disagree?" The instructor cast a contemptuous glance at the crowd. He enunciated, "Don't be indignant, because you are truly a bunch of worthless weaklings, cannon fodder, not even worthy of being called cannon fodder. Here, if you are a dragon, coil; if you are a snake, coil; even a tiger must lie down obediently. I am your chief instructor. My name is Wu Ling, and your upcoming training will be dictated by me. Anyone who disagrees can step forward. I will grant them one chance to avoid training." After Wu Ling finished, he scanned the crowd. "Defeat me, and you can skip training." The moment he spoke, his fierce gaze swept over everyone. In that instant, the 15,000 young recruits fell silent, no one daring to speak out or resist. "Are you kidding? Only a fool would jump out, isn't that, seeking death? This person is very strong." A voice came from behind Lu Chun, and without turning he knew it was Lu Kunjian. He whispered, "I am certain this person has reached the level of unlocking the gene lock. You can tell, eh?" Lu Chun cast a quick glance at him, surprised. He truly could not discern the exact power level of the opponent, as he could not sense anything. The energy fluctuations from the individual were completely undetectable, only an extremely dense aura of murderous intent. Even his spiritual fire could only vaguely sense that the opponent was incredibly powerful and dangerous far beyond his capabilities, just as Liu Kunjian said, most likely a strong individual who had unlocked their gene lock. Alright, enough chit-chat. Wu Ling shouted, and everyone turned to look at him as he walked to the edge of the docking platform, gazing down at a massive training ground. Pointing down, he said, everyone has a chance now, immediately jump down from here. You have 3 minutes, anyone who doesn't jump within that time will face the consequences. After finishing, Wu Ling stood aside, quietly watching the timer on his wrist, as everyone remained in shock. What? Jump down. Are you kidding? The crowd erupted, each one horrified as they looked down at the 30-meter drop. Jumping down would surely mean death. Those who had already undergone gene mutation were not as concerned, but more than half of the people here had not activated their gene mutation. They were still ordinary humans. An ordinary person jumping from 30 meters would surely die. There's no way to survive, it's outright suicide. Instructor, I protest, you're asking us to commit mass suicide. Someone was furious and protested, directly unwilling to submit to such an instructor. It was akin to murder. Asking them to jump down was simply seeking death. 2 minutes and 30 seconds left. Wu Ling did not lift his head, his indifferent tone unchanged. This statement chilled many hearts. Was this training, or were they being led to their deaths? Let's go. Liu Chen's gaze flickered. Without hesitation, he approached the edge of the platform and leaped down without a moment. Everyone hurry and jump, it's just 30 meters, we won't die. Liu Kunjian laughed confidently, stepping forward with a grin, then leaped from the platform. Jump. In the next moment, over 10,000 people surged forward, each jumping off the platform, their bodies falling. The scene was magnificent as thousands leaped from the 30-meter high docking platform, falling freely like dumplings into the water. If I die, then so be it, a jump. Finally, among the remaining people, some gritted their teeth, roaring as they charged out, closing their eyes and jumping down. After all, it was death either way, so they might as well jump down. There were so many people below, and since they had just been recruited and hadn't faced the battlefield, they surely wouldn't be allowed to die immediately. Thinking this, the remaining individuals overcame their fear, screaming as they jumped down, and soon everyone had leaped. What's going on? Those who jumped down quickly realized they were unharmed, and it didn't seem that high. They reached the bottom in an instant. In that moment, tens of thousands stood bewildered, their minds blank as they looked around, suddenly realizing something was amiss. The towering buildings that had seemed so high now rippled slightly. Gradually, a stream of data light swirled, the scenery around them changed, and soon everyone found themselves in an enormous open space. I understand now, this is a virtual simulation, it's fake. Quickly, someone discerned that the surrounding scenery was an illusion. The previously towering heights weren't high at all. This was entirely a virtual scene simulating a real environment. The actual height was merely a few meters. Impressive, this technology is quite remarkable. A bespectacled boy touched the surrounding walls, feeling the shimmering light, which was also a virtual projection. At this point, everyone understood, each feeling both amused and exasperated. They thought they were going to die, but it was merely a test of courage. Clap, clap. Alright, congratulations on passing the first challenge. At that moment, a light curtain appeared, and the instructor stepped out from behind a wall of light, approaching everyone accompanied by 2 beautiful women in military uniforms. Next, you will face the second challenge, which is a test for grouping you. Those who pass will automatically be assigned to a group. After Wu Ling finished speaking, he clapped his hands, and before anyone could react, they felt the world spin and fell into a dark space. Screams erupted as everyone was scattered into individual dark spaces, each a real, enclosed. Liu Chen felt darkness envelop him, and then found himself in a sealed small room, the surroundings pitch black. Fortunately, his vision was strong enough to see everything around him. It was a sealed room, without doors or windows, completely airtight, with no gaps. What is going on? Liu Chen was puzzled as he reached out to touch the wall. A cold sensation confirmed that it was indeed a real metal wall, completely sealed. As for how he got here, Liu Chen looked up and understood. There was an opening above that had just dropped him down. Interesting, is this a test to see how to break through the sealed environment and find a way out? Liu Chen thought, revealing his clang. He knocked against the wall, and a loud metallic sound echoed. Clearly, it was completely metal sealed, and to escape he needed to break through the walls. Liu Chen speculated that there might be a mechanism hidden inside a switch to open it, but he didn't search. Instead, he wanted to test his strength. Taking a deep breath, he stood in front of the metal wall, gathering all his strength, then abruptly launched a powerful punch. With a thunderous sound, the entire metal wall shook violently, and with a crack, it was actually punched through, covered in fissures. With just one punch, Liu Chen broke through the metal wall. His immense strength shook the entire sealed space, leaving the observing instructor astonished. Interesting, a promising talent worth nurturing. Wu Ling watched the monitoring screen as Liu Chen punched through the wall, instantly shattering it, and stepping out, a hint of admiration in his eyes. This one is impressive too. In another scene, some individuals displayed powerful abilities, directly breaking through the obstructing metal walls. One white-haired girl shattered the metal wall with a single palm, stepping out calmly. Another girl with a ponytail effortlessly sliced open the wall, revealing a door to walk out. Others similarly showcased their diverse strengths, easily escaping their respective sealed spaces. Over there, just as Liu Chen emerged, he spotted the girl with the ponytail stepping out as well. Swish! Just as Lu Chen stepped out of the sealed space, he noticed someone else emerging from the opposite side, a girl with a... The girl spotted him immediately, her eyes flickering slightly, as if there was an imperceptible wave, which Lu Chen's spiritual fire managed to capture. Hello. Lu Chen's heart skipped a beat, but he still managed to greet her calmly. The girl opposite him remained silent, glancing at him before surveying the surroundings. Lu Chen shrugged it off, but silently noted her presence. He sensed something amiss, but couldn't pinpoint it. Nonetheless, a sense of vigilance arose within him. Lu Chen scanned the area, discovering they were in a larger sealed environment, with white metal walls and no visible sea. Be careful. In the next moment, Lu Chen's spirit jolted as he suddenly felt a sense of crisis. Just as he opened his mouth to warn, black holes suddenly appeared on the surrounding walls. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. In an instant, cold flashes shot out from each hole, targeting Lu Chen and the girl with fierce... Lu Chen's pupils constricted as he clearly saw that the cold flashes were sharp steel needles gleaming with it. The rapidly flying steel needles enveloped them. If struck, they would surely suffer serious injuries, even be killed on the spot. Whoosh. In the blink of an eye, Lu Chen leaped, executing a difficult 360-degree maneuver in midair, twisting to avoid the sharp steel needles. As soon as he landed, another wave of attacks came, leaving him no time to catch his breath. He had to dodge immediately. Cling, cling, cling. The girl opposite swiftly flipped over, leaping into the air and executing a spin, her boots leaving behind afterimages as she kicked the steel needles away. All the flying needles were kicked away by her, shooting into the holes in the walls, colliding with the steel inside, creating bursts of... Break the wall. Just as Lu Chen landed, he heard the girl's clear voice. Surprised, he didn't hesitate to accelerate and threw a punch at the wall opposite him. With a loud boom, his fist struck the metal wall, but it merely shook and didn't break, leaving only a fist mark without a... So hard. Lu Chen was astonished. He had just used 80% of his strength, yet it still hadn't broken. Seeing that Lu Chen couldn't break the wall, the girl looked at him with flickering eyes, seemingly deep in thought, before flipping over and landing beside him. Crack! She lightly slapped the fist mark Lu Chen had made, and instantly the entire metal wall exploded, shattering into pieces and creating a hole. The two quickly crawled through the hole, while behind them countless metal steel needles flew in the sealed environment, hitting the walls and creating a clanging noise. That was close. Lu Chen secretly breathed a sigh of relief, awkwardly touching his nose. He felt embarrassed that he couldn't break the wall with a punch, while the girl shattered it with a single slap. Boom. Just then a loud explosion came from the opposite side as a metal wall shattered into pieces and two figures rushed out. A man and a woman, exactly two people, stood face-to-face with Lu Chen and the girl, all four examining each other. My. Lu Chen's eyes narrowed as he focused on one of the women opposite him. She was a young woman with short white hair, the Ice Queen he had seen before, and unexpectedly they crossed paths here. The woman noticed Lu Chen too. Their gazes met for a moment before both looked away. Lu Chen then turned his attention to the other person, a young man in a neat shirt with glasses, appearing refined and scholarly. The young man likewise scrutinized Lu Chen and then glanced at the girl with a ponytail. No one spoke, and the four fell into a silence. This is yet another sealed space. That seems we are about to break out again, the bespectacled youth said, casually adjusting his glasses, his eyes flashing with insight as he surveyed the surroundings. It was a similar sealed environment, just slightly larger, all metallic and enclosed. It appeared that one person had come out only to encounter another, and then the two had worked together to break out and run into two more. Perhaps this was what Wu Ling referred to as the second round of assessments, selecting teammates and forming groups. It seemed her words were indeed accurate. It seems we have formed a small team. Let me introduce myself. My name is Xiao Bin, and I come from the third ruined city, the bespectacled youth said. Listening to his introduction, Lu Chen smiled and said, I am Lu Chen from the 10th ruined city, 18 years old. After speaking, Lu Chen glanced at the other two girls. One with short white hair, exuding an aura that warned others to stay away, like an iceberg. Bye. The white-haired girl coldly uttered a single word, and then fell silent, standing to the side, without looking at the others. Lu Chen and Xiao Bin exchanged glances before looking at the other girl with a ponytail, who also seemed somewhat aloof. Ling. The girl coldly replied. This left Lu Chen and Xiao Bin feeling awkward. They exchanged a glance, and shrugged, unsure whether to laugh or cry at having such teammates. The white-haired girl introduced herself as Bai, and the ponytailed girl as Ling. Clearly these weren't their real. However, Lu Chen paid it no mind. He continued to survey the surroundings, touching the metal walls, feeling the heavy, icy texture of the metal. These walls are even sturdier than the previous ones. They look quite difficult to break through. Before Lu Chen could say more, Xiao Bin couldn't help but interject, sharing his insights and speculations. Sure enough, Bai struck the metal wall with her palm, producing a loud thud, leaving only a faint palm print unable. Ling tried as well, but the result was the same. The wall remained unbroken, clearly more robust. Do we need all four of us to break it? Lu Chen couldn't help but frown, muttering. But the next moment Xiao Bin chuckled and said, I don't think so. We might not need to break the wall to get out because there could be a mechanism hidden here. Crack. Just as he finished speaking, Xiao Bin pressed a seemingly inconspicuous corner of the wall. With a crack it recessed inward. Soon the wall slowly opened, revealing a passage. Lu Chen and the other two couldn't help but stare at him in astonishment. I've done quite a bit of research on mechanisms. My guess was indeed correct. Xiao Bin adjusted his glasses a bit shyly. He appeared to be a bashful youth, but Lu Chen didn't dare to underestimate him. Beneath his shy exterior lay incredible power. This made Lu Chen reflect on how every person he encountered seemed to be extraordinary, each hiding tremendous ability. Whether it was the shy boy Xiao Bin or the two mysterious girls Bai and Ling, both surely concealed great secrets. Regardless of everyone having secrets, Lu Chen himself held many, so he had no intention of digging into other secrets. At this moment, Bai and Ling had already entered the passage, leaving Lu Chen and Xiao Bin behind. "Let's go." Lu Chen chuckled wryly, following Xiao Bin into the passage. Just as they entered, the door slammed shut. With no way back, they could only move forward, but Lu Chen sensed a faint aura of danger lingering here. "Be careful if something feels off." Just as Lu Chen warned, a rumbling sound echoed through the passage, and the four exchanged worried glances, looking towards the passage's end. Boom. In the next moment, a thunderous roar came from the end of the passage, followed by a torrent rushing towards them, a wave of scorching heat bearing down. Damn, does it have to be this way? Lu Chen couldn't help but curse upon seeing the torrent. The deluge was actually a flow of lava rushing and filling the entire passage. What a game. Xiao Bin adjusted his glasses, his eyes sparkling, a smile creeping onto his face. He showed no signs of panic. Instead, he stared at the flowing lava, which would surely engulf them if they didn't find a way out. "Here." Suddenly, the previously silent Ling spoke, her icy tone uncomfortable, yet her clear voice was capped. As soon as she finished speaking, she struck a spot on the ceiling of the passage with her palm, causing a crack as she broke through to reveal an exit. Lu Chen, Xiao Bin, and Bei's eyes lit up as all four leapt up, grasping the exit at the top of the passage and climbing it. In the blink of an eye, the passage was filled with lava surging and boiling, the searing heat waves instilling terror. "Welcome, new teammates." At that moment, a calm male voice sounded nearby, prompting Bai and Ling to instinctively adopt defensive stances. Lu Chen and Xiao Bin turned to see 6 people standing in the spacious area around them. 5 men and 1 woman, making a total of 10. The one who spoke was a young man with handsome features and an elegant demeanor, exuding a courteous charm that made one feel at ease. "Lu, brother, it's really you." A surprised voice called out, and Lu Chen looked over to find it was Lu Kunjian, someone he had met before, unexpectedly encountering him here. Lu Kunjian approached, quickly grinning as he said, "Lu, brother, what a coincidence. I didn't expect us to be grouped together." "Hello everyone, my name is Zhang Tianhao." "Bye." The white-haired girl replied coldly, standing at a distance while playing with a peculiar ice orb, her indifferent tone making others wary. "Ling." The girl standing nearby, named Ling, likewise only uttered a single word, her crisp voice tinged with an icy, killing intent that sent chills down the spine. "I am Xiao Bin." Xiao Bin introduced himself with a smile. "I am Yinshan." A burly young man gruffly announced, his towering frame making him appear like a giant. "Hee, I am Yunming. You can call me Mingming." A girl in a short skirt cheerfully introduced herself. Lu Chen couldn't help but scrutinize them, reflecting that everyone here was extraordinary. He sensed that the few introduced were likely very strong. Lu Chen surveyed the hall, noting 10 people in total, including 7 men and 3 girls. A few individuals had already introduced themselves. Lu Kunji and Zhang Tianhao and Yinshan were somewhat familiar, each concealing tremendous strength. Lu Chen was confident in his perception. He trusted the premonition of his inner fire, sensing a formidable power emanating from the four. He had met Lu Kunjian before, so they were somewhat acquainted. Zhang Tianhao was a new face, not much was known about him, but he exuded a refined demeanor coupled with a chilling air of menace. Yinshan was rather straightforward. His towering tumturate frame exuded an immense sense of oppression, resembling an iron tower. He was the embodiment of a muscular powerhouse akin to a human tank. As for the last 2 men, one was a striking young man with blue hair, particularly eye-catching with his handsome features and uniquely azure eyes. Lantian. The blue-haired youth seemed to notice Lu Chen's gaze and casually spoke. After saying that, he fell silent, appearing somewhat taciturn, as if he disliked conversation. Lu Chen observed the final young man a bit longer, sensing a chilling and ruthless aura radiating from him. The young man revealed a slight cold smile, casting a couple of glances at Lu Chen. With that, everyone had introduced themselves, and they had gained some understanding, at least knowing each other's names, even if unsure if they were their true names. However, one thing was clear to Lu Chen: each of these individuals was far from ordinary. They are all exceptional. Lu Chen felt somewhat speechless. How could he have encountered a group of teammates, each of whom was a hidden powerhouse concealing immense strength and secrets? Especially the first 2 girls he had met, Bai and Ling. Bai and Ling, 2 mysterious young women, not only possessed formidable strength, but also harbored numerous secrets. Most importantly, Lu Chen sensed a subtle yet persistent attention from them. This made him quite vigilant. Why did he feel such nebulous scrutiny from them, having never seen them before? Now that everyone is acquainted, who will be the captain of the squad next? At that moment, Yunming suddenly chimed in with a cheerful smile, instantly capturing everyone's attention as they turned. Everyone's gaze flickered as they looked at one another, before finally glancing back at the innocent and naive Yunming. Then, this little girl is not simple at all, Lu Chen thought to himself as he observed the seemingly innocent Yunming. Such an outwardly naive girl concealed such profound thoughts. Her single remark had stirred the hearts of everyone present. This was no small matter. The question of who would be captain was enough to unsettle everyone. A squad naturally needed a captain, yet no one spoke up. Whether it was Lu Chun, Lu Kunjian Zhang, Tianhao, Xiaobin Lantian Feiyu Bai, or Ling Nun made a sound. Everyone fell silent. Clap clap. Just as the atmosphere lingered in silence, a crisp round of applause suddenly echoed, drawing everyone's attention. They turned to see Instructor Wuling approaching, accompanied by a graceful female officer, as the two made their way towards them. Not bad, not bad. Wuling exclaimed, his gaze assessing Lu Chun and the others, growing more satisfied, as if he could see through their concealed strength. You've performed excellently. I've been watching you for quite some time. Congratulations on passing the assessment and becoming honored new recruits. From now on you are a team, and your future as comrades will depend on your abilities to survive on the battlefield and achieve results. Wuling finished with a smile. He looked at everyone and continued, as for the captain, you may choose among yourselves. I will not interfere, but if you fail to select a captain within 3 days, I will make the choice for you. Upon hearing this, Lu Chun and the others exchanged glances, seemingly catching a flash of insight in each other's eyes. Interesting. Xiaobin wore a smiling expression, adjusting his glasses. He was the first to raise his hand, stepping forward to say, Instructor, I don't think him suited to be the captain. I withdraw from the election. Oh. Wuling was surprised, sizing him up before nodding in appreciation. You chose to withdraw from the captaincy election? Good. Uncertain of what he found commendable, Lu Chun couldn't help but regard Xiaobin with newfound respect. Someone who could decisively forego such an opportunity was not lacking in intelligence, but rather too clever, possessing a clear self-awareness. I'm not interested. Lantian stated lightly, similarly opting out of the captaincy. Nearby, Feiyu crossed his arms, a trace of a wicked smile playing at the corners of his mouth, saying, I'm not interested in being a captain either, you all go ahead. He finished with a smile directed at Lu Chun and the others, his eyes harboring a hint of savage cruelty. No time. I responded directly. Ling looked on with disdain, clearly uninterested in being captain, as if both girls had their own motives and plans. I'm a girl, you all just take care of me, Yiming cheerfully declared, stepping back. As a result, only Yinshan, Lu Kunjian Zhang, Tianhao, and Lu Chun remained. I think he'll just be a team member. I only know how to charge into battle. Yinshan scratched his head, chuckling awkwardly as he stepped back. Lu Kunjian glanced at Zhang Tianhao, then at Lu Chun. With only 3 people left, he began to ponder quietly. Just as Lu Chun was about to speak, Zhang Tianhao directly interrupted him. I lack leadership skills. He smiled elegantly, a hint of apology in his tone as he said, I can't be captain. I fear leading you all to death, so I'll stick to being a team member. I'll withdraw too. Lu brother, you should be the captain. Lu Kunjian smiled at Lu Chun, following Zhang Tianhao's lead, and stepping back, leaving Lu Chun feeling speechless, cursing inwardly. What was going on? He had just intended to say he wasn't interested in being captain either, yet these two had jumped the gun and withdrawn first. Now everyone had stepped back, leaving only him, clearly forcing him into the captain role. Was being a captain that easy? Difficult, or perhaps good? But Lu Chun felt somewhat helpless. He merely wanted to hone his skills and improve his cultivation. Lu Chun, very well, from now on you are the captain of this small team. I hope you won't disappoint me. Wuling looked at him with a smile. Lu Chun had no choice but to steel himself and replied, Yes, since everyone thinks highly of me, I will not shirk my responsibility. Yea, we have a captain brother now. Yunming cheered immediately, making Lu Chun feel somewhat awkward, thinking to himself, could she not be a little more considerate? Wouldn't this embarrass him? Alright, since you have passed the test and selected a captain, the next step is training. Wuling clapped his hands, looking at the 10 in front of him with a serious expression, as if what he was about to say was very important. He said, You all did well. Next you will have a month to familiarize yourselves and train. After a month you will step out of the base and begin accomplishing real combat missions. Deputy officer, take them to the dormitory to collect their weapons, clothing, and other supplies and familiarize them with all the rules and regulations here. After finishing, Wuling turned and left, leaving behind the beautiful deputy officer. Everyone follow me. The female deputy officer wore a serious expression, not one to joke around, as she led Lu Chun and the other 9 recruits away to the dormitory in the rest area. On the way they saw other teams that had passed the assessment, many of whom bore injuries, with some being carried away on stretchers. A few of the injured passed by, and Lu Chun clearly saw that these individuals had numerous steel needles embedded in their bodies. Some even had sharp daggers embedded in them, their bodies stained with blood, looking quite horrific. Oh my, we were fortunate to pass smoothly, Lu Kunjian said with a frightened expression, provoking Xiaobin's teasing. I told you to stop pretending. Who doesn't know about your great strength? This little test could hardly touch you, so stop. Upon hearing this, Lu Kunjian was displeased, retorting, You little brat, don't speak recklessly. Oh, look at how tragic they are, with needles and daggers all over them. It's terrifying to see. Look at that guy, tisk tisk, not a single intact spot on him. How pitiful, he added, expressing a look of regret. But everyone could see he was relishing their misfortune. Though he was talking, he did not look down on those injured, merely finding, Here we are, this will be your dormitory from now on. This is the soldier's manual, which contains all the rules and regulations of the base. You should read it carefully and remember it well, otherwise there will be no remedy for mistakes. The female deputy officer finished speaking, distributing a copy of the soldier's manual to the group, then led them to the supply depot to collect their military uniforms and living supplies. Hey, training starts tomorrow. I heard the new recruit training of the 9th Legion is notoriously grueling and people can die. Indeed, our days of suffering are about to begin. And a month later we have to leave the base to complete real combat missions. It's simply too dangerous. Oh no, we are likely to perish on this cursed planet. A youth lamented. Nearby people shook their heads, helplessly sighing repeatedly, filled with uncertainty about the future, unable to. Perhaps it was due to the notorious reputation of this place. Bloodmine Star was known throughout the Federation for its danger. When they returned to the dormitory, everyone was astonished to find that there were only 2 single rooms, one inside and one outside, along with a bathroom. But the problem was there were girls in the squad, 3 girls and 7 boys. Were they all going to live in the same dormitory? We will stay inside. Out. Anyone who dares to enter will be mercilessly dealt with. I stepped into the inner room, her chilling words causing all the male team members present to shudder. Hee, Captain Brother, don't peek at us. Yunming playfully made a face at Lu Chun and the others, cheerfully taking Ling's arm as they entered the inner room, slamming the door shut behind them. The remaining 7 male team members stood awkwardly, exchanging glances, momentarily at a loss for words. Woo! Gather. The next day at 4 in the morning, a swift alarm rang out, waking countless new recruits. Upon hearing the alarm, Lu Chun became alert, and without a moment's thought he rolled out of bed and quickly donned a combat. In the dormitory, Xiao Bin, Yin Shan, Lan Tian, Fei Yu, Lu Kunji, and Zhang Tianhao, and others swiftly dressed, rushing out one after another. Behind them, the 3 female team members by Ling and Yunming followed at a leisurely pace. The 10-member squad had all gathered and was heading towards the assembly point. Along the way, Lu Chun saw new recruits from various squads rushing out in a hurry, some with their clothes improperly put on and others with their pants on backwards. 3 minutes later, everyone had assembled. There were 1500 people, many of whom were late, but the instructor said, "Today marks your first day of training as new recruits. I may overlook your tardiness, but starting from tomorrow, anyone who is late will be thrown out of the base for 3 days." With this statement, the hall erupted in chaos. Everyone looked bewildered, a hint of fear creeping into their hearts. 3 days out of the base. Are you kidding? Outside the base lies the boundless crimson earth where the Bloodmine Star hides endless terrifying dangers. Being out for 3 days is tantamount to a death sentence. That's too harsh, right? Lu Kunjian wore a frightened expression, feeling that the instructor's punishment was too severe. This was a matter of life and death. Who can survive 3 days on Bloodmine Star? Being thrown out is equivalent to being abandoned or left to fend for oneself. This is devilish. They want us to die. Oh my god, I hate it here. I want to go home. Many new recruits were on the verge of tears, whispering amongst themselves, and the situation became somewhat uncontrollable. Silence. Wu Ling shouted, and the scene immediately quieted down. Everyone stopped talking, standing straight and not daring to make a sound. Everyone formed squads and put on the gravity suits. We will start special training. As soon as he finished speaking, a massive iron gate rose in front, revealing special training suits neatly arranged inside. These are gravity suits equipped with gravity devices that provide weighted training specifically designed for training new recruits in the Federal Army. Gravity suits, huh? As several people entered the warehouse, they were amazed by the gravity suits. Such items are rarely available in the black market, being military supplies. Lu Chun picked up a gravity suit and examined it closely. It wasn't too heavy, weighing only 0.5 tons, but the gravity device could actually activate a gravity increase of 300 times. Unbelievable. If combined with one's own weight, it would be terrifyingly oppressive. Training while wearing such a gravity suit would be sheer torture. Hurry up and put it on. Lu Chun observed that the squad members had not yet put on their suits and promptly reminded them. He was the first to don the gravity suit, feeling that it fit perfectly, as if it were tailor-made. This was the clever design that allowed it to adjust according to individual body types. Looking at Yin Shan made it clear, upon wearing the gravity suit it immediately began to change and expand, seemingly made from a type of nanobiological material that could alter its size freely. Alright, all gravity suits are now on. Next comes the training subjects. Wu Ling observed all the new recruits in their gravity suits and immediately approached to speak. No one dared to slack off. He stated word by word, "I will say this only once. Over the course of a month you will have 2 training subjects each day. One is wind tunnel training and the other is virtual combat training." What the heck, wind tunnel? That training is downright lethal. This is meant to kill us. The instructor's words immediately triggered a fierce reaction from many new recruits. While the training was expected, the so-called wind tunnel was not fully understood by many, but a few were quite clear on it. Unfortunately, Wu Ling paid no heed to their reactions, slowly stating, "The first training subject will be entering the wind tunnel for special training, and the second subject will be virtual combat training on the battle network." So it's about virtual combat training. Upon hearing this, many realized the second training subject was essentially sharpening their skills in simulated battles on the Federal network. Alright, now everyone commenced the first special training by entering the wind tunnel. As soon as Wu Ling finished speaking, he walked directly to an open wind door, observing the 1500 new recruits, each looking somewhat apprehensive at the sight of the open door. The wind tunnel simulates a storm. Training inside raises the question of whether it's training or courting death. What are you hesitating for? Get in there. If you don't go in, everyone will be thrown out of the base. Seeing no one move, Wu Ling immediately erupted in anger, shouting loudly, and as soon as his words fell, everyone surged forward. The 1500 recruits were divided into 15 wind tunnels, each capable of accommodating around 10,000 individuals for training. The entire wind tunnel was extraordinarily vast, featuring an artificially created training ground that produced various gales, hurricanes, tornadoes, storms, and sandstorms. This is a terrifying form of training. Training amidst natural disasters is essentially seeking death. However, this is the basic subject of special training for federal new recruits. Wind tunnel training is about adapting amidst various storms and honing oneself. Training in such extreme environments can easily push people beyond their limits, thus stepping onto the path of genetic mutation. But it can also easily lead to fatalities. After all, storms are no joke. People can genuinely die. Boom. All of Lu Chen's group entered the wind tunnel, which was a spacious and terrifying tunnel that seemed to have the door at the back closed tightly, sealing them inside. And at that moment, a terrible wailing sound suddenly echoed from the depths of the wind tunnel. Whoa. The chilling sound of the wind sent shivers down their spines. A large number of new recruits were terrified and crying, collapsing to the ground, unable to rise. It's over, the storm is coming. We're going to die here. I don't want to die. Many were wailing incessantly, filled with dread at the approaching terrifying storm, training utterly unable to muster any courage to confront the tempest. Seeing these people in such despair, Lu Kunjian and the others looked disdainful, completely ignoring them, instead focusing on their captain Lu Chen. Captain, what should we do? Xiaobin adjusted his glasses and asked. Lu Chen gazed at the seemingly infinite depth of the wind tunnel, thought for a moment, and said, what else can we do? Face it, he didn't know we charged straight into the storm. Charge in. The group looked at each other. Whether it was Xiaobin, Lu Kunjian, Zhang Tianhao, or Lan Tian Fei Yu by Ling Yunming, all looked bewildered. You say charge in, are you joking? The next moment, Lu Chen truly demonstrated with action, charging directly into the wild winds blowing from the wind tunnel. Go charge in. Seeing their captain Lu Chen plunge into the winds, the remaining team members gritted their teeth and followed suit, each one staring at the raging wind as they charged in. This commotion instantly drew the attention of other squads. Everyone turned to look astonished. Charging into... Have these people lost their minds? Some were puzzled, amazed by the actions of Lu Chen's squad, feeling a mix of mockery and disdain. This is courting death. We'll go too. Before long, other squads noticed and quickly rallied their teams to follow Lu Chen's example and charge into the wind. In an instant, many teams followed suit, madly charging and looking quite comical and ridiculous. As the wind strength gradually increased, those charging into the wind were found to be running in place. Despite their desperate efforts, they could not push further into the tunnel. Activate the gravity device on the gravity suits and walk in. Lu Chen gritted his teeth and sent out this message, being the first to activate the gravity device on his suit, directly setting it to 10 times the gravity. He felt his body suddenly grow heavy, as if a great mountain had been placed upon him, making Lu Chen's original weight. With 10 times the gravity, he was able to withstand the howling winds. Stepping forward into the massive tunnel, behind him the other team members activated their gravity devices and followed his lead step by step. This squad is impressive. Outside, Wu Ling observed the situation inside the 15 wind tunnels and expressed admiration for Lu Chen's squad. Beside him, a beautiful female officer remarked, Sir, the wind tunnel is a training method that compels new recruits to tap into their potential under the pressure of layered winds. If they can face the challenge and gradually adapt, they will surely succeed in unlocking genetic mutations within a week. However, there is a hidden danger. If things go awry, it may lead to widespread casualties. The beautiful officer, Wu Ling, waved his hand dismissively, indifferently, stating, casualties are inevitable, though it's better to suffer losses in training than to die tragically in war. You must understand, our 9th Legion has lost nearly 2,000 personnel on this planet. If this batch cannot replenish the losses, we will recruit another batch. The time given to me by the commander is only 3 months, the first month for them to adapt, and the subsequent 2 months for real combat training. If they cannot survive, then they shall rest eternally on Bloodmine Star. Wu Ling's expression was cold, his words devoid of any emotional fluctuation, as if he were heartless, but those who truly understood the situation knew that this was unavoidable. Bloodmine Star was a resource star that the Federation could not afford to lose. Increase the wind force, generate level 10 winds. Soon Wu Ling issued a heavy order, and immediately a series of terrifying wailing sounds echoed from the 15 wind tunnels as the hurricanes intensified. A powerful wind force reaching level 10 was unleashed, sweeping out from the end of the wind tunnel. In just a moment, some recruits could not withstand the force and were swept away, crashing heavily against the walls of the wind tunnel, repeatedly colliding and losing consciousness. No, hold on to me. Not long after, more recruits succumbed to the wind force, getting blown away, waving their arms in the air, rolling, and ultimately crashing into the walls. As the wind force increased, recruits were blown away. Many could not endure it initially, but some thought of a solution and activated the gravity devices on their suits. This is a special training, enduring the wind's assault, while also bearing the pressure and weight of the gravity suits. Training that combines the two is akin to being tormented by demons. Enhance the wind force to level 12. Outside, Wu Ling's cold expression showed no signs of change as he rigidly issued the order to further intensify the wind force. Sir, do we really need to increase it to level 12? One officer questioned uncertainly. Wu Ling's gaze turned sharp as he replied, Did you not hear my command? Increase the wind force to level 12. Understood. The officer immediately ran off to relay this order. Whoa. Inside the wind tunnel, a strong gust of wind intensified, causing Lu Chun to feel an increase in resistance. The weight on his body combined with the wind's impact ahead made him feel increasingly burdened. However, he remained quite at ease, only sensing that the wind was growing stronger. The further he ventured inside, the more intense the wind became, reaching a level of 12, akin to a storm. The wind has intensified. Not far behind, Fei Yu and Lan Tian closely followed, feeling the increase in wind force, their expressions revealing a hint of surprise. Beside them, Bai and Ling appeared utterly relaxed, or rather their faces bore no other expressions, as if they were indifferent to the wind's strength. As for Xiaobin, Lu Kunji and Zhang Tianhao, and Yun Ming, they lagged slightly behind, but seemed quite comfortable, not feeling the slightest sensation of being blown away. While this wind is at least level 12, and is still increasing, Yun Ming tilted her head, looking into the depths of the wind tunnel somewhat astonished. She took one step at a time, moving forward with the group, and surprisingly not a single person in the team fell behind, all following Lu Chun against the fierce wind. Not far from their team, several other groups followed, closely showcasing a strength that did not seem weak, catching Lu Chun. These groups are not simple. Xiaobin approached Lu Chun, his expression cautious, as he observed those teams. Others noticed this as well, but after a brief glance they lost interest. At this moment, everyone felt the wind's force intensifying, the impact becoming more significant. Continue to increase, activate level 15 wind force. Outside, Wu Ling maintained a stoic expression as he watched the monitoring screen of the virtual light curtain, observing the situation in the 15 wind tunnels. He issued the command to enhance the wind force again, and instantly the wind inside the tunnel escalated from level 12 to level 15. Bang bang bang. In just a breath, numerous new recruits inside the 15 wind tunnels were swept away, crashing heavily against the tunnel walls. One after another they were swept away, with terrified screams hurled by the powerful wind, continuously crashing against the walls and being lifted up again. This training was essentially a means of tormenting them. Many new recruits suffered severe injuries, with some who had not activated their genetic mutations being critically wounded on the spot. Bring the severely injured individuals out. Soon Wu Ling issued the command, and immediately those new recruits who had sustained serious injuries were sucked into the suddenly opened gap, disappearing within the wind tunnel. They had already been taken out and sent to the gene treatment chamber for healing, while those who were uninjured or slightly injured continued their training. Seeing this, several officers finally breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that the instructor was indifferent to their well-being, which would have been a bit too much. After all, they were training new recruits, not torturing prisoners. If they all perished, where would the 9th Legion find reinforcements? Deep within the wind tunnel, an even more powerful wind surged, the roaring storm sound deafening, rendering communication impossible and making it difficult to open one's eyes. Walking at the forefront, Lu Chun felt the wind's force increasing, and the power within him erupted, using a full 50% of his strength to withstand the intense level 15 wind. Add sand to create a sandstorm. Outside, Wu Ling articulated each word, conveying the next command, unexpectedly incorporating sand to generate a terrifying sandstorm. With a thunderous roar, an even stronger wind swept in, accompanied by rolling sand blowing in from the depths of the wind tunnel, forming a horrifying yellow sandstorm. Damn, there's even a sandstorm here. Isn't this going to kill us? Seeing the massive sandstorm approaching, Lu Kunjian couldn't help but curse. Even the refined Zhang Tianhao couldn't suppress his frustration. Damn it! Zhang Tianhao exclaimed, only to fall silent. As the sandstorm swept over, everyone found it impossible to speak, with sand filling their mouths, noses, and eyes. Boom boom boom. The wind tunnel slightly trembled with the sandstorm reaching a terrifying level of 15, and it continued to intensify, causing those outside to feel alarmed. As for those inside the wind tunnel, many were severely injured, crashing hard against the walls, vomiting blood, and fainting, drawn into the open gap for treatment. After a long while, when the sandstorm finally passed, everyone inside the wind tunnel was covered in a layer of sand, their faces smeared with it. Phew phew phew. Next to Lu Chun, Lu Kunjian, Zhang Tianhao, Xiaobin, Lan Tian, and Fei Yu each spat out sand from their mouths, their faces turning green. This way of training felt like it was killing them, but before they could further complain, an even more terrifying wailing sound suddenly surged from within the wind tunnel. Damn! Someone cursed. In the next moment, their bodies were swept away, the violent wind far exceeding level 15, truly terrifying. Outside, a group of officers felt a bit tense, watching the monitoring screen, as most of the people inside the 15 wind tunnels were swept away, sustaining heavy injuries, some fainting from blood loss. The remaining few were desperately resisting the wind. Some even lay on the ground, gripping the ground's grooves with all their. Sir, the wind has reached level 18. A female officer said nervously. However, Wu Ling remained unmoved, his expression unchanged as he looked at the screen, where only about 1,000 people were still struggling inside the 15 wind tunnels. The rest had been severely injured and eliminated. The gene treatment room was already overcrowded, with over 100,000 injured being treated urgently. The medical staff responsible for treatment began to curse. Damn, Wu Ling, what's he trying to do? Over 100,000 new recruits severely injured. What kind of madness is this? Stop complaining and treat them quickly. Damn, treating over 10,000 people at once, are we not allowed to rest? A group of medical personnel cursed vehemently, truly overwhelmed as they watched over 100,000 injured recruits. Those unconscious fared better, while those who were awake were writhing in pain on stretchers. Many had broken bones, some arms and legs were fractured, ribs cracked, and some were on the brink of death, clearly terrified by the wind tunnel training. On the other side, inside the wind tunnel, Lu Chun and others were being pushed back by the powerful wind. Even the enhanced gravity suit's gravitational device was being gradually blown backwards. The wind is too strong, I can't hold on any longer. At this moment, Lu Kunjian gritted his teeth and roared, finally unable to withstand it. He was suddenly swept away, flying to the back. Before Lu Chun could grab him, he vanished in the blink of an eye, evidently swept to the back of the wind tunnel, crashing. Oh no, I can't hold on either. At this moment, Yun Meng exclaimed in surprise, her petite body flying up and rolling away, disappearing into the tunnel. Seeing this, Lu Chun revealed a bitter smile, and shortly after, Xiao Bin's glasses were blown off, and his body was swept away, thrown to the back. What kind of training is this? Zhang Tianhao cursed loudly, and in an instant he was swept away, disappearing without a trace, only his furious roars echoing. Oomph! Over there, Lan Tian and Fei Yu both retreated, their feet scraping against the ground, but they were quickly swept up, grunting twice before vanishing. In the end, only two girls, Bai and Ling, along with their leader Lu Chun, remained, their eyes locking onto each other. These two girls. Lu Chun felt puzzled and was about to speculate. However, in the next moment, Bai and Ling were both swept into the air, quickly disappearing into the tunnel. Only Lu Chun remained, his gaze flickering, his thoughts unclear. A hint of suspicion flashed through his mind. Just now, he clearly sensed a violent surge of power within Bai and Ling, wanting to burst forth, but it had all subsided. They are hiding their strength, Lu Chun thought, feeling a chill. He even sensed that the others in the team were concealing their truth. He couldn't help but smile bitterly, secretly cursing. This group of teammates, each one hiding their true selves, really makes it hard to feel at ease. Whoosh! Just as he was thinking, Lu Chun's body suddenly relaxed, the power that had not fully erupted dissipating, and then he was swept away by the wind. With a muffled bang, Lu Chun felt a violent impact throughout his body, and then he saw his previously flying teammates, each one gazing at him. As expected, upon seeing this, Lu Chun silently acknowledged, these guys were indeed hiding their strength, as most of those who had been swept away were heavily injured. Yet they were all unharmed. It was clear they were not fools. They were hiding their abilities, which left Lu Chun both amused and exasperated. What were they trying to achieve by pretending to be weak? Whoosh! Bang bang bang! At this moment, others inside the wind tunnel were being swept away, crashing against the walls, unable to descend. Everyone had been blown out, many sustaining injuries, but there were still some who emerged unscathed, obviously strong despite looking a bit disheveled. Lu Chun had observed these individuals before, and now seeing them again, it was evident that their strength was not to be underestimated. Although they looked a bit ragged, they had sustained no injuries. The wind force is weakening. At this moment, Xiao Bin gently reminded, causing everyone to perk up, immediately sensing that the wind inside the tunnel was indeed decreasing. Indeed, soon the strong wind inside the tunnel gradually diminished, eventually fading away, and everyone slid down from the walls. Crack! At this moment, the tightly shut wind tunnel doors slowly opened. Lu Chun and the others exchanged glances and walked out just in time to see some people emerging from other wind tunnels. They were all the last batch of people who had persevered until the end, each sizing up the others, secretly remembering their respective teams. Those who could last until the end were all strong. Clap! A round of applause erupted, and everyone turned to see instructor Wu Ling walking towards them step by step, his expression impassive, yet a glimmer of appreciation flickered in his eyes. You all did well. Wu Ling praised. Those who lasted until the end have a solid foundation. You will have a great chance to become the true elite of the 9th Legion next. Alright, the wind tunnel special training ends here. You will rest for 10 minutes before proceeding to the next phase of special training. After he finished speaking, he turned and left, leaving Lu Chun and the others who had persevered until the end to look at each other in silence before turning to return to their dorms. Captain, those several teams are quite strong, some might even be stronger than us, Xiao Bin said softly as they walked back to the dorm, glancing at a few distant teams reminding Lu Chun. Lu Chun followed his gaze to those teams who were also observing them, their eyes flickering with various thoughts, each secretly remembering one another. After a 10-minute break, Lu Chun and his team were taken to a training room filled with various instruments resembling a neural network connection system. A recorder in charge of training Lu Chun's squad introduced, pointing to the instruments in the training room and instructing them to choose one and prepare to connect to the battle network. The battle network, I often go on it, Lu Kunjian said with a grin, walking over to an apparatus and lying down on it. Soon Xiao Bin, Zhang Tianhao, Lan Tian, Fei Yu, Bai Ling, Yun Meng, and others each chose a device, lay down, and connected to the battle network. Beep. Lu Chun lay down, feeling a surge of electricity coursing through his body, his brain buzzing as a light appeared, and his consciousness entered the virtual battle network. It was a completely enclosed space, very spacious, with nothing around and no teammates in sight, only himself. He was wearing a combat suit, and upon touching his body, he found it surprisingly realistic, as if it were a perfect simulation. Buzz! With a click, the surrounding walls slowly opened, revealing the interior, where 4 storage bays stood, in front one behind, and one on each side. New recruit Lu Chun, please choose your training equipment. There are two mechas, one with a manual control system and the other with a mental control system. New recruit Lu Chun, please choose your training equipment. There are two mechas, one with a manual control system and the other with a mental control system, and the two fighters are the same. Please make your selection. Suddenly, an electronic synthesized voice echoed around, prompting Lu Chun to choose his training equipment. The two mechas and two space fighters were categorized into manual and mental control systems. Manual control was easy to understand, but the mental control system was new to Lu Chun, sparking his curiosity and surprise. Should I choose a mecha or a fighter? Lu Chun surveyed the two mechas and two fighters, and with a thought he made his decision. He considered that he had no experience operating fighters, but mechas were different. They were perfect weapons for close combat. Moreover, he instinctively leaned towards close-range combat, so he walked directly towards the two mecha storage bays, without hesitation. He looked at one of the mechas, which was the manual type, but after some thought he decided to pass it up, ultimately drawn to the mental This mecha stood 9 meters tall with a dark armor that gleamed with an astonishing luster, and a massive elongated battle knife was embedded in the weapon slot on its back. This mecha will do. Lu Chun liked it at first sight, and directly chose this one, stepping forward. Beep beep. As soon as he entered the storage bay, the previously motionless mecha suddenly lifted its head, and two beams of light illuminated from its eyes. With a click, a slit opened in the chest of the mecha, and a ladder descended from within. Lu Chun stepped up and slowly entered the mecha through the ladder. Buzz. Upon entering the mecha's interior, Lu Chun lay in a biological chamber, surrounded by a dense network of connections to his botus nervous system. In an instant, Lu Chun felt a jolt, as if he had detached from his body, suddenly gaining a strange, enormous form. It was the mecha's senses providing a real sensation, as if he were the mecha, and the mecha was Lu Chun himself. What a fascinating sensory system. Lu Chun exclaimed in astonishment, instinctively wanting to stand up. With a thunderous sound, the massive mecha stood up, abruptly moving as naturally as a person. Lu Chun felt it was wondrous, as if he had replaced his flesh and blood body with a completely steel form of a battle mecha. This sensation was marvelous, prompting Lu Chun to throw a few punches forward. Boom boom boom. The mecha instantly threw 3 punches, the powerful fist wind sweeping through like a whirlwind, shaking the entire storage bay. With a loud thud, Lu Chun lifted his foot, and the massive mecha stepped out of the storage bay, creating a scene that shook. Refreshing, so refreshing. Lu Chun was overjoyed. He felt he could easily control the mecha, as if he himself were the mecha, able to perform agile movements like his own body. Though there was a slight discord under Lu Chun's powerful mental strength, he quickly adapted to the mecha's agility. Boom. He threw a punch, and the wall in front of him was completely shattered, while his 2 arms tore through the metal wall, revealing the scene outside. It was a desolate world with a crimson earth and a blood-red sky, as if he had returned to Bloodmine Star once again. This is... Lu Chun marveled as he tore through the metal wall, and emerged the massive mecha, breaking free from the enclosure. Looking back, the spot where he had just emerged had vanished, revealing an expanse of crimson earth with overlapping mountains and red dust swirling in the sky. Attention all teams, this is a simulated battle on Bloodmine Star. Your training objective is to engage in simulation. As the mecha's prompt sounded, it was the voice of Chief Instructor Wu Ling, causing all the bewildered recruits to feel it. What the heck? Lu Kunjian exclaimed as he turned to see that at some point massive mechas had appeared around him. They were all recruits like him, each having chosen their own training weapons, with some selecting mechas and others opting for fighters hovering in the air. Dense and overwhelming numerous mechas appeared, with fighters circling and flying above, creating an extremely spectacular war. Lu Chun was taken aback, but soon several figures approached. 6 massive mechas walked over. 3 space fighters still hovered above, displaying a number that matched Lu Chun's squad. Captain, check out how cool I look. A voice called out as a fully blue mecha stepped forward, showcasing several muscle-flexing poses. This guy was Lu Kunjian, showing off, accompanied by 4 mechas, one of which was the orange mecha driven by Yin Shan. There was also the blue mecha driven by Lan Tian, the blood-red mecha driven by Fei Yu, the silver mecha driven by Bai, and the purple mecha driven by Ling. As for the 3 fighters hovering above, one was the pink fighter piloted by Yunming, another was piloted by Zhang Tianhao, and the last was piloted by Xiao Bin, the bespectacled boy. The 3 fighters, along with Lu Chen's black mecha, made a total of 7 mechas, completing the 10-member squad. Caw caw caw. Just then a strange sound echoed from the distant crimson earth, as if countless creatures were screaming, sending shivers down their spines. Everyone looked toward the distant land, instantly feeling a chill. They'll be damned. Lu Kunjian cried out. Everyone watched as plumes of crimson smoke billowed up from the ground, as if thousands of horses and troops were As they drew closer, the ground began to tremble, and from the smoke emerged strange-looking, hideous alien creatures. Hiss! Alien mutant creatures. Nearby combat squads were stunned by the scene before them, gasping in shock, as they saw countless alien mutants charging forward, losing their courage. There were too many of them, one after another, alien mutants with sharp fangs, and covered in a layer of crimson exoskeleton, bristling with sharp spikes. Even more terrifying, these creatures were massive, generally over 2 meters long and 1 meter tall, with the largest reaching 5 meters long and 3 meters high, all madly rushing forward. Dense and endless, the sight sent shivers through the hearts of all the recruits present. Some couldn't help but back away. Captain, what do we do? At that moment, Liu Kunjian's serious voice came through the squad channel. What can we do? Just kill one quickly, it's not real. Just then a lazy voice came through. It was Fei Yu's voice, tinged with a hint of bloodiness and cruelty, filled with killing intent. Fei Yu is right, this is a virtual combat training, we won't die, so why be afraid? Just kill one quickly. Xiao Bin's calm voice came through the channel, as if he was discussing something very simple. You're right, I almost forgot, this is a virtual world, a simulated war scene, where no one actually dies. Liu Kunjian immediately reacted. In an instant, everyone realized that this was not a real scene, but merely a simulated battle on Bloodmine Star. Then what are we waiting for? Kill. With a crisp voice, Ling charged forward, her mecha gracefully leaping into the air from a high position. Clang. Liu Chun drew the giant battle knife from the back of his mecha, giving it a slight shake, the sound calmly reaching the ears of his teammates. Everyone, let's battle, and see who can kill the most. As soon as he finished speaking, Liu Chun jumped into the air, causing a cloud of dust to rise. Kill. In the next moment, the other squad members roared excitedly, waving their respective mecha weapons, as they Here I come. In the sky, Yunmeng shouted excitedly, piloting a small space fighter, as she zoomed by, flying low over everyone's heads. Damn it, what are you afraid of? A simulated battle has you scared. How will you fight enemies on the real battlefield in the future? Exactly, let's smash it to pieces. Kill. In an instant, the other teams erupted with furious roars, finally awakening to the fact that this was merely a simulated battle. The 1500 recruits finally came to their senses. Since it was a simulated battle, they wouldn't die, so what? Kill. 100,000 mechas surged forth, while 5,000 fighters roared above, all launching an offensive, charging forward. A brutal simulated battle had begun. My lord, it has begun. Outside in the control room, a group of officers was watching the virtual screens ahead. The images displayed were scenes from the virtual battle, with 150,000 new recruits charging forward, creating an utterly chaotic spectacle. Seeing the tens of thousands of new recruits piloting mechs, the aircraft soaring up, Chief Instructor Wu Ling couldn't help but shake his head. New recruits are just new recruits, lacking any form or military combat skills. They are simply a bunch of rabble. An officer shook his head in disdain, looking down on the new recruits, believing that charging like this was tantamount to seeking death, with no real difference. Moreover, with 150,000 new recruits divided into small teams, the entire formation appeared chaotic, resembling a group of rabble. Indeed, they were a group of rabble after all, they were just newly conscripted recruits. Don't set your expectations too high, Wu Ling spoke up. His face was calm as he looked at the light screen, and said, these are merely newly conscripted recruits. It's already impressive that there are no deserters on their first battlefield. Wu Ling was correct. Many officers present agreed that at least the 150,000 new recruits did not show fear in the face of endless alien creatures. However, someone remarked, this is just a virtual battlefield. They know they won't die inside, so it's normal for them to charge. If it were the real battlefield, truly facing the overwhelming alien threats, it would be a different scenario altogether. Everyone had valid points, as they all understood. It was a virtual battlefield, a simulation, not real, where no one could die. Officer, how many of these individuals successfully activated the mental control system? Wu Ling suddenly posed a question. The beautiful female officer beside him immediately pulled out a document and said, my lord, please see, a total of 100,835 people opted for the mech or aircraft equipped with the mental control system. However, only 3,671 were able to successfully activate the system, and among them only 39 could barely operate the mechs and aircraft, struggling and appearing somewhat sluggish, ultimately choosing to give up. The female officer articulated the shocking data, leaving everyone astonished and surprised at how difficult it was to operate. Even activating it seemed a challenge. So few. Wu Ling frowned, slightly dissatisfied. But the next words from the beautiful officer silenced everyone. My lord, among those 39 who barely controlled the mental system, only 18 ultimately chose to use the mental power operation system, while the others gave up and switched to manual mechs and aircraft. Among them, 11 operated mental power mechs, and 7 piloted mental power aircraft. Oh, Wu Ling was quite surprised, frowning, and saying, only 18 people, it seems this brand new control system has not been mastered by many. My lord, this is already quite impressive, an officer interjected. He stated this type of operation system requires at least a gene-level strength of visualization to control. Only those who have activated their brain domain and harnessed mental power can master it. Indeed, for this group of new recruits, having 18 successfully control this system is already remarkable. They are exceptionally gifted. Someone directly agreed. Additionally, a middle-aged officer remarked, among these people, if they aren't inherently endowed with evolutionary powers at the visualization level, they must possess astonishing talents, having their brain domains developed from birth or possessing formidable minds. There's a possibility that these 18 individuals could be prioritized for training. They may become the true elite of our 9th Legion in the future. Some officers suggested this, but Wu Ling remained silent, instead quietly watching the scenes of the virtual battle displayed on the screen. By the way, my lord. At this moment, the beautiful officer suddenly recalled something and said, among these 18 individuals, 10 are from the same team. Wu Ling was genuinely surprised this time, looking at the officer and asking, are you sure you're not mistaken? Yes, one team of 10, all operating mental power mechs or aircraft. 7 mechs and 3 aircraft in total, all from the same team, the beautiful officer affirmed. This left the officers present in shock, immediately turning their attention to the screen where the traces of that team began to be identified. Show me the information of this team, Wu Ling commanded directly. Soon the scene of the team, led by Lu Chun, appeared on the screen. 10 individuals, 7 piloting mechs, and 3 piloting aircraft fiercely fighting their way through. Their information gradually materialized. Team leader Lu Chun, male, 18 years old, strength assessment gene stage of 3 reconfigurations, real situation unknown. Team member Ling, female, 19 years old, strength assessment gene stage of 5 reconfigurations, suspected to have traces of unlocking the 4th layer of the gene lock, real situation unknown. Team member by female, 21 years old, strength assessment gene stage of 5 reconfigurations, suspected to have traces of unlocking the 4th layer of the gene lock, real situation unknown. Team member Yun Meng, female, 16 years old, strength assessment gene stage of 4 reconfigurations, no traces of unlocking the gene lock found. Team member Lu Kunjian, male, 19 years old, strength assessment gene stage of 5 reconfigurations, no traces of unlocking the gene lock found. Team member Zhang Tianhao, male, 20 years old, strength assessment gene stage of 5 reconfigurations, no traces of unlocking the gene lock found. Team member Yin Shan, male, 20 years old, strength assessment gene stage of 6 reconfigurations, no traces of unlocking the gene lock found. Team member Xiao Bin, male, 18 years old, strength assessment gene stage of 6 reconfigurations, no traces of unlocking the gene lock found. Team member Lan Tian, male, 19 years old, strength assessment gene stage of 6 reconfigurations, no traces of unlocking the gene lock found. Team member Fei Yu, male, 20 years old, strength assessment gene stage of 7 reconfigurations, no traces of unlocking the gene lock found. Looking at the lineup of personal information, Wu Ling's gaze flickered as he fell into silence, uncertain of what he was thinking at that moment. Who told me that a 16-year-old not meeting the conscription requirements was allowed to join? He suddenly glared coldly at the group of officers. Everyone exchanged glances, unsure of what was happening. Yun Meng, being only 16, did not meet the requirement of being over 18 to enlist. Let's set this matter aside for now. I will settle accounts with you later. Wu Ling snorted coldly, then turned his gaze back to the personal information, his eyes flickering. He muttered to himself, however, every member of this team is extraordinary. The fact that everyone in this team has successfully activated and completed the mental power system control indicates something. His words brought silence among the surrounding officers, each exchanging glances as a thought surged in their minds. Someone voiced it: these youngsters are hiding their true strength. Indeed, unless one is truly born with a powerful mind or a genius who has developed their brain domain from birth, such a situation would be impossible. The only explanation is that they have all reached the visualization level. Didn't 2 of them show traces of having unlocked the gene lock? The officers speculated and debated, beginning to conjecture about the team, led by Lu Chun, doubting that they had concealed. My lord, should we investigate the members of this team? Someone suggested. But Wu Ling shook his head and smiled, saying, regardless of how it is, they are my soldiers now. No matter what they hide behind, once they arrive here, they must obey orders. My lord, look, that team's combat ability is indeed formidable. A beautiful officer exclaimed, pointing at the virtual screen, causing everyone to gaze up immediately. Indeed, on the screen, Lu Chun was wielding a massive battle blade, slaughtering his way forward, leading his team members through the boom, kill, kill, kill. On the battlefield, Lu Chun swung the giant battle blade, resembling a meat grinder, slicing through the alien creatures that charged at him. The aliens appeared hideous, their bodies encased in a layer of crimson armor covered in sharp spikes. The most terrifying aspect was their fangs, extremely sharp, capable of easily biting through mech armor, even shredding it apart. The shouts and cries of battle filled the air, mingling with screams, as many were overwhelmed and torn apart by the alien beasts. Mechs were shredded. It was a brutal battle. Even knowing it was a virtual scenario, the sense of real pain was terrifying. Lu Chun cleaved down a massive alien creature, its head falling at his feet, blood spraying and staining the ground red. He stood there gazing at the countless alien beasts surrounding him, feeling a wave of helplessness. It was indeed a scenario of ants overwhelming an elephant. Among the 150,000 new recruits, thousands had already perished in battle, directly torn to shreds, aircraft pulled down from the skies and shredded. Boom, boom, boom. Some aircraft fell, exploding directly, flames soaring into the sky, smoke filling the air, with mechs pierced through their chests by massive alien creatures, then shredded into pieces by countless others. The brutality, horror, and bloodshed instilled fear. After only 10 minutes of battle, 150,000 new recruits had suffered heavy losses, with more than half completely dead. Moreover, the rate of casualties continued to increase. In the blink of an eye, tens of thousands more were killed and torn to pieces, instilling deep fear in those who remained. Kill. Charge out. Lu Chun roared, wielding his battle blade, cutting down 1 or 2, but it was too many. The surrounding area was completely swarmed with alien creatures, with no end to the killing. Soon everyone was completely surrounded, unable to break free. Even the aircraft circling above, firing continuously with laser cannons roaring and missiles bombing, could not end the slaughter. It's over. While slashing, Lu Kunjian and others in the team transmitted cries of despair in the team channel, realizing the dire situation. They were surrounded and death was inevitable. The 10 fought desperately on the ground. Lu Chen's mech arm seized an alien creature, and smashed it down violently, then swept his blade horizontally, slaying several more. Unfortunately, he was still firmly trapped here, surrounded by countless alien creatures, with one after another charging. The numbers dwindled. In the end, only a few scattered teams of the remaining 100,000 recruits continued to resist, yet they too were falling one after another. "Captain, I'm going down." While in the midst of battle, a sudden scream echoed in the team channel, followed by the explosion of a mech torn apart by countless alien creatures. That was Liu Kunjian, the first to fall in the team. "Damn it, he's actually dead." In the training room, Liu Kunjian cursed as he got up from the equipment, looking around at the other team members who had yet to emerge, indicating they were probably still alive. He was the only one in the squad to die, first feeling embarrassed. With a grim expression, he walked out of the training room and into the assembly hall outside. As he stepped out, he saw the hall packed with people, each one looking grim, some with expressions of lingering fear, clearly still haunted by their recent brush with death. It was terrifying. "I was bitten in half by a bug, and I still feel the pain." A pale young man recounted his death experience, having been bitten in two by an alien insect during the battle. "What are you complaining about?" someone next to him said with a long face. "You don't know I was torn apart and eaten by two. I died from a mecha explosion. You all have it easy. Oh, I got killed by my own teammate, sliced in two. I was the most unfortunate, the first one to charge and only to be knocked down by a giant alien, and then torn apart as my mecha was deconstructed piece by piece." In the hall, the crowd began to chatter excitedly, each sharing their death experiences and encounters. Some were torn apart, others were killed by mechas or fighter jets, and some met a more tragic fate, mistakenly killed by their own teammates on the battlefield. Truly pitiful. Liu Kunjian looked at the densely packed crowd. More and more people came out, each with a pale complexion, clearly shaken. They had all awakened automatically after dying in battle, stepping out of the training room to join the discussion. However, some looked excited, as if they had accomplished something proud. "You guys are pathetic. I killed a full 11 alien creatures," a young man said proudly. As soon as he said this, it drew gasps from the crowd, although some looked disdainful. "Only 11. What's there to brag about? I killed over 30. Have you ever felt proud?" A burly youth scoffed. Beside him, a young boy snorted. "Exactly. I killed more than 40 aliens and didn't feel proud at all. What's there to be smug about? Look, there are still people inside who haven't come out." Suddenly a gasp came from the crowd as many looked up at a huge virtual screen in the hall. The screen displayed the battle scene with countless alien creatures swarming, a sea of red engulfing everything. Yet amidst them, there were still many who had not perished, still fighting fiercely, and upon counting, it turned out over 100 were. "There are over 100 left, and our captain is among them. That's incredible," someone exclaimed, looking excited. Indeed, the screen showed over 100 people still holding their ground, slaying one alien creature after another, and surprisingly, they were still alive. Liu Kunjian was astonished to see on the screen that his own squad was among them. Aside from his death, surprisingly others. Boom. Suddenly dozens of flying alien creatures swooped down from the sky, dragging two fighter jets to the ground, resulting in a massive explosion and turning them into fireballs. These two quickly emerged, and over 100 people were still battling on the ground, with dozens still fighting, plus those piloting the jets above. There were about 100 in total. Soon one after another fell, the numbers rapidly decreasing. What surprised Liu Kunjian was that none from his squad had. "These guys can fight," Liu Kunjian said with envy, feeling a bit embarrassed. He was the first to die, and out of 10 in the squad, only 9 remained. However, soon 2 from the squad fell. One of them was Zhang Tianhao, the other was Yinshan. They were accidentally overwhelmed by a large group of alien creatures and were torn apart in an instant. What bad luck, one little mistake led to death. Yinshan walked out looking frustrated, followed by Zhang Tianhao, his expression calm, his scholarly demeanor unchanged. "Tianhao, Yinshan, over here." Liu Kunjian waved them over. The three gathered silent, watching the virtual screen, where dozens were still fighting desperately, one by one being overwhelmed and torn apart. Yunming's fighter jet went down, Zhang Tianhao suddenly said, and sure enough, they saw Yunming's jet crash, followed by a loud explosion. Not long after, she emerged looking unhappy. "What terrible luck. I just killed over 100. Yunming pouted, clearly dissatisfied. Hearing this, Liu Kunjian was speechless. If she was unhappy, then where did that leave him, the one who died first? Soon Xiaobin also crashed and tragically died on the battlefield. Not long after he came out, his face surprised. The few of them looked at the screen, where only about 20 people were still fighting. Among their squad, Lu Chun by Ling Lantian and Fei Yu were still valiantly battling. The others were from various squads, all powerful, with impressive combat skills, managing to survive until now. Incredible, Xiaobin muttered to himself, adjusting his glasses. Just as he finished speaking, a blue mecha crashed down, torn apart by countless alien creatures. Lantian was dead. As for Fei Yu, he was utterly reckless, swinging 2 laser swords, as if chopping vegetables, slaughtering alien creatures. He was in a frenzy of killing, chopping down one after another, completely unconcerned, charging into the midst of the alien creatures, slaughtering indiscriminately. Soon one of his arms was torn off, then another leg bitten through, and the mecha crashed down, yet he continued to slay several aliens before being ripped apart. In the end, only Lu Chen and Bai remained, along with a few strong fighters from other teams. 13 in total, still holding out. Ling and Bai are impressive, Liu Kunjian said, his gaze tense, watching the 2 mechas fighting fiercely. Their pilots were exactly Ling and Bai. These two were shockingly powerful, making one almost believe they were not girls, but rather skilled killers dispatching alien creatures with remarkable ease. One strike, one kill. Each move executed flawlessly, creating a sense of deadly beauty. After 10 minutes, yet another person was overwhelmed and torn apart, quickly emerging. Gradually everyone in the hall held their breath, their eyes fixed on the virtual screen, where there were still 11 people remaining. Another one had just died. There are still 10. Within a few minutes another unfortunate soul perished on the battlefield, leaving the last 10 surrounded by endless alien beasts. Thousands of new recruits watched intently, quietly observing. No one dared to speak, their eyes glued to the battle scene on the screen. The 10 were each incredibly powerful, with alien creatures charging at them, yet they effortlessly dispatched each one. Around each of them mountains of corpses piled up, entirely made up of countless alien bodies. In the sky no fighter jets remained, only 10 mechas fought alone, facing an unending wave of alien creatures, and some were gradually giving in. Boom. As expected, in the next moment one person was overwhelmed and torn apart, followed by 3 more who met the same fate. On the battlefield 7 people remained in battle, each fighting fiercely, determined not to lose to one another, all shouting as they chopped down their foes. Bang! Another one fell, the mecha crashing down, crushing many alien beasts, but ultimately met its end there, exiting the training room with a sense of unwillingness. 10 minutes later 2 more fell, leaving 4 still struggling, continuing to fend off the alien creatures that attacked. Everyone was astonished watching those 4 powerful figures, reluctant to fall, seeming to radiate an indomitable spirit and fighting well. Kill, kill, kill. One mecha roared madly, the pilot inside going insane, ultimately being torn apart by countless fierce alien creatures. One after another fell, and in the end 4 people remained. 1 man and 2 women. What the hell? In the hall Lu Kunjian, Xiaobin, Yunming, Lantian Feiyu, and Yinshan stared in disbelief at the last 3 remaining. 1 man and 2 women. These 3 were none other than the captain Lu Chun and the 2 female team members Ling and Bai, who were still fighting, and the captain is formidable, but Ling and Bai are terrifying. They were shocked watching the 2 girls whose deadly skills and one-hit killing techniques sent chills down their spines. Bang! The 3 in battle consciously gathered together, and just then Ling and Bai received a fierce blow, their mecha staggering down. It's over. Many gasped watching the perilous scene. The 2 girls ultimately could not hold on. Just as they joined Lu Chun, they were torn apart. Sir, these 3 are all in the same squad. In the control room a group of officers watched the last 3 on the screen, 1 man and 1 woman, as they saw Ling and Bai ultimately fall. Oh, everyone was deeply moved. Wu Ling's gaze flickered, fixated on the last person on the screen, Lu Chun, wielding a huge battle knife, slashing at the oncoming alien beasts. His mecha had lost 1 arm, severely damaged and battered with flickering sparks, indicating its critical state. How long do you think this kid can hold on? Wu Ling suddenly asked. The officers present fell silent, not responding, each staring at the solitary figure on the screen, still fighting valiantly. Kill! Lu Chun roared, watching Ling and Bai fall before him, yet inside, he felt calm, as if the slaughter at its end stirred not a single ripple. He wielded his knife, slashing at the approaching alien creatures. Soon his back was attacked, a fierce blow causing him to lean forward on the verge of collapse. Boom. Countless alien creatures went wild, howling, as if something was controlling them, surging crazily. Come on. Lu Chun roared fiercely, swinging the giant battle knife with one hand, instantly shredding an alien, then turning to sweep his knife, cutting down another. Bang. At that moment a live alien creature lunged at him, its sharp tail piercing through his mecha arm, rendering it inoperable. Hiss. In the next moment a swarm of alien creatures rushed and overwhelming him. That kid is finally going to fall. In the hall all who witnessed this scene shared the thought Lu Chun was about to fall. The one who had persevered to the end was finally going to die. Boom. The mech fell, engulfed by countless alien monsters that pounced upon it, tearing off pieces in a frenzy. He's finished. Many gasped in the hall, secretly thinking that Lu Chun was doomed, certain to be ripped into shreds and unable to survive. Even a group of officers in the base, including instructor Wu Ling, believed Lu Chun was definitely done for. But just when everyone thought he had been torn apart, with a loud bang, several alien monsters pressed against the mech were sent flying. In an instant, a figure burst forth from the shattered mech, fists flailing, knocking away the surrounding alien monsters. Wow, he's not dead. Bare-handed combat. As this scene unfolded, the hall erupted in astonishment, everyone shocked as they gazed at the youth crawling out of the wrecked mech, Lu Chun. He charged out of the mech, fists flying as he knocked away the surrounding alien monsters, standing atop the ruined mech, engaging in unarmed combat. Kill. Lu Chun was driven mad. As the mech was torn apart, he crawled out and continued to fight barehanded, knocking away alien monsters one by one. The sight left everyone in the hall in shock. Many couldn't believe this guy had gone this far to fight unarmed. This one is impressive, a born warrior. In the control room, Wu Ling marveled, growing increasingly fond of Lu Chun. This was a true warrior. Even with the mech destroyed, he continued to fight barehanded. Others without exception abandoned resistance when their mechs were damaged, lacking any thought of continuing the fight. But Lu Chun was different. He had a strong will to survive. Even after the mech was destroyed, he emerged to fight the alien monsters barehanded. In the visuals, Lu Chen's small figure was surrounded by countless alien monsters relentlessly attacking him one after another, seemingly endless. Yet he continued to fight, his body pierced through the chest by the tail of an alien monster, but he still punched through its head pole. The brutal scene left all the new recruits in the hall silent, their gazes flickering as they watched the lone battle unfold in shock. Lu Chen was like a solitary warrior rising in defiance amidst despair, fighting barehanded against the alien monsters, emanating a fierce and indomitable aura. Is the captain pushing too hard? Lu Kuan stared in astonishment at the brutal battle scene. Lu Chen was covered in wounds, around him lay the corpses of alien monsters, one of his arms torn apart, blood flowing like a fountain, yet he still fought on. Captain! Yun Ming stared blankly, dumbfounded. Zhang Tianhao, Xiao Bin Lan, Tian Fei Yu, and others were equally stunned, gazing at the solitary figure battling fiercely, an embodiment of resilience. So crazy I can't match you. Fei Yu muttered to himself, his eyes reflecting a hint of madness and bloodlust. He had always been reckless, but Lu Chen was even crazier. In the team, Ling and Bai quietly observed Lu Chen's fierce battle on the screen, their eyes shimmering with a glint. Bai's fingers trembled gently as a sharp vine peeked out from her sleeve, but it quickly retracted, disappearing without. As for Ling, her fingers twitched and glimpses of bloody cold light could be seen hidden between her long sleeves, leaving no one aware of the secrets the two girls harbored. His crazed appearance was both shocking and chilling. He truly was a madman. 300. Someone murmured, looking at the data on the screen displaying the number of alien. His crazed appearance was both shocking and chilling. He truly was a madman. 300. Someone murmured, looking at the data on the screen displaying the number of alien monsters Lu Chen had killed, which had reached a staggering 300. Moreover, this number was still slowly increasing. Lu Chen continued his desperate fight, using one hand to punch through one alien monster, and with a fierce stomp crushed another skull. Kill, kill, kill. At that moment, Lu Chen seemed to have forgotten that his surroundings were illusory, driven solely by an instinctive desire to survive. It was as if he didn't want to die, constantly battling for survival. Perhaps it stemmed from his past, when he had cancer and was frozen in despair, harboring a strong will to live. Now faced with countless alien monsters, he showed no sign of abandoning his instinct to survive, charging forward again and again like a madman. Boom. Finally, an extremely large alien monster leaped down, crashing down and pinning Lu Chen underneath its massive body. In an instant, countless alien monsters pounced, tearing Lu Chen apart and conclusively ending this simulated battle. "It's over, go," announced the assembly. In the control room, upon witnessing this, Wu Ling softly spoke and turned to leave. Outside in the assembly hall, hundreds of thousands of new recruits stood in a daze, watching Lu Chen bloodied and mangled as the scene faded away. But the prominent data displayed indicated that 356 alien monsters had perished at Lu Chen's hands, most of which had been killed by the mech, while the last were slain in barehanded combat. Madman. Many felt a chill at the thought of this crazy new recruit, feeling a mixture of horror and admiration. Even the veterans in the base were surprised, admitting that it was unexpected for such a person to emerge among the new recruits. In the training room, a device slowly powered on, revealing Lu Chen, who had just exited the virtual battle network. So it was an illusion, a simulated battlefield. Lu Chen woke up dazed for a moment before realizing that what he had just experienced was merely a virtual battle, something he had forgotten. He had fought with such fervor that he lost himself, driven by the instinct to survive that compelled him not to give up sustaining himself until now. Taking a deep breath, Lu Chen stepped out of the training room, and as he arrived at the assembly hall, he was met with the gazes of tens of thousands of recruits, all staring intently, leaving him somewhat bewildered. "Captain. Impressive." As expected of the captain. As Lu Chen walked in, he heard his teammates greeting him joyfully, their tones tinged with admiration and their eyes reflecting approval. This left him perplexed, but when he saw the enormous virtual screen in the hall, the image froze at the moment of his demise. Moreover, the data displayed made it clear that among the 15,000 recruits, he had killed the most alien monsters. Assemble. At this moment, Wu Ling, accompanied by a group of officers, strode over, causing everyone to tremble and quickly line up according to their respective squads. Looking at the 15,000 new recruits who had just undergone a simulated battle, Wu Ling felt quite dissatisfied, as there was only one who continued to fight after losing his mech. Does this not imply that in future battles, if they encounter such situations, they would simply die along with their mechs? "Your performance has disappointed me." Wu Ling's first words made everyone feel uneasy as he coldly scoffed. "Look at how you all performed in the recent battle. Blind, chaotic, disordered, and aimless. Most importantly, when your mechs and aircraft were damaged, didn't you realize it was time to fight?" After saying this, he cast a sharp gaze over everyone, causing the new recruits to lower their heads in shame, not daring to speak, for he was stating the truth. In a war, if mechs, aircraft, and various weapons are damaged, does that mean you should stop fighting and wait to die? No, that is absolutely impossible. In real warfare, even if weapons fail, mechs break, or aircraft are downed, as long as one is alive, they can continue to fight. Yet in the recent simulated battle among 15,000 recruits, only one emerged from a destroyed mech to continue fighting barehanded. That person is Lu Chen. At that moment, everyone turned to look at Lu Chen, the one who stood out, the only person to crawl out and continue to fight. Jealousy, disdain, countless gazes were cast upon him, yet none could shake Lu Chen's inner calm. He paid no mind to others' gazes, but what he thought about was how to sharpen himself here and continuously grow stronger. New recruit, you're impressive. Wu Ling looked at Lu Chun, nodding in appreciation and offering him a compliment. Then he scanned the crowd, saying each word carefully. Your performance has disappointed me, so from now on your training schedule will be doubled for the next month. It's over. Everyone had a thought flash through their minds. This is bad. They were going to have their training time doubled for poor performance. Would they even survive this? Alright, that's it for today. Everyone go back to rest. Tomorrow at 5 a.m. assemble for special training. Those who are late will have their training doubled again. After Wu Ling finished speaking, he ignored everyone's reactions and turned to leave with a group of officers, leaving behind 15,000 new recruits with faces full of despair. This is terrible. A hellish life is upon us. Looks like I won't be able to return to Earth alive. In an instant, many began to sob softly, their spirits low, showing signs of demoralization, even feeling somewhat. This was only special training. In a month, they would have to participate in real combat, where true casualties would occur. No one wanted to die, but some would inevitably. Let's go. Lu Chen glanced around at the various expressions of despair on others' faces, ignored them, nodded at his teammates, and headed back to the dormitory. Behind him, Xiaobin, Lu Kuan, Zhang Tianhao, Yin Shan, Lan Tian, Fei Yu, Yun Meng Bai, and Ling all followed him. Back in the dormitory, Lu Chun took a shower and collapsed onto his bed, utterly exhausted. Today had been incredibly taxing, not just from the training in the wind tunnel, but also from the virtual combat that had drained his mental energy. Everyone was the same. Although they had concealed their strengths, they were all fatigued. After finishing their showers, they each went to rest and quickly fell asleep. Thus, the first day of training for the new recruits came to an end. A night has passed, and this day is destined to leave countless people sleepless, yet a new day has arrived. The Blood Mine Star experiences a significant contrast between day and night, with 26 hours of daylight and only 9 hours of night. Gather, gather. As the alarm blared, some new recruits who had just fallen asleep were jolted awake, crying and screaming. There was no way to ignore it. The dormitory was filled with mechanisms to wake you up, such as your bed suddenly flipping over or a hole in the wall blasting out a stream of icy substance, forcing you to awaken. Lu Chen flipped over and got up, dressed neatly. All the team members had gathered, and they arrived at the assembly area. Each team began entering the wind tunnel for special training. Wu Ling spoke each word with a stern face, ignoring the groans and cries of the new recruits, and directly threw everyone into the wind tunnel. The purpose of special training is to push human potential, break limits, and continuously improve. Inside the first wind tunnel, Lu Chen's team was amidst the thousands of others who had entered. What he was really thinking about was the true meaning of this wind tunnel training. Only by forcing human potential could one break limits. Ordinary people would trigger genetic mutations, while those who had already activated their mutations would grow stronger rapidly. Perhaps this is the true meaning of wind tunnel training. Not just to withstand the wind inside, but to train and hone one's skills using gravity suits in conjunction with strong winds and natural disasters. Whoa! At this moment, the wind tunnel unleashed powerful winds and gusts of sand and dust, made it nearly impossible to open one's eyes. Let's get started. No need to hide. What I need is to be tempered and to break through. Lu Chen's expression turned resolute as he made up his mind and charged toward the depths of the wind tunnel, without hesitation, showing no intention of hiding. He needed to utilize the training environment here to hone himself and continuously break through. His current strength was paramount, everything else was secondary. Captain. Seeing his action, the team members were momentarily stunned, and Yun Meng cried out in surprise, but she quickly composed herself. The captain has gone in. As team members, we cannot fall behind. Xiaobin adjusted his glasses, smiled faintly, and directly followed Lu Chun into the depths of the wind tunnel, with everyone else following suit. The actions of this small team left many puzzled. Or weren't they just asking for trouble? A bunch of fools. The wind is weakest here, but the further in, the stronger the wind gets. Entering is just asking for a beating. Someone scoffed, disdainfully disapproving of Lu Chun and the others' actions, believing they were simply seeking suffering. Increase the wind strength to level 18. Outside in the control room, Wu Ling issued a command to dramatically increase the wind strength to an astonishing boom. In an instant, the wind tunnel trembled, and an even more powerful gale howled, and accompanied by swirling sandstorms that stung the skin. Persevere. Deep in the wind tunnel, Lu Chun gritted his teeth, taking one step at a time against the powerful winds. He had even activated the gravity device of his suit, multiplying the gravity tenfold. The weight he bore immediately surged to around 18 tons, making him feel as if he were carrying a mountain. Step by step, Lu Chun persevered. Behind him, Xiaobin, Lu Kunjian, Zhang Tianhao, Yin Shan, Lan Tian, Fei Yu, and others who initially did not want to follow began to change their minds. They all had their hidden strengths, but seeing their leader Lu Chun charging ahead, without holding back, they felt compelled to follow him into the depths of the wind tunnel. What does this captain want? Lu Kunjian's gaze flickered as he watched Lu Chen's retreating figure, gritting his teeth. The others too stared at Lu Chen's determined back, feeling deeply moved, suddenly shedding their reservations and unleashing their full strength as they activated their gravity devices to enter the wind tunnel. Interesting. From behind, Bei's face flickered with an unusual expression as she watched Lu Chen's figure, her eyes shimmering with intrigue. She glanced at Zero nearby, her eyes flickering as she silently approached, appearing very relaxed, yet she had never truly revealed her power. Zero paused briefly, observing Bei's actions, and then looking at the increasingly distant figure ahead, radiating an aura of solitude, tenacity, and defiance that stirred something within her. Team members began to follow one by one, activating their gravity suits step by step, and despite the strong winds they advanced deeper into the wind tunnel. Rumbling. Ahead, clouds of sand surged, and the storm roared, making it nearly impossible to stand. Even Lu Chen's strength struggled to advance. A level 18 storm is no joke. This is still on the periphery of the wind, the further in the more terrifying the winds become. Crack, crack, crack. At this moment, Lu Chen's legs moved continuously, leaving marks on the ground, illustrating just how intense the wind pressure he was enduring was. But he did not give up, persisting step by step, now nearly unable to open his eyes, relying solely on his powerful mental perception to move forward. Not enough, bring it on. Deep in the wind tunnel, Lu Chen gritted his teeth and shouted, activating the gravity device on his suit again, increasing it from 10 times to 11, 12, and 13 times, continuously intensifying. His body was bearing immense pressure, and his bones cracked rhythmically as if they were about to shatter. Blood began to seep from his pores, but Lu Chen paid no mind, continuing to increase the pressure as he pressed forward. His body had to withstand both the gravitational pressure and the wind's impact. Under these dual forces, his will and physical limits were being truly tempered. Suddenly Lu Chen let out a roar, unable to bear it any longer, as he was swept up by a powerful storm and flung out of the wind tunnel. With a crash, he collided against the wind tunnel wall, hanging there, blood spilling from his mouth, the scene shocking everyone. Oh man, Captain, do you really need to push yourself this hard for just a training session? Seeing this, Lu Kunjian, Zhang Tianhao, Xiaobin, Lan Tian, Fei Yu, and others were all stunned, unable to comprehend Lu Chen's actions. It was just training, there was no need to push so hard, and his actions left them feeling uneasy. Regardless of their confusion, Lu Chen paid no attention to others' thoughts, as he had already sensed something different. Within his body, the genome was boiling, as if a powerful force was starting to strengthen, continuously enhancing his body. He knew that the perfect gene armor was undergoing a transformation, gradually growing stronger in this harsh environment, which was a good sign. Thus a hint of excitement appeared on Lu Chen's face, leading others to perceive him as a masochist, distancing them. A madman. Such a madman. Other teams looked on in shock at Lu Chen's madness, labeling him as a lunatic. Even his teammates regarded Lu Chen as a monster, watching as he continued to surpass them step by step. Captain. Xiaobin opened his mouth, wanting to say something over the communication channel, but ultimately said nothing, for he did not know what to say. Persuasion. Don't joke. Oh, just looking at the excited expression on Lu Chen's face, even a fool would know he was someone who could not be persuaded. Stubborn, unyielding, and mad. Lu Chen's display moved his teammates, their eyes shimmering with newfound determination. Boom. Before long, Lu Chen, who had gone in, was flung out again, crashing hard against the wall, blood spraying from his mouth. But his smile grew even broader, instilling fear in others. Could he truly be a madman? Lu Chen wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, smiling happily. No one knew his feelings at that moment, as he sensed his body's defenses growing stronger. He knew that the perfect gene armor was gradually evolving. Once completed, it would be an astonishing transformation and growth. Including his own genome, it was boiling and burning, as if about to enter the next stage of mutation, yielding astonishing effects. Only through life and death tempering can great opportunities and breakthroughs arise. Lu Chen's resolve deepened. He once again stepped into the depths of the wind tunnel, one step at a time. This time the team members finally ceased to advance, staring dumbfounded as he walked past them, watching him enter the wind tunnel. Boom, boom, boom. Next, the other teams inside the first wind tunnel were shaken, dumbfounded. For they saw Lu Chen being flung out time and again, spewing blood, his body covered in blood and scars, yet he kept getting up, wiping away the blood, and continuing to venture deeper. Everyone went wild, astonished and bewildered. It just once would be enough, but he kept stepping into the wind tunnel to seek suffering. Even Lan Tian, Fei Yu, Bai, and Zero were left stunned. His insanity was utterly shocking. A madman, a lunatic. Some gazed at Lu Chen's crazy actions, wanting to cross the wind tunnel and enter the eye of the storm, for everyone knew that at the end of the wind tunnel lay a colossal eye of the storm. That place was truly terrifying. Lu Chen actually wanted to traverse the wind tunnel, knowing the eye of the storm was extremely perilous, risking his life. If this isn't madness, what is it? This madman is risking it all. In the control room, some soldiers and officers were left dumbfounded, watching the monitoring footage of Lu Chen's reckless actions. Someone murmured, this guy isn't seriously planning to pass through the wind tunnel and enter the eye of the storm, is he? That place is super terrifying. Entering it means certain death or crippling injuries. A group of officers discussed amongst themselves, astonished and unable to believe that Lu Chen alone was repeatedly traversing the wind tunnel, each time being hurled out. Though he was thrown out time and again, battered and bruised, he continued to push forward, as if he would not rest until he crossed the wind tunnel. He was nothing less than an undeniable madman. Deep within the wind tunnel, teams numbering over 10,000 gazed at a single figure, wild and solitary, as he repeatedly ventured into the depths of the tunnel. His body was covered in wounds, yet he refused to stop, entering again and again, only to be thrown back out, leaving the onlookers in stunned silence. As someone watched Lu Chun drag his battered body past, once more their expression changed, a mix of fear and admiration dawning upon them. This was a madman. Everyone was watching, including all the members of Lu Chun's team, each of them silent, their eyes flickering as they looked at Lu Chun, who was once again stepping forward. This captain deeply shocked them. Each felt a stirring in their hearts as they witnessed his relentless actions. This madness was truly awe-inspiring. Team. Xiao Bin extended his hand, wanting to say something, but the powerful winds drowned out his voice, rendering. In the blue sky, Fei Yu Yanshan, Lu Kunjian, and Zhang Tianhao wore solemn expressions as they watched Lu Chun enter the wind tunnel again, speechless. Bai and Ling, two young women, watched Lu Chun's back intently, the stubbornness on his face revealing a moving resilience. A good man, it's a pity you've taken something of mine. Bai murmured softly, word by word. Her heart was similarly touched by Lu Chun's steadfastness and indomitable spirit, but he had taken something from her. Only she knew what it was. Bai, with a mysterious identity, came here solely for Lu Chun. As for the girl beside her, Ling, her expression was indifferent, and no one knew her thoughts or intentions except for Bai, who vaguely sensed that she too was here for Lu Chun. Bai, with a mysterious identity, came here solely for Lu Chun. As for the girl beside her, Ling, her expression was indifferent, and no one knew her thoughts or intentions. Incredible. In the control room, a group of officers stared in disbelief as they watched Lu Chun persistently walk into the depths of the wind tunnel, inching closer to the eye of the storm. Everyone's expressions changed. Even some veterans from the 9th Legion felt moved. This rookie was enough to earn with such determination and resilience. If he survives, he will definitely achieve great things in the future. Some officers offered remarkable evaluations regarding Lu Chun with newfound respect. A rookie with such willpower and spirit would undoubtedly accomplish much if he could survive the battlefield. Even the chief instructor Wu Ling was somewhat moved, his gaze fixed on the screen showing that solitary figure tenaciously persevering, step by step moving past his previous position. Persevere just a bit more. Deep within the wind tunnel, Lu Chun forced his eyes open, gritting his teeth to endure as drops of blood flew from his mouth, swept away by the wind. Behind him, Yun Ming suddenly froze, touching her cheek and feeling warm drops, looking down to find they were droplets of blood. It was blood that had flown out of the wind tunnel. Lu Chun's blood, swept out by the wind, a drop, landing on Yun. Not far away, Bai and Ling were stunned, staring blankly at their fingers, finding droplets of blood splattered on their faces, vivid and jarring. In that moment, they were moved. The team members wore shocked expressions, deeply shaken by Lu Chun's actions. This is bad, he's about to enter the eye of the storm. Suddenly a gasp echoed in the control room as someone called out a warning. Everyone's hearts tightened. Indeed, in the footage, Lu Chun forced his eyes open and stepped deeper into the wind tunnel, nearing the eye of the storm. It was a vast underground space, the origin of the storm's eye, surrounded by 15 massive wind tunnels. The wind poured into the wind tunnel from the eye of the storm. Once someone passed through the tunnel, they would inevitably be drawn. Inside, there was a terrifying storm, a chaotic wind swirling with a thunderous roar, producing a dreadful sound. At this moment, Lu Chun heard the terrifying sound of the storm, akin to muffled thunder echoing from ahead, deafening, causing his eardrums to throb painfully. He knew that ahead lay the eye of the storm, a man-made vortex of terrifying destructive power. Just a bit more, Lu Chun roared inwardly, gritting his teeth to endure. He felt the genetic sequence within him igniting as if it were on the verge of breaking through a barrier, stepping into a higher level. That barrier was the 4th mutation. Once broken, it would allow him to surpass the 3rd mutation and enter the 4th stage of genetic mutation. Currently, Lu Chun was still in the 3rd stage of genetic mutation, but under the torturous trial, signs of breakthrough were beginning to emerge. This greatly exhilarated him. Achieving a mutation without the use of drugs was indeed monumental news. It was known that Lu Chun's breakthrough required powerful primal agents infused with dark matter. Now, under the trial of life and death, he actually showed signs of breakthrough. How could he not be excited? Driven by instinct, he took risks. Boom. The mighty storm surged as Lu Chun gritted his teeth and advanced step by step, enduring the immense gravitational pressure along with the storm's impact. The two forces battered him, yet they slowly forced out his potential as his genetic sequence began to enter the 4th stage of mutation. Break for me. Lu Chun suddenly roared, feeling that his genetic sequence was on the edge of entering the 4th stage, yet still needed a bit more. Unable to contain himself, he let out a roar and boldly stepped forward. It was this step that swept Lu Chun into the powerful storm. Not good. In the control room, upon seeing this scene, Wu Ling's face changed drastically, shouting, "Quick, shut the eye of the storm. Hurry, shut the eye of the storm." Voices of panic rang out. In the control room, everyone was tense, watching as Lu Chun was swept into the eye of the storm, their hearts sinking. It's over. Being caught in the eye of the storm, could anyone survive? They were all in disbelief, never imagining someone would dare to do this. Pass through the wind tunnel and be drawn into the eye of the storm. Boom. At this moment, the wind within the tunnel weakened rapidly and vanished in the blink of an eye. Everyone was puzzled as the special training time had not yet passed. What happened? Why did it stop, eh? Many were confused as all 15 wind tunnels shut down, the wind ceased, and urgent alarms rang, unsettling everyone. Members of Lu Chen's team felt a heavy foreboding rise within them. Quick, quick, quick. Just as everyone was puzzled, a group of officers and medical personnel rushed outside, all wearing anxious expressions. Leading them was Wu Ling. His face darkened as he swiftly passed through the wind tunnel and reached the eye of the storm, spotting a bloodied figure. It was Lu Chun. At that moment, Lu Chun was already bloodied and mangled, lying motionless in a corner of the vast storm space, his breath weak. Quick, take him for treatment. Wu Ling's expression darkened, but he finally felt relieved. Lu Chun was not dead, still clinging to life, and could be saved. He didn't know why he was so concerned about this rookie. Perhaps it was Lu Chun's persistence and resilience that touched his heart. A group of medical personnel moved forward, lifting the bloodied Lu Chun onto a stretcher and carrying him out. This scene was witnessed by Xiaobin, Lu Kunjian, Zhang Tianhao, Yan Shanlan, Tian Fei, Yu Yunming, and others, each of their faces changing drastically. They looked at their captain bloodied and being carried out, their hearts trembling, nearly popping their eyes out. Does it have to be this? Xiaobin gazed at the carried out Lu Chun with a bitter smile in his heart. Fortunately, he was still alive. He let out a sigh of relief. However, the hearts of all the team members were no longer calm. Faced with such a captain, they were unsure whether to laugh or cry. In any case, they were deeply moved, their expressions shifting. Especially Bai and Ling, the two young women, their eyes flickering as they watched Lu Chun being carried away for treatment. The two girls said nothing, following the crowd out of the wind tunnel, watching as the bloodied Lu Chun was taken into the gene therapy chamber for treatment. Darkness, coldness, pain, various intense shocks surged into Lu Chun's consciousness, making him feel as if he might die. Yet a spark of inner fire kept burning, illuminating the darkness, preventing Lu Chun from losing himself, gradually awakening. Did I break through? His first thought upon awakening was that he had indeed broken through. Lu Chun didn't pay attention to his injuries. Instead, he was joyously surprised to find that he had succeeded. Indeed, he had successfully surpassed the third stage of genetic mutation, stepping into the fourth stage, which filled him with great excitement. This adventure was worth it. Not using any drugs, he had managed to complete the fourth stage of genetic mutation, bringing Lu Chun immense exhilaration. However, his physical condition was quite poor. His genetic sequence was on the brink of collapse, suffering significant damage, lacking the energy for repair, and he felt weak and powerless. This was the after effect of the breakthrough, achieving higher realms at the cost of self-potential eruption. Naturally, the genetic sequence lacked energy supply for repair. Lu Chun was not worried about this because he had powerful primal agents. As long as he took them, he could immediately repair his genetic makeup and return to peak condition. Moreover, the profound experience from this breakthrough was something that drugs could not provide. Lu Chun had undergone a life-and-death transformation. His spirit and will underwent immense tempering, resulting in significant growth. Perhaps this was the great opportunity that lay between life and death. You are awake. Just as he regained consciousness, he heard a voice filled with steadfastness and calm. Opening his eyes, he found a burly man standing beside him. It was Wu Ling, the chief instructor, looking at Lu Chun with a calm gaze, finally relieved that this guy had been brought back to. Wu Ling rarely showed a hint of a smile as he said, "You did well, though it was somewhat risky. Your unyielding belief moved me. Work hard. I hope you can become a true warrior and strongman of our 9th Legion in the future." "Thank you, instructor." Lu Chun smiled and nodded. He rose from the gene repair chamber, grabbed some clothes nearby, and dressed without any hesitation. "All right, go rest well, and don't leave any hidden injuries." Wu Ling patted his shoulder, turning to leave with a hint of a smile. Lu Chun watched him depart, smiling as he walked out of the gene therapy room under the strange gazes of the medical personnel, returning to the dormitory. "Wow, welcome back to life, Captain." As soon as he entered, he heard a cheer, with Yun Meng excitedly spinning around Lu Chun. "Welcome back, Captain." Lu Kunjian, Xiaobin, and Zhang Tianhao laughed, and came up, each giving him a hug. Of course, Lan Tian stood coolly to the side. Fei Yu wore a mischievous smile, but said nothing, while Ling, the girl with an expressionless face, glanced at him before turning away. Bai was like an ice mountain, cold and aloof, merely glancing before walking off. However, Lu Chun, the mad captain, was truly back to full vitality. In the new recruits' dormitory, the sound of water splashing comes from the bathroom. Lu Chun, bare-skinned, bathes in warm water, carefully washing his body and admiring his perfectly proportioned physique with muscles that are well-defined and remarkably balanced. Although he does not possess the explosive appearance of those muscle-bound men, he harbors an immense explosive power within, containing terrifying strength. This time, with his breakthrough, Lu Chun finally stepped into the fourth mutation of his genes, theoretically possessing the power of 20 tons in his punches. However, as he achieved this breakthrough without the aid of drugs, it resulted in damage to his genetic structure and a depletion of. In other words, Lu Chun's body now feels like an empty shell, lacking any power, as most of it has been consumed. Although he had previously undergone gene therapy for recovery, Lu Chun still felt a hollowness within, a sense of insufficiency. The breakthrough through potential seems even more wondrous than that through drugs, as if the entire genetic structure has undergone an astonishing transformation and refinement. Lu Chun murmured to himself, pondering this matter as he carefully analyzed the various pros and cons of drug-induced versus potential breakthroughs. He attentively sensed his body, and then retrieved a vial of potion from his spatial device, a super restoration potion, which he downed in one go. As the potion entered his system, Lu Chun felt his genetic structure vibrating with excitement, as if celebrating, with minor damages rapidly healing, leaving no trace of hidden injuries. The fatigued genetic structure finally welcomed its revival, and Lu Chun then took out 2 more super primal potions. With a crackling sound as he consumed the primal potions, a series of explosive noises resonated within him, causing his bones, muscles, skin, blood vessels, and more to tremble. Lu Chun wore an expression of enjoyment, feeling the depleted power within him being rapidly replenished, even slightly enhanced, making him feel transformed. "This is the feeling of being full of power," he exclaimed in astonishment and excitement. His body was finally filled with immense power, a full 20 tons of strength, and even though the increase was subtle, he could distinctly sense that his genetic cells were becoming stronger. Moreover, Lu Chun was amazed to discover that various aspects of his body were undergoing growth and transformation, such as weight, bone density, muscle density, cellular strength, and blood concentration, all enhancing comprehensively. His weight, density, strength, and defense are all increasing. Lu Chun was taken aback and quickly had a realization. He speculated that it was his injection of the perfect gene that had enhanced along with his genes. Previously, without energy infusion into his genetic structure, he felt nothing, but after taking the super primal potion, everything felt different. The perfect gene is evolving, Lu Chun confirmed with certainty. Upon thinking of this, a smile involuntarily appeared on his face as he felt the astonishing changes occurring throughout his body, causing a shift in his overall aura, making him seem somewhat extraordinary. What amazed him the most was that he had originally stood at 189 meters and weighed 200 kilograms, but at this moment his height had reached 195 meters, and his weight skyrocketed tenfold to a ton. Weight 1 ton. 1 ton of weight. Lu Chun's face twitched as he felt the change in weight, leaving him in a state of shock. What does it signify? A weight of 1 ton represents an increase in the density of his muscle, bones, blood, and cells, naturally enhancing his weight. It was as if he had been punched away before, but now that would be utterly impossible. With the increase in weight, his strength consequently surged. Although it did not increase explosively, it meant that every move he made was filled with explosive power. This is true evolution. It seems I need to further unleash my potential and break through the barriers of my... Lu Chun said excitedly, sensing the astonishing changes in various aspects of his body. He had just broken through to the 4th stage of genetic mutation with a punch power of 20 tons, a weight of 1 ton, and a significantly enhanced defensive ability. This was still at the 4th stage of genetic mutation. If he continued to break through, Lu Chun couldn't even imagine how terrifying he would become. He would be like a humanoid monster. After a thorough wash, Lu Chun dressed and stepped out. However, as soon as he emerged, everyone in the dormitory turned to look at him, their first impression being one of astonishment, followed by suspicion. Moi. Lan Tian and Fei Yu exchanged glances, scrutinizing Lu Chun, their eyes sparkling, as if they sensed the dramatic change in his aura, even bringing them a hint of pressure. "Wow, Captain, you seem to have become even more handsome." A surprised voice came as Yunming quickly approached, circling Lu Chun with curious eyes, her delicate face filled with astonishment. Not far away, Bai and Ling exchanged glances, their beautiful eyes flashing with a hint of brilliance, seemingly perceiving the change in Lu Chun. "Captain, have you broken through?" Xiaobin adjusted his glasses, seemingly asking with certainty. Lu Chun gently nodded, smiling as he said, "Indeed, I made a slight breakthrough earlier. No pain, no gain. Perhaps that's the meaning behind breaking and then establishing. Congratulations on the captain's breakthrough in strength." Everyone congratulated, but no one probed further into Lu Chun's specific level of strength, as inquiring about another's exact power level is a significant taboo. No one wants their strength secrets exposed to others, not even to acquaintances, as it could even be a threat from those close. Lu Chun was naturally not foolish enough to reveal his exact strength, as his situation was quite unique. He had just completed the 4th gene mutation, and the strength it conferred was terrifying. With a full 20 tons of punching power and increased endurance, it felt as though he possessed endless strength. Even if he were to engage in a bloody battle for 3 days and nights, he would not tire or perish. Although he had previously had terrifying power, Lu Chun felt something was lacking, as if he had sufficient explosive power, but insufficient endurance, a lack of sustained strength. Now everything was different. The various enhancements brought by the perfect gene had begun to lead Lu Chun down the path of becoming a humanoid monster. His weight, body density, and other aspects had all increased, and the most intuitive feeling from this comprehensive evolution was that his endurance had become terrifying. Previously, if Lu Chun fought with all his might, he could only last a day before exhaustion, but now he felt that even after 3 days and nights of fighting, he could still be lively and vigorous. "Time's up, everyone rest. Tomorrow we continue training." Lu Chun glanced at the time. It was already bedtime. As soon as he spoke, the team members turned and returned to their respective beds, falling asleep immediately. "Good night, Captain." Before leaving, Yunming turned back to say good night, then happily followed Bai and Ling into the room, closing the door to rest. Lu Chun chuckled softly, shaking his head as he climbed into his bed to sleep, relaxing his body and gradually entering deep sleep. Woo-woo. The next day at 5 o'clock in the morning, a piercing alarm rang out, instantly waking up the entire new recruits' dormitory, with recruits scrambling to get up quickly, making their beds and dressing themselves. Splash. In the dormitory, Lu Chun nimbly got up, grabbing the training uniform beside him to put it on, while Lu Kuan-jian looked at him incredulously. "Captain, you can't possibly have been sleeping in the gravity suit all this time, right?" He asked, his expression one of surprise and exaggeration, drawing the attention of the teammates. Now everyone noticed that Lu Chun had indeed been wearing the gravity suit the entire time, leaving them astonished and somewhat incredulous. Sleeping in a gravity suit. Everyone looked at him in amazement, especially Bai and Ling, their expressions strange, making Lu Chun feel a bit awkward. He indeed wore the gravity suit to sleep, only taking it off briefly when bathing, then putting it back on, wearing it directly against his skin. He even activated 10 times the gravity. The gravity suit has a net weight of 1 ton, and with Lu Chen's own weight of 1 ton, it adds up to 2 tons of net weight, meaning the tenfold gravity equals a terrifying weight of 20 tons on his body. Alright, everyone, hurry up and assemble. Don't be late, or you'll be thrown out of the base. Lu Chen didn't say much, but changed the topic, and everyone immediately realized, rushing out to the assembly hall. Here many teams had already arrived, with 1500 new recruits gradually gathering, tightly packed together. In front of everyone behind Wu Ling stood a neatly organized team of over 10,000 individuals, each robust, clad in battle armor, with cold, fierce gazes emanating a strong aura of menace. These are battle-hardened warriors who survived countless battles, their strength formidable. Lu Chen sensed at first glance that this group possessed incredible strength, deducing that the army before him consisted of elite survivors from countless battles, evident from the thick aura of menace they exuded. Very good, no one is late today. Wu Ling looked at the time. Everyone had assembled, and no one was late, finally revealing a hint of satisfaction, his stern face softening slightly. He scanned the crowd and said, "Today, in addition to the regular special training, I have decided to assign a coach. From here on, these team coaches will teach you how to train, how to grow stronger, and how to fight." After Wu Ling finished speaking, everyone looked at the stern team behind him, the elite warriors numbering 1500, all battle-hardened survivors from the 9th Legion, each one incredibly powerful. They had all crawled out from heaps of corpses to survive until now, each possessing formidable strength, and their combat power was truly beyond imagination. With 1500 recruits, 10 per team, there are exactly 1500 elite warriors here. From now on, they will be your direct coaches, responsible for training, guiding, and supervising you. Wu Ling spoke clearly. After finishing, he nodded at an officer behind him, and immediately turned to leave. His steps hurried, as if he had urgent matters to attend to. This made Lu Chen speculate that Wu Ling must have encountered something, otherwise he wouldn't have hastily handed over 1500 new recruits to his subordinates for training. However, regardless of the situation, every team of the 1500 new recruits now had an additional coach directly assigned to guide each new recruit team.